A sudden global catastrophe plunged the world into an abyss of darkness and chaos. Earthquakes rent the land asunder. Volcanoes belched forth flames. Tsunamis engulfed the shores, and zombies roamed the streets, bringing humanity to the brink of collapse. In this moment of despair, a mysterious voice echoed in everyone's ears. The Doomsday Game begins. It became evident that the entire world had been transformed by an unknown transdimensional force into a brutal survival game. In this game, each individual was endowed with unique initial talents. Some could manipulate the elements, while others possessed extraordinary physical prowess. The protagonist, Lin An, unexpectedly acquired a special ability to perceive the talents of others and the hidden rules of the game. The rules of the game were simple yet merciless. Players were required to explore and battle within a perilous world ravaged by disaster, undertaking various bizarre and dangerous tasks to accumulate game points. These points not only allowed for the exchange of precious items to enhance their strength, but also determined the player's very survival. Those with insufficient points would be eliminated, vanishing entirely from this world. With his distinctive talent, Lin An navigated through numerous life-threatening predicaments. He discovered that each completed task and each victory over formidable monsters deepened his understanding of this apocalyptic game world. As the game progressed, Lin An gradually realized that this Doomsday Game was no mere coincidence. It concealed a shocking secret capable of annihilating all humanity. Moreover, the enigmatic 10 divine artifacts seemed to hold the key to unraveling the mysteries and saving the world. In this desperate game against time, can Lin An lead the surviving humanity to unravel the conspiracy behind the game, discover the 10 divine artifacts, break free from the grasp of transdimensional powers, and reverse the global catastrophe, restoring peace to the world? Chapter 1. Rebirth from Death. Desolation and aridity. In the city, rampant weeds burst forth from the hardened concrete, a graveyard of white bones scattered across the ground. Lin An dragged his heavy legs, struggling to run. A searing pain engulfed his lungs, each breath tugging at his fractured ribs in agony. Behind him, a horde of howling zombies, their faces twisted in grotesque forms. There was no time to pause. That if he were to stop, these reanimated corpses would rend him to pieces, feasting upon his flesh and blood. December 2035. The apocalyptic outbreak 3 years prior had plunged the world into hell. As he neared the makeshift safe house, what was once despair on his face transformed into a glimmer of hope. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Quickly open the door. Lin An pounded frantically on the heavy iron door, the zombies less than 100 meters behind him. The stench of decay assaulted his senses. Inside the safe house were the family of his fiancée. Whoosh! The window slid open, but the door remained shut. A solitary eye peered through the narrow iron grate, filled with concern. Lin An recognized her. It was Tang Wan. Tang Wan, it's me. Please open the door. His voice was a desperate wail, the wound on his chest throbbing painfully as he spoke. The blood that seeped from him only incited the zombies behind to grow more frantic, their pace quickening abruptly. Upon hearing his voice, the eye behind the iron bars shifted its gaze to the medicine in his hand. It was the fever-reducing medicine that Lin An had desperately procured for Tang Wan's younger brother. Lin An, I will open the door for you now. The voice from within was urgent, calming Lin An's frantic heart. Once inside, he would be safe. On the perilous outskirts of the city, this makeshift safe house was his only refuge. First, pass the medicine through. I will lower the bolt. Upon hearing this, Lin An felt a wave of weakness wash over him as he struggled to push the medicine box through the iron bars. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Why not just open the door directly? The hand behind the bars swiftly snatched the medicine box away, but the door remained closed. Tang Wan! Lin An's incredulous voice pierced the night, a desperate cry. A heavy weight settled in his heart, and he felt a chill envelop him. Why was the door still shut? He could already hear the zombies closing in behind him. Lin An, I see the wound on your chest. Tang Wan's voice faltered, devoid of its former concern, now eerily calm. It was as if she were conversing with a stranger. You may have been infected. I will not let you in. Lin An felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss as the zombies lunged at him from behind. Flesh was torn and bitten. Moreover, let me share something with you. The captain of the safe zone has promised me that as long as I'm willing to sleep with him, I can enter the safe zone. Of course, you must die as well. Inside, Tang Wan casually tossed her hair, conversing with a calmness reminiscent of the days when she chatted with Lin An. Lin An was incredulous. The words struck him like a bolt from the blue. The agony of his flesh being torn apart was overshadowed. With a voice choked with sorrow, he frantically interrogated the figure within the window. Why have you betrayed me? His palm pressed against the door, leaving behind a crimson imprint. His eyes widened with anguish. He felt as though his insides were being wrenched out, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfing him. Inside, Tang Wan regarded him with a calm gaze, laced with a hint of mockery. Simply because you are worthless, I no longer wish to endure hunger and live in fear. He is powerful, he isn't awakened. And you are merely an ordinary person. Behind him, the zombies frantically clawed at Lin An's head, the sound of his spine cracking echoing ominously. The foul, decaying fingers of the undead dug into his eye sockets. Daughter, why waste so many words on this useless one? Let him die far away. We do not wish for his demise at our doorstep. Inside the warm glow of the room, Tang's mother casually took the bloodied medicine box, her gaze coldly fixed outside. The three stood side by side, only departing once Lin An's form had been completely consumed. But in the festively adorned wedding chamber of Lingjiang City, Tang Wan, Lin An's fiancée, exclaimed, Lin An, why are you hesitating? Call your comrades and borrow some money. As if struggling for breath, Lin An suddenly jolted awake, gasping for air. The images before death blended with the figure before him. Was it all just a dream? A piercing headache throbbed, and he could still faintly feel the pain of flesh being torn away. The sensation of pain was palpable, as if it had just occurred. He swiftly glanced at his phone. November 9th, 2032. A look of profound astonishment washed over Lin An's face. His mouth suddenly parched. This isn't a dream. He had been reborn. Lin An, let me make myself clear. If you wish to marry my daughter, the bride price must be increased by 200,000. Your younger brother, Tang Tian, is about to get married as his brother-in-law. You can't possibly contribute nothing, can you? Tang Wan's mother cast a subtle glance at her younger son, signaling him to ask for money. Brother-in-law, haven't your comrades just been discharged from the military? Tang Tian sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a look of impatience etched on his face. I heard that veterans receive quite a bit of money upon discharge. It's just a loan. Why are you so hesitant to ask? Tang Wan frowned slightly at Lin An's dazed expression. She had thought that Lin An, with his military background and honest nature, might have some savings, which would have made him a decent choice. However, she found it embarrassing that Lin An was being so indecisive and unable to produce the money. Aren't you on good terms with your comrades? Why can't you even borrow this small amount of money? Seeing Lin An's lack of response, Tang's mother snorted softly. She cleared her throat and announced in a haughty tone, Lin An, if you can't come up with the money, then you might as well forget about this marriage. You're showing no sincerity at all. I thought you were a decent man, but it turns out you're just a stingy pauper. Tang's mother spoke with sarcasm. Tang Tan, seemingly unafraid of stirring up trouble, quickly chimed in upon hearing his mother's suggestion to call off the wedding. Sister, wasn't there a wealthy man pursuing you before? I suggest you abandon the idea of marrying this impoverished fool. Seek out Mr. Wang, he is affluent. He even inquired about my preferred car last time. Amidst the incessant chatter of the three, no one noticed the murderous intent lurking within Lin An's downcast gaze. In his previous life, he hastily married Tang Wan to fulfill his mother's dying wish. Though the union was rushed, he believed he had done everything required, purchasing a car, a house, and presenting a full dowry. He even shamelessly borrowed money from his comrades to complete the dowry. However, on the eve of the wedding, the apocalypse erupted. With the discipline of a soldier, Lin An struggled to survive alongside his fiancée and her family. Until the final day, when they were devoured, he fought desperately for what he deemed a family. That door sealed his fate, shattering his outdated sense of compassion and the so-called righteousness. Impoverished fool, if you lack money, do not pretend to be someone you are not. My sister married you out of respect. There are plenty who would pursue her. Boom! Lin An unleashed a powerful kick, sending Tang Tian flying 3 meters across the room, his foot striking the young man's abdomen with tremendous force. Tang Tian's face flushed crimson, while spewing forth as he curled up like a shrimp against the wall, disbelief etched on his features. It was the first time she witnessed Lin An resorting to violence. She never expected this seemingly honest man to be so ruthless. He's killing. He's killing. You despicable wretch. How dare you strike my son? You pauper, resorting to violence despite your lack of wealth. I will see you in court. I will call the police and have you arrested. You shall not marry her. Silence. You wretched beast. Lin An approached Tang's mother, her sharp and caustic demeanor eliciting his profound irritation. He recalled those indifferent eyes. Slap, slap. One resounding blow followed another, a flurry of slaps unleashed with unrestrained fervor. It was exhilarating. Lin An struck without hesitation, delivering a torrent of slaps that exceeded a dozen in mere moments. Tang's mother collapsed, unconscious, akin to a broom falling from a wall. Lin An, have you lost your mind? Tang Wan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, her voice piercing the air. Lost my mind? Lin An's lips curled into a cruel smile, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. He intended for this group to experience the agony of dismemberment, to taste the torment and despair he felt before his demise. With utter disregard, Lin An crushed Tang's mother's fragile leg bones beneath his foot, his gaze sharp as a blade as he advanced toward Tang Wan. Lin An, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Lin An leaned slightly forward, his tone chilling to the bone. Tang Wan seemed to sense an impending threat. She trembled, frantically retreating into the room and locking the door behind her. I've called the police. The police are outside. Shaking, Tang Wan activated her phone's speaker, the sound of a ringing alarm echoing in the air. In the ominous prelude to catastrophe, accidents proliferated. Outside, the faint sounds of sirens and ambulances could be heard. Upon hearing the police alarm connect, Lin An halted, his icy gaze fixated on the locked door, as if contemplating something profound. He tilted his head, staring intently at the barrier before him. Only 3 days remained until the cataclysm erupted. Entangling with them would undoubtedly squander precious time. Wasting time equates to squandering the opportunity for rebirth. It is not worth it. This group of miscreants does not deserve to occupy his precious time. Thus, 3 days, Lin An smirked cruelly as he slowly turned away. 3 days hence, the apocalypse shall erupt. He is eager to witness how the trio of Tang Wan, reduced to mere waste without his desperate protection, will survive in this desolate world. May they maintain their current demeanor even in the jaws of the undead. Death in that door will irrevocably transform Lin An in this life. In this incarnation, he shall only regard those he cherishes. No longer will he stubbornly cling to the antiquated notions that plagued his previous life. He shall not be exploited. Instead, he will grow stronger and persevere through this harsh apocalypse. Having resolved to act 3 days later, Lin An naturally will not waste any more time. With a forceful kick, he shattered the flimsy iron door and strode confidently outside. Faintly, Tang Wan perceived the sound of his departure. It matters not. Should Tang Wan seek assistance to trouble him, he would not mind resolving the matter in passing. Lin An suppressed his animosity. Unwarranted emotions only serve to cloud one's judgment. In the time that follows, he must not only gather ample supplies before the onset of the apocalypse, but also prepare for the awakening of his latent talents. 3 days hence, the game of the apocalypse will descend upon them. The zombie virus will erupt, monstrous beasts will emerge from alternate dimensions, and countless bizarre supernatural events will sweep the globe. People will find themselves akin to characters in a game, receiving digitized panels of data. In this rebirth, he is determined to seize control of his fate. In this life, he resolutely forbids himself from enduring the humble struggles of an ordinary existence. In his previous life, he was hindered by Tang Wan's family, missing the opportunity to become an awakened one. Now, he is determined to alter the course of his destiny. The first step towards changing fate is clear. Number 97, Feng Ming Road. Chapter 2, Virus and Serum. At the entrance of the community, Lin An meticulously searched for the location on his phone. Ding, you have received a new message. The familiar number belonged to his comrade, and Jingtian. Lingu, I heard you might need some money lately. I still have quite a bit of my discharge pay. Just send me your car number. Come visit me when you have the time. My sister often pesters me about wanting to play with you. As Lin An read the message, a warm current surged through his heart. Not only were they comrades, but he and Jingtian had been friends and brothers since childhood. having played together since they were young. Even his school expenses were covered by Jingxin's family. The weather has been changing. Frequently take care of your health. Don't end up like me, sick with a fever. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. I need glasses to see things clearly now. Don't laugh at me when we meet. Suddenly, with a thud, his phone fell to the ground. He stood frozen in place as a chill coursed up his spine. And Jing Tian, a reconnaissance soldier, possessed excellent physical fitness and vision. The abrupt decline in his eyesight and the fever he now experienced were unmistakably early symptoms of the zombie virus infection. In his memory, the first wave of the zombie virus had long since lain dormant within certain segments of the population. The symptoms manifested as fever, declining vision, and cold limbs. Memories and clues began to connect. With eyes gradually reddening, Lin An recalled his past life when the apocalypse erupted. He and Jing Tian had arranged to rendezvous outside the city. Yet, on that fateful day, Jing Tian was nowhere to be found, vanishing without a trace. Lin An had initially believed Jing Tian was merely delayed. Little did he know, Jing Tian had succumbed to the viral outbreak, severing their connection. His dearest brother had perished from the virus, transformed into a zombie, suffering eternal torment. A searing pain engulfed Lin An's heart. With crimson eyes, Lin An vowed, now knowing the circumstances of Jingxin's demise, he would never allow such a tragedy to recur. There must be a way. After a long pause, he slowly raised his bloodshot eyes, forcibly injecting awakened blood. This was the only method he could conceive to delay zombification. In the early stages, the zombie virus converges in the heart, solidifying into a core. Only by introducing awakened blood before complete zombification could this process be slowed. And Jingxin's physique was considerably stronger than that of an average person. Generally, the better the physical condition, the longer the resistance to zombification. 2 hours. And Jing Tian could endure for a maximum of 2 hours after the apocalypse erupted. Therefore, that he must prepare supplies and acquire equipment within 3 days, then immediately rush to Jingxin's side. Having made his decision, Lin An swiftly formulated an action plan in his mind. He contemplated, like a silent sculpture. 5 minutes later, Lin An strode purposefully into the distance with resolute steps. 3 days would suffice. Hongyan Credit Company. Inside the spacious finance room, 3 individuals sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, this 1,700,000 must be repaid in 3 days. The interest is set at 7%. Should you fail to repay on time, we may be compelled to seize your property. I trust you will not default. Lin An nodded calmly. In 3 days, the money would merely be a pile of worthless paper. Half a year later, cash would be so abundant that it would be deemed too coarse even for the most menial tasks. In this apocalyptic world, the only commodities of true value are sustenance and strength. Along the way, he had exhausted every avenue of online loans available to him. He had swiftly mortgaged his house and car to a bridge company without a second thought. Though the sum was not substantial, it sufficed to procure a considerable stock of survival supplies. For now, as the end of days had yet to unfold, money remained the most effective tool for forging pathways. After bidding farewell with a nod, Lin An hurried towards the pharmaceutical company where he worked. Upon exiting, he noticed the 2 lenders behind him wearing peculiar expressions, unable to restrain their whispers. Mr. Zhang, I have investigated this fellow's background. He dares to mortgage his wedding house at such exorbitant interest. He hasn't even repaid a single cent. That's quite ruthless. Let it be he's likely lost everything to online gambling. If he fails to repay in 3 days, we will claim his property. At the pharmaceutical company, Lin An adeptly entered through the main door, casually producing the badge for his security escort duties. The elderly guard at the entrance had yet to discern his identity when a badge gracefully descended to the ground. Name, Lin An. Gender, male. Age, 24. Position, special pharmaceutical courier. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Lin An proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, swiping his card and walking straight into the laboratory. The once bustling laboratory, now sparsely populated, had only a solitary intern on duty. Brother Lin? The intern, a year his junior, regarded Lin An with surprise, his eyes clouded with sleep and his hair disheveled. With a sharp click, Lin An locked the laboratory door, ensuring the intern's confinement. Cutting to the chase, without preamble, he stated, Where are the monitor lizard extract and purified snake venom? Brother Lin, there's no scheduled transport today. What do you intend to do with them? The intern responded with astonishment and a hint of unease. The substances Lin An mentioned were controlled pharmaceuticals, each commanding a high price. There are matters best left unknown to you. Lin An's tone was frigid, a clear admonition. The intern seemed to sense something amiss. The iciness and impatience in Lin An's gaze instilled a sense of dread within him. After a moment of internal conflict, he replied, Brother Lin, I really can't. Lin An glanced at the wall clock, acutely aware of the dwindling time. As a pivotal element in his scheme, securing these two reagents was imperative. With a resounding rustle, Lin An emptied bundles of cash from his backpack. There's 700,000 here, consider a purchase. It's merely bypassing the registration process. The company won't penalize you. The intern stared dumbfounded at the scattered currency at a loss. 700,000, nearly the same price the company would ask on the open market. Lin An, unwilling to prolong the exchange, surged into the laboratory. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Although he could have simply absconded with the medications without paying a single cent. Yet, in 3 days, money would merely be worthless paper, and the two individuals were somewhat acquainted. If monetary means could resolve an issue, then let wealth pave the way. However, the chilling gaze of Lin An and the scattered cash lingered in his mind, prompting him to seek solace within himself. Never mind, Brother Lin has also paid, so it does not seem excessively improper. Yet, in his recollection, the once amiable and gentle Lin An, who never engaged in disputes, now appeared as a transformed being. Lin An violently flung open all the refrigeration units. After a brief commotion, he raised a test tube high towards the chandelier, his gaze fixated on 2 vials of azure liquid. The deep blue liquid exhibited an otherworldly quality beneath the light, captivating and intoxicating. Giant lizard extract, a blood essence derived from the North American giant lizard, significantly enhancing strength in a short period. Snake venom purification serum. By stimulating the cardiovascular and respiratory systems, it forcibly augments explosive power and endurance. As specialized concoctions, both substances yield remarkable effects, albeit accompanied by substantial side effects. Nevertheless, Lin An remained undeterred. As long as he could awaken his innate abilities, his body would return to an optimal state post-awakening. Severed limbs would regenerate, ailments would vanish. Every awakened individual would evolve into a flawless warrior. Moreover, their physical prowess would subsequently amplify. With a fervent longing for the powers of his former life, Lin An deftly gathered the remaining elixirs in the laboratory. Such treasures must not be squandered. In his backpack, the void left by the absence of half the cash was filled with 30 vials of potion. These concoctions would cease production after the apocalypse, each vial diminishing in availability. Acceleration, explosive strength, pain resistance, heightened focus. In the latter stages preceding the apocalypse, a single potion possessed the potential to alter the entire course of battle. With these concoctions in hand, his confidence in executing the plan surged anew. Lin An emerged from the laboratory, a satisfied demeanor gracing his face, while the intern behind him, hastily stowing away cash, averted his gaze in trepidation. Keep it confidential for 3 days after that. You may disclose it to whomever you wish, he remarked before stepping into the elevator, turning to face the intern. Their eyes met from a distance. The frigid intensity in Lin An's gaze compelled the intern to instinctively shrink his neck. Such a terrifying look as the elevator descended. Lin An meticulously deliberated over the materials necessary for procurement, his mind racing with thoughts. Food was essential, particularly high-calorie canned goods. An ample supply of portable chocolates and energy bars was imperative. The energy consumption of the awakened was significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals. Water could be addressed by purchasing a batch of bottled water, perhaps supplemented with some glucose. As for weaponry, crossbows seemed unnecessary. After awakening one's abilities, such rudimentary ranged attacks were rendered obsolete. Concerning firearms, acquiring guns proved to be a daunting task, not to mention time-consuming. He dismissed the idea. He could procure several sets of combat attire, as high-intensity engagements would easily damage clothing. Regarding ballistic shields and vests, Lin An shook his head slightly. under enhanced physical attributes. Bulletproof vests offered little utility and would only impede agility. In terms of armaments, cold weapons emerged as a commendable choice. Securing a handful of alloy weapons would ensure that he would not face adversaries empty-handed due to dull blast. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, one was constrained by the prevailing rules. The potency of any firearm or artillery shall be significantly diminished. However, under the exaggerated prowess bestowed by the awakened, cold weapons are perfectly suited for calm. Bat. Ding! The first floor has arrived. Lin An strode out of the elevator, swiftly perusing the map on his phone. His gaze was fervent. If I recall correctly, there's a crucial piece of equipment here that can aid the awakened. Chapter 3. The Spatial Ring 97, Fengming Road, Linjiang Market. As Lin An traversed the desolate streets, he suddenly accelerated, delivering a forceful kick to the shop door at the corner. The sound of impact echoed sharply as his sturdy boot struck the metal shutter. This street, known as the entertainment hub of Linjiang City, bore a stark emptiness during the day. However, as night fell, the bars and singing halls would erupt into lively chaos. Unrestrained and boisterous, the symbolic iron door yielded easily to his brute force, splintering to create a gap of half a person's height. As a tea house notorious for nighttime gambling, the guards had neglected to secure even the inner door. After all, this was a gathering place for various illicit factions, and few dared to commit theft here. Who the hell kicked the door? Are you tired of living? Inside the tea house, a middle-aged man, his arms adorned with tattoos, sprinted over, cigarette dangling from his lips, cursing under his breath. His slippers slapped against the floor with each hurried step. The interior was dimly lit, yet decently decorated. Lin An's expression was frigid as he bent low to compare his location on the phone. The route in the marked red dot aligned perfectly. I'm speaking to you, and you dare to pretend you haven't heard? Are you deaf? This must be the place, he muttered to himself, utterly disregarding the tattooed man rushing towards him with clenched fists. He casually set his phone aside. The tattooed man on the ground continued to curse. His chin bloodied from the fall, appearing utterly disheveled. You're asking for death, he exclaimed, filled with resentment and rage. Struggling to prop himself up, he reached for his waist with his right hand. Seeking death, Lin An's gaze turned icy as he brought his foot down. The hard sole of his shoe struck mercilessly against the man's temple, leaving him defenseless. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness, the short knife he had just grasped slipping from his palm and clattering to the ground. Lin An kicked the obstructing body aside and casually surveyed the interior of the tea house. In his previous life, there had been ominous signs before the apocalypse arrived. He recalled that a remarkably rare piece of equipment would manifest here, a ring infused with fragments of space. As an essential item in films and novels, space rings were exceedingly scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, even equipment was hard to come by. Unlike the usual games where monsters dropped gear in the apocalypse, most awakened beings, whose abilities far surpassed ordinary humans, might die without possessing a single piece of equipment, let alone a space ring. In his former existence, this precious space ring had fallen into the hands of a petty thug. Not only did he awaken his talents with the equipment, but he also established a safe zone thanks to the ring's storage function. The space ring could store supplies, preserving them and maintaining their temperature, an invaluable tool for those who ventured out, committing acts of violence. Lin An eagerly rummaged around. Half an hour later, with a resigned expression, he poured a bucket of icy water over the tattooed man's head. I can't find it. Startled by the cold water, the man shivered and instinctively opened his mouth to curse. A swift kick silenced him. Before the tattooed man could complete his sentence, Lin An shattered his teeth with a swift kick, scattering blood and fragments across the floor. You speak when spoken to, he commanded. Filth warrants death. Seemingly inexhaustible in his vulgarity, the man was met with Lin An's icy gaze as he pressed a foot against his neck. Any deviation would result in his immediate demise, after which Lin An would proceed with his search. Spare me, the tattooed man gurgled, belatedly comprehending the gravity of his situation. Accustomed to brandishing his underworld affiliations, he had reveled in his petty tyranny. Yet, confronted with genuine ruthlessness, his bluster evaporated, revealing his inherent cowardice. Where's the ring? Lin An pressed, or any other jewelry? The tattooed man faltered, initially presuming Lin An had sought him out for a confrontation. Was this theft? No, rather robbery. Why didn't you say so? He lamented, feeling aggrieved. He had merely overslept after a late-night poker game. Had he known Lin An's intentions, he would never have resisted. I am ignorant of such matters. I am not the proprietor here. Perceiving the imminent threat in Lin An's eyes, he hastily added, the office on the second floor seems to house numerous items, but it is secured. Upon extracting the desired information, Lin An delivered a forceful kick to the man's temple. The blow rendered him unconscious. As for the lock, it posed a trivial challenge. His military background had equipped him with the requisite skills. As time elapsed, Lin An returned half an hour later, wielding a fire axe to breach the door. On the precious wooden door, the secure anti-theft lock remains intact. Yet the center of the door is marred by numerous striking marks. The sophisticated unlocking methods often exude a humble elegance. With a soft click, he enters and illuminates the wall-mounted light. Lin An meticulously surveys the interior of the room, and an anomaly captures his attention. Is it a fluctuation in space? In the corner of the room, a fist-sized, enigmatic black mass hovers in midair, as if it were encroaching upon a void. Lin An takes a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on a glimmer of silvery white within the darkness. A wave of excitement washes over him. That is, the spatial ring. In his previous life, this ring had caused quite a stir. Everyone in Lingjong City knew that the notorious thug had risen to prominence here, transforming from an ordinary individual into an immensely powerful awakener, ultimately establishing a safe zone outside the city. The legendary artifact lies before him. Without hesitation, Lin An reaches out toward the ring, yet the sensation at his fingertips abruptly vanishes. Dismissing the peculiarity, he steals his expression and thrusts half his hand into the void, swiftly retrieving the ring. Buzz, buzz. A continuous wave of energy emanates instantly, accompanied by an unsettling aura that seeps from the black hole. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoes from within the void, and an overwhelming aura of death surges outward with frantic intensity. Flee. Lin An clutches the ring tightly and bolts away. Although he remains unaware of the nature of the threat, it seems he has unwittingly provoked a formidable presence. In his previous life, he had never heard of such disturbances. Could it be due to his premature retrieval of the ring? Lin An brushes aside his thoughts and swiftly darts out of the door, the silvery ring grasped firmly in his palm. Beep. Detection of apocalyptic game player. Beep. Detection failed. The data-driven body remains undiscovered. Warning. Warning. The dense aura of death behind him extends like the tendrils of an abyss, frantically reaching outward as if alive. There is no escape. Lin An's expression hardened as he decisively smashed through the glass, leaping from the second-floor window. Upon landing, an overwhelming sense of weakness and darkness enveloped his entire vision. Consciousness faded, and he instantly succumbed to oblivion. The ring on his palm gradually vanished, merging with him. Chapter 4. Awakening wails and screams filled the air. Struggling, Lin An rose from the ground, his head pounding mercilessly. The acrid scent of burning lingered in the atmosphere. The once orderly roadway was now choked with traffic. A veritable standstill. Blaring horns intertwined with cries, creating a chaotic symphony. Bang! Lin An's pupils constricted violently as a truck laden with cargo whizzed past him. He narrowly dodged, but the scene before him caused his heart to stutter. The out-of-control truck crashed through the barrier, overturning onto the ground. Its cargo spilled across the street, and the cab, engulfed in flames, stood ajar. The driver, with a concave skull, who should have perished, scrambled out through the mangled door. Crimson handprints marked the ground as he staggered forth. Such injuries would have claimed the life of any ordinary person. This is a zombie? Thirsty and parched, Lin An hastily retrieved his phone, and the time displayed sent a chill through him. November 13th, 2032, 1622. 3 days had elapsed. Only 8 minutes remained until the apocalypse erupted. He was no longer on Fengming Road. He had inexplicably vanished for 3 days. His eyes widened in horror as the memories of the catastrophic events on the day of the outbreak collided with his current reality, and had no time to ponder why he materialized here after acquiring the ring, having traversed 3 days and disrupted his original plans. He was now compelled to hasten to his comrade's residential area. The complete zombification of Jingtian was merely 2 hours and 8 minutes away, and his current location in the city center was a considerable distance from Jingtian's residence. Roar! A zombie, crawling rapidly on the ground, emitted a hoarse shriek as it lunged towards Lin An. A swift kick. Driven by fury and urgency, Lin An delivered a textbook kick, the sturdy sole of his shoe instantly shattering the zombie's dilapidated skull. Ding! Zombie kill detected. Apocalypse player template prematurely initiated. Savior template enabled. A luminous screen instantaneously manifested in the center of his vision. Apocalypse player information. Lin An, awaken level 0. Player level 0. Attributes. Strength, 12, 10-2. Agility, 12, 10-2. Constitution, 12, 10-2. Willpower, 14, 12-2. Equipment. Apocalypse ring. Special, awaken talent. Strength burst. Momentarily enhances physical attributes significantly. Repeated use induces a state of debilitation. Level 0. All attributes 2. The ordinary human's apex numerical value for each parameter is 10. The initial awakening will elevate all attributes to their maximum value. Savior template. Grants an additional special skill, Eye of Judgment, unlocked upon completion of the inaugural mission. Mission commencement countdown. Lin An was taken aback, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. The player template was originally slated to appear after the onset of the apocalypse. To his astonishment, it has manifested sooner than anticipated. Not only that, but the long-desired talent of an awakened one from his past life has also emerged. The savior template that has appeared was never mentioned in his previous existence. Could it be the consequence of the ring's disturbance? Recalling the peculiar incident of taking the ring, Lin An couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Within that black fissure, it was evident that something yearned to break free. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, a unique force surged into his body following the awakening prompt, causing his muscles to tense abruptly, and his height, originally standing at 1.80 meters, seemingly increased by 2 centimeters. Taking a deep breath, Lin An tensed the muscles in his right arm. With a powerful swing, he twisted his waist to channel his strength, his fist hurtling towards the solid car door with a resounding whoosh. Bang! The vehicle jolted violently as the metal door crumpled in an instant. The tires of the several-ton sedan leaving black marks as it slid sideways for half a meter. Lin An stared in astonishment at the impact of his own punch. A wave of shock washing over him. Is this the power of an awakened one? A surge of joy filled his heart. From this moment forth, he possessed the means to struggle against the apocalypse. With a forceful push from his right foot, he took a step forward, cracking the asphalt beneath him. Like a cannonball, he effortlessly leaped onto the car's roof, leaving it indented beneath his weight. Taking advantage of his elevated position, Lin An meticulously surveyed the route ahead. Not far off, some individuals with frail physiques were gradually succumbing to the transformation into zombies. Having lost their rationality, these creatures were driven by an insatiable hunger, voraciously devouring any living being in sight. Armed with his enhanced will and rapid cognitive processing, his mind remained clear. Within mere seconds, Lin An swiftly charted a course forward. Chengjiang Street, the city center square, the urban expressway, and the Heiyuan community. This is the closest route to Anjingtian. The current scene on Linjiang Avenue is one of utter chaos, as a multitude of vehicular collisions has rendered the thoroughfare completely impassable. He must navigate through the most turbulent urban area on foot before finding a way to drive onward, otherwise relying solely on his legs. It would be exceedingly difficult to reach his destination within 2 hours. Brother, you must hold on. With little time for contemplation, Lin An bent his knees and leapt onto the roof of a Bentley. The vehicle swayed as a zombie, previously preoccupied with devouring the driver, caught the scent of living flesh. It abruptly ceased its feast, clawing at the remains with its right hand as it lunged towards the roof. Lin An paid no heed to the startled undead, propelling himself once more with renewed vigor, akin to a springboard's bounce. With his remarkable physical prowess, he effortlessly traversed the obstacle created by the wreckage in mere seconds. Not far off, a middle-aged man gazed in astonishment at Lin An's descent from the car's roof. The sheer power of Lin An's jump resembled something out of a cinematic spectacle. For a moment, the man forgot that dozens of zombies were hot on his heels. Help! A stumble. The man, nearly breathless, tore at his throat, crying out as if he had glimpsed a lifeline. Lin An, upon hearing the call, glanced up slightly. Upon realizing that Lin An had acknowledged him, the man's face lit up with elation. Help! Save me! Lin An regarded the man, who was on the brink of exhaustion from fleeing, and furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to waste time on a rescue. There were too many zombies. Only 6 minutes remained since the outbreak of the virus, and most of the zombies currently emerging were either physically frail or had succumbed to death in the accidents. Once the virus officially erupts, a staggering 60% of the population in the urban area of Linjiang will transform into zombies. The remaining 10% will gradually succumb, like concealed time bombs. Currently, the population of Linjiang exceeds 3 million. He is not a savior, rescuing one individual at a time. As two figures brush past each other, the man's gaze shifts from hope to despair, his lips trembling. His strength is nearly depleted, and his legs weaken under the strain. If he were to halt, the zombies trailing behind would devour him whole. Overwhelmed by despair, the doll he had instinctively clutched during his flight slips from his grasp and falls to the ground. It was a birthday gift for his daughter. Lin An's expression remains impassive as his peripheral vision catches the doll. His intended path slightly diverges. With a powerful punch, Lin An charges towards the nearest zombie, his right fist shooting forward like a rapier. Blood and flesh splatter as the tremendous force penetrates the zombie's chest, creating a gaping hole that perforates both front and back. With a swift motion, Lin An yanks out the zombie's spine, wielding it as a weapon. The bones, fortified by the virus, possess remarkable hardness, often repurposed as weapons in this apocalypse of scarce resources. With a reverse strike, the stark white bone slices through the air, emitting a haunting whistle. In a single blow, the zombie to his right is cleaved in two, toppling to the ground in a disoriented heap. The middle-aged man, initially certain of his demise, watches in astonishment as Lin An chooses to act, his expression swelling with excitement. Witnessing Lin An's prowess, akin to a tiger among sheep, he feels parched and overwhelmed, as if confronted by a monster. He gazed at the distant crowd being relentlessly overwhelmed by charging zombies. Amidst a city resembling the aftermath of an apocalypse, with his ample experience, a thought abruptly surged in his mind. This world is doomed. Follow him. He can survive. He can save my daughter. Suddenly, the man collapsed onto his knees, humility etched across his face as he cried out to Lin An, who was battling through the horde. Please, I beg you, save my daughter. She is still at school. Lin An's expression remained cold and indifferent. His capacity to handle the nearby zombies was already at its limit. Save others? What about saving his own brothers? After clearing the obstructing zombies, he turned and departed. Run, survive, then rely on oneself. Upon hearing Lin An's dismissive words, the middle-aged man wore a bitter smile. Watching the horde gather once more in the distance, he hastily picked up the doll lying on the ground and turned to flee. In the city center at Wanda's shopping plaza, Lin An was drenched in blood, the thick crimson fluid dripping from the tips of his hair. He stood quietly atop a residential building, silently gazing down at the shopping center. The apocalypse was on the verge of commencing, heralding a global tempest of the mind. Under the influence of this mental storm, individuals would momentarily lose their focus. If distracted while on the move, the danger would be immense. No matter how urgent his situation became, he could only seek refuge for the time being. The parking lot in front of the building lay in utter chaos. Humans hiding within their vehicles resembled delectable canned goods. Perhaps the car doors could fend off the zombies, but the fragile windshield offered no such protection. The zombies, driven solely by their insatiable hunger, relentlessly pounded against the car windows, heedless of any pain. Within mere seconds, the glass shattered. The encroaching cadavers breached the vehicle, ravenously devouring its occupant. On the ground floor of the shopping center, a throng of survivors huddled behind an iron gate, helplessly observing the scene unfolding before a sedan. The silver vehicle was besieged by zombies, their grasping hands reaching for the interior. Inside, a woman of striking beauty and professional attire emitted a desperate shriek. Clinging to the roof, her alabaster legs lashed out at the nearest ghouls. Her pointed heels struck the zombies' heads, dislodging fragments of flesh, yet proving ineffective. Save me, she pleaded. I beg you, save me. Glimpses of her undergarments were visible as she turned her head, her gaze imploring the crowd just beyond the gate. Do not open the gate. Voices cried out. Several security guards instinctively moved to open the barrier, only to be vehemently restrained. If the gate opens, we will be overwhelmed by the zombies. One man shouted. Do you wish to condemn us all? A brawny individual shoved aside a guard, glaring at him as if he were an enemy. In other circumstances, he might have relished the opportunity to play the hero, but faced with the undead, he was only concerned with self-preservation. Cries, mastication, and screams filled the air, until all was silent. The crowd within the iron bars could only watch as the woman was slowly dismembered, yet none dared to intervene. A security guard, brandishing a baton, stood frozen, his legs trembling. Even the muscular fitness instructors averted their gaze. The crowd fell silent, their fear and sorrow tinged with a hint of relief. They were thankful that they had sought refuge in the building and secured the iron gate. This place not only offers safety, but also an abundance of sustenance. From his vantage point atop the residential building, Lin An surveyed everything below. Observing the apathetic crowd preoccupied with self-preservation, he could not help but let out a soft sigh. It was not a lamentation for the absence of brave souls willing to rescue others. In this apocalyptic reality, safeguarding oneself had become the norm, and there was little to reproach. His sigh was directed at those within the building. At that moment, nearly 30,000 individuals had crammed into the shopping center. The throng resembled sardines tightly packed in a can. With only 10 seconds remaining until the cataclysm, the impending chaos loomed. Power would soon fail, and the dormant virus within human bodies would simultaneously ignite. This place would relive the horrors of a past life, descending into a hellish nightmare. Buzz. The 10 seconds slipped away in an instant, accompanied by a piercing, high-frequency alarm. Suddenly, a mocking and sinister voice reverberated in the minds of all present. The apocalypse has arrived. The game has commenced. Welcome to the Doomsday Game, dear little insects. Struggle to survive in this contest. Without warning, the sky darkened instantaneously. Fierce winds howled, and the earth trembled. An invisible psychic shockwave swept through everyone. This violent mental assault struck at the very core of their souls like a heavy hammer. For a fleeting moment, they stood in a daze. Countless terrifying, heart-wrenching wails echoed, piercing into the deepest fears of humanity. Simultaneously, global mutations erupted. On hospital beds, in the streets, and among pedestrians, humans stood frozen in place. 1 second later, the zombie virus unleashed its fury. As if their souls had been extracted, those who transformed into zombies exhibited bulging eyes, their skin ravaged and peeling, exposing raw, crimson flesh. Their pupils vanished, leaving behind only a bloodthirsty glint. Meanwhile, within the crowded confines of the shopping mall, panic-stricken crowds abandoned their makeshift barricades. The lights atop the shopping mall extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, where thousands of crimson eyes flickered ominously. Chapter 5. The Lickers. With a thunderous crash, a heavy object hit the ground as Lin An somberly leapt from the rooftop. The tempest of his mind had subsided, leaving him with only a slight dizziness. Otherwise, he was relatively unscathed. The apocalyptic game had officially commenced, signifying that Jingtian's life was now on a countdown. Time was of the essence. Upon exiting the main urban area, he would need to procure a vehicle. Relying solely on his 2 legs would render him incapable of reaching his destination. The city was currently infested with at least millions of zombies, even as an awakened one. Surrounded by a vast horde of the undead, he faced nothing but a dead end. In the suburban area of Lingjiang, a red Dongfeng heavy truck roared past, mercilessly crushing the zombies along its path. With a resounding bang, Lin An kicked open the truck door and leaped out heedlessly while the vehicle still sped forward. After a series of rolls to dissipate the momentum, he regained his footing with ease. Having become an awakened one, his formidable physique of level 12 rendered him immune to most impacts. The out-of-control Dongfeng truck careened straight into the community's perimeter wall. Its body was smeared with foul blood, and unidentifiable chunks of flesh were lodged in the crevices. On the front bumper, a zombie, with only its upper half remaining, tirelessly gnawed at the metal. With a deafening crash, the truck that had been racing since leaving the city finally fulfilled its last mission. At the community entrance, the zombies congregated to devour corpses were mercilessly crushed into a bloody pulp by the rampaging vehicle. Black smoke billowed from the contorted hood, as dark tire tracks mingled with crimson stains. The sky grew dim. After breaking free from the bustling city center, Lin An surged forward with fervor, racing towards the vicinity wherein Jingtian resided. The originally 3-hour journey was ruthlessly condensed to a mere fraction of its duration. With no time to rest, Lin An hastily retrieved his phone, gazing at the dimly illuminated screen. There were still 23 minutes left. A sudden wave of relief washed over his anxious heart. Thankfully, there was still time. The residential complex wherein Jingtian lived lay deep within this area, an old district characterized by its intricate and labyrinthine streets, necessitating travel on foot. However, even on foot, with his enhanced physique, he could reach his destination in no more than 15 minutes. "Brother, you must hold on," he urged silently to himself. With a powerful punch, he shattered the skull of a zombie lunging towards him and sprinted along the inner wall of the community. What was once a tranquil and warm residential building had now descended into a scene of carnage. The sealed burglar-proof windows became the greatest impediment to his escape. Occasionally, piercing screams echoed from within the buildings. Shadows of zombies flitted past half-open windows. Fortunately, given the population density of this old district, He would have been hard-pressed to navigate through without such fortunate circumstances. With agile grace and heightened reflexes, Lin An effortlessly evaded the encroaching horde of zombies. His speed was extraordinary, and with a full-throttle burst of energy, he was nearing the entrance of the community. He sidestepped the zombies in his path. Those he could not avoid were dispatched with a swift blow to the head. At the entrance of the complex, beneath the burglar-proof window of a sixth-floor townhouse, a rotund man, dressed like a wealthy businessman, dangled precariously from the railing, his upper body bare. I don't know how he managed to climb out here in such a state, Lin An thought. Help me, I beg you. The stout man shouted loudly at Lin An, forcing a grotesque smile onto his face, beads of sweat as large as soybeans trickling from the tip of his nose. He had been perched outside the window for some time, witnessing Lin An charging out of the community like a vengeful deity. Saving him was surely a simple task, wasn't it? I will pay you. I beg you. 100,000. Just lend me your aid. The wealthy merchant felt a surge of panic as he watched Lin An nearing the exit. The security bars before him began to bend ominously, the sturdy steel creaking under the pressure of the woman resembling a zombie. 1 million. I will give you 1 million. The merchant's face turned pale with terror, his strength waning. A putrid stench emanated from the woman's mouth, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. That was once his beloved cherry lips, now emitting a foul odor. 5 million. I am the owner of the Lin An Construction Group. Just save me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. As Lin An grew ever more distant, the merchant's complexion drained of color, no longer able to care for his wealth, he yelled hoarsely. The construction group was renowned in Lin An City. He believed anyone would be tempted by such an offer. Lin An, however, paid him no mind. In the apocalyptic world, currency was only good for wiping one's backside. As Lin An's figure faded from view, the merchant was left in shock. How could someone not be swayed by 5 million? Whatever was asked, he would give. He questioned himself, convinced he had offered enough. Fool. Truly a fool. In a fit of rage and desperation, the merchant began to curse Lin An vehemently, unleashing his pent-up fear. As he traversed the rare stretch of road devoid of zombies, Lin An suddenly hesitated, his expression grave. In the distance, a towering monstrosity, 3 meters tall and resembling a blood-red-skinned frog, obstructed the path ahead. It was the liquor. As a mutated zombie, the liquor possessed terrifying combat capabilities. In a past life, a single one could effortlessly obliterate a small safe zone. Although devoid of armored protection, its continually regenerating muscle tissue could withstand most small-caliber firearms. With astonishing speed, formidable strength, and the ability to regenerate flesh, it rendered hardened steel as pliable as dough in its grip. It was truly one of the nightmares of survivors. Uncertain if it could be circumvented, Lin An cautiously concealed himself, hiding behind a truck. Despite being an awakened one, he was merely at the initial tier. Although his strength exceeded human limitations, it paled in comparison to such a creature. Should he take a detour? Lin An held his breath, carefully examining the situation with a broken rearview mirror in hand. Each movement of the liquor, which barred the road, reverberated like an earthquake. Over 2 meters long, its sharp claws could easily pierce through metal. Its claws darted out like phantoms, relentlessly extracting any humans hiding within the vehicle, savoring them as if they were delectable desserts. Even zombies were not spared once it became engrossed in its feast. Lin An remained silent, realizing why there were no zombies on this road. They had all been devoured by this beast. After several seconds, the liquor, with a severed pair of legs gripped in its maw, greedily scanned its surroundings. It had thoroughly cleared the entire street. Suddenly, a faint vibration from his phone interrupted the silence. It was a voice message from Jing Tian. Lin An's expression hardened, and he cautiously lowered the volume. Lin Gu, this is Xia, Jing Tian's sister. My brother seems to be on the brink of death. He vomited a copious amount of blood. I could not fathom the reason. The way my brother looked at me was as if he desired to consume me. The electrical interference rendered the brief messages somewhat indistinct. The message was sent 5 minutes ago. Global communications have faced severe disruptions since the onset of the apocalypse, and it will gradually cease within 3 hours. Lin An gripped his phone tightly. His hands, which had once remained steady and composed while carving a path through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, now trembled slightly. The deterioration of Jing Tian's condition surpassed his expectations. Perhaps in the next moment, he would completely succumb to the fate of a zombie. There was no time to delay. Lin An, who had initially intended to take a detour, suddenly straightened his posture, disregarding the risk of exposing himself to the gaze of the devourers, and sprinted forward. Boom. The ground trembled. In the distance, a massive devourer seemed to sense something. Its grotesque face featured two hollow nostrils, meticulously sniffing the air. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the devourer's colossal form began to charge frantically. The cars along its path were tossed aside as if struck by a train. Its speed was astonishing. It had caught the scent of living beings. The distance between them closed rapidly. Chapter 6, Slaying the Devourer. Boom. Lin An ran with all his might, striving to evade the vehicles hurled towards him by the distant devourer. The nearest straight road was infested with devourers, leaving no room for evasion. Cars, in the hands of the devourer, were flung like projectiles. He had to devise a plan to lure it into a confined space and eliminate it. Lin An pondered deeply and turned to flee towards the community with fewer vehicles behind him. On the 6th floor of the villa, beneath the security bars, the affluent businessman, who had been on the verge of collapse, heard a series of thunderous roars. It was the individual who had fled. His face lit up with ecstatic delight. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of such a vast fortune. The businessman, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, mustered his last ounce of strength to scream, "I am still here. Please save me. 10 million. Woman in the car, I will give you whatever you desire." Lin An, undeterred by his pleas, retrieved a fire axe, a preparation made in advance, from his ring. The crimson axe towered to an impressive height, slicing through the air with a haunting whistle as it was swung. Ding. Fire axe, ordinary. Fire axe, a weapon of mediocre quality, prone to dulling. Lin An paid no heed to the notification. Once the apocalyptic game commenced, any item picked up would trigger a prompt. However, whether it was firearms or artillery, the descriptions were always succinct, devoid of any attribute enhancements. Only the unique equipment of the apocalyptic game would possess attributes and special abilities. The businessman, peering through the security bars, observed Lin An's back, seemingly awaiting something. His complexion turned pale as dread filled his heart. He cursed incessantly within. Had he not thought to tie his belt to alleviate the burden on his hands, he would have already succumbed to exhaustion and fallen. 30 million. Don't be greedy. If I die, you will gain nothing. Inside the window, the zombified woman's face had contorted grotesquely. Her once delicate and petite cheeks had morphed into elongated strips. There was merely a fist's width between them. 100 million. I will give you 100 million. For heaven's sake, come save me. The businessman wept profusely. As the zombie woman struggled frantically, half of her body forcefully pressed against his hand. The sensation of her decayed, slick flesh sent him into a state of mental collapse. In front of the security booth, Lin An gripped an axe with one hand, tilting his head back to consume a stimulant extracted from his spatial ring. With a sharp crack, the test tube shattered upon impact with the ground. Drops of potency surged through him. Strength increased by 1, constitution by 1, agility by 1. The explosive power escalated by 50, endurance and resistance to impact surged by 30, and speed of action augmented by 20. The effects were remarkable. Lin An's heart raced as the small molecular structure of the potion breached the blood-brain barrier. His heart thumped like a war drum, muscles coiling with newfound strength. And the axe in his grasp felt significantly lighter. Indeed, this was a highly sought-after elixir from his past life. It was among the rare non-apocalyptic items capable of enhancing attributes, a rarity in the end times. In his previous life, Lin An, an ordinary man, managed to lead Tang Wan and her family to survival, largely thanks to the efficacy of these potions. Had he not fortuitously carried a few vials during his escape, he would have surely perished at the hands of the undead on the day they fled the city. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin An's fighting spirit surged. Boom. The disorderly parked vehicles at the entrance of the community were suddenly lifted into the air, revealing a massive creature beneath. The licker had appeared. The wealthy businessman, who had been screaming and cursing, was silenced as if someone had gripped his throat. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Lin An inhaled deeply, bent his legs, and the ground cracked beneath him. With a stillness that belied the coming onslaught, he pivoted his body. Gripping the axe with both hands, he leaped high into the air, 4 or 5 meters, the axe blade glistening crimson in the setting sun. The force of his newfound power erupted forth, ignited by the abilities bestowed upon him by his awakened talent. Strength 2, agility 2, constitution 2, willpower 2. A wave of pale golden light instantly enveloped Lin An's body. His initial strength of 12 points surging dramatically to 14. An explosive force coursed through his entire being. Die. He roared, charging up a downward chop. The keen axe blade, amplified by immense power, struck ferociously towards the licker's head. Flesh exploded as a sizable chunk of meat, nearly half a man's height, was cleaved off, revealing the dark, purple muscle tissue beneath. Howl! The licker roared in pain. Its massive body was skewed by the axe blow, and a section of its exposed skull was instantly sheared off. This was Lin An's full-strength burst, a strike with power far exceeding that of a Tier 0 awakened, nearly killing the licker on the spot. Bang! A massive claw slammed down, crushing the car. The licker barely managed to prop itself up with its claws, instantly flattening the car beside it. A pity. I couldn't kill it in one hit. Undistracted by futile emotions, Lin An swiftly somersaulted away after the failed strike, evading the licker's furious swipe. He cautiously circled the licker's body at high speed, seeking his next opportunity. The licker, a nightmare in every safe zone, had naturally been studied. After countless painful sacrifices, people discovered that while lickers possessed extreme speed, they were sluggish in changing direction. Their two massive claws granted them terrifying destructive power, but also impaired their agility when turning. This monster was simply not something a single person could contend with. Even for awakened individuals, at least Tier 1 was needed to barely stand against it. The wealthy businessman hanging outside the window stared blankly at the scene before him, his face filled with shock. The horrifying, flayed monster's mere appearance was enough to shatter the sanity of those with wavering resolve. The devourer was currently consumed by rage, its sharp claws wildly sweeping through the surroundings. The metallic body of the vehicle appeared as fragile as paper against these lethal talons, offering no resistance whatsoever. It was truly terrifying. However, what astonished him even more than the fearsome devourer was the realization that Lin An could actually engage in combat with such a monstrous entity. At that moment, the man he had previously regarded merely as skilled was now equated with the creature in his mind. Was this truly the power that humanity could possess? Boom, boom. Vehicles were hurled aside as if they were mere missiles. Lin An nimbly evaded the cars that the devourer had cast his way, then suddenly changed direction. It had been relentlessly assaulting for over a minute. The entrance to the community was left devoid of any vehicles, all of them used as projectiles against him. Yet, after consuming the potion, Lin An's astonishing agility of 14 rendered the attacks futile. No matter how great the damage, if it could not find its target, it was of no use. This realization only served to further incite its fury. Roar! The devourer hunched over and bellowed, its half-shattered skull revealing the extent of its injuries. Forced to bow down, the flesh and blood regenerating around its exposed brain tissue was laid bare before Lin An. Now was the moment. With a single step, he narrowly evaded the devourer's furious onslaught. Power surged once more, muscles bursting forth with explosive strength as if a fuse had been lit. He executed a swift counterattack. Lin An's speed reached its zenith, and in a few strides, he ascended onto the massive body of the devourer, leaping high into the air. The muscles in his waist coiled with might, a torrent of violence coursing through him, as he swung the fire axe in a wide arc smash it. He commanded. As the axe descended like a mountain upon the unprotected brain, the sound of slicing air accompanying its precise strike. The axe handle splintered, and under immense force, the connection shattered. As it penetrated, it stirred the insides like whipping eggs. Lin An's gaze hardened, and with determination, he grasped the axe handle with both hands, forcefully plunging it into the brain of the devourer, swiftly stirring. Ding! Killed a first-tier mutated zombie. Devourer. Gained 1 point of energy. Acquired. Armor crafting material. Muscle tissue 1. White. Muscle tissue. Resilient mutated muscle. Suitable for crafting white armor. Bestowing 1 agility attribute. Evaluation. Muscle tissue sourced from the calf area. Ideal for crafting footwear. Acquired. Equipment crafting material. Devourer's spine 1. White. Devourer's spine. Bone with hardness comparable to alloy, can be fashioned into weapons, granting 1 sharpness and 1 strength attribute. Evaluation. A practical material for equipment manufacturing, usable as a weapon even in its raw state. Bang! As the massive body of the devourer slowly collapsed, a glimmer of white light suddenly burst forth from the corpse, merging into Lin An's being. Energy detected. Experience panel activated. Current awakened level. Tier 0, 1, 2. Current player level. Level 0, 1, 2. Next level requires kills. 1 confirming the demise of the devourer. Lin An, slightly hunched, breathed heavily. Slaying the devourer had indeed been a formidable challenge. In this apocalyptic game, Experience can only be acquired by defeating mutated zombies or aberrant beasts. Ordinary zombies yield no benefit upon death, granting no experience whatsoever. Thus, whether players or awakened ones, the only path to elevation and level lies through the eradication of mutated entities. However, mutated zombies are often formidable, far beyond the capacity of a Tier 0 awakened to contend with. Consequently, in his past life, many awakeners remained stuck at Tier 0 until their demise. Had he not prepared the potion in advance and acquired an exceptionally potent talent, confronting such a monstrosity head-on would have been suicidal. With no time for respite, Lin An subtly turned his head before departing, glancing back at the wealthy merchant who had been hanging from the security window, now fallen to the ground. A pool of crimson blood spread beneath him. It remained uncertain whether the female zombie had severed his fingers or if he had willingly released his grip. On the iron window, the female zombie's skull was already deformed from the pressure, yet it continued to mechanically open and close its mouth. After confirming that no one had survived near the entrance of the residential area, Lin An extended his right hand. With a flash of white light, he stored the massive liquor corpse into his spatial ring. As a mutated zombie, the liquor's cadaver was a treasure trove. In addition to the materials it dropped, the corpse could be processed into attribute-less equipment, comparable to a bulletproof vest. However, given the urgency of the situation, he would have to deal with it later. Harmony Garden residential area, inside an apartment building. A young girl huddled in the corner of a room, clutching her knees, her face stained with tears. Brother Lin will be here soon. And Xia tightly gripped her phone, speaking timidly to the young man bound to a chair. The last message on her phone was from Lin An. Roar. On the chair, the man with his hands and feet bound let out a low roar. The chair beneath him shook violently as he attempted to break free from his restraints. The chains rattled, creating a grating sound. Brother, I'm so scared. And Xia lowered her head, unable to bear the sight of Jingtian's face, now a gruesome spectacle of flesh peeling off, resembling a bloody skeleton. After the demise of her parents, her only reliance, her brother, had transformed into his current state, leaving her utterly helpless. This induced a profound sense of despair, her body trembling like a vulnerable creature in distress. The clock on the wall ticked incessantly. She occasionally turned her gaze towards the tightly secured door, her eyes filled with fervent plea. Yet outside, only the sound of zombies scratching at the iron door echoed. The anticipated footsteps never materialized. Brother, you must hold on. Lin An will surely find a way to save you. A flicker of reason struggled within Jingtian's bloodthirsty gaze. Lin An. The momentary clarity vanished. His voice was hoarse, yet one could faintly discern the name he uttered. And Xia suddenly looked up, her heart leaping with joy at the sound of Jingtian's voice, a complete word spoken for the first time since the apocalypse began. Bang! Bang! The zombies outside seemed to sense the presence of a companion, launching a frenzied assault against the door. The iron barrier quaked violently, warping under the onslaught. As Jingtian's reason slipped away, he began to thrash wildly once more. The chain rattled, revealing ghastly white bones at the point where it bound his wrist. The once tightly locked handcuffs had begun to loosen. Chapter 7. Zombie Transformation. This is the place. An old building was entwined with withered vines. Lin An stared at the familiar yet foreign door plate, his emotions surging. Not a moment was wasted. In just 5 minutes, he fought his way through a horde of hundreds of zombies. His combat attire was caked in coagulated blood. The soles of his boots were smeared with fragments of flesh. The broken fire axe in his hand had been replaced with the severed spine of a devourer. Lin An battled through a sea of bloodshed. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though a creature had emerged from a mound of corpses. Jingtian and Xia. Lin An did not falter in his stride, charging into the residential building with great urgency, completely indifferent to the lifeless bodies strewn before him. He fervently called out the names of the siblings. And Jingtian and Xia. Lin Gu. Within the room, and Xia, curled in a corner, was taken aback with joy, fearing she might have misheard. She hurriedly stood, peering out the window. I'm here. And Xia leaned forward, waving her hand, her eyes brimming with hope. Outside, the zombies grew increasingly agitated, drawn to Lin An's living presence. Upon hearing Xia's voice, Lin An quickly looked up. Inside, on a chair, Jingtian's restrained hands suddenly broke free. The skin around his wrists had worn away, leaving him unshackled. The chains clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Yet, amidst the zombies' howls, Xia remained blissfully unaware. The room was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red, carnivorous eyes appeared behind her. Lin An's pupils constricted into dangerous slits. Power surged forth. The awakened abilities surged again. Ignoring the immense toll of activating his power consecutively in such a short span, Lin An unleashed the strength within him. He charged forward. With a sickening sound, the sharp spine of a devourer pierced through the zombie at the doorway, impaling it as if skewered like a candied hawthorn. Hurry! Faster! Lin An roared within, his right fist swinging with all his might. Boom! The brute force shattered the door. The solid iron door emitted a piercing sound as it twisted and buckled. Inside the room, Xia clutched her throat helplessly, blood seeping through her fingers. Brother? Brother? Her lips parted, but no sound emerged. And Jing Tian's grotesque, decaying visage betrayed no semblance of rationality. A trickle of fresh blood lingered at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to bite down once more. Jing Tian. Lin An's voice resonated with fury. Muscles tore, and his already explosive speed surged further. At the sound of Lin An's call, and Jing Tian's body quivered, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The jaws that were poised to strike froze in place. In a mere 0.5 seconds, Lin An surged into the room, colliding with Jing Tian and forcing him away from Xia. The wall behind them fractured, dust cascading downwards. Unlike ordinary humans, Jing Tian, even in his incomplete transformation, possessed a strength magnified by the virus beyond that of the average person. A typical human would likely succumb to incapacitation from Lin An's somewhat restrained force. Yet, Jing Tian was different. After a brief moment of rigidity, his eyes once again glowed a fierce crimson, filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh. With a primal roar, Lin An pinned him down, preventing any harm to Xia. And Jing Tian's body writhed beneath Lin An's firm grasp, his head thrashing wildly. Deep, guttural growls erupted from his throat like a wild beast. The once resolute and dignified features now bore no intact flesh. Under the onslaught of the zombie virus, his skin had deteriorated almost entirely. Lin An's gaze was filled with sorrow. He had swiftly assessed Xia's condition, noting that while she seemed stable for the moment, the gash on her throat inflicted by Jing Tian posed a risk of viral infection. Witnessing his closest brother on the brink of becoming a monster, and knowing that their beloved sister had also been tainted, ignited a burning anguish within him. Jing Tian, you must hold on. With a swift motion, Lin An pressed a shard of iron against his wrist, blood gushing forth. An explosion of strength surged through him as he softly murmured, activating his awakened talent once more. However, the once resplendent golden glow surrounding him had dimmed slightly, his crimson blood now tinged with a golden hue. Exhausted mentally, his vision blurred into darkness. In a desperate bid to remain conscious, he bit down on his tongue. Is my brother going to be all right? Xia asked timidly, crouching beside him. Her voice filled with helplessness. The wound on her neck, inflicted by Jing Tian's finger, was not particularly large. Yet, as the blood came into contact with her skin, the faint golden essence within it seemed to possess a life of its own, burrowing into her. Do not worry. I am here, he reassured her, the metallic taste of his own blood mingling with rust and sweetness. Lin An observed with a glimmer of hope as his blood reacted upon contact with Jing Tian, easing his anxiety. After all, it was rumored that the blood of awakened beings could suppress the zombification process, though he had yet to test this theory himself. He was uncertain of its efficacy. He offered a few comforting words to Xia, though doubt lingered in his heart. Using the blood of an awakened one to delay zombification was the only method he had heard of that could potentially influence the process. With Jing Tian on the brink of transformation, they had no choice but to gamble on this desperate remedy. As the faint golden blood seeped into the skin of Jing Tian's chest, his once crimson eyes gradually regained a flicker of clarity. The frenzied struggles of his body began to subside. It works. Lin An felt a rush of elation, a bittersweet ache in his nose. The regrets of his past life were finally finding resolution. Is my brother going to be okay? Xia's eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for Lin An to provide her with a reassuring answer. Lin An steeled himself, preparing to offer words of comfort. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. His pupils turned a ghostly white as the blood seeping from his chest was violently expelled from his body. The pale golden blood dripped onto his chest, instantaneously vaporizing and releasing a pungent, metallic odor. Lin An was utterly astonished, his previously relaxed nerves now taut with tension. In mere seconds, the flesh on Jing Tian's body began to peel away like a garment, revealing raw, crimson meat beneath. No, how could this happen? Lin An's eyes blazed crimson, his face ashen. He was unsure whether the rumors from his past life, that the blood of an awakened one could delay zombification were false, or if his own awakening ability diverged from the norm. Instead of possessing the anticipated effect of staving off transformation, the blood expedited the process of becoming a zombie. In this light, he found himself bereft of any means to save in Jingtian. If the blood was futile, then Xia would also perish. Exhausted from relentless battles, his spirit felt crushed under the weight of despair. Why must it end this way? The two individuals he cherished most. He could not save even one. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his flesh, a manifestation of his hopelessness and indignation. Suddenly, a task notification illuminated before him. Rescuer mission activated. Chapter 8. The Stitcher Lin An was momentarily taken aback as a luminous interface materialized. Rescuer mission system. Activated task information. Eliminated Tier 2 mutant. Stitcher. Task level. Dangerous. Task deadline. 240 hours task reward. Antidote Serum X3 cleanses the body of zombie virus. Task description. In the urban area of Linjiang, dangerous level, stage 2, zombies will emerge within the next 12 hours. Please eliminate them as swiftly as possible. Should more than 240 hours pass, these zombies will evolve into their complete form. Terrifying level, stage 3. Lin An had yet to comprehend the situation when two pendant-like objects materialized in his palm. They felt icy and heavy. What is this? Initial task reward. Antidote pendant, gray equipment. 2 antidote pendant, gray equipment. When carried, it temporarily suppresses the zombie virus for a duration of 240 hours. Once the time expires, the pendant becomes ineffective and reverts to an ordinary item, allowing for repeated use. The timer begins upon usage and pauses when removed. Equipment rarity, gray, inferior, white, normal, blue, fine, black, apocalyptic. A flash of white light enveloped the pendants, which then seamlessly merged into the bodies of Xia and Jingtian, subsequently manifesting at their necks. The pendants were entirely silver, with a purple gem embedded at the center. And Jingtian, who had been struggling and howling, ceased his writhing upon donning the pendant, collapsing to the ground as if in slumber. In contrast, Xia, beneath the window, experienced a gradual return of color to her previously pale complexion after wearing hers. Ding! Activating the exclusive skill of the Savior, Eye of Judgment. Eye of Judgment, level 0, has been activated. Once activated, it continuously consumes mental energy. During the duration of the Eye of Judgment, detailed information regarding any object within the field of vision will be obtained. Eye of Judgment, level 1. The next level of the Eye of Judgment will unlock upon the completion of the task. A flash of white light illuminated the screen. As the information surged into Lin An's mind, indelibly etched like a brand deep within his memory. For a fleeting moment, he was lost in thought. A chill enveloping his eyes. Instantly, his pupils were shrouded in a delicate azure mist, as if undergoing a transformation. A faint glimmer of gold flickered within his gaze, and his vision surged to unprecedented heights. The dimly lit room appeared to him as bright as day, with even the minutest particles of dust in the corners rendered in sharp clarity. Lin An's heart quaked. The Eye of Judgment was indeed a visual enhancement, capable of displaying observed information. In this apocalyptic reality, the greatest peril lay not in one's lack of strength, but in the misjudgment of information. With the Eye of Judgment, he would hold the upper hand in the realm of knowledge. In this desolation, it proved to be an exceedingly practical auxiliary skill. Ling Ge, what is wrong? Called Xia, leaning against the window, her voice faint and weary as she gently roused the dazed Lin An. Following the donning of her gear, the wound on her neck began to heal gradually. In Xia's clear, water-like eyes, exhaustion and unease were palpable. Had Lin An not specifically instructed in Jingtian to bind him on the third day to prevent him from harming others during his zombification, Xia would likely have faced a fate akin to the horrific tragedies unfolding across the globe, potentially at the hands of her own brother. The zombies, driven solely by a desire to feed, retained no semblance of rationality. When the apocalypse erupted, most humans met their demise at the hands of those closest to them. Responding instinctively to her voice, Lin An turned to look. The automatically activated Eye of Judgment locked onto Xia. Name: Human, zombified 50, Strength, 3 Agility, 3 Constitution, 2 Will, 6 Player Weaknesses, Heart, Skull, Spine. Player Skills: Culinary Arts 1, Linguistic Proficiency 2, Handicraft 1. Player Equipment: Poison Resistance Pendant, Gray. A deluge of additional information poured forth. In Lin An's eyes, enhanced by the Eye of Judgment, and Xia's details appeared stark and vulnerable, some frighteningly explicit. "I'm fine." Lin An, though surprised, exhibited no outward signs of distress. He merely offered a gentle smile, reassuring Xia not to worry about him. And Jing Tian lay unconscious, serving as Xia's sole pillar of support. He could not afford to display any oddities in her presence. In stark contrast to Lin An's outward calmness, his inner turmoil surged. Countless questions loomed over him like ominous clouds. The savior template, once activated, bestowed upon him the immensely practical eye of judgment, conveniently offering a reward capable of rescuing the siblings and Jing Tian and Xia. It seemed tailor-made for him. Lin An swiftly contemplated the implications behind the system's emergence. A savior, saving whom? Himself? Those around him? Or perhaps all of humanity? If it were all of human civilization, Lin An chuckled self-deprecatingly. He harbored no messianic delusions nor ambitions to bear the weight of humanity's fate. If the goal were to save humankind, then this enigmatic savior system had surely made a grave miscalculation. His sole desire was to protect those he cherished, to exact vengeance, and to grow stronger in order to survive. As for the fates of others, he cared little, having witnessed the darker sides of human nature in his previous life. Leading to his betrayal and demise, he instinctively felt distrust and aversion toward others. Lin An suppressed his thoughts and meticulously observed in Jing Tian's condition. On the floor, the unconscious in Jing Tian exhibited a slight rise and fall in his chest. Were it not for the grotesque peeling of his skin, he might easily be mistaken for one simply in slumber. At present, both in Jing Tian and in Xia had stabilized, as long as the mission could be accomplished. And with 3 vials of antitoxin serum at hand, Lin An felt a stirring of desire. By withholding the portions meant for Xia and in Jing Tian, he could retain an additional vial for his own use. The value of such serum in the apocalypse was deemed invaluable. Regarding the mission, Lin An was no stranger to it. After the cataclysmic game of the apocalypse commenced in his previous life, each individual was granted a player panel. Akin to a video game, the system would automatically assign various tasks to everyone. The missions he had encountered previously typically involved slaying a zombie or acquiring a specific item, often yielding minimal food rewards, barely sufficient to sustain. Initially, he envisioned the best possible outcome as suppressing zombification through the blood of an awakened and keeping Jing Tian close to ensure his safety, prolonging their time together while seeking further solutions. However, the emergence of a flawless resolution was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Yet, the urgency of the task weighed heavily on Lin An's mind. Task information: eliminate a mutated zombie. After 10 days, a second tier will evolve into a third tier. Lin An's expression turned grave. The disparity between second-tier and third-tier mutated entities was profound. Perhaps a coalition of several awakened ones or a larger safe zone could fend off second-tier mutated zombies with firearms, but against third-tier entities, they would stand no chance. It would be an overwhelming slaughter. Third-tier mutated zombies no longer feared conventional weaponry. The strategy of overwhelming numbers is rendered utterly absurd in the face of a third-stage aberration. A single entity possesses the capacity to annihilate an entire regiment. It can effortlessly tear apart tank armor with bare hands, withstand small-caliber artillery fire, and regenerate flesh. Time is of the essence. Only 10 days remain. And Jing Tian's suppressed zombification has persisted for this long, 9 days to be precise. Whether to prevent the Stitcher from growing increasingly formidable with the passage of time or to ensure a sufficient buffer period, his time is running thin. Although the mission briefing failed to disclose the location of the Stitcher, Lin An remains unfazed. Quietly, he retrieves a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. In the dimly lit room, a faint ember flickers, illuminating his face in a dance of light and shadow. Taking a deep drag, he exhales slowly, the smoke swirling and dissipating. The Stitcher is but the predecessor of the abomination from his previous life. It lurks in Wanda Plaza, having infiltrated a shopping center teeming with 30,000 souls. After devouring them, it transformed into the nightmare of the entire Linjiang city. Chapter 9, Night and Xia. Brother Lin, are you about to leave? Is my brother safe now? And Xia leaned against the wall, cautiously observing Lin An as he repaired the door. Oblivious to the apocalyptic reality, she remained unaware of the dire consequences she would face should Lin An fail to obtain the antidote. Beneath her long dress, delicate legs, pale as snow, showed signs of abrasions at the knees. Her pristine white dress was marred with blood and dust, rendering it soiled and unkempt. Her frail figure gazed at Lin An, her once rosy complexion now devoid of color, evoking a sense of pity. With a clang, Lin An carefully reattached the iron door that had been violently kicked off its hinges. After becoming an awakened one, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to his newfound strength. The once formidable metal felt as pliable as plastic in his hands, easily bending at his will. A moment's carelessness could render the iron door utterly unserviceable. Thus, Lin An resorted to scavenging a collection of discarded steel bars to patch up the damaged door, laboriously hammering and clanging, managing to restore it to a semblance of usability. However, the central dent remained irreparable. It was unsightly and unappealing, yet still functional. Once Lin An secured the door, he paused in silence, harboring no intention to conceal anything. "Jing Tian," he began, momentarily hesitating before turning to Xia with a resolute gaze, offering her a gentle smile. "You and Jing Tian will be safe. Trust me." He sighed softly, for his parents had departed from his life at an early age, and Xia and Jing Tian had become the only individuals he truly cared for. Though they shared no blood ties, their bond was akin to that of family. Jing Tian's parents treated him with exceptional kindness, regarding him as one of their own. Meanwhile, the siblings, Xia and Jing Tian, cherished him as their elder brother, having lived together since childhood. Xia and Jing Tian represented the last vestiges of warmth in his heart. As Xia gazed upon Lin An's resolute and handsome visage, her expression faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Listening to Lin An's familiar tone brought her an unwavering sense of security, reminiscent of their childhood. It felt as long as Lin An and her brother were by her side, there was nothing to fear. "Lin Gu," she inquired timidly, "when do you plan to leave? Can you?" And Xia hesitated, glancing at the industrious Lin An, fearful of interrupting his efforts. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, longing instead for Lin An to remain with her just a little longer. The wails of both the living and the undead within the community have never ceased. Meanwhile, her brother remains in a state of unconsciousness. She is engulfed by fear, yet she dreads that voicing such thoughts might appear too selfish, potentially hindering Lin An's endeavors. After sealing all the windows in the room, darkness enveloped them. He turned his head, his enhanced vision rendering the darkness as bright as day in his eyes. Tomorrow morning, they would depart. Tonight, he would keep vigil here. Lin An discerned the emotions reflected in Xia's expression. It is important to note that Xia is merely a young girl at present. In his past life, during the catastrophic outbreak, even as a soldier, he experienced the same anxiety and terror. In the face of life and death, amidst the apocalypse, many individuals with fragile psychological resilience chose to end their own lives. Is that truly so? And Xia, with her head bowed, lifted it in surprise, gazing into the darkness where Lin An stood. Though she could not see him, she was acutely aware of his presence. The subtle fragrance of his shower gel diluted the stench of blood in her nostrils. He was not delaying for sentimental reasons. The suturer had yet to appear. It would take 12 hours for the zombie in the Wanda shopping mall to mutate into the suturer among the throngs of undead. Subtracting the 2 hours needed for travel, he could still linger in Jing Tian's home for approximately 10 hours. Moreover, his current state was far from optimal. Rest was imperative. After a series of fierce battles and the activation of awakening skills, his body had reached its limits, now sustained solely by sheer willpower. He embraced the young girl, who buried her head deeply in his chest, trembling slightly. "Lin An Gu, I am so scared." Lin An felt her shivers in his arms, remaining silent. Only the right hand resting behind Xia gradually tightened. A night of silence. The following morning, the usual chirping of birds outside had vanished. A sharp wail startled Lin An awake. Not far off, a man's panicked cry for help was swiftly drowned out by the growls of zombies. Accompanied by the piercing screams, silence soon enveloped the air once more. It appeared that yet another life had been extinguished. Lin An paid it no mind. Upon awakening, he felt revitalized, his body brimming with vigor. As long as he enjoyed sufficient rest, his condition would rapidly improve. This was the advantage of being data optimized. After swiftly assessing Jing Tian's status and confirming all was well, he sighed in relief. A glance at the curled-up Anxiao on the sofa made him shake his head slightly. In her slumber, Anxiao's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her small hands instinctively groping beside her. Faint traces of tears were still visible on her exquisite face. Lin An couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was evident that Anxiao had wept silently for a considerable time the night before, gently covering her with a blanket. He then treaded softly to the window to observe the outside world. Approaching the window, he noticed thick smoke billowing from the rooftops in the distance, suggestive of a fire that had raged throughout the night. The smoke rolled ominously. On a nearby rooftop, numerous survivors were frantically waving white cloths fashioned into distress signals. Trapped on the terrace, they had no means of escape and could only pray for military helicopters to come to their aid. Little did they know, this apocalypse was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. Nearby, the blaring of car alarms pierced the air, drawing a horde of zombies to the vehicles. On the roadside, several zombies squatted, ravenously devouring chunks of flesh from corpses. Through the bars of the security window, fleeting glimpses of zombies can be seen across the street. In an alarmingly short span of time, the order within the city has utterly collapsed. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the once thriving metropolis has swiftly descended into decay. Gas leaks, the cessation of water supply operations, and factory explosions have become the new norm. Devoid of accessible electricity and water, human civilization is rapidly regressing. In the later stages of the apocalypse, even a single bottle of clean mineral water could incite fierce competition among countless survivors. In silence, Lin An instinctively sought to retrieve a lighter from his pants pocket to ignite a cigarette, a habitual indulgence during moments of contemplation. However, after searching in vain, he was taken aback to discover that the blood-stained garments he had been wearing had been replaced with fresh attire. Lin An chuckled softly to himself, realizing that Xia must have stealthily changed his clothes in the dead of night. Their similar heights and builds made for a perfect fit. Beep. The alarm clock he had set the night before began to ring. Lin An extinguished his cigarette and cast a lingering gaze at the two of them. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a tear-streaked face on Xia, who lay sleeping with her back turned. Chapter 10. Departure before his departure. Xia remained deeply asleep, and Jing Tian, too, had not yet awoken, though he appeared to be in significantly better condition. It was likely that he would awaken shortly. Lin An planned to transport several zombie corpses to mask the lingering scent of the living at the entrance, subsequently barricading the doorway with debris. Only then could he finally feel at ease. However, it seemed that there were still survivors in the neighboring apartment. While Lin An was in the midst of his task, his keen senses detected sounds emanating from the adjacent unit. The individual cautiously peered through the peephole, believing that Lin An remained oblivious to his scrutiny. However, Lin An paid no heed to this. Upon confirming that he was being watched, he casually picked up a zombie's head and, right before the onlooker, effortlessly crushed it with one hand, akin to bursting a water balloon. The hard skull shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. A startled gasp echoed from the opposite door, evidently taken aback by Lin An's gruesome display. Almost immediately, the sound of a door being locked resounded from across the hall. Lin An smiled indifferently, pleased with the effect of his raw display of power. Although the repaired iron door was sufficient to thwart ordinary zombies, it offered no protection against humans. In the wake of the apocalypse, human nature had become treacherous. In his previous life, Lin An had witnessed too much depravity, people resorting to violence for survival, cannibalism, and spousal betrayal. As long as he could ensure the safety of Xia and Jing Tian, he harbored no qualms about staining his hands with blood. He had even contemplated exterminating all the residents of the building, had it not been for the uncertainty regarding whether any of them were acquaintances of the siblings. At that moment, only 2 individuals would be left alive in this building. Nevertheless, as long as they did not encounter particularly unfortunate mutations or malicious humans, Lin An was not overly concerned that ordinary zombies would pose a threat to the siblings sheltered within. The food and water supplies in their quarters were ample, sufficient to last a month. Provided the two remained indoors, it was impossible for the horde of zombies to breach the fortified iron door with mere teeth. The accumulated provisions were all meticulously procured by Lin An before the outbreak, comprising an extensive array of military rations. Reflecting on this, Lin An recalled the stockpile he had secured in advance. That amounts to over 2 million in cash, sufficient to sustain 3 individuals for 5 years with a comprehensive array of supplies, weaponry, medical provisions, and everything in between. The uncertainty lies in whether the logistics company successfully delivered these goods to the designated location during his state of unconsciousness. If these resources remain intact, he could effortlessly assemble a team and establish a secure zone in the early stages, merely relying on these supplies. In the world of apocalyptic gaming, survival is nearly impossible alone. Only by forming one's own faction can one hope to find a foothold in such dire circumstances. Lin An sighed softly. His 3-day coma had indeed disrupted many of his plans. Furthermore, he had yet to acquire numerous rare items and equipment from his memories. However, it is not too late to retrieve them now. At the entrance of Yuan community, Lin An had already devised his subsequent course of action the previous night. The first 6 days would be dedicated to locating the unique supplies and equipment from his past life memories, commencing with the elimination of a mutant to elevate his level. Without sufficient power, his urgency would be futile. The following 3 days would be reserved for vanquishing the Stitcher. Thus, his initial target is the Xingyi flower shop. According to his recollections, this flower shop, situated on the outskirts of the city, had previously been home to exceedingly rare ethereal plants. Ethereal plants serve as enhancement items akin to those found in games. They typically manifest in the forms of flora, fruits, or food, with a predominance of plant varieties. Once acquired by players, or even zombies, they can be consumed directly, granting permanent attribute boosts. In the context of apocalyptic players, who can only increase their attributes by a mere point with each level, the effects of ethereal food are nothing short of extraordinary. Each incremental enhancement of attributes results in an astonishing amplification of strength. In the previous life, those fortunate enough to acquire such fruits often ascended to become unrivaled powers in their domains, only to gradually fade into obscurity a month after the cataclysm unfolded. Lin An, as an ordinary individual, came to possess this knowledge largely due to the chat channels that would emerge 6 months later with the onset of the apocalyptic game. Unlike typical gaming chat channels where free speech reigns, the communication in the apocalyptic game necessitates considerable expenditure of energy and stamina, effectively consuming precious food resources. Consequently, most ordinary individuals, like himself, could only silently observe the formidable awakeners as they occasionally shared snippets of information or even engaged in casual banter. Lin An recalls that in the year following the apocalypse, such messages ceased to appear in the public channels. Thus, seizing the opportunity to acquire some psychic sustenance now is paramount, as seeking it later would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. Judgment Eye, to survey his surroundings. Lin An activated Judgment Eye once more, a fleeting golden glimmer flashing within his pupils. His already exceptional vision was further augmented, and information flowed along the path like a stream of data. Confirming the absence of danger, he deactivated Judgment Eye. Although the mental energy consumed was minimal, the cumulative toll of sustained use was still a burden. There were no special mutated entities nearby. The number of zombies, 678. Survivors, 122. From a community that once boasted 1,000 residents, only about 10% remained alive, a stark testament to the brutality of the apocalypse. His immediate objective was to locate a motorcycle. After surveying the route, Lin An resolved firmly in his mind. The journey into the city was protracted, and though the number of zombies was not as appalling as in the city center, it was still considerable. Dealing with the zombies along the way, without the aid of vehicles, was far too time-consuming. At present, heavy trucks were not easy to find in the old city. Ordinary cars would malfunction after colliding with a few zombies. In contrast, a nimble motorcycle was a good choice. If conditions permit later, it would be even better to find an armored vehicle and transform it into a mobile fortress. After a night, a considerable number of zombies had regathered at the entrance of the residential area. The ground was stained dark red with internal organ fragments mixed with blood. Zombies, which would not let go of any flesh, had devoured the corpses, leaving only a ground of white bones. It seemed that many people had tried to escape or enter last night. Hundreds of zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally raising their heads and letting out piercing roars. Lin An seized the opportunity and burst out. His target was a small group of zombies surrounded not far away. There was a black motorcycle overturned on the ground, with the key inserted and ready to start at any time. Next to the car was a skeleton, gnawed clean. It seemed to be the owner of this motorcycle. Lin An exerted force with his right foot, and the old ground cracked. He sprinted to the front of the corpse group. Downward slash. A Nepalese machete, half an arm's length, cut through the air, making a harsh whistling sound. The machete came from Jingtian's collection. And Jingtian, who was also a retired soldier, had a hobby of collecting weapons on weekdays. Although the quality of the licker's spine far exceeded that of alloy weapons, it was not easy to use without processing. The blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness as Lin An effortlessly cleaved through the nearest 2 zombies, the incision as smooth as if made by a laser. The severed bodies fell apart, sliding down in 2 halves. A deafening roar erupted. The horde, sensing the presence of the living, descended into a frenzy. Decaying. Putrid arms flailed wildly towards Lin An. With a swift side kick, he pivoted with astonishing speed, surpassing human limitations, his waist coiling with power. Thud! The lunging zombie was instantly dispatched, its upper half brutally severed, the ivory spine hanging precariously from his foot. A sweeping strike. Power surged forth. The unique energy waves emitted by the awakened ones enveloped him, golden and fluid, merging into his being. Lin An's expression remained impassive as he brandished his knife, spinning rapidly. The razor-sharp blade, empowered by immense force, effortlessly sliced through the zombies' necks. Slicing through flesh and sinew, he dispatched 7 heads in a single stroke. In one fell swoop, Lin An efficiently eradicated the remaining 7 zombies. "Wow!" exclaimed a bearded young man in his 20s, peering wide-eyed from the third-floor window. He could hardly contain his astonishment. His face a canvas of shock. It felt as though a scene from a film had materialized in reality, leaving him utterly incredulous. Who is this person? A master of fluid blade techniques, possessing superhuman physical prowess? Could he be the fabled recluse, a mythical martial artist from novels? The man's eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. The day the apocalypse erupted coincided with a weekend, and having taken refuge in his apartment alone, he had narrowly escaped death. Yet, the zombies outside had sealed him within, rendering him immobile. The house was devoid of provisions. Having long grown accustomed to ordering takeout whenever hunger struck, he had consumed the last remnants of instant noodles. As a frequent viewer of apocalyptic films, he quickly realized that if this continued, he might face the dire fate of starvation. Although he had attempted to venture outside, a sleepless night had rendered him unprepared for the world beyond his walls. Just as he prepared to survey the situation, he witnessed Lin An dispatching a horde of zombies with astonishing prowess. Recognizing Lin An's remarkable capabilities, he felt a surge of hope and hastily attempted to open the window to call out. Yet, in his earlier fright, he had forgotten to unlock it securely. In a state of frantic urgency, he finally managed to pry the window open and lean out, only to see Lin An already speeding away on his motorcycle. Without regard for whether Lin An could hear him, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother, my name is Lu Shiming. I reside in Building 3, Unit 2, Room 302. Chapter 11. The unusual. The motorcycle surged forward with incredible speed, its modified engine roaring as it reached a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour in a matter of moments. Lin An, without a helmet, bore an expressionless countenance, impervious to the rushing wind that met him. Faintly, he sensed the sounds of someone shouting from behind in the community. However, even if he could decipher the words, he would not pause. The modified bike cut through the air like a shadow, racing along the city ring road, flanked by wrecked vehicles and the gruesome remains of the deceased. Limbs and severed arms hung from the guardrails, reminiscent of fresh pork. Thanks to his heightened reflexes following his awakening, Lin An deftly maneuvered the bike, skillfully avoiding the obstacles strewn along the route. Even though he was not well versed in motorcycle riding, his reflexes, surpassing human limits, granted him driving skills comparable to those of elite racers. On the ring road, atop a silver RV, a man and a woman stood cautiously on the roof. They had been trapped there for a day and a night, devoid of food and water. Fear and the biting cold nearly shattered their resolve. Below, beside the RV, the original driver and other passengers had succumbed to the fate of the undead. For zombies, driven by an insatiable thirst for flesh, howled tirelessly, clawing at the vehicle. With each relentless assault from the zombies, the RV swayed, provoking a shrill scream from the balding man. On the roof, another young woman, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, exuded a youthful charm. Unlike the middle-aged man's panic, she clung firmly to the antenna, determined not to fall. "We can no longer remain here," she declared. "Without water and food, we shall perish from exhaustion." The young woman, named Wenya, forced herself to maintain composure, unable to resist the urge to discuss their predicament with the balding man. His name was Li Jiping, her superior at the company. Li Jiping remained silent, still gripped by fear, his eyes darting around in a state of confusion. Observing his demeanor, Wenya couldn't help but sigh softly, surprised that someone of his age could be so unsettled. He was lecherous and timid. Just a day prior, during a company team-building event, Li Jiping had persistently sought to drag her to karaoke. With no other options, she had suggested a picnic instead, aware that his intentions would be all too predictable. Wenya chose to disregard the loud cries of Li Jiping, unable to resist the urge to massage her sore and tender ankles. The slender, fair-skinned joints bore a hint of bruising, an unfortunate consequence of her clumsy ascent to the car's roof. Help! Is there anyone to save us? The duration of her cries was indeterminate. After a day and a night without a drop of water, Li Jiping felt as though his throat might ignite from the strain of shouting. Overcome by fear and exhaustion, he ceased his desperate calls. A glance revealed Wenya, seated atop the vehicle, her gaze vacant. She was rubbing her long, elegant legs with her fingertips. Wenya, it appears that you're quite injured. Li Jiping managed to swallow hard. He had long harbored a desire for this young woman, whose youthful beauty stood in stark contrast to the aging, unappealing women at his workplace. He had heard she graduated from a prestigious university. Allow me to assist you with that. As he spoke, he could not help but fantasize about cradling her delicate feet in his hands. Wenya, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, instantly rose to her feet, her expression one of wariness. There's no need for that. You should focus more on your own predicament. She glared at him with disdain, cowardly and repugnant. He maintained his insatiable desires even in such dire circumstances. Li Jiping remained undeterred, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Wenya's figure, his lust palpable. After shouting for an entire day without a response, he surmised that the world had descended into chaos. If survival was not an option, he thought, one might as well indulge before meeting their end. Having a companion in demise would alleviate the solitude. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Wenya's expression turned frigid as she recognized the change in Li Jiping. Both were precariously perched atop the car. Any struggle could easily result in a fall into the mass of corpses below. Yet, she vowed that even in death, she would never allow this older man to lay a finger on her. What to do now? Li Jiping felt his mind drifting, as fantastical images dispelled his fear. He could hardly contain himself as he unbuckled his belt, his right hand reaching out towards Wenya. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell onto the roof of the car. Below, the zombies erupted into a frenzy, clawing and leaping with wild abandon, their outstretched arms yearning to drag him down for a feast. The decaying fingertips of the zombies grazed his neck, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through him. With a scream, Li Jiping hurriedly straightened his posture. After a moment, he cried out, "Please, help me check. Am I injured?" His voice trembled with desperation. "I beg you. Look." Unable to see the back of his neck for any signs of injury inflicted by the zombies, he could only plead with Wenya, who was also atop the car. "No," she replied, a flicker of unease flashing in her eyes before she quickly masked it. A wave of relief washed over Li Jiping as the tension in his body dissipated, akin to surviving a calamity. Not being harmed was a blessing. He would rather take his own life than become a zombie. Just the night before, he had witnessed a fellow employee, after a mere scratch from a zombie, transform into one within 10 minutes, flesh peeling away, rotting, and reeking of decay. Had he not reacted swiftly and sought refuge on the car's roof, the corpse below, now missing half a foot, would have been his grim fate. "I just remembered," Wenya suddenly interjected, "there is food in the adjacent car, and the keys are still in the ignition. The window on the roof is open, though it's obscured by the sunshade." She turned to Li Jiping, her voice resolute. "If you jump over, there's a chance you might survive. That creature could easily smash through. Remaining here, there will be no glimmer of hope once the night falls and temperatures drop." Her tone was calm as she recounted the reality. With her right hand concealed behind her back, she tightly grasped a set of keys. Li Jiping exclaimed with delight, hastily glancing at the nearby camper. He had long noticed the vehicle, but leaping over was futile. However, the revelation from Wenya that the sunroof was ajar suggested the possibility of entry from above. Torn and hesitant, the distance felt daunting, and he hesitated to jump. After her statement, Wenya no longer regarded Li Jiping, choosing instead to conserve her strength patiently. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. The sunroof was indeed closed, and the keys remained within her grasp, deceiving Li Jiping into jumping over. Only to lure the zombies away as he faced his demise was fraught with flaws, yet it was the only strategy she could employ at this moment. Remaining any longer would spell doom for both, or rather, for one. Li Jiping had already been infected. She had spotted the faint wound on the nape of his neck. "If you want to jump, then you should go first. Knowing this, why don't you leap across?" Li Jiping queried, suspicion lacing his voice as he scratched his arm. "Alternatively, I could jump first. You could remove your clothing and allow me a moment of indulgence." He was unreserved in his candor, yet hesitated to advance further. Wenya's gaze turned icy, and she remained silent, her right hand discreetly exploring the tool knife attached to the keys behind her. Suddenly, The roar of a motorcycle engine crescendoed from afar, drawing nearer at an alarming pace. The two atop the vehicle listened in disbelief, and upon discerning the sound clearly, they simultaneously raised their heads in astonishment. A look of joy illuminated their faces. A vehicle was approaching. Li Jiping hurriedly straightened his posture, desperately waving his arms in an attempt to capture Lin An's attention. "Help me," he cried out, his voice a heart-wrenching plea. Fearing that his shouts were insufficiently loud, parched and hoarse, his voice resembled that of a duck gasping for air. Lin An, however, remained oblivious, speeding past on his motorcycle with a velocity so great that even the zombies encircling the RV failed to react. "Damn it, why won't you stop?" From hope to despair, the man stared blankly at the diminishing dark spot in the distance. "What nonsense! Can't you see there's someone here?" Unable to restrain himself, Li Jiping erupted in a torrent of curses, while beside him, Wenya, though disheartened, quickly regained her composure, seemingly lost in thought. Their gazes suddenly locked. Li Jiping licked his cracked lips, pondering deeply. He scratched the back of his neck, inexplicably feeling a prickling sensation across his body. It was so hot, so itchy. Wenya, before him, suddenly appeared, somewhat enticing. At a fork in the highway, the tires screeched, leaving a long black mark on the asphalt. Lin An abruptly halted, executing a flawless drift before dismounting. He gazed from a distance at the RV, approximately 400 meters behind. His intention was not to play the hero. After enduring the trials of the apocalypse, even the most beautiful woman perishing before him would not elicit a furrowed brow. Yet, a sense of curiosity lingered. As he passed the RV, he had sensed a faint ripple of psychic energy. Was it apocalyptic gear, or something else? As an awakened being, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Especially after the initiation of the apocalyptic game, certain items from the game began to emit waves, akin to points of light in the darkness. "Judgment Eye," Lin An uttered softly, instantly activating the Judgment Eye for reconnaissance. Human, male, infected, player level 0, non-awakened. Human, female, normal, player level 1, non-awakened. Zombie, ordinary RV, driving equipment, damage level 22. A cascade of information poured down like a waterfall, revealing every detail of the entities within Lin An's field of vision. His gaze sharpened as he focused intently on a peculiar detail in the information. Human, female, player level 1 with pupils dilating. Lin An's eyesight swiftly captured the scene atop a distant vehicle, resembling a zoomed-in telescope. There, Li Jiping hunched over, coughing incessantly, while Wenya stood alert on the roof, her right hand clenched tightly behind her back. Lin An furrowed his brow slightly. Nothing seemed amiss. He saw no signs of apocalyptic equipment. Instead, he discerned that Li Jiping had already been infected, likely to transform into a zombie within approximately 5 minutes. It appeared that Wenya's level 1 status was not derived from any equipment. Lin An pondered this anomaly. In the apocalyptic game, player levels could only be elevated by defeating mutated zombies. To progress from level 0 to level 1, one would need to slay 2 mutated creatures. Progressing to level 2 required the defeat of 4. The woman atop the vehicle was neither an awakened nor could she have possibly slain any monsters. Yet, the information indicated she was at level 1, accompanied by a slight psychic fluctuation. How could this be? Unless... Lin An's expression was peculiar. As he had roughly discerned the reason, his gaze was fervent. Chapter 12, The Mutants. The Mutants. The information from Wenya intertwined, closely resembling the rumored mutants from his previous life. These individuals, who were not awakened yet possessed extraordinary abilities, were exceedingly rare among humanity. Perhaps one could emerge from millions. Before the apocalypse, such beings typically assumed the roles of Taoist priests or spirit mediums. Unlike awakened individuals, who wield immense physical power and supernatural abilities, mutants were often characterized by a transformation of will. Their willpower, unenhanced, could naturally exceed the ordinary human limit of 10 points. Upon the advent of the apocalypse, mutants would manifest as level 1 in terms of status information, in contrast to the level 0 of ordinary players. Due to their lack of training, they would be unable to control their mental energy, leading to its overflow. As mutants, they lacked formidable physical strength yet possessed potent mental energy. Thus, they could readily supply mental energy to other awakened beings, functioning as a source of rejuvenation. Mental energy was crucial for sustained combat. If a mutant provided mental energy support from the rear during battle, an awakened individual unleashing full power could experience an increase in strength equivalent to an entire level or more. Hence, during the apocalypse. This demographic was fiercely sought after by various factions. In such dire times, nothing held greater significance than strength, fortunate or unfortunate. No one willingly desired to become a mere tool for others. Once a mutant was discovered, they were often subjected to confinement and oversight. Fortunately, they would be safeguarded as precious resources in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, mutants would ultimately lose their autonomy and free will. In truth, Lin An, after his rebirth, could be considered a mutant in a certain sense. Before his awakening, his will attribute had already reached 12 points. Of course, whether Wanya is indeed a mutant remains merely Lin An's conjecture. Rather than speculate, it would be more prudent to capture her directly. Without hesitation, the distance between them was no more than 300 meters. At his current speed, it would take only a few seconds. He had always harbored the intention of establishing his own faction. Not only would creating a safe zone enable him to survive more effectively in the apocalypse, but 3 months after the cataclysm, the Doomsday Game would assign tasks to all players who formed safe zones. Successfully completing these tasks would lead to an enhancement of strength. Such tasks typically required considerable manpower and resources, rendering it nearly impossible for solo players to accomplish them independently. Should it be confirmed that Wanya is a mutant, he would naturally recruit her into his ranks. The addition of a mutant would not only significantly bolster his own power, but, in a certain sense, would also elevate the strength of all awakened individuals within his faction by an entire tier. A suspected mutant is indeed worth his effort. On the roof of the car, Li Shiping stared intently at the alert Wanya, his expression filled with trepidation. His mouth agape, he emitted unintelligible growls from his throat. His bloodshot eyes bulged slightly. It had been 7 minutes since he had contracted the zombie virus. With his already feeble willpower and physical constitution, he was teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. It itched. Oh, how it itched. Li Shiping instinctively repeated the brief phrase, his hands frantically scratching at his own body. His nails tore through the skin, and a large piece of flesh was clawed away, falling onto the car roof. As if he were oblivious to the pain, he scratched faster and faster, as if in a state of ecstasy. Flakes of skin fell away like scraps of paper, revealing raw, crimson flesh beneath. Wanya stifled her terror, gripping a utility knife tightly in her right hand. Her feet instinctively retreated, only to find there was no escape. A roar erupted. The zombie beneath her sensed the tantalizing scent of blood and flesh, becoming increasingly agitated. Wanya bit down hard on her lip, her delicate skin devoid of color, her small face pale as death. From the moment Li Shiping had asked her to inspect his wounds, she had anticipated this dreadful moment. Fortunately, she had managed to seize a set of keys during her escape. The keys were clustered together, with a small folding knife attached. This diminutive utility knife, scarcely the length of a palm, was the only weapon she had been able to find atop the vehicle. Suddenly, after large patches of flesh had sloughed off, Li Shiping let out a heart-wrenching wail, a putrid stench emanating from his decaying form. His bones creaked ominously, swiftly transforming him into a zombie. A roar. His eyes bulged. Now a creature of the undead, Li Shiping's mouth gaped wide, the corners of his lips torn as he lunged toward Wanya with a ferocious howl. Duck! Wanya quickly crouched down, attempting to evade his vicious bite. Yet, being merely a fitness enthusiast without combat experience, she could only manage to awkwardly twist her body aside. For an ordinary person, maintaining composure in the face of a zombie attack is no small feat. Bang. Wanya was caught off guard, and Li Shiping's sudden pounce sent her crashing onto the car roof. The impact resonated with a dull thud as her back collided with the metal surface. Under the force, her alabaster skin bruised to a deep purple, and her shoulder blades felt as if they might crack. The pain was excruciating. Wanya let out a muffled grunt, her gaze unwavering. Unlike those who succumbed to fear upon encountering zombies, she gripped her knife with all her might, driving it forcefully into Li Shiping's skull from behind. The stench of decay loomed before her, as Li Shiping's bloodshot eyes reflected nothing but a ravenous hunger. The blade of the utility knife penetrated deep into his head, piercing through the vulnerable area just above the fragile nape, the only part of the brain devoid of cranial protection. Like a machine deprived of power, the zombified Li Shiping succumbed as his brain was destroyed. His body stiffened momentarily before collapsing lifelessly. Having narrowly escaped, Wanya hurriedly pushed aside Li Shiping's corpse, gasping for breath. Her chest heaved rapidly, drenched in cold sweat. Beads of perspiration clung to her forehead, her hair disheveled. She had no inclination to tidy herself up, overwhelmed instead by a wave of terror. It had been a hair's breadth from being devoured alive by a zombie. Even the most brutal form of execution, death by 1,000 cuts, paled in comparison to such mercilessness. Wenya felt her body weaken, swaying as she attempted to rise. A piercing pain shot through her shoulder blades, and she was acutely aware of her frailty. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The confined space atop the vehicle, already limited, was now saturated with the blood that had pooled there following Li Jiping's demise. The viscous liquid engulfed her feet, and in her hazy state. Wenya tried to regain her balance but faltered, tumbling onto the car roof. A cry of pain escaped her lips. Below, the zombies, akin to sharks sensing blood, were drawn by the scent. Several decaying hands clawed at her hair, yanking it painfully from her scalp, as if she were a drowning victim being pulled beneath the waves. Wenya fought desperately, but the blood-slicked surface of the car roof proved too treacherous. In the blink of an eye, half of her body was yanked from the top of the vehicle, her expression a poignant mixture of despair and reluctance. The stench of decay wafted ominously close. Chapter 13. The mysterious pattern. Lin An, possessing exceptional eyesight, discerned that Wenya was on the verge of being dragged off the roof by a zombie. A frown creased his brow. Were she merely an ordinary person, he would not have cared. However, as a suspected mutant, her death would be a lamentable loss, provided she could be of use to him. With a powerful shout, Lin An unleashed his latent abilities. A fleeting golden light enveloped him, and under the influence of peculiar waves, his strength surged dramatically. Upon activating his talent, his speed escalated, and he darted down the highway like a shadow, covering a distance of 100 meters in mere moments. Arriving near the RV, Wenya was being violently torn down by the zombie, her body half falling from the roof. Lin An's gaze hardened. He exerted force with his right hand, and the Nepalese curved blade slipped from his grasp. The blade whirled through the air, and under Lin An's formidable control, it deftly severed the long hair that was being tugged by the creature. With a resounding thud, the blade embedded itself into the vehicle, burying itself halfway. The immense force even lifted the car slightly. Without a hint of emotion, Lin An unleashed another punch. The sound of rushing wind pierced the air as his strike effortlessly penetrated the nearest zombie's skull. The impact was akin to bursting a water balloon, brain matter and blood erupting in a grotesque display. Before the remaining zombies could react, Lin An, having activated his power, demolished their skulls with ease, his strength reaching an astonishing 14 points. In a mere 2 seconds, what would have instilled despair in an ordinary person was effortlessly resolved by Lin An. Confirming the demise of all zombies, he stood victorious. Lin An casually wiped the blood from his hands, then calmly regarded Wenya, who lay atop the car. Her hair was disheveled, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, she was drenched in sweat. The fitted, exquisitely crafted top clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette. With eyes wide in astonishment, she stared at Lin An, her lips parted in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. He was formidable. The scene before her felt surreal, almost dreamlike, difficult to fathom. A single punch to the head, brutal and decisive. She had no doubt that had that blow landed on an ordinary person, it would have reduced them to mere fragments. You are, just now, Wenya was visibly anxious. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Lin An. The striking image of his black motorcycle had left a lasting impression on her. Clad in a black combat suit, his tall and robust figure exuded a certain aloofness. For Lin An, dispatching 4 zombies was a trivial task. Aside from a few bloodstains on his right hand, his attire remained spotless. This was her first encounter with a so-called mutant. Although, in a certain sense, he was one himself, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Lin An scrutinized Wenya from head to toe. Aside from her remarkable composure compared to the average person, she bore no notable distinction. Lin An remained silent, and she dared not utter a word. Half reclining on the car roof, Wenya pressed her lips tightly together, afraid to move a muscle. Even though her mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals, anyone witnessing Lin An's earlier display, along with the scattered shattered skulls, would find themselves speechless with fear. Though Lin An had saved her, she could not afford to relax. Lin An's gaze was pure and clear, devoid of any desire. Yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of dread within her. In his eyes, she could discern not a trace of longing, as if she were merely an object. "Remove your clothes," Lin An commanded with a chilling indifference, his tone resolute and unyielding. He had scrutinized Wenya carefully and found no outward indication of her being an anomaly. If that were the case, he would resort to methods from a previous life. His memories held an accurate means to verify the identity of anomalies. Before the apocalypse erupted, anomalies bore no distinctive traits, but once the player template was activated, under the system's influence, their bodies would manifest purple patterns, akin to a curse. These patterns were unlike ordinary tattoos. Even in the absence of any visual representation of the markings on anomalies, those who had witnessed them were unwaveringly convinced that only anomalies could possess such designs. Lin An's voice, though not loud, resonated in her ears like thunder. Upon hearing his words, Wenya trembled violently, biting her lip until it turned pale. Indeed, she let out a bitter laugh, feeling utterly helpless as she clutched the hem of her clothing, reluctant to disrobe. Enough. Lin An, growing impatient, stepped closer, effortlessly drawing the Nepalese curved dagger embedded in the vehicle. His gaze was icy. He had surmised Wenya's thoughts, but had no intention of offering clarification. He possessed neither the patience nor the obligation to explain. Wenya's eyes fell upon the bloodstained blade, and she felt as if her heart had turned to stone. The sheer terror of Lin An's formidable strength extinguished any thoughts of resistance within her. Moreover, had it not been for Lin An's intervention, she would have long since become nothing more than a heap of bones. Quietly, she removed her upper garment, raising her chin to meet Lin An's gaze. Her bare skin was as pale as freshly poured milk. The two locked eyes, their expressions imbued with a fierce determination. Lin An, unfazed, took a couple of steps closer, lowering his head to examine her abdomen. They were separated by mere inches. In this intimate proximity, Wenya could feel Lin An's rapid breaths and the heat of his gaze, akin to the searing touch of a branding iron. Having never been this close to a man before, her ears flushed crimson, and her body quivered. At that moment, Lin An's attention was captivated by the peculiar patterns adorning her skin, his eyes filled with an entranced fascination. The dark purple design sprawled across Wenya's smooth and flat abdomen, with fleeting hints of crimson shimmering between the intricate lines. The patterns exuded an air of mystery, striking a chord of unease within one's soul, as if one's very essence could be ensnared within them. Unable to resist, he extended his hand, his fingertips gently grazing the patterns. Her delicate skin was as soft as silk. Each time the fleeting crimson hue brushed past his fingertips, a subtle surge of spiritual energy flowed into him. Lin An's innate spiritual prowess was already formidable, yet upon receiving this energy, he sensed a remarkable enhancement within himself. Could this be the unique markings of the mutants? He could not help but marvel internally. Merely touching them yielded such an augmentation of spiritual power, unique and conspicuous. It was no wonder that in his previous life, players hunting mutants could effortlessly identify them among the ordinary populace. Unlike Wenya's chaotic thoughts, upon confirming that she was indeed the fabled mutant, Lin An's resolve only strengthened. At this moment, Lin An was entirely absorbed in his thoughts, overwhelmed with joy. Initially, he harbored doubts about his ability to vanquish the Stitcher, despite being aware of numerous treasures and spiritual nourishment hidden across various locales that could enhance his strength. However, given the pressing time constraints, securing all of them was not guaranteed. As a first tier awakened, confronting a second-tier adversary, particularly one of the most formidable mutated zombies, was undeniably a daunting challenge. Yet, with the gentle assistance of Wenya during the battle, his mental fortitude could be replenished, significantly increasing his odds of success through the frequent employment of his awakening skills. Before Lin An could articulate his thoughts, Wenya seemed to sense something amiss. Following his gaze down to her abdomen, her lips parted slightly in astonishment as she beheld the patterns adorning her body, her expression a mixture of confusion and wonder. What is this? After a brief moment of contemplation, her inherently strong mental prowess allowed her to swiftly piece together the situation. She had never adorned herself with tattoos, and the peculiar, fleeting crimson hues within the patterns on her skin intrigued her. Recalling how Lin An initially dismissed her, only to suddenly come to her rescue, and now exhibiting such keen interest in the markings, it became evident that what truly captivated Lin An was not her physical form, but rather the intricate designs upon her. Upon realizing her misunderstanding of Lin An's intentions, a wave of guilt washed over Wenya. She had mistakenly assumed he was akin to those who sought her body with ulterior motives. "Do the patterns on my body hold significance for you?" she ventured, suppressing her myriad thoughts, unable to resist probing Lin An for answers. Lin An, taken aback, had not anticipated Wenya's quick reaction. Before he could speak, she had already surmised the truth. He nodded slightly, with no intention of concealing anything from her. He suddenly recalled something and decisively unfastened his clothing. Chapter 14. Good Habits. Wenya's delicate face turned pale, leaving her frozen in place. At this moment, Lin An had already shed his upper garment, revealing a physique sculpted with robust muscles and prominent abs. Unlike muscles developed through years of rigorous training, his form had been flawlessly enhanced by the system after awakening the savior template. His limbs were elongated, with smooth lines, and his skin radiated a translucent, jade-like quality. The tautness of his muscles was not exaggerated, yet one could sense the formidable power contained within. It was rather appealing. A peculiar thought inexplicably surfaced in Wenya's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Her previously relaxed demeanor was instantly replaced with vigilance. If he were to force himself upon me, what would I do? Would I resort to self-harm? Or something else? Her thoughts were in disarray. Having been taken advantage of by a stranger for the first time, her character inclined towards self-termination rather than submission. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lin An possessed a unique aura that drew her in, leaving her in a daze. Damn it! Wenya struggled to regain her clarity. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Lin An abruptly turned around. My back. Does it bear the same markings? The reason Lin An had suddenly removed his shirt was that he had just contemplated the possibility of possessing the distinctive markings of a mutant. However, he had not seen them on his front. If such markings were indeed present, he would have to be cautious not to reveal his identity as a mutant in the future. After all, the existence of mutants was a temptation for everyone. Oh. Only after hearing Lin An's words did Wenya come to her senses, relieved that he had turned around and could not see her flushed face. No, not at all. Wenya cautiously scrutinized Lin An. His back, smooth and shaped like an inverted triangle, bore no markings. Upon hearing this, Lin An slightly furrowed his brow. How could there be nothing? After his rebirth, his willpower had soared to an impressive 12 points, a clear indicator of his status as a mutant. Could it be that he was not a mutant after all? Or perhaps the markings lay hidden beneath the surface? A flurry of questions swirled in Lin An's mind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding against the notion of removing his trousers. It was merely a fleeting impulse to discern whether he truly possessed the traits of a mutant. If not, it was of little consequence. After all, being a mutant provided no tangible advantage to one's inherent abilities and could easily render one susceptible to scrutiny. He resolved to investigate further when alone. The rustle of fabric echoed as Lin An decisively abandoned the idea of disrobing in front of Wenya. Little did he know, Wenya had not been particularly inclined to examine him closely. At the edge of his trousers, a subtle dark purple pattern flickered momentarily. Once clad in his shirt, Lin An pivoted to meet Wenya's gaze directly. Without further ado, he declared, "Join my ranks and serve me." Wenya paused, momentarily taken aback as their eyes locked. Lin An's expression was serene, yet exuded an undeniable pressure. Serve him? Wenya felt a twinge of hesitation. She had no objections to joining Lin An's team, especially since he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. Moreover, she had witnessed his formidable strength. Following the onset of the apocalyptic game, it became evident to those with even a modicum of intelligence that the world had irrevocably changed, especially upon encountering the undead. As an ordinary person, or rather as a young woman, she was acutely aware that on her own, she would not even be able to traverse this road. However, the term servitude encompassed a multitude of meanings. What does it mean to serve? Or what is it that you wish me to do? To heed your every command. Lin An preferred to be direct, eschewing any form of circumlocution. Wenya lowered her gaze, her arms wrapped around herself, feeling a slight chill as she removed her outer garment. Everything? Must I comply with your every whim? After a brief silence, she cautiously inquired in a soft voice. Until she received Lin An's consent, she did not dare to don her clothing again. Embarrassed, the young girl could only awkwardly shield her modesty. Indeed, am I permitted to refuse? Wenya hesitated before raising her head. Anything? Does that not imply that my very life and death would be entirely at your mercy? You may refuse. However, you would meet your demise. Lin An unabashedly revealed his intent to kill. His motivation for saving Wenya was purely based on the benefits she provided him. Yet, should she show any resistance, it would be preferable for a disobedient mutant to perish. Mutants were meant to fight alongside him in the battle. He would not tolerate any treachery. As for whether Wenya might pretend to comply, feigning acquiescence, he had his own methods to address that once she agreed. If she chose not to acquiesce, he would not allow any mutant to remain beyond his control. In this apocalyptic game, Players must not only struggle against the undead, but must also be wary of the potential enmity between one another. When you sensed Lin An's increasingly palpable murderous intent and sighed inwardly, she felt that as long as she did not acquiesce, her fate would be to find herself among the scattered remains of shattered skulls. Upon reflection, she cast aside any semblance of childish demeanor, whether life or death. She understood the course of action required of her. Moreover, Lin An could be considered her savior. Apart from his apparent coldness and ruthlessness, he presented no other issues. I agree. Now, could you elucidate why my inclusion is imperative? Furthermore, when you bit her lip, her gaze tinged with a hint of plea. May I first don my clothing? Lin An remained silent, nodding slightly before turning away. Though when you possessed an admirable figure, he found himself lacking the inclination to contemplate such matters at present. Moments later, when you had dressed, only to observe her once flowing hair now marred and resembling something gnawed by a dog, prompting a bitter smile. Lin An cast a sidelong glance before leading the way. Follow me. In the future, refrain from keeping your hair so long. In battle, lengthy hair will only hinder your performance. His pace was brisk, compelling her to jog to keep up. What an undeniably indifferent man. One could only wonder what experiences had shaped him, ignoring Wenya's fleeting emotions. Lin An remained fixated on the luminous screen before him. The instant Wenya consented to join, a radiant interface materialized in his mind. Savior template, team function activated. Current members: 1. Lin An, Captain, Savior Host, Awakener of rank 0. 2. Wenya, Team Member, Mutant of rank 0. Current team level: 1 to 5 members. The next level will be unlocked once the team comprises 5 members. Once a member joins, they cannot exit or be altered. Current features: 1. Team communication. Within a 100-kilometer radius, team members can communicate in real time, with encrypted messages audible only to them. As the captain, you can monitor the loyalty attributes of your team members. Member Wenya, loyalty 5100, will betray you in the face of significant danger. With 60 being the threshold, under most circumstances, they will remain loyal. 2. Team benefits. The captain receives a 20 boost to all attributes, while members receive a 10 boost. Task panel activation. Recruit 5 special players, awakened, mutants. Limited time, 30 days. Task rewards. Doomsday Base Vehicle, initial. Chapter 15, Doomsday Base Vehicle. Doomsday Base Vehicle, upgradable length, 10 meters, width, 5 meters, height, 5 meters. This vehicle has 2 forms, allowing for seamless transformation. Note: each transformation will consume a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Choose deployment locations wisely to avoid wasting energy. 1. Safe zone form. Once deployed, the vehicle transforms into a fully metallic mobile fortress occupying 100 square meters. It can withstand light weaponry, assault rifles, handguns, melee weapons, and will slowly recover from damage by consuming spiritual energy. Upon establishing a safe zone, it will automatically absorb spiritual energy. The armed driving mode of the base vehicle, once retracted, can transform into a heavy-duty truck. It accommodates a maximum of 10 individuals and boasts a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour. However, its defensive capabilities diminish by 50% during travel, leading to a continuous consumption of spiritual energy. The Doomsday base structure remains inaccessible. The base vehicle, capable of deploying safe zones and absorbing spiritual energy, is revealed within the luminous screen. A sleek, jet-black armed heavy truck rotates slowly, exuding a high-tech aesthetic, with several weapon mounting positions visible, though devoid of any armaments. At the bottom of the screen lies a three-dimensional depiction of metallic modules resembling factory buildings, constructed from interlocking sealed alloy steel plates, radiating a profound sense of security. Lin An's heart raced. After experiencing rebirth, he had seldom felt emotional fluctuations. Yet, upon witnessing the Doomsday base vehicle, an irresistible thrill coursed through him. Approximately 1 year after the onset of the apocalyptic game, the world had been divided into 4 major regions and 36 battle zones. Survivors from various nations banded together, seeking refuge in the safe zones established by numerous factions. These zones were the very foundation of survival for the players. In the apocalyptic game, a safe zone was not merely a refuge from zombies. It was a sanctuary of existence. The safe zone Lin An once envisioned was merely a shelter, never having conceived the possibility of establishing one that could absorb spiritual energy in the early stages. A true safe zone would serve to enhance the strength of players and awakened beings alike. Following the outbreak, not only did hordes of zombies emerge, but the Earth gradually succumbed to a form of energy pollution, referred to as spiritual energy by the populace. Under the influence of spiritual energy, flora and fauna gradually become tainted, mutating into formidable beasts or rare treasures. Players can absorb this spiritual energy to progressively enhance their physical prowess. Although this process is exceedingly slow, it is undeniably safe. Should an awakener find themselves incapable of defeating mutated zombies at their weaker state, the optimal strategy is to absorb spiritual energy to level up before forming a team to vanquish the mutated undead. The extraction of spiritual energy is solely feasible within a safe zone, where one can draw ambient energy from the air. However, establishing such a safe zone necessitates precious and unique items known as safety tokens, which can only be obtained through quests issued by the system. These quests are often of great difficulty and require considerable time and effort. Without a team of over 10,000 or a coalition of hundreds of awakeners, completion is nearly impossible. Consequently, many small safe zones in the past were merely branches of medium-sized safe zones. Before her rebirth, Tang Wan was willing to betray him, desiring to devote herself to the leader of a small safe zone. Yet now, a mobile-based vehicle capable of establishing a safe zone holds value far surpassing that of a safety token. Elated, Lin An stepped lightly, while the delicate Wenya struggled to keep pace behind him. Wait for me. The biting cold wind nearly caused Wenya to stumble. As she paused to catch her breath, Lin An suppressed his delight and swiftly recalibrated his focus. Though he yearned to claim the rewards from the team quest immediately, his foremost priority remained to enhance his strength and eliminate the Stitcher, to rescue Tian and Xia. These two individuals were not only the ones he cared for most at present, but also the ones he could trust. Tian, hailing from a background as a reconnaissance soldier, possesses attributes significantly superior to those of an ordinary individual. Should he eventually awaken his powers, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon. Although the team task appears straightforward, he remains resolute in his intention to meticulously select his companions. The team functionality section imposes limitations on the number of members, which ostensibly increases upon leveling up. However, once a member joins, they receive a power augmentation that cannot be altered. Thus, he must engage in careful deliberation. Tian and Xia, Wenya, he still requires 2 more members. Lin An's gaze wandered thoughtfully as he swiftly scoured his memory for potential candidates. The 4 emperors and 6 kings. In his previous life, the Huaxia War Zone boasted 10 extraordinary powerhouses, 4 of which, known as emperors, were 4th-tier awakeners, each commanding populations in the millions. The 6 third-tier awakeners, referred to as kings, governed tens of millions. Notably, Linjiang City housed a 3rd-tier king, currently still quite feeble. Securing an alliance with him during his vulnerable phase would significantly aid Lin An in establishing his own influence. By the way, I still do not know your name. How shall I address you? Wenya inquired, breathlessly halting before Lin An, keen not to squander his time. Lin An, you may call me whatever you wish, he replied nonchalantly, indifferent to titles and devoid of any malicious inclinations. In his previous life, numerous awakeners amassed followers, even slaves, compelling them to refer to them as their masters. Then I shall call you Lin An, or perhaps Captain. You should be around my age, right? I am 24. Having just graduated from university this year. Upon hearing her words, Lin An cast a glance at Wenya. He too was 24, confirming their shared age. That works. Wenya gradually grew accustomed to Lin An's indifference and continued to inquire. You have yet to explain why you wish for me to join. Moreover, you seem somewhat different from us. When you recalled Lin An's formidable prowess, her curiosity piqued. I previously asked Li Jiping, who, like me, has activated the player template. My strength is rated at 3, while his stands at 4. What is yours? Lin An nodded, contemplating for a moment before deciding to be forthright. Firstly, I want you to join because you are a mutant. Mutants can provide me with mental energy, which can be understood as a means to enhance my power. Individuals like you are exceedingly rare, and should anyone discover your mutation, others will vie for you. Therefore, do not disclose your status as a mutant in front of outsiders. Secondly, I am an awakener. Unlike ordinary players, I possess not only the player template, but also an additional set of attributes. My strength is approximately 5 times that of yours. When you felt a jolt in her heart, 5 times, does that not equate to superhuman abilities? Thirdly, my strength is 12 points. Well, actually, it is 14. 4. Lin An momentarily forgot that his attributes were amplified by 20 within the team function. 14. Wen Yao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, unable to suppress her astonishment. 14 points of strength. No wonder Lin An can obliterate a zombie skull with a single punch. Lin An paid little mind to Wen Yao's amazement. If Wen Yao were to realize that beyond the limit of 10 attribute points, each increment in strength would equate to a 30% enhancement, she would undoubtedly be even more astonished. Surely, your attributes must also possess some form of augmentation. This can be considered one of the advantages of joining my team. You may take a moment to examine it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao hastily opened her player panel, her face alight with joy. However, when she beheld the designation of Savior Squad member on her panel, her expression momentarily froze. Savior? Wen Yao pondered, this title certainly carries a unique significance. Yet, Lin An did not offer any clarification, and she hesitated to inquire further. Lin An's already peculiar demeanor seemed to take on an additional layer of mystery in her eyes. Had she perhaps encountered an extraordinary being? As they prepared to depart, Lin An turned and mounted her motorcycle. Wen Yao gazed at Lin An's back, her eyes flickering as she took her place on the rear seat. With a roar, the motorcycle sprang to life, the body vibrating with power. Amidst Wen Yao's startled exclamations, they sped away. The chilling wind at high speed forced her to grasp Lin An's waist tightly. It felt warm and reassuring. Having gone a day and night without rest, her nerves had been on high alert for an extended period. Yet, as she clutched Lin An, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her. The motorcycle carved a dark line down the highway like a shadowy specter. Moments later, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber, instinctively tightening her grip. Noticing Wen Yao had fallen asleep, Lin An slightly reduced her speed. In the distance, at the edge of the highway leading into the city, countless zombies congregated, their numbers in the tens of thousands. Thousands of vehicles lay wrecked, scattered remnants of carnage strewn across the ground. At the center of the road, atop a mound constructed from the remains of the deceased, sat a solitary boy. He fidgeted restlessly with the severed arm in his grasp, as if seeking something specific. His search proving fruitless, he casually tossed the limb aside and resumed rummaging through the pile of corpses beneath him. No, not this one. A tender, childlike voice stammered. In the distance, a cluster of zombies encircled the mountain of bodies, yet dared not approach. A ring of emptiness surrounded it, as if the seemingly harmless little boy atop the heap instilled in them a profound dread. Clang! A zombie at the edge of the throng stumbled into the void, pushed by its companions. It lost its footing and fell, striking a discarded piece of metal. The boy abruptly lifted his head, his eyes turning scarlet. Roar! An invisible shockwave erupted from his mouth, instantly obliterating the fallen zombie. Panic seized the horde. Devoid of reason, the zombies exhibited an unsettling display of emotion under the boy's intimidation. Had Lin An been present, he would have discerned that this was the instinctive dread that zombies felt when facing a mutated entity exceeding the third tier. Also, not it. Rage and frenzied emotions materialized into a tangible shockwave that swept outwards. In an instant, the surrounding horde, along with the mangled vehicles, were reduced to ashes. The boy finally abandoned his search and stood upright. A shard of obsidian was lodged in the chest of his diminutive frame. Without a breeze, it fluttered. He slowly levitated into the air, like a puppet being guided through the void. The boy mechanically surveyed his surroundings. After a moment, he changed direction. The remaining horde followed in his wake. The throng surged forward, their destination, the heart of Linjiang City. Chapter 16, Psychic Plants. An hour later, the motorcycle screeched to a halt. Lin An abruptly braked, his expression grave. Not far away, a mountain of corpses loomed at the entrance of the city, curiously devoid of any zombies. When you stirred awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Without any warning, Lin An had come to a sudden stop, causing her chin to collide forcefully with his back, leaving her momentarily dazed. Ouch, that hurts. Why is he so rigid? Is his body made of stone? When you couldn't help but mentally berate him, he truly lacked the sensibility to cherish delicate beings. His physique now reached an astonishing 14.4. It was not merely the impact that was inconsequential. Even an ordinary person wielding a cold weapon would struggle to breach his skin in a hurried attempt. The scene before him was undeniably peculiar. He decisively activated his judgment eye, swiftly scanning the surroundings. A multitude of humans lay lifeless, their bodies forming a gruesome mountain. Yet no zombies could be found. This oddity compelled him to exercise utmost caution. The scanning concluded within a remarkably brief span, revealing the following: survivors, 0, zombies, 0. Damaged vehicles, 11, 219. The mound of corpses towered approximately 10 meters high, comprising at least 10,000 bodies. A few more corpses littered the entrance of the highway, the fences, and within the vehicles. Not far from the mound, some dismembered zombies lay strewn about in a circle. Satisfied that no threats lingered in the vicinity, Lin An cautiously approached the most bizarre of the corpse clusters. What is this? After taking a few steps, he found himself before the shattered remains of a body, his gaze solemn. The dismembered corpse bore clean breaks, its muscle tissue reduced to a grotesque mush. It is not the result of an explosion or physical assault. Lin An lowered his head, lost in thought, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The summit of the corpse mountain was flattened, suggesting that something had stood upon it. What could inflict such damage? Lin An repeatedly compared memories in his mind and soon reached a conclusion: traces of psychic shock. Only a psychic shock could produce such an effect. A chill ran down Lin An's spine. Such a widespread and indiscriminate attack could even exceed the third tier. What could it be? Lin An pondered. It shouldn't be possible. Neither awakened individuals nor mutated zombies should exhibit third-tier levels at the onset of the game. In his previous life, he recalled that third-tier entities did not emerge until at least 6 months into the game, the day the third-tier zombie king appeared. It led millions of zombies to obliterate a large safe base, resulting in nearly 1 million casualties. Ultimately, the military had to deploy numerous tactical missiles to eradicate it. An entity of such caliber could single-handedly dismantle an organized army. The thought of a suspected third-tier mutant emerging near Linjiang City weighed heavily on Lin An's heart. The existence of something that should not be present according to his past memories was alarming. Was it due to the butterfly effect? He had just meticulously examined the traces on the ground, noting that a large number of zombies had recently moved towards the urban area of Linjiang City. Undoubtedly, the horde would migrate, likely under the guidance of that third-tier mutant. The threats were mounting. As far as he knew, there were already 2 mutated entities above the first tier in Linjiang City, 1 Stitcher and 1 unidentified third-tier mutant. A headache ensued. Behind him, Wenya followed with heavy steps, her complexion pale. The sight of the mountain of corpses before her was utterly overwhelming. Is there still life in Linjiang City? This intersection is the only route leading out of Linjiang City. If this path is blocked and countless survivors have met a tragic fate, Wenya felt a sense of despair as she turned to Lin An. Although all players were forcibly fed some information about the apocalyptic game after its onset, knowing and witnessing are 2 entirely different matters. She had assumed it would be akin to the zombies portrayed in films. Yet upon witnessing the accumulation of at least 10,000 bodies, she suddenly grasped that this world was far more complex than she had anticipated. There are indeed at least 2 million survivors still in Linjiang City. However, this is not a favorable situation, as it implies that in a week's time, Linjiang City will be overrun by over 1 million zombies. He understood what Wenya was truly inquiring about, whether she might still have parents or relatives within the city. Wenya opened her mouth, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Let us go? Wenya's demeanor was somewhat subdued, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she turned the car around. Lin An deviated significantly from the original route, opting to steer clear of the suspected third-tier mutated entities. If they could avoid an encounter, they would. The strength of these third-tier mutated beings was such that even the chance to flee would be non-existent if they crossed paths. Where to next? Wenya finally asked after a prolonged silence, taking a seat in the back. The flower shop. Lin An's responses remained succinct as ever. Shingy Flower Shop. At the entrance of the flower shop, the scattered blossoms lay trampled into a murky mire. A handful of zombies feasted upon the remnants of a half-eaten corpse, the lower half clad in a short skirt, suggesting the unfortunate victim was a young girl. With insatiable greed, they tore away strips of flesh, savoring each morsel. The shop's entrance was securely locked, the metal shutters drawn down. Not far off, a black motorcycle sped towards the scene, carrying 2 individuals. On the second floor of the flower shop, a middle-aged woman watched in dismay as the undead trampled her flowers, her face etched with sorrow. During the outbreak, the shop's secluded location had spared it from the overwhelming horde, allowing her to survive by sheer luck. However, as a storefront, it boasted no other exits aside from the front door. Trapped on the second floor, she dared not descend the staircase. The monsters lurking outside extinguished any thoughts of escape. Yet she was acutely aware that the absence of food meant her endurance was limited. Suddenly, the roar of the motorcycle echoed as Lin An approached. Someone's coming. Upon spotting the figures, she hurriedly opened the window, calling out, "Help! Someone please! There are monsters at my door." The zombies, alerted by the commotion, lifted their heads, their eyes ablaze with hunger as they let out a guttural roar. The flower shop owner gasped in terror, instinctively crouching behind the window. Lin An glanced up, realizing the shop owner had vanished from sight. Unperturbed, he swiftly dismounted and charged toward the flower shop, intent on a decisive confrontation. Before entering the city, he had donned a set of fire-resistant gear alongside Wenya, securing crucial areas with tape. Though he harbored no fear of zombies, he understood that Wenya might feel differently. Clad in an oversized helmet and ill-fitting protective suit, Wenya appeared somewhat clumsy. Lin An led the charge, plunging headfirst into the throng of the undead with ferocity and swiftness. Wenya closely followed behind him, her hands gripping an axe, her expression tense and somewhat strained. With a determined stride, Lin An surged forward, his muscles taut. He swung his right hand down, the blade slicing through the air with a sound akin to a knife cutting through the wind. The sharp curve of the Nepalese scimitar carved an arc as it cleaved through the nearest zombie, splattering thick blood across the rolling shutter door, creating an ugly smear. With a swift pivot, Lin An unleashed a powerful side kick, sending the nearby zombie hurtling towards the shutter door like a cannonball. The collision of flesh against metal produced a jarring clang. In the distance, the wandering zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, turned their heads in unison. "Get inside." With a forceful kick, Lin An shattered the door, simultaneously crushing the zombie that had only its upper body remaining. Wenya followed suit, wielding her axe clumsily to sever the head of the last zombie. On the second floor of the flower shop, a pair of astonished eyes peeked out from behind the window, filled with shock and joy. Thud, thud, thud. A short and plump middle-aged woman hurried down the stairs, wearing a worn gardening apron, her hands constantly wiping on the fabric. "Oh, thank heavens. I thought I was going to die," she exclaimed, gratitude radiating from her. "Thank you, dear Lord, for sending someone to rescue me. Do you have any food? I'm starving." The flower shop owner beamed with a broad smile, her short, sturdy hands reaching out towards Lin An in a gesture of camaraderie. Lin An furrowed his brow slightly, first grabbing a nearby shelf as a makeshift barrier to obstruct any potential zombies lurking outside. Though the flower shop is situated on the fringes of the city, it is not devoid of the undead. A chocolate bar was tossed from a tactical pouch at the waist. The proprietor hastily caught it and began to devour it heartily, though his gaze occasionally darted toward the damaged shop door, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. The interior of the shop was adorned in a dilapidated style, with an array of flowers haphazardly strewn about, suggesting a dire state of business. Lin An swiftly surveyed the surroundings and instructed Wenya, "Seek out all the vividly colored flowers. The most common trait of infected psychic plants is their strikingly vibrant colors." Wenya nodded in assent, trailing behind Lin An as she rummaged through the disarray. Hey, don't rummage like that. What are you doing? Don't mess it up for me," cried the middle-aged woman clad in a gardening apron, clutching the half-eaten chocolate Lin An had given her. Lin An feigned ignorance, merely furrowing his brow. Wenya was taken aback. Why was the shopkeeper so preoccupied with money? Did she not fear Lin An's wrath? With no other choice, she explained, "Madam, we merely wish to locate some items." "Locate?" The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, her eyes darting. "I have nothing for you. If you want something, bring money to buy it." Her instinctive reaction mirrored that of a petty merchant, extending a hand while completely overlooking the fact that Lin An had, in truth, saved her life. With the monsters outside gone, her worries had dissipated. The older woman remained oblivious to the implications of the zombies lurking beyond the door, and the player interface that appeared during the apocalypse was beyond her comprehension. She merely dismissed it as a fleeting optical illusion. Observing that Lin An and his companion were indifferent to her, continuing their frantic search within the shop, she could not help but exclaim urgently, "Stop it. You are robbing us." I will call the police." The mere mention of the police still held a considerable deterrent effect on ordinary individuals at that moment. After hearing her words, Wenya hesitated for a brief moment, yet upon witnessing Lin An's relentless rummaging, she chose to feign ignorance. "Be silent." The red banknotes fluttered and scattered. The loose change he carried was meager, amounting to only 2,000 or 3,000. Although money held little significance now, for the majority of ordinary people still grappling with the situation, it retained a considerable allure. Lin An was disinclined to engage in a futile argument with the florist. While his objective was the psychic plants within the shop, he had inadvertently saved the owner's life as well. It was one thing for this woman to exhibit ingratitude. It was another to adopt a demanding demeanor. Should she dare to raise her voice again, Lin An would not hesitate to eliminate her. The distant zombies had likely already heard the commotion. The entrance to the shop was narrow, and if they failed to locate the psychic plant swiftly, the delay could attract a horde of zombies, posing significant trouble for him. As the bills fell to the ground, the stout florist initially stood in shock before hastily gathering the scattered notes. Stealing a furtive glance at Wenya wielding the axe, she stuffed the money into her pocket. Then her eyes darted. "This is insufficient. You have also damaged my door. This roll-up gate is electric, costing at least 20,000. The florist sputtered, pointing a finger at Lin An and raising her voice, completely oblivious to her earlier position of seeking help from upstairs. Lin An's act of giving money seemed to bolster her confidence. If it were truly a robbery, she wouldn't dare utter a sound in the presence of such menacing thugs. Providing food and money? Such individuals are the easiest to deal with. Once satiated, one gains courage. The flower shop owner raised her phone as if to make a call. "If you don't pay, I'll call the police right now to have you arrested." Her demeanor was animated. Initially worried about the damage the outside zombies had inflicted on her flowers and the consequent financial loss. Upon witnessing Lin An's generous actions, a twinge of greed stirred within her. Wenya, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and frowned. "How can you be like this? We at least saved you. Didn't we? Now you demand money for a broken door, yet when you screamed for help, you didn't mention it." The flower shop owner displayed disdain. Despite Wenya wielding a fire axe, she had already internally concluded that this group was amenable, thus she felt no intimidation. "You could wait for me to open the door. I asked you to save me, not to kick down the door." With a swift motion, Lin An pressed the sharp edge of his knife against the shop owner's throat, his gaze piercing. "If you make another sound, I will end your life." With his acute hearing, he had already detected the chaotic footsteps approaching from a distance. Allowing this woman to continue her outcry would undoubtedly attract the zombies. Like a duck with its throat grasped, the flower shop owner's shrill voice abruptly ceased. Fear enveloped her. The meek are often preyed upon. Once Lin An exhibited his ruthless nature, she fell silent in an instant. "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you what you want." The boss trembled and begged softly, sensing the murderous intent in Lin An's gaze. Lin An remained oblivious, fixated on a corner of the flower shop. The deep crimson rose with golden edges appeared unremarkable under the dim light. However, within Lin An's sight, the flower emanated a faint ethereal energy. Indeed, there were energy-infused plants here. Energy-infused plant, golden-edged rose, level 1 energy contamination, effect, increases attributes upon consumption. Lin An felt a surge of joy as she strode over and unhesitatingly consumed a petal. The sweetness was delightful, far from the astringent taste she had anticipated. Ding. You have gained 1 point of will, 1 point of constitution, and 20 resistance to poison zombies. A warm current surged from her lower abdomen to her limbs, and Lin An distinctly felt an enhancement in her physical condition. Her skin, once as flawless as jade, now appeared even more translucent. Truly, this was the essence of an energy-infused plant. Lin An was elated. In her previous life, energy-infused plants were fiercely coveted by various factions upon their emergence. In the apocalyptic game, items that could enhance attributes were exceedingly rare. Thus, a complete energy-infused plant could be worth as much as a small base in the mid-apocalypse. If exchanged for food, it could procure 6 trucks. What if it were traded for women or captives? One plant could yield 2 to 3,000. When considering the value prior to the apocalypse, the worth of an energy-infused plant could easily exceed 100 million, which was no exaggeration. Moreover, what delighted Lin An even more was the additional attribute. A 20 resistance to poison? This was a most unexpected boon. She had not anticipated that the energy-infused plant would possess such a special effect. The resistance to poison, zombies, was undeniably practical. This resistance to toxins does not merely delay the transformation into a zombie, but rather provides direct immunity against a minimal quantity of toxins. For instance, if Lin An were to sustain a minor injury from a zombie, he could simply disregard it without fear of infection. In the realm of apocalyptic games, even the awakened cannot claim immunity to the zombie virus. At best, they can endure the infection for a longer duration. With the newfound toxin resistance, Lin An is significantly better equipped to confront hordes of zombies. Perhaps the location densely populated with zombies, as outlined in the plan, could be considered for an initial exploration. In Lin An's recollection, there exists a remarkably powerful piece of equipment within the urban area of Linjiang. However, it is a region with a high population density, and Lin An had initially intended to retrieve the equipment only after assembling a team. After all, Even a minor injury amidst a relentless zombie assault could easily lead to infection. But now, with the toxin resistance, it may be worth a try. When you observed Lin An's typically indifferent expression transform into one of rare delight, piquing her curiosity. Could these flowers truly bring joy to Lin An? She extended a large bouquet of vibrant blossoms towards him. Lin An, do you see anything you might need here? Also, do these flowers possess any special qualities? Upon hearing her words, Lin An turned his gaze towards the flowers in Wen Yu's hands and activated his judgment eye once more. A pale blue mist began to rise, and within his pupils, it seemed as if stars were swirling. Certain plants or foods may mutate, and consuming them can enhance one's attributes. However, not all are safe for consumption. Some could be fatal. Lin An casually explained, spiritual plants should not be consumed indiscriminately. This is a lesson learned at the cost of many lives in my past. Were it not for my judgment eye, I would not dare to partake recklessly. Enhancing attributes? Wen Yu was somewhat taken aback, yet her outstretched hand moved without hesitation. Although she had developed a desire for the ability-enhancing psychic plants after learning of their properties, she remained acutely aware of her own limitations. She felt unqualified to request anything from Lin An. Thus, if he did not offer, she would never dare to ask. Lin An accepted the remaining flowers he had found, scrutinizing them closely, unaware that Wen Yu had become somewhat entranced after their eyes met. This was her first time witnessing the depths of Lin An's gaze after he activated his judgment eye, and she was momentarily taken aback by its profundity. Such deep-set eyes. Within the depths of Lin An's pupils, faint golden glimmers flickered momentarily, captivating her spirit as they locked gazes. Peony, ordinary plant, effect, decorative. Iris, highly toxic psychic plant, psychic pollution, poisonous, effect, decorative. Consumption leads to physical collapse. Carnation, ordinary plant, effect, decorative. A highly toxic psychic plant? Lin An extracted the aureole flower from the bouquet, examining it closely. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to carefully store it within his spatial ring. Although this highly toxic psychic plant did not enhance attributes, its various bizarre and terrifying poisoning effects could prove useful in their own right. If utilized appropriately, it could serve as a formidable trump card. Turning his gaze to the final specimen, Lin An suddenly found himself breathless, struggling to comprehend. Goodness! Purple St. Roland, Level 2 Psychic Pollution, Effect, Consumption increases attributes. A Level 2 Psychic Plant. Chapter 17, Level 2 Psychic Plant. Lin An was elated. Feeling a surge of fervor rush to his head. The distinction between primary and secondary psychic plants, though merely a single character apart, is indeed as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. In his previous life, Lin An had encountered information regarding secondary psychic plants only once in 3 whole years. A fleeting glimpse on a chat channel. That solitary piece of information ignited a frenzied competition among dozens of second-tier awakeners in the East China battle zone. Ultimately, it was a top-tier second-tier awakener who acquired it, albeit at the cost of thousands of his team members' lives. Without pausing to ponder the inexplicable appearance of a secondary psychic plant in this place, Lin An swallowed it without hesitation. A powerful surge of warmth flooded through his body from the moment it entered. The violet, melting instantly, darted within him like a blazing line of fire. Lin An let out a muffled groan, feeling a sharp pain in his limbs. This was the manifestation of his body undergoing psychic transformation. As torrents of psychic energy surged within him, a formidable strength rose from his lower abdomen. Ding! He absorbed the secondary psychic plant, gaining 2 in strength, 1 in agility, 1 in constitution, and 1 in willpower. Ding! He received a unique enhancement from the secondary psychic plant, an increase of 10 in explosive power. Ding! He acquired a specialized boost from the secondary psychic plant, a 10 increase in movement speed. Once the enhancement concluded, Lin An was drenched in perspiration, his gaze ablaze with excitement as he observed the incessant stream of notifications. Truly, it was extraordinarily powerful. No wonder it was a secondary psychic plant. In addition to the significant attribute bonuses, it boasted rare supplementary effects. The 10 increase in explosive power meant he could unleash attacks that surpassed the limits of his strength attribute. Furthermore, the increase in movement speed was of paramount importance. In the apocalyptic game, the swiftness of one's movements could determine whether one could escape danger in the face of life and death. 2 remarkably formidable enhancements coursed through his being, filling him with an overwhelming sense of strength. Yet, Lin An was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion born from a sudden surge in power. He decided to test it. raising his right fist. He unleashed a strike into the air. Boom. A crisp explosion resonated as the force of his punch sliced through the atmosphere, creating a fleeting vacuum that reverberated with a sharp crack. Within the modest flower shop, various objects were swept up by the gust of wind. Lin An's target was the sturdy wall. With a single blow, the reinforced concrete was effortlessly breached, revealing the bustling street beyond. Gulp. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape enough to accommodate an egg. She had crouched beneath the window while Lin An dispatched the zombies, intently observing his every movement. Now, witnessing him effortlessly shatter a concrete wall with a single punch left her utterly astonished. Was this still a human being? It was terrifying. She cautiously shrank back, fearful that Lin An might notice her presence. Wenya was equally taken aback. Although she was aware of Lin An's prowess, he seemed to have grown even stronger than before. She could only click her tongue in astonishment, remaining silent and obedient. The enhanced physicality also significantly augmented his resilience to blows. Now, even if Wenya were to strike him, it was unlikely she could inflict any harm. As his power escalated, Lin An gradually sensed himself gravitating towards a state beyond humanity. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the haunting growls of the undead. Lin An lifted his gaze, peering through the gaping hole he had created. Outside, a mass of darkness loomed, filled with pairs of blood-red, savage eyes. Ah, monsters! The flower shop owner let out a startled cry, inciting the zombies to crash violently against the shelves piled at the entrance, as if terror had shattered her composure. In an unexpected burst of speed uncharacteristic of her corpulent frame, she darted up the stairs. A click echoed as she locked the door behind her, followed by the sound of heavy objects being moved, evidently an attempt to barricade herself inside. Wenya paused, momentarily taken aback, her expression one of bemusement, as her right hand instinctively grasped Lin An's arm. With a sigh of resignation, she cast a sympathetic glance towards the closed door on the second floor. In her estimation, the flower shop owner had undoubtedly made the gravest mistake upon encountering the zombies, fleeing alone and locking herself away, believing that this would ensure her survival. No, the true path to safety lay in following Lin An. Without concern for the shopkeeper's actions, Lin An remained unfazed. Such scenarios were familiar to him from his past life. A cursory glance revealed that at least 400 zombies had amassed outside on the street. Without hesitation, he lifted Wenya into his arms. Her slight frame, under his current strength, felt as light as a feather. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and a surge of power coursed through him. A fleeting golden light flickered and vanished into his being, while his previously taut muscles bulged as if they had detonated. As he activated his innate talent for the first time after enhancement, time itself seemed to slow. The zombies outside crashed against the shelves in a frenzy, yet to him, their movements appeared in slow motion. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful kick, propelling a half-ton shelf along with dozens of thronging zombies into the air. Metal contorted and flew 10 meters away. In an instant, the congestion of zombies at the entrance was momentarily cleared. Lin An let out a low grunt, bending down to cradle Wenya, as if she were an arrow released from its bow, swiftly propelling them forward. With each stride covering 10 meters, he burst forth from the encirclement in an instant, leaving the surrounding zombies unable to react, only able to unleash a chorus of roars at Lin An's retreating figure. However, as the sounds echoed through the area, more and more zombies from the outskirts of the city converged, filling the small clearing that Lin An had previously created. Beneath the modest flower shop, thousands of zombies soon gathered. From the second-floor window of the shop, the proprietor peered out, his gaze vacant as he beheld the street nearly overflowing with the undead. The motorcycle sped along, with Wenya tightly clasping Lin An's waist. Lin An, where are we headed now? Strangely, despite having known each other for barely a few hours, Wenya felt as though their acquaintance spanned a much longer time. There was an odd familiarity about Lin An that she couldn't quite place. In the city center, Lin An's expression remained calm, though a flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes. His strength had significantly increased. It was time to acquire some equipment from his past life-esque memories. Every bit of power would enhance their chances. He recalled a particular item, deemed exceptional in the early stages, located at the edge of the city center. Further ahead, the heart of the city was teeming with at least 1 million zombies and numerous first-tier mutated creatures. Initially, Lin An had planned to enter the city on the 5th day, but circumstances had shifted, allowing for a potential alteration of that plan. His enhanced abilities had surpassed his greatest expectations, even yielding the unexpected boon of toxin resistance, provided he did not provoke a large horde. The combination of these factors gave him a newfound sense of assurance. In the apocalyptic realm of Linjiang City, the Soul Blue equipment, Shatterer's Hand, emerges in Chapter 18, Dream at the Prete Hotel. After deftly removing the iron lock from the rooftop door with bare hands, Lin An cautiously enters the hotel with Wenya through the fire escape. The afternoon sun casts a dim light through the tightly shut windows of the privacy-conscious establishment, which stands shrouded in darkness due to the lack of electricity. On the 9th floor, a few zombies wander aimlessly down the corridor, their presence unsettling. The crimson carpet bears numerous dark red stains, while the walls, adorned with exquisite wallpaper, display splattered patterns of blood. Behind her, a male student zombie clutches a severed leg, gnawing at it with a grotesque familiarity reminiscent of a former boyfriend. It is indeed a chillingly tender scene, suggesting that the two were once a couple seeking solace in a room together. Lin An swiftly identifies her target, preparing to cleanse the entire floor. The zombies that roam freely pose little threat. The true peril lies within the rooms, where the concealed undead await. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin An leaps around the corner of the staircase, her blade piercing the male student zombie's skull with the precision of a sword strike. The creature collapses, its brain matter destroyed. Before the female zombie crawling at its feet can react, Lin An crushes her skull underfoot. Unlike the sluggish zombies of cinematic lore, those within this apocalyptic game exhibit remarkable speed. The remaining zombies charge at Lin An with fervor. With calculated movements, she slashes upward, dispatching one with her blade before stepping forward. In a swift maneuver, she executes a reverse slash, and in a fleeting moment, two arcs of light from her weapon vanish as she continues her relentless assault. With precise control over his strength, he effortlessly cleaved the remaining zombies in two. The combat skills honed over 3 years of apocalyptic trials, combined with his formidable physical prowess, transformed Lin An into a ruthless machine of slaughter in close-quarters combat. In less than 3 seconds, the corridor was cleared of the undead. Wenya gripped a fire axe tightly, trailing behind Lin An. Initially, she had intended to assist him by delivering finishing blows to prevent any stragglers from escaping. However, upon witnessing the multitude of severed corpses strewn across the floor, she reluctantly lowered her axe, realizing her own perceived ineffectiveness. I shall search for the room card, perhaps to prove my worth. Wenya hurriedly crouched down, forcing herself to sift through the bodies despite her discomfort. Lin An tilted his head slightly, regarding her with an odd expression. Without electricity, what purpose does a room card serve? Ignoring Wenya's awkwardness, Lin An directly yanked at the door lock with his bare hands. The metal deformed, and the doorknob was easily wrenched free. Nothing is more straightforward and efficient than forcibly opening a door. Room 909. Upon entering, the room was modest in size, featuring a waterbed at its center. Numerous suggestive paintings adorned the walls, alongside a hanging chair, a yoga ball, and even several black straps suspended from the ceiling above the bed. Wenya blushed and lowered her gaze, following Lin An closely. Although she was uncertain of their purpose, they appeared quite impressive. You should stay here and rest. I have matters to attend to. After confirming the absence of any lurking zombies within the room, Lin An intended to leave Wenya in a safe place for the time being. The 9th floor had been entirely cleared of zombies, and this location was temporarily secure. Where are you going? Without my prompting, Wenya raised her head, instinctively wanting to inquire where Lin An was going and why she could not accompany him. I have matters to attend to. The space here is too confined. It would not be safe for you to follow me. Lin An's visit to the Dream Pa Hotel was not merely to seek a location in proximity to the hospital. If his memory served him right, there was a mutated zombie lurking nearby. The distinction between his current Awakener's tier and the player's level was merely a mutated entity away from an upgrade. Once he ascended to level 1, his capabilities would experience a substantial transformation. During the ensuing battle with the mutated entity, Wenya's presence would only serve as a hindrance. Her true purpose lay in the days to come, post-awakening, when Lin An would involve her in the confrontation against the Stitcher or when he would eventually establish a faction, utilizing her as a logistical support providing mental fortitude. Wenya refrained from saying more. She was not foolish enough to behave like the female supporting characters in films, seeking to endanger herself to appear strong. As Lin An stepped out of the room, he left some provisions for her. Throughout their time together, he had often heard the sound of her stomach growling, yet she had remained silent. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, just as Lin An was about to descend the stairs, an unusual sound caught his attention. With a sudden click, the door to room 901 swung open, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by a young woman emerging from within. "Good day, sir," the middle-aged man exclaimed with a hint of excitement, his face unshaven and scruffy. He instinctively reached out to shake Lin An's hand, appearing to be someone accustomed to managing affairs. Lin An took a step back, his expression impassive, leaving the man's outstretched hand suspended awkwardly in the air. "Allow me to introduce myself." A middle-aged man habitually cleared his throat twice, while a young woman beside him covertly scrutinized Lin An. "I am the head of the forestry department. My name is Wang Jiangwo," he proclaimed. The young woman, her voice laced with a coyness, interjected, "This esteemed gentleman, I am called Xiao," casting a flirtatious glance towards Lin An, her blouse slightly lowered at the front. Unmoved by her advances, Lin An discerned the nature of their relationship. "Firstly, I extend my utmost gratitude for your timely rescue, comrade," Wang Jiangwo began. But Lin An swiftly cut him off, his blade directed menacingly at the man's throat, silencing his bureaucratic ramblings. This individual appeared to be a government official, overly verbose and lacking in substance. "Speak plainly," Lin An commanded. A hint of murderous intent prompted both Wang and Xiao to retreat a couple of paces, nearly losing their balance. Accustomed to high office and the reverence it commanded, Wang was used to sycophancy. After all, who would dare to disrespect him? Yet, having been confined indoors for days, he was oblivious to the state of the outside world. His lengthy tenure in the officialdom had honed his ability to gauge circumstances. Moments ago, he had observed through the peephole as Lin An effortlessly dispatched the zombies that had besieged him, igniting a desire for Lin An's protection. If the outside world was indeed teeming with such creatures, then Lin An was his sole hope for escape. "Comrade, should you be willing to escort me to the government office, I shall certainly advocate for your commendation to my superiors. This could significantly benefit your future endeavors. Securing a public position would then be within your reach," Wang Jiangwo said, suppressing his irritation and attempting to ingratiate himself with Lin An. In response, Lin An merely scoffed, sheathed his knife, and turned to leave, uninterested in engaging further. As Wang Jiangwo observed Lin An's indifference, a surge of anger welled up within him. After all, he held a position of authority. What was this attitude? "Young man, think carefully. I hold some weight in the Forestry Bureau. It is only because I cannot reach anyone by phone, and the officials are unable to find me, that I seek your assistance. Do not squander such a splendid opportunity." Beside him, Xiao leaned against Wang Jiangwo, adding her voice to the persuasion. "This elder brother, Director Wang, possesses a significant status. If you are willing to lead us, what demands could we not make?" Upon hearing Xiao's words of encouragement, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. Lin An let out a cold laugh. "Fool, the officials? If all goes as expected, the government building has now become a stronghold for zombies. From the memories of my past life, I recall that there are no fewer than 10 mutated creatures lurking within." Seeing that Lin An showed no signs of stopping, Xiao's expression turned anxious as she glanced at the horrifying sight of the zombies' bodies strewn about the corridor. "Director Wang, shall we follow closely behind him?" Wang Jiangwo's expression darkened as he nodded. Having witnessed the terrifying scenes of zombies devouring humans in recent days, he knew that had it not been for Lin An clearing the corridor, he would have dared not step outside. As Lin An ventured further away, the two hastily followed behind, jogging to keep up. On the 8th floor, Lin An pushed open the heavy fire door, his gaze sharpening. In the center of the corridor, a room was besieged by a dozen zombies, incessantly battering against the door. It appeared that someone inside had created quite a commotion. Within the room, a couple huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with fear. The door frame was beginning to splinter under the relentless assault of the zombies, and it seemed only moments before they would break through. A fist-sized hole has been punched into the cheap wooden door. "Yashinhao, what should we do?" the girl asked the boy beside her, her voice trembling with tears. Yashinhao glanced at her, his face contorted with rage. "What do you want me to do? You wretched girl. You come to me while on your period and expect to share a room? Are you out of your mind?" In his fury, Yashinhao slapped the girl's face, his anger palpable, and then kicked her. After the zombie outbreak, he instinctively locked the door and hid. Having frequently watched movies where such scenarios unfolded, he observed that there were still numerous living guests on this floor. Since yesterday, the zombies had been relentlessly banging on their door, seemingly ignoring others. It was evident that the girl's scent of blood was attracting them. "Yashinhao, you're not like this, are you?" You promised you would love and protect me. The girl, with tears streaming down her face, clung to her last glimmer of hope. She unconsciously sought to excuse him. Perhaps he was simply too frightened? Get lost. He spat. If it weren't for the fact that you're a virgin, I wouldn't even look at you. His heart felt as if it were turned to ash. Frustrated, Yushinhao pressed the buttons on his new phone, attempting to make a call, but to no avail. A phone without signal was no better than a brick. In a fit of rage, he smashed the device to the ground, seeking release for his pent-up anger. The phone had been purchased by the girl through her hard work. Yushinhao had told her that if she wanted to stay in touch, she should buy him a new one. Shards littered the floor. The girl, named Zhou Fong, covered her face in disbelief as silent sobs racked her body, her grip on the boy's arm loosening. Zhou Fong and Yushinhao were university classmates. Having courted her for a considerable time, the young man had consistently shown her gentle manners and attentive care, plain in appearance and thus somewhat insecure. She was deeply moved by this unprecedented kindness. Consequently, she acquiesced to Yu Shihao's advances. Before the cataclysmic dawn of the apocalypse, the young man coaxed her out, claiming he had reserved a private cinema. Naive and inexperienced, she hesitantly agreed, only to witness Yu Shihao's true nature when danger struck. Roar! A zombie shrieked, a decaying arm reaching in through a hole in the door. The young man, his face contorted with terror, stared intently at the appendage. There was no more time to wait. Lost in her silent sobs, she failed to notice the young man beside her suddenly rise, his eyes gleaming with malice. He produced a small knife from his keychain and lunged, stabbing Wang Fong in the ankle. You wretched wench, didn't you profess to love me? His face twisted in a grotesque sneer. He pinned her other leg down with his foot and repeated the action. If you love me, then die for me. Chapter 19. The sanguinary sorceress at the end of the corridor. Lin An paused, contemplating his next move. He knew only that a mutated entity had emerged from this hotel in his past life, but its precise location remained a mystery. Though not exceptionally powerful, this creature was the bane of many survivors in the early days of the apocalypse, inspiring widespread dread throughout Linjiang City. This was due to the sanguinary sorceress's penchant for sadistic cruelty. Those who fell victim to her suffered unspeakable torment. Am I to scour each floor in my search? Lin An murmured to himself, a hint of resignation in his voice. Very well, let us make haste then. Clang, clang. Lin An emerged as if on a leisurely stroll, casually tapping the corner molding with his Nepalese kukuri. The metallic sound was sharp and jarring. The zombies surrounding the door suddenly turned their heads, yet unexpectedly. Only a few charged towards Lin An. With a resounding crack, the door frame gave way. Under the relentless gnawing and battering of the undead, the door was flung open, and a horde of zombies surged inside. Within the confines of the room, Yu Shihao gripped a small knife, his expression wild with frenzy. He violently tugged at Wang Fong's hair, disregarding her struggles. Blood flowed from his wrists as Wang Fong's injured ankle rendered her powerless. You filthy wretch, you will die first. With a piercing scream from the girl, Yu Shihao ruthlessly tossed her into the throng of corpses, then, not satisfied, delivered a brutal kick to her back. His thoughts were crystal clear. When the zombies breached the door, throwing Wang Fong into the horde was his only chance for survival. Despair etched across her face. She was thrust into the mass of the undead, where numerous decayed hands savagely tore at her clothing and flesh. Her skin was literally ripped apart. The horde, oblivious to Yu Shihao hiding in the corner, instinctively savored their gruesome feast. A chunk of flesh was brutally bitten from the girl's face, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Yu Shihao dared not meet her gaze, which was filled with profound hopelessness and resentment. Now is the time. In an attempt to bolster his own resolve, he let out a furious roar. His eyes hardened as he shielded his head with his arms, seizing the moment of distraction while the zombies feasted on Wang Fong. He charged furiously towards the door. 2 meters, 3 meters. His physical condition, honed by regular exercise, held him in good stead. In a desperate burst of energy, he managed to break free from the encirclement of the undead. He had survived. Yu Shihao's face was alight with exhilaration as he scrambled into the corridor with a swift and precise motion. Lin An dispatched the few zombies that lunged at him, his gaze icy as he regarded the boy who had burst through the door. The blade was swift and formidable. Yu Shihao lay on the ground, dumbfounded, as he watched Lin An sheath his weapon. Brother, I implore you to save me. My girlfriend was devoured by zombies, and I failed to rescue her. Please, I beg for your assistance. Crawling on the ground, Yu Shihao, with a face full of humility and desperation, knelt at Lin An's feet. Overcome with sorrow, He squeezed out a few tears, pleading with Lin and remained silent, his heart devoid of the inclination to save anyone. Indifferent to Yu Shihao's plight, he strode directly toward the horde feasting upon Wang Feng's remains. He pondered whether this group of zombies bore the mark of the bloodthirsty sorceress. Yu Shihao, collapsing onto the ground, felt a surge of secret delight. This man possessed immense strength. It seemed he might truly be saved. You vile wretch. At least your death holds some value, he thought to himself, feeling no remorse whatsoever, as he watched Lin An charge into the horde. It was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. With flashes of the blade, a significant portion of the zombie horde was swiftly dispatched. Yu Shihao's mind raced with ideas. Unlike the others Lin An had encountered, who were slightly older and still bewildered by their circumstances, he had spent the time trapped in the room meticulously studying the scant instructions of the apocalyptic game, coupled with the novels and films he had consumed. He surmised that this world had irrevocably changed. Presumably, the outside world was teeming with zombies. Given Lin An's formidable prowess, Yu Shihao resolved to cling to him for dear life. Otherwise, he harbored little confidence in his ability to survive on his own. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as Lin An crushed the last zombie's skull beneath his foot, evoking a shiver of fear in Yu Shihao. Esteemed brother, may I inquire as to how you prefer to be addressed? He quickly rose to his feet, eagerly removing his coat, intending to assist Lin An in wiping away the bloodstains on his body. Leave. Lin An coldly uttered a single word, startling him into retreat. He had just activated his judgment eye to search for clues. Both groups of zombies yielded no information regarding the bloody witch. Typically, such mutated beings would induce changes among the surrounding zombies. It remained uncertain whether the bloody witch was located on a lower floor or if she had yet to undergo mutation. If it were the latter, it would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. Zombies that had not mutated would not enhance his level upon defeat. Aimlessly searching for other mutated entities within the city was akin to courting death. Without sufficient levels, acquiring the necessary equipment from the hospital would prove elusive. The situation was interlinked, allowing for no margin of error. At that moment, Wang Ju and his companion, who had followed Lin An down from the upper floors, arrived on the 8th level. After a brief silence, Lin An gazed at the three individuals, each displaying varying expressions, and slowly inquired, "Have you encountered any particularly unusual female zombies? Or are there any areas where the zombies exhibit abnormalities?" Upon hearing Lin An's proactive question, Yu Shihao, eager to make an impression, hastily responded, "Brother, there are many female zombies here. I'm unsure what you mean by special." Lin An pondered for a moment, realizing that he too was at a loss. The bloody witch had not appeared in any visual format within the chat channel, aside from her name and power. He possessed no further knowledge. If one were to consider her special, it might bear some relation to the term bloody witch. Bloody witch. Wang Ju and his companion exchanged awkward glances, utterly bewildered by Lin An's words. Yu Shihao pondered deeply, yet after much contemplation, he could not recall any information pertaining to the bloodthirsty sorceress. Ever since the cataclysm erupted, he had remained confined within his quarters, never once venturing outside. He chuckled awkwardly, fearful that Lin An might perceive him as utterly worthless. "If you wish to search, I can accompany you. This building is quite expansive, and it would be inconvenient for you to search alone. My physical condition is commendable. I assure you I will not hinder your efforts." In a display of loyalty, Yu Shihao promptly opened his player panel and respectfully presented it before Lin An. Player information: Yu Shihao, level 0, strength, 7 agility, 6 constitution, 6 willpower, 8. His attributes were relatively commendable, ranking above average among ordinary individuals. "May I be so bold as to inquire about your strength?" Yu Shihao inquired, recalling the remarkable display of power Lin An had exhibited earlier, igniting a fervor within him. If he possessed such strength, would he still be cornered by zombies at his door in utter despair? "I must say, your earlier performance was truly impressive. With such formidable prowess, your attributes must surely be at least 11 points, correct?" Lin An furrowed his brow slightly. Although Yu Shihao masked his intentions well, it was evident he was flattering himself. Nevertheless, Lin An discerned the underlying motive. He was probing into Lin An's capabilities. 10 points represented the human threshold, a rarity noted in the attribute panel. Yu Shihao's inquiry about whether Lin An possessed 11 points implied a test of whether his strength exceeded human limits. Without uttering a word, Lin An prepared to descend to the next floor, with Yu Shihao hurriedly trailing in his wake. "Big brother, please accept me. Whatever task you assign, I shall dutifully undertake." Absolutely no hindrance shall befall you. Lin An furrowed his brow. Should he accept him? Although Yu Shihao's attributes were passable and he possessed a keen sense of observation, Lin An was reluctant to waste a slot on an ordinary individual. Moreover, the mission of the rescuer team imposed further restrictions. As for cunning in nature, with the constraints of the system, once he joined the team, any thoughts of plotting against or betraying him would be futile. That was of no concern. Noticing that Lin An was ignoring his intentions, Yu Shihao clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, this fellow must know a way to enhance his strength. He needed to extract that information, concealing his true feelings. Yu Shihao continued to trail respectfully behind Lin and walking at the forefront. Lin An led the way, while Wang Ju and the others maintained a careful distance behind. The group descended the stairs, and the dim corridor behind them suddenly warped. On Wang Feng's disfigured half of a face, her vacant eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, imbued with a silence filled with resentment. No one took notice. Chapter 20. The Awakened, Black Bear on the second floor of the hotel. Lin An shook the bloodstains from his hands, feeling somewhat disheartened. After searching from the 9th floor down, he had not even caught a glimpse of the suspected bloody witch. Instead, the number of survivors behind him continued to swell, now totaling 27. Most of the survivors were couples, as solitary individuals would not venture here without reason. Naturally, there were a few unique pairings. Go on, hurry up and wipe the sweat off for Brother Lin. A middle-aged businessman, adorned in opulent attire, urged the woman beside him with a sycophantic grin, gesturing for her to step forward and tend to Lin An's non-existent perspiration. The woman was his lover, whom he doted on dearly. However, at this moment, it was not merely a matter of offering women to Lin An. Even sending his wife to him would elicit no objection. The crowd followed suit, showering Lin An with admiration and flattery. These survivors had witnessed Lin An's relentless slaughter. Much like that of a reaper, and, consumed by fear, the majority yearned to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. A few young individuals gazed at Lin An with awe, bolstered by the fire axes they clutched in their hands. Some professionally attired women discreetly tore their already alluring garments, hoping to catch his attention. Yet, it was unnecessary. Lin An coldly rejected the towel offered to him, feeling somewhat perturbed. His agitation did not stem from the presence of these followers, although they were of little assistance. They could serve as bait. The murderous instincts of the mutated zombies far exceeded those of the ordinary ones. The denser the crowd, the more it would entice their emergence. It was akin to his previous life. The larger the safe zone, the more frequently it succumbed to hordes of zombies and mutated beings. He had no intention of rescuing anyone. After exterminating the zombies, these individuals would simply follow him of their own accord. The instinct to align oneself with the strong is inherent in humanity. Naturally, those who sought his protection would also be required to pay the requisite price. Descending to the 1st floor, Lin An held little hope. The ground floor was a hall, positioned adjacent to the hospital entrance, separated only by a roadway. The elevator in the hotel had ceased operations, and the staircase was obstructed by debris. Perhaps the flesh within the hospital was not particularly swift. For most of the zombies on the surrounding streets were concentrated within the hospital, leaving relatively few gathered around the hotel. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. A heavy object crashed to the ground, the deafening sound echoing from the road, followed by the blaring of car alarms. Lin Gu, there is a monster. Yu Shihao reacted swiftly. Upon approaching the window and discerning the unfolding chaos, sheer terror enveloped his countenance. He hurriedly informed Lin An. There are others. On the street. A few young individuals echoed his alarm, equally paralyzed by fear, as if a dreadfully horrific being lurked outside the window. Lin An strode purposefully to the window, pulling aside the curtain. What he beheld was, in the middle of the road, a dozen survivors were frantically fleeing, with a bald man trailing behind. He adeptly evaded the barrage of vehicles that crashed down like cannonballs, exhibiting commendable reflexes. Lin An paused momentarily. Unlike the panic and dread exhibited by those around him, a smile graced Lin An's lips as he gazed upon the creature pursuing the survivors. Hello, Devourer. In the center of the road, the towering Devourer, over 3 meters high, effortlessly seized a car and hurled it towards the bald man. The bald man executed a nimble roll, evading the onslaught with an agility that belied his robust physique. Boom. The hybrid gasoline-electric vehicle erupted into a towering inferno upon impact, thick smoke billowing forth. Old Zhang, get inside the building. That monster is too large. It cannot enter. Safety lies within. Do not concern yourselves with me. You all go first. The bald man, possessing a remarkably muscular build, tore away his tattered shirt. His glistening muscles reflected the sunlight, his waist almost twice that of an average person. "Damn you! Bear transformation!" With a furious exclamation, the bald man ceased his evasion. As a wave of dark energy enveloped his chest, his body instantaneously expanded, his muscles bulging as though they were about to burst forth. Behold, the bald man's cranium metamorphosed, his body becoming swathed in sable fur. In the blink of an eye, he transitioned from a human into an immense, ebony bear standing over 2 meters tall. Bang! A licker's razor-sharp claws lashed out, only to be parried by the bear's gargantuan paw. The impact resembled the collision of 2 lorries. The licker emitted a piercing screech, its body tilting backward. The bearman, on the other hand, merely recoiled a couple of steps, proving to be only marginally inferior in this clash of titans. Perish! The black bear's hind legs propelled him forward, causing the ground beneath to cave in. He clasped his hands together, forming a hammer that descended like a thunderbolt upon the licker's head. Bang! The collision of flesh against flesh echoed through the air. The licker's robust skull instantly caved in halfway. A glimmer of elation flickered in the black bear's eyes. Yet, to his astonishment, his full-force strike proved to be insufficient. An attack capable of felling any ordinary creature failed to inflict significant harm upon the licker. After all, Lin An's cleaving off half of the licker's head had not been enough to kill it. What, then, was a mere cranial dent? Swish! The licker's claws struck once more, its keen osseous blades effortlessly tearing through the black bear's defenses. Blood gushed forth like a torrent from an uncapped faucet. The black bear staggered backward, his eyes wide with disbelief, his massive frame teetering precariously. Old Zhang, a brawny man, safeguarding the fleeing crowd, roared in anguish at the sight, his eyes turning crimson. "You son of a bitch, I'll fight you to the death." The two had been brothers in arms for years, their bond unbreakable. Witnessing the licker's claws poised to strike again, he frantically retrieved a handgun from his bosom, his expression one of utter madness. "Come on, you beast. Your grandpa's right here." Bang, bang, bang. The gun's muzzle belched flames, and bullets shot forth like water splashed from a fountain. Yet, it was utterly futile. The formidable musculature of the devourer effortlessly thwarted the onslaught of bullets. The yellow-orange shell casings were expelled in mere moments by the surging muscles. In a fit of rage, the devourer abandoned its clawed assault on the black bear and, with astonishing speed, appeared instantaneously before the burly man. One claw swept out, severing the head. Eyes wide with fury, "Ah!" The hulking, bear-like man, consumed by wrath, cried out, "Beast, I shall see you dead." His strength surged to its zenith, causing the tightly constricted wound to rupture, blood gushing forth. He pushed himself up, charging recklessly towards the devourer. On the second floor of the hotel, the onlookers cowered behind Lin and Director Wang trembled, his legs quaking uncontrollably. The surreal appearance of a movie monster in reality was enough to shatter one's composure. The mere sight of the devourer was sufficient to extinguish any thoughts of resistance among ordinary individuals. Chattering teeth echoed through the room as several young men, armed with fire axes, clutched their weapons tightly. Moments before, while following Lin An downstairs, they had boasted to their female companions, witnessing Lin An dispatch zombies with ease. They had deemed the apocalypse a trivial affair. Yet now, confronted with a creature of such formidable power, their previous bravado seemed utterly ludicrous. "Brother Lin, we must hide," they urged. "They've surely drawn the monster's attention." Yu Shihao's throat tightened as he swallowed hard. How could such a beast exist? "Indeed, Brother Lin," came the anxious reply. "Let us swiftly ascend the stairs and conceal ourselves." Everyone began to urge Lin An, who stood by the window, in a bid to escape. Their motivations were not driven by gratitude for Lin An's timely rescue, but rather by a reluctance to abandon him. Most were concerned that there might still be zombies within the building, and having Lin An alongside them would ensure their safety. As for fleeing, although the group acknowledged Lin An's formidable strength, they were acutely aware that he was merely contending with zombies. The disparity between zombies and the more fearsome lickers was akin to that between an adult and an infant. They had just witnessed the immense power of the bald man in his transformed state, capable of confronting the licker with sheer might, and almost inhuman existence. It was reasonable to assume that such power was not far removed from Lin An's own. However, the bald man had narrowly escaped being obliterated by the licker, and it was evident that Lin An would not fare any better. Lin An remained unmoved at the window, his gaze fervent. Initially, He feared he would be unable to locate the bloody witch and would have to expend time seeking a liquor to eliminate. To his surprise, it had come to him instead. Furthermore, he was delighted to discover that an awakened had presented himself as well. After observing the battle between the first awakened he encountered upon his rebirth and the mutated entity, Lin An found himself inspired. His fortune seemed rather favorable. The bald man was an awakened, albeit likely only at the first tier. Perhaps he could be persuaded to join their ranks? As he watched the bald man teeter on the brink of death, Lin An resolved to intervene. With a resounding crash, the windowsill shattered. The cement and rebar wall crumbled beneath Lin An's force, revealing the steel framework within. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Lin An vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously at the base of the hotel. Boom! Dust and debris erupted as he descended from above, shattering the asphalt beneath his feet. A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. Lin An, wielding his sword with one hand, gazed intently at the nearby devourer, his fighting spirit ignited. Another insect dared to provoke him. The devourer emitted a piercing shriek and discarded a severed arm of a black bear. It accelerated, its massive form crushing cars along its path as it charged madly toward Lin An. A cruel smile spread across Lin An's face as his pace quickened. With a clang, the blade resonated with a hum, its tip aimed directly at the devourer's forehead. Power surged forth. A low growl escaped his lips as golden spiritual energy coursed into Lin An's body, instantly amplifying his strength. Blood surged, and his heart raced like a roaring engine. Come, show me. Can I cleave this beast in two with a single blow? Chapter 21, Instant Kill. Descending Strike. Lin An's bones crackled as all his strength coalesced in his right hand. With a single stroke, a gust of wind erupted, under the extraordinary force surpassing human limits. This fundamental strike of swordsmanship appeared overwhelmingly formidable. The devourer immediately lashed out with its claws, the stark contrast in size between the two creating a striking juxtaposition in the eyes of onlookers. Crack! The massive claw shattered. Yet the residual force of the blade remained formidable, a line of blood spreading from the devourer's head. Lin An continued his advance, unwavering and resolute. In that fleeting moment when the devourer's colossal claw met Lin An's head, it halted. Flesh and blood parted ways. The enormous body slowly split in two, and Lin An walked through the gaping wound of the devourer in silence. A second later, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground reverberated. A notification sounded, indicating that the player had slain a first-tier mutant, the devourer. A surge of radiant white light emanated from the corpse of the devourer, merging into Lin An's being. Another notification chimed, confirming the fulfillment of upgrade conditions. Congratulations, player. Current player level, 1. The next notification followed, heralding the awakening of a new tier. Congratulations, Awakener. Current awakening level, first tier. 2 waves of power surged from the void, swiftly dissipating within Lin An. A sensation of warmth and comfort enveloped him, washing away his fatigue with an intoxicating pleasure. The notification rang again, announcing the player's level increase. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Willpower 1. Yet another notification signaled the elevation of the Awakener's rank. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Willpower 2. A doubling of power enhancement. Lin An greedily inhaled, reveling in the burgeoning strength within him. The bald man's awakening ability was bare transformation, though its duration was fleeting. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, he could no longer maintain his black bear form. Clutching his severed arm, his gaze was one of shock, as though he had encountered a monster. Lin An's decisive strike that felled the devourer was remarkable. Others might feel a sense of awe, yet none would experience it as intensely as the bald man. Having engaged the devourer himself, he understood that their initial encounter had appeared evenly matched. However, a single failed strike exposed a vulnerability, resulting in a grievous counter from the devourer. He was acutely aware that even if granted 100 lives, he would last mere seconds before the devourer. It was overwhelmingly powerful. How did you accomplish that? The bald man stammered, his throat tightening. He watched as Lin An approached him with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his eyes filled with admiration. Well, it was simply a matter of delivering a single strike. With his current strength, it was entirely ordinary to cleave the devourer in two with one decisive blow. The bald man remained silent, but Lin An offered a faint smile, unfazed by his mood. So, are you able to move? Lin An inquired, observing the man's physique. The massive wound that had been inflicted upon him was slowly mending. though his damaged left arm had merely ceased bleeding without regenerating. The pace of his recovery was rather swift. Lin An mused inwardly. It appeared that the bald man's strength was greater than he had initially anticipated. Those who awaken possess formidable physical attributes, and while their regenerative abilities are commendable, such rapid healing from such grievous injuries defied logic. An ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Did the beast transformation skill confer an enhancement to his physique? Perhaps it was linked to his awakened talents. Though his speed post-transformation was lacking, his physical constitution remained commendable, marking him as a decent shield. Lin An silently assessed the bald man. "Can you still move?" Lin An asked again. The bald man nodded, struggling to rise from the ground. "Hello, I am Zhang Tai," he proclaimed, extending his right hand. His voice was rough, and though his grin revealed his teeth in an unappealing manner, it held an air of sincerity. "Lin An," he replied. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Lin." Zhang Tai's face was awash with genuine gratitude, devoid of any pretense. "I truly do not know what to. Zombies are approaching." Lin An interrupted, casting a glance toward the hospital's entrance, where a throng of the undead was converging. "Let us move." Zhang Tai refrained from further conversation, choosing to keep his gratitude to himself. As they passed the body of a robust man, Zhang Tai quickly grabbed a piece of the corpse, cradling it in his arms, his eyes reddening with sorrow. Lin An could sense Zhang Tai's anguish and instinctively offered words of comfort, for he too had brothers. Naturally, one understands the profound discomfort of such a feeling. And Jing Tian and Xia. Lin An recalled the brother and sister from Yuan community, his gaze resolute. He sprinted forward with great speed. Both of them being awakeners, their velocity far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. In mere seconds, they burst into the hotel lobby. "Zhang. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. The dozen or so survivors who had fled into the hotel gathered around excitedly, inquiring after one another's well-being. However, upon witnessing the lifeless body cradled by Zhang Tai, their expressions turned somber. It was evident that this group was familiar with one another. Several elderly men took the body from Zhang Tai, gently laying it upon a piece of red cloth in silence. Lin An remained quiet, simply reinforcing the hotel's entrance. With a resounding crash, he single-handedly moved a several-ton vehicle to block the door. The onlookers gazed in awe, a sense of trepidation washing over them. This fear, however, was not akin to that of facing the undead. Rather, it was the instinctive apprehension of ordinary people confronting a figure of immense strength. Zhang Tai appeared to be the leader among them. Noticing the unease among his companions, he promptly introduced Lin An. "This is Lin An, my savior. As you all witnessed, it is thanks to Brother Lin that I am still alive." After bowing deeply, the crowd expressed their gratitude, each person offering a respectful bow to Lin An. Among the survivors, a younger girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, had tears welling in her eyes. Sporting a baseball cap and a simple ponytail, her athletic attire radiated youthful exuberance. The girl possessed a sweet demeanor, unmistakably a beauty in the making. "Brother Lin, you saved my brother's life. This kindness is something I shall never forget," she said. Lin An responded with a serene smile, noting the striking resemblance between her and Wenya, both exuding the vibrancy of youth. However, Wenya needs to mature a little more. Yue wiped away a tear and turned to Zhang Tai. "Brother, your hand." "I'm fine, Yue, don't cry. Our Zhang family does not entertain tears." Zhang Tai forced a smile, his face filled with ruggedness, as he comforted the little girl before him. Observing the two, Lin An wore a peculiar expression. He had initially assumed that Yue shared the surname Yu, merely addressing Zhang Tai as brother like everyone else. To his surprise, they were siblings. One was robust and bear-like, with a face full of flesh. The other was petite and endearing, delicate and frail. The disparity between them, born of the same parents, was striking. Sensing Lin An's unusual gaze, Zhang Tai suddenly grasped Yue's hand and stepped in front of Lin and Brother Lin. "This is my sister," Zhang Tai declared with pride. Lin An. Chapter 22. Recruitment on the second floor of the hotel. With the addition of 15 new survivors, the total number of survivors within the hotel had now reached 42. The atmosphere buzzed with noise. The hotel had been cleared out, and the survivors, having escaped the calamity, began to discuss amongst themselves. Those who had been trapped in the hotel urgently inquired about the outsiders, eager to learn about the state of the world beyond. The answers, however, were far from satisfactory. Panic and despair began to ripple through the crowd. During the conversations, most people would steal glances at Lin An and Zhang Tai, who stood by the window. "Brother Lin, Are you suggesting that you want me to join your team? Zhang Tai turned to look at the companions he had brought along. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of many. Envious gazes were cast upon him. The newcomers might still be unaware. Each of the survivors in the hotel had expressed a desire to join Lin An's group, yet Lin An showed no interest whatsoever. Observing that Zhang Tai was invited instead, many felt a pang of jealousy. Lin An swiftly dispatched a devourer with a single strike. Such prowess wasn't following him akin to navigating this apocalypse with ease. Lin An nodded quietly. Zhang Tai's character seemed commendable. As an awakened, he had the option to escape when faced with the devourer, yet he chose to hold the line for others. Furthermore, among the individuals he brought, a significant number were elderly, weak, or ill. At least from Lin An's current observations, this man appeared to possess both loyalty and righteousness, and his strength was not to be underestimated. A physical awakened could alleviate much of the pressure during combat. Zhang Tai grinned broadly. Brother Lin, it is an honor to be regarded by you. Not only would I join your ranks, but I would gladly lay down my life for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tai accepted the invitation to join, bypassing even a glance at the joining information. Beep. New member added to the rescuer squad. 1. Current members. 3. Joining member, Zhang Tai, awakened, receives a 10 attribute bonus. Beep. Team member Zhang Tai, loyalty 70. He will not betray you as long as you do not cross his bottom line. The last detail was visible only to Lin An. He pondered. It seemed the initial loyalty was not a fixed value. Zhang Tai's loyalty had risen to 70 points. Having been saved by Lin An and displaying a straightforward nature. Indeed, as his exterior suggested, he bore no hidden agendas. What is this? After joining, Zhang Tai's eyes widened in astonishment. Welcome aboard. Lin An smiled calmly, seemingly aware that Zhang Tai had sensed a significant enhancement to his strength the moment he joined. My goodness! Zhang Tai exclaimed, utterly astonished. How did my power suddenly increase by 1? 3. And my physique by 1. 5. My agility and willpower have all surged too. Feeling the abrupt surge of strength within him, Zhang Tai was quite exhilarated. Lin An observed Zhang Tai, who was left dumbfounded, with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The 10 attribute boost upon joining the rescuer squad might not seem substantial at first glance. Yet the reality of it was far more impactful once experienced. Players had to risk their lives to slay mutated beings just to gain a single level, with each level only granting a mere point. While Awakeners had a slightly better advantage, they still only received 3 points per level. In the earlier levels, the progression was manageable, but as one advanced, the required psychic energy and number of mutated entities became overwhelmingly daunting. Leveling up became a formidable challenge, with many individuals remaining stuck at level 1 until their demise. Considering the foundational attributes of most Awakeners, this 10 increase translated to at least over a point, effectively equivalent to a free level up. In the apocalyptic game, every single attribute point was exceedingly precious, which elucidated Zhang Tai's excitement. It was a considerable perk of joining Lin An's team. However, the reason for such a substantial increase was attributed to the fact that he was an Awakener, possessing inherently high foundational attributes. Upon hearing about the benefits of joining the team, the others inhaled sharply. Gaining strength by joining the squad, being an Awakener, high foundational attributes. You sure how quickly grasped Lin An's motivation for recruiting Zhang Tai, swiftly connecting the dots. Awakeners were evidently beings whose prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Akin to Lin An and Zhang Tai, after Zhang Tai joined the team, his strength noticeably increased. Is this a common phenomenon for all who joined the Awakener squad? Or is it unique to Lin An? He scrutinized his player template for quite some time, discovering that aside from attributes, it revealed nothing else. The team function remained elusive. In a state of partial understanding, he strained to listen, fearful of missing any exchange between the two. However, Lin An remained silent thereafter. Through the internal communication channel, Lin An cautioned Zhang Tai, do not disclose our team's information to outsiders. Attribute enhancements can be mentioned, but names and the internal communication feature must remain confidential. Suddenly, Lin An's voice echoed in Zhang Tai's mind, though Lin An's lips did not move, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. I understand, Captain. Is this yet another benefit of joining the team? He hesitantly attempted to connect with Lin An through the internal communication, his gaze fervent. He was no fool. Having previously served in the military and later worked as a bodyguard, he understood the significance of communication. Now, with global communications rendered ineffective, Landlines and mobile phones were utterly useless. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's exclamation regarding his attribute enhancement, envy glimmered even more intensely in the eyes of those around. To be part of Lin An's team and gain strength, why was he not an awakener? Yu Shihua stood alone in a corner, his ears filled with the crowd's astonished murmurs. His fists clenched tightly. An awakener? I too yearned to become an awakener. After witnessing the terror of zombies and liquors, his desire for power far surpassed his previous aspirations. Yu Shihua's gaze burned with longing. Lin An is so powerful, he must know the way to become an awakener. In a hotel room on the 9th floor, Lin An, Zhang Tai, and Yue gazed through the window at the hospital across the street. Zhang Tai, you mentioned that you escaped from the hospital. What do you think the situation is like there now? Are there any entities similar to the liquors? Zhang Tai furrowed his brow. Captain Lin, to the best of my knowledge, there should be no living souls left inside the hospital. There are at least 30,000 zombies. As for creatures like the liquors, he shook his head. We only encountered them when we attempted to flee in another direction from the hospital's outer walls. Lin An nodded. The absence of mutated beings within the hospital was indeed a piece of good news. The confined space within would make any deep infiltration perilous due to potential ambushes. Are there any unusual circumstances within the hospital, such as a large congregation of zombies? How did you end up in the hospital, and what triggered your awakening? Lin An continued to inquire. In a previous life, this skull crusher's hand was deeply entrenched within the hospital, surrounded by countless zombies. It was said that to acquire this equipment, several safe zones banded together, sacrificing numerous lives to breach the zombie encirclement. Zhang Tai pondered Lin An's 3 questions for a moment before responding. I was in the hospital with my father for treatment when the apocalypse erupted. The outbreak was so sudden. I do not know why, but the patients essentially transformed into zombies. Zhang Tai's mood darkened as he recalled the harrowing sight of his father succumbing to the transformation. Lin An placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Understanding the helplessness of witnessing a loved one become a zombie, a feeling he too had experienced. It is quite normal for patients to transform into zombies. Individuals with frail constitutions may even exhibit signs of zombification prior to the apocalypse. Once patients succumb to this fate, the doctors and nurses tending to them are often caught off guard, with none surviving the ordeal. When you shuddered upon hearing this. As for the anomalies, throughout the entire hospital, only the pharmacy area seemed somewhat stable. The rest of the establishment was utterly inhospitable. Zhang Tai recalled the horrific scenes of that day, a lingering dread gnawing at him. I was fortunate. My father's ward was located on the 2nd floor, where there were fewer zombies. After I managed to escape, I took refuge in the pharmacy room, which could be considered an anomaly. As for awakening, I cannot say for certain. I fainted upon encountering a blinding white light. When I regained consciousness, I discovered my strength had significantly increased. My player panel also displayed a symbol indicating I was an awakened one. Lin An pondered for a moment. Awakening in the pharmacy room? It seems this trip to the hospital warrants a visit to the pharmacy. After Zhang Tai shared this, he opened his personal information, unreservedly allowing Lin An to peruse it. Player information: Zhang Tai, Awakened 1, player level, level 0, Awakened rank, level 0 strength, 13, 14. 3, agility, 12, 13. 2, constitution, 15, 16. 5, willpower, 12, 13. 2, equipment, non-awakened talent. Bear transformation, temporarily transforms into a bone-crushing black bear, significantly enhancing constitution and slightly boosting strength. With enhanced defenses and doubled self-healing abilities. The initial attributes of the awakened individuals are notably impressive. Lin An was somewhat astonished upon observing Zhang Tai's physical constitution, having just transitioned into an awakened state. Zhang Tai boasted an impressive initial attribute score of 15, coupled with his awakened talent that fortified his self-healing capabilities. It was no wonder he could recover swiftly even from life-threatening injuries. Captain Lin, my physical attributes are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Tai remarked, detecting Lin An's surprise and allowing a hint of pride to surface. Although he had yet to encounter other awakened individuals, he had compared his attributes with those of his peers. While Lin An exhibited formidable strength, it seemed that his prowess was primarily in sheer power. Zhang Tai felt confident in his own physical attributes. By the way, Captain Lin, what is your strength score? I must say, that strike you delivered to the monster was remarkably powerful. Zhang Tai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Lin An opened his attribute panel and glanced at the figures. Strength 19. 4. Zhang Tai fell silent, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, being an optimistic individual, he quickly brushed off the disappointment. Haha, although my strength may not match yours, my physical constitution is where I truly shine, Zhang Tai expressed. Eager to challenge Lin An in a contest of physical attributes, his most confident area. Lin An appeared tall and athletic, though his physique seemed somewhat slender beneath his clothing. In terms of physical constitution, a higher score typically indicated a more robust body. The robust man who had perished earlier had a score of merely 9. Even considering Lin An as an awakened individual, Zhang Tai surmised that his score could only reach around 12 or 13 at most. With anticipation, Zhang Tai inquired, "What is your score? Is it 13? Lin An smiled calmly. Zhang Tai's laughter choked, his expression stiffening. He had not anticipated that Lin An's physical attributes would utterly overshadow his own, leaving him feeling like a defeated rooster. Zhang Tai suppressed the last vestige of his pride and refrained from discussing attributes any further. It was truly absurd. Exceptional strength paired with superior physique. Was it necessary to be so formidable? Lin An shook his head slightly, finding amusement in Zhang Tai's incessant murmurs. After all, he too was a first-tier awakened individual and a level 1 player, with double attribute bonuses and having consumed 2 spirit energy plants. If his attributes were to fall short even against Zhang Tai, it would render his rebirth futile. Not wishing to diminish Zhang Tai's confidence, Lin An shifted the conversation back to the hospital. Since you accompanied your father to the hospital, where do you think the most zombies would congregate during the apocalypse? Zhang Tai, somewhat puzzled, wondered why Lin An was inquiring about this. The orthopedic and surgical emergency departments, I suppose. There were particularly numerous traffic accidents before the apocalypse. When I passed by the surgical emergency, the injured were sprawled across the entire hall. Many did not receive timely treatment. That dreadful place now likely harbors at least 10,000 zombies. As he glanced through the window at the distant hospital, a shiver ran down Zhang Tai's spine. Lin, why do you keep asking about the hospital? Lin An smiled faintly, his finger tracing the window as he pointed at the building adorned with the emergency surgery sign. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture there. Chapter 23. The night before departure in the dead of night, Lin An lay in room 908. The rich scent of perfume was somewhat pungent, and several black ribbons hanging by the bedside resembled nooses. Outside the window, faint explosions intermittently echoed, making it difficult to sleep. Suddenly, a piercing, vengeful shriek emanated from within the hospital. The shriek, excruciatingly sharp, pierced through the glass and resonated across hundreds of meters. Lin An hurriedly approached the window to investigate, yet found nothing. The shriek appeared for a fleeting moment before fading into silence. What could that have been? After observing for a considerable time, he remained empty-handed. The hospital's towering structures obscured any clear source of the sound. The unexpected occurrence weighed heavily on his heart like a stone. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to proceed with his visit to the hospital. Sleep eluded him for a long while. Lying flat on his back, Lin An stared silently at the ceiling, feeling somewhat fatigued. It was the 2nd day following the outbreak of the apocalypse, and the 5th day since his rebirth. Memories from his past life intertwined with those of the past few days, flashing through his mind like a rapidly turning album. In the hotel, devoid of electricity, the unpredictable weather made the late night rather chilly. With a creak, the door swung open, unlatched. Unable to use the room card, Lin An had no choice but to remove the lock directly. In the darkness, when you stood at the doorway, clutching a blanket, after a moment's hesitation, she chose to speak. I can't sleep. Lin An remained silent for a moment. To him, the darkness felt as bright as day. He noticed Wen Ye's reddened eyes, indicating she had likely been crying. Sleeplessness in the dead of night often stemmed from troubled thoughts. After crying, she must have lingering concerns. Lin An could surmise what was troubling her. You have a family member at Linjiang Hospital, don't you? Lin An's extraordinary mental acuity had allowed him to detect Wen Ye's emotional turmoil earlier that afternoon. Wen Ye clutched the blanket in her hands, gently nodding her head. Her voice trembled as she spoke. She is in room 303, in the building adjacent to the emergency department. This utterance seemed to drain her of all strength. The room was frigid, and she shivered in her pajamas, having just emerged from a shower. The hairdryer was of no use. Her damp hair could only be tied up simply. Lin An remained silent for a moment, at a loss for words of comfort. Tomorrow, if it does not impede our plans, I shall pay a visit, he said, observing how Wen Ye had lost her previous elegance and resilience. A sigh escaped his heart. The entire hospital had now descended into a hellish nightmare, and the area where Wen Ye's mother resided was perilously close to the emergency center, teeming with the undead. Both were acutely aware that the likelihood of her mother's survival was nearly non-existent. A visit would merely serve as a psychological solace. Outside, the cold wind howled, its sharpness audible even through the glass. "Thank you," Wanya murmured, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, her gaze imbued with gratitude. Loyalty increased by 30 points, current value, 8,100, almost impossible to betray, even in death. She bowed deeply to Lin An, as if making a resolute decision. "May I stay here with you tonight?" Upon finishing her sentence, she slowly approached Lin An's bedside, her head bowed, and gently placed the blanket beside him. Lin An furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that Wanya's words had somehow elevated her loyalty. It appears that this matter has profoundly affected her, leading her to completely lower her guard against Lin An. "If you believe it is out of a desire to repay me or for some ulterior motive, there is no need for such sentiments." Lin An's agreement to take a glance was devoid of any ulterior intentions. After all, he had not made any definitive promises. He would only do so if it did not impede his own actions. Wanya lifted her head at the sound, her face flushed. She opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something, yet the words remained unspoken. "Since you have joined my ranks, you are undoubtedly a member of my team. Among teammates, mutual assistance is expected. You need not harbor feelings of guilt or gratitude. Moreover, I am not particularly fond of your approach." Lin An's gaze was clear, and after speaking, he calmly regarded Wanya. The faint, pleasant scent of shower gel dispelled the room's cheap perfume odor. "It's best to retire early," Lin An stated before turning away, closing his eyes to rest. Wanya found herself at a loss, her hands faltering as she ceased to remove her top. She remained frozen at the edge of the bed, unable to utter a single word. After a long moment, she busied herself with arranging her bedding. In the darkness, Lin An sensed someone settling into the bed beside him, yet they did not draw near. "I'm sorry." Wanya lay curled up in a corner of the bed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. It was unclear whether this sentiment was directed at Lin An or herself. The following morning, on the 9th floor corridor, Lin An awaited patiently. "Brother Lin." "Captain, I brought the person for you." Zhang Tai strode towards him from the opposite end of the corridor, still unaccustomed to addressing Lin An as captain. In a moment of hasty change, he greeted Lin An with enthusiasm, his laughter ringing clear. Two middle-aged men followed closely behind him, seemingly from his previous team. "Brother Lin." The two men bowed awkwardly, greeting Lin An with evident anxiety. To an outsider, Lin An could certainly be described as handsome, with fair skin that might even suggest he resembled a scholar. However, in their eyes, Lin An had become synonymous with a monster. Anyone who witnessed the scene of Lin An effortlessly slaying a devourer would likely find it unforgettable. That singular strike was the talk of the night. He led the trio to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the elevator lobby on the 9th floor. "Please describe the internal layout of the hospital so I can determine the route," Lin An instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the surgical building, its dark glass facade concealing the interior. The entrance to the surgical building was firmly shut, revealing only a few zombies wandering about outside. "Brother Lin, this is the map we painstakingly drew up overnight," the two middle-aged men, hospital staff brought in by Zhang Tai, stated, familiar with the hospital's architecture. Standing on either side of Lin An, they pointed at the map and continued. "This route leads to the entrance of the underground parking lot, approximately 20 meters to the right of the hospital's main entrance. Entering here will take you directly to the emergency surgery department. The orthopedics department is located on the 2nd floor of the emergency surgery area, occupying about 2 levels." Half an hour later, after expressing his gratitude to the two men, Lin An descended the stairs with Zhang Tai. For this operation, he had chosen not to bring along additional personnel. Given the dense presence of zombies within the hospital, bringing ordinary individuals along would only lead to their demise. Even Zhang Tai, if inadvertently besieged by zombies, would face the risk of infection. In the stairwell, the two conversed as they walked. "Captain Lin, so are we headed to the surgical emergency room in search of an item?" Zhang Tai followed behind Lin An, scratching his head. "Not necessarily the emergency room. It merely has the highest probability. In apocalyptic scenarios, most equipment is often accompanied by monsters. Some are mutated beings, while others are hordes of zombies. Given your description, the emergency ward is likely to harbor the greatest number of zombies, thus making it the most probable location for equipment." Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully, struggling to keep pace with Lin An as they descended the stairs. Lin An's reasoning, logically speaking, was flawed. He was deducing conclusions from results. The presence of equipment attracting monsters is a phenomenon that occurs post-apocalypse. Yet, the multitude of zombies in the emergency room originated from patients. These individuals were not congregated there after the outbreak. They had been present prior to the calamity. Therefore, the abundance of zombies in the emergency room was not due to the presence of equipment. It could be surmised that Lin An, having experienced rebirth, was privy to the knowledge that hospital equipment is found in areas with the highest zombie concentration. Should a perceptive individual have been present, they would have recognized the inconsistencies in Lin An's statements. However, Zhang Tai evidently did not belong to such a category. He remained entirely oblivious to this nuance. Is that equipment truly formidable? Zhang Tai inquired with curiosity, sensing Lin An's unwavering determination to acquire it. What sort of item could compel Lin An to risk everything to obtain it? After all, this equipment resided in a hospital. He recalled the vast horde of zombies, feeling a shiver of trepidation. Extremely powerful. As a piece of blue equipment, the Skull Crusher boasts a single attribute enhancement, yet its value reaches an astounding 5 points, which is undeniably extraordinary. For an ordinary player, provided their base strength is not too lacking, this item could effortlessly propel them beyond the human limit of 10 points, granting them power comparable to that of an awakened one. It can be said that this is an item capable of inducing a transformative change in one's strength. I have yet to encounter such equipment. Lin, you mentioned that this apocalyptic game is indeed a game, yet it seems devoid of any game functionalities. Lin An chuckled softly, understanding Zhang Tai's bewilderment. It is entirely normal not to have encountered equipment. Every item in the apocalyptic game is cherished beyond measure. As for the apocalyptic game, it is indeed a game, but it is not our game. Chapter 24. The Corpse Serpent. The underground parking garage. The entrance, devoid of electric lighting, is shrouded in darkness. Sunlight delineates a stark boundary between the entrance and the shadows. Lin An leads the way, followed closely by the fully armed Zhang Tai. The sound of clanking echoes distantly, muffled and heavy, as the passage enveloped in darkness resembles the entrance to hell. Lin, did you hear that? Zhang Tai, clad in 2 oversized, heavy cotton jackets and wearing the largest welding helmet available, inquired. His large physique makes it challenging to find armor that accommodates his transformed state, causing him to wobble as he walks, reminiscent of his appearance post-transformation. I sensed something amiss. When I fled earlier, this place was swarming with zombies. He lowered his voice, his expression grave as he cautiously posed the question to Lin An. At the entrance ramp of the parking lot, only a few wrecked sedans were parked, yet there was no sign of any zombies. Logically, with the apocalypse merely days away, this underground entrance adjacent to the hospital should be teeming with the undead. In a matter of a single day, they had vanished. Such an occurrence defies reason. Lin An maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Where there is irregularity, there lies something amiss. The two had initially prepared for a fierce advance through the parking lot into the hospital. There was no need to lower their voices. Communication could be conducted through their internal channel. Be cautious. Something may have transpired last night, Lin An conveyed through the team channel. Recalling the piercing wail that echoed in the dead of night, Zhang Tai paused, offering an awkward smile, still unaccustomed to the surroundings. His voice boomed excessively through the channel. Too loud, Lin An thought, casting a resigned glance at Zhang Tai. Let us proceed. As they walked slowly down the ramp, their eyes fell upon a multitude of overturned and wrecked vehicles. Numerous dried bloodstains marred the car windows, and the bodies bore palm prints, indicative of the owner's desperate struggles before demise. A rough count revealed at least 200 vehicles. Strangely, not a single corpse was in sight. The peculiar sound of clanking continued unabated, yet Lin An had yet to ascertain its origin. He sensed, albeit faintly, that the noise seemed to emanate from a deeper level. Navigating through the passageway obstructed by cars, Zhang Tai pointed to the ground nearby. Captain Lin, there are signs of dragging. He indicated a 3-meter-wide dark red trail of blood that extended into the second level of the parking lot. Beside the bloodstains, the vehicles lay overturned, revealing a 5-meter-wide blank area. I too have observed it. There is indeed another blood trail on the left side. Another crimson mark meanders from the roof of a crushed SUV. Lin An's expression grew grave. These 2 bloodstains could not have been caused by a single corpse. His formidable mental acuity swiftly reconstructed the potential scene that had transpired. 1, or perhaps 2, enormous creatures dragged a multitude of bodies down to the second subterranean level. The creature on the left, while dragging, had crushed the mid-size SUV beneath its foot. The creature's width was at least 5 meters, or alternatively, The size of the heap of bodies being dragged was 5 meters. Are they mutated beings? Lin An pondered. That shouldn't be the case. In my previous life, I had not heard of any mutations occurring within hospitals. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Zhang Tai inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy, as if something in the darkness were watching him. It was cold and chilling. Though his perceptive abilities did not match Lin An's, his beastly instincts, granted by his beast transformation talent, heightened his senses. Let us set aside these thoughts for now. We shall ascend directly through the elevator shaft. The parking lot contains a freight elevator that leads straight to the emergency center. There is no electricity, but we can climb up the elevator shaft. Very well. They traversed the darkness, shrouded in an eerie silence. The air was thick with a damp odor intermingled with the metallic scent of blood. Captain Lin, it is right here. Zhang Tai halted, gesturing toward a nearby shadowy area. Both men were awakened beings, capable of perceiving the darkness as if it were daylight with even the faintest light. The metal sign inscribed with freight elevator was somewhat tarnished, and the elevator doors were firmly shut. They were covered in a multitude of blood handprints. Suddenly, a sharp, raspy sound pierced the stillness. Bang! The instinctive reaction of a beast. Zhang Tai instinctively kicked towards the shadow that lunged from the darkness. The shadow burst into a cloud of fragments. What on earth? Zhang Tai was startled and turned to see a puddle of mangled flesh on the ground. It was a human head, devoid of limbs. The bare, white spine protruded like a tail, connected to the head. Zhang Tai's expression turned grim. It was utterly repulsive. Lin An also glanced over, scrutinizing it closely, his gaze somber. This is a corpse snake. Typically, it is formed from infected individuals who, before their demise, have been devoured by a multitude of zombies. The overwhelming presence of the zombie virus within them leads to a significant reinforcement of their spines. In their mutilated state, these creatures detach themselves from their flesh, moving like serpents, relying on their spines. Lin An picked up the elongated spine from the ground, removing the shattered cranial portion. He swung it a couple of times, and the spine crackled like a long whip. Such an object serves well as a weapon. Its hardness and resilience are commendable. Ignoring Zhang Tai's pale complexion, Lin An handed the spine to him. Here, take it. You happen to be without a weapon. The durability of the fire axe is too poor compared to this. In the early stages of the apocalyptic game, when one lacks weaponry and equipment, the spine of a corpse snake is highly favored by players, regarded as the best weapon of the initial phase. Captain Lin. Zhang Tai's face fell. The towering figure of nearly 2 meters involuntarily taking a few steps back. This thing is too disgusting. Though he was not easily frightened. The apocalypse had only erupted 2 days prior. In the first 3 decades of his life, he had only witnessed the most brutal scenarios akin to street brawls. The sheer level of carnage was overwhelming. Lin An furrowed his brow, gripping tightly, resolving to adapt swiftly. Such occurrences would be frequent in the future. Disgusting. Yet could it aid in survival? Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth as he accepted the spine of the corpse. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite Lin An being younger, he felt an inexplicable sense of gravitas in Lin An's words, as if he had traversed a myriad of experiences. Boom! The metal surface crumpled, revealing a narrow gap. He pried it open. Lin An, with his right hand firmly grasping the Nepalese curved dagger, assumed an optimal combat stance. Above the elevator shaft lay the emergency center, and it was highly probable that a multitude of zombies lurked within. Creak. The metal distorted. Zhang Tai's face flushed crimson as he struggled momentarily to pry it open. A realization dawned upon him, his pupils constricting. With his current strength, it would be a trivial task to force the elevator doors apart, unless there was a considerable weight pressing down on them from within. A surge of power. Lin An recognized this as well. Golden spiritual energy coursed through him, amplifying his strength. With a commanding shout, he assisted Zhang Tai in moving the elevator doors aside. Roar! Like a swarm stirred from slumber, countless zombies erupted in a cacophony of howls. Within the elevator shaft, an innumerable horde of zombies densely packed, effectively sealing the entire shaft. As the doors swung open, the zombies surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam. Chapter 25. The horde. Zhang Tai was caught off guard, toppled to the ground by the onrushing zombies. With a thunderous roar, he underwent a transformation, his body enveloped in black fur. In an instant, he morphed into a formidable black bear. With a fierce strike, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his palm. Several zombies, just rising from the ground, were instantly obliterated, their skulls shattered and brain matter mingling with blood, spilling onto the earth. Lin An's gaze was icy, and he wielded his Nepalese curved knife with swift precision. The arc of his slash painted a graceful curve, cleaving through a cluster of heads with immense force. Charge in! Lin An roared through the team's communication. The zombies pouring out from the elevator shaft seemed endless. It appeared that during the apocalypse, the elevator doors of the emergency center had been breached, causing the zombies nearby to tumble into the shaft, completely sealing it off. If they remained here, the slaughter would never cease. Should they delay any longer, they risked attracting zombies from other areas, making escape impossible. Moreover, a single misstep could lead to being scratched and infected by a zombie. Lin An was somewhat fortunate, possessing toxin resistance that granted him immunity to a degree. However, Zhang Tai was not as fortunate. You clear the path. Lin An stepped back, bending slightly to gather his strength. Understood. Zhang Tai's large head bore a fierce expression as he clutched it with one hand, turning sideways to charge forward. With the might of a bear, the ground trembled as Zhang Tai, transformed, barreled into the horde like a heavy truck. The sound of crunching bones echoed, relentless and grating, as the zombies at the deepest part of the elevator shaft were crushed into a pulp. Now, Lin An took a deep breath, his right foot crashing down on the ground as he leaped into the air, delivering a decisive slash. The zombies descending into the shaft had yet to touch the ground when his blade severed them in two. With another surge of power, he stepped onto Zhang Tai's sturdy shoulder, using it as leverage to propel himself into the elevator shaft. Zhang Tai grimaced, his face tinged with a hint of blue. Lin An's kick carried significant force. Had it not been for his robust physique, it could have easily shattered his scapula. Within the elevator shaft, Lin An leapt gracefully against the walls, his hands wielding a blade with remarkable speed. The edge of the knife danced, forming an impenetrable web of steel, ensuring the demise of a zombie with each strike. It was akin to a factory meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting flesh and blood. Zhang Tai stood below, overwhelmed by the sensation of a rain of flesh cascading from above. Occasionally, severed zombie heads would drop, gnashing their teeth in an attempt to bite him, which he effortlessly crushed. Jump up. There are far too many zombies at the elevator entrance. We must charge in together. The transformation into a bear is complete, and you are at risk of infection. Understood. Zhang Tai's expression grew grave as he bent his knees. Both of their innate abilities were time-bound. His transformation into a black bear lasted merely seconds. Were it not for the thick fur and reinforced skin acquired during the transformation, which shielded him from numerous zombie bites and scratches, he would have succumbed to infection amidst such a dense horde. After slightly adjusting his stance, aimed towards the elevator exit above, the confined space of the shaft allowed him to occupy most of it alone. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength. In an explosive leap reminiscent of a mortar shell, Zhang Tai, now a black bear, propelled himself from the bottom of the shaft. Meanwhile, Lin An positioned himself against the wall, dispatching zombies while awaiting Zhang Tai's ascent to the optimal position. As the fierce battle raged on, Lin An's initial surge of power was nearing its conclusion. Now was the moment. Power surge, mental energy depleting. With a swift kick against the elevator shaft, he triggered a violent tremor before pivoting and launching a kick. The objective was to propel Zhang Tai upward to the exit on the next floor. However, before he could even process what was happening, Lin An delivered a powerful kick to his backside. With a resounding thud, the massive figure of Zhang Tai was launched like a cannonball from the elevator, crashing into the emergency hall and clearing out the throng of zombies obstructing the doorway. He soared 4 to 5 meters, his body sliding across the smooth floor, leaving a trail of blood as he crushed a multitude of zombies beneath him. With a swift descent after his kick, Lin An propelled himself off the elevator shaft wall, using the rebound to launch himself forward. The zombies at the elevator entrance had been obliterated, allowing Lin An to exit with remarkable ease. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Lin An quickly surveyed the surroundings. To his dismay, the entire hall was densely packed with zombies, numbering at least 3,000 to 4,000. The horde was so tightly packed that it resembled a can of sardines, completely blocking any chance of escape. We cannot be surrounded. Upon hearing Lin An's command, Zhang Tai hastily rose to his feet, the weight of the zombies still clinging to his broad back. Captain Lin, my backside hurts, he exclaimed, attempting to reach back with his short, stout arms. You could have at least warned me before kicking. I'm not a soccer ball. He felt a twinge of grievance. He had initially thought Lin An wanted him to jump to the next floor and hold his position there, so they could work together to fight their way out. Little did he expect to be used as a literal projectile to clear a path. After enduring Lin An's kicks, He felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. For an awakened individual of lesser constitution, such blows would prove fatal. Lin An gave a dry cough, indicating that he should not dwell on the subject. He had acted on a whim, using Zhang Tai as a projectile. The result was surprisingly effective. Enough of that. I won't kick you next time. Let's storm the second floor. The zombies in the hall had already formed a siege. The frenzied horde advanced with alarming speed. The sight of thousands of zombies charging simultaneously was visually arresting. My bear transformation is ending. The helmet he wore was stretched out of shape, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Use the spinal column of the corpse serpent. Avoid close combat. Lin An took the lead, charging toward the horde after uttering those words. Although he was alone, he possessed the momentum of a vast army. With a full-force strike, he decapitated the foremost zombies. The distance between the horde and the two men was already minimal. As they engaged in close combat, Lin An went all out. The blade flashed, and the curved blade, enhanced by immense strength, swept across the area like a laser cutter. Reverse cleave. Lin An's reaction speed was remarkable. He turned and cleaved again, dispatching the zombies that had encircled him from behind. Although surrounded by zombies, Lin An was like a god of death in the horde, his sharp swordsmanship preventing the zombies from getting close. Crack! A crisp sound rang out from the blade, as several chips broke off. In the continuous battles, in order to pursue a sure kill with each strike, Lin An aimed for the zombies' heads every time. The bones strengthened by the zombie virus were considerably harder than those of ordinary humans. Under the relentless onslaught, the ordinary alloy blade could scarcely withstand such intense combat. Team leader Lin, this is untenable. The zombies are overwhelming. Not far away, Zhang Tai found himself encircled by hundreds of the undead. In a frenzy, he brandished the spine of a corpse snake, each strike producing a sharp crack akin to a whip. The tail was extraordinarily sharp, capable of shattering a zombie's skull with ease. Though he had never wielded a whip before, his raw strength lent him formidable prowess. This weapon proved to be exceedingly effective. As Zhang Tai grew more adept, he found the corpse snake's spine far superior to conventional axes or sabers, not only due to its razor-like sharpness, but also for its ability to keep foes at bay. Without this whip in hand, avoiding the encroaching zombies, given his modest agility, would have been utterly impossible. Activate bear transformation again. Lin An commanded sternly, resolutely urging Zhang Tai to initiate his transformation once more. He had initially intended for Zhang Tai to conserve one transformation for the second level to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. However, the sheer number of zombies in the hall was staggering. Even with a strike for each, he could not keep pace with their relentless resurgence. Without activating bear transformation, Zhang Tai would find it impossible to break free. Team leader, I can only transform into a bear once more. Zhang Tai bellowed, his body swelling instantly. In the blink of an eye, a massive black bear re-emerged in the hall. With a thunderous roar, the bear's growl intertwined with the shrieks of the zombies. The slender bone whip in his grasp seemed like a mere toy. With each ferocious lash of the bone whip, he shattered swathes of zombies without concern for their proximity. His overwhelming presence cleared a space in mere moments, significantly improving the situation. Only Lin An noticed that Zhang Tai's gaze was somewhat dim, a manifestation of mental exhaustion, compared to Lin An's explosive power. Zhang Tai's bear transformation consumed significantly more mental energy. Furthermore, his inherent willpower was rather low. Consequently, being able to transform into a bear twice within a single day was his utmost limit. How wonderful it would be if Wen could partake in the battle now. Lin An sighed. With her unique abilities as a mutant, she could replenish the mental energy for both Lin An and Zhang Tai entirely. Without the concern of mental energy depletion, they could gradually eradicate this horde of zombies. Alas, she had yet to awaken, her strength too feeble to engage in such combat. Lin An recalled the suturer at the Wanda shopping center, where the number of zombies would certainly exceed that here. In the face of a massive horde, replenishing mental energy was crucial to the outcome of the battle. It seemed that once they secured the equipment, they must expedite Wenya's awakening. Having a mutant without utilizing her abilities would be an utter waste. Prepare to charge together. Upon initiating his bear transformation, Zhang Tai successfully joined forces with Lin An, and the two fought side by side. As they unleashed their fury, they were now merely a dozen meters away from the second floor. 3, 2, 1. Lin An inhaled deeply and, like an arrow released from a bow, surged forward. The glimmer of his blade wove a dense net of death, shattering a vast expanse of zombies before him in an instant. The black bear beside him, with a furious roar, plunged recklessly into the throng of corpses, carving a bloody path. Chapter 26. The Right Weapon. Captain Lin. Should we split up or stick together? Upon entering the second floor, the number of zombies did not diminish, but rather increased. Zhang Tai fervently wielded his bone whip, and in a moment of desperation, resorted to kicking apart the zombies that lunged at him. His breath came in heavy gasps, as both his physical and mental stamina had nearly reached their limits. In a relentless assault, he had long lost count of the number of zombies he had slain. His once jet-black hair was now stained a dark crimson, and fragmented entrails clung to his attire. A cursory glance might have mistaken him for some form of mutated undead. In the chaos, his energy was rapidly depleting, and he began to feel the strain. Huff. Zhang Tai panted, fatigue creeping in. Team Lin. Lin An found himself equally ensnared in a sea of corpses. As the vanguard, he faced nearly thrice the number of zombies that Zhang Tai did. The blade in his hand left behind fleeting shadows, yet he could only barely fend off the relentless onslaught. My second transformation is nearing its end. The conclusion of his transformation signified impending doom. A wave of dread washed over Lin, and as he had underestimated the might of the horde, he had believed that armed with an antidote and bolstered by his own abilities, he could confront the zombie throng within the hospital unscathed. He had merely called upon Zhang Tai for an added layer of assurance. Having previously encountered only small clusters of zombies without peril, he had grown complacent since awakening, underestimating the threat posed by these wretched creatures. Yet, he now realized the true horror of the relentless horde. These insatiable monstrosities could wear down any awakened individual to the brink of exhaustion. Such arrogance was perilous. Lin An chastised himself. In the apocalyptic game, even the mightiest awakened were but struggling ants. With his mere first-tier status, what right had he to belittle these abominations? Judgment Eye? Lin An exclaimed softly, as a pale blue mist began to rise. Within his field of vision, all information transformed into a torrent of data streams. Current exploration reveals a staggering number of zombies, 197, with only one mutant detected. Lin An's expression shifted drastically. It was the first time the Judgment Eye failed to provide accurate data. Either there were indeed mutants lurking nearby, just beyond the limits of his perception, or something else was amiss. The abnormality in the underground garage, the piercing shriek heard the previous night, the mutants that had never been documented in his past life, and the corpse serpents. He sensed an intricate connection among these four elements. What could it possibly be? A roar erupted from the black bear, filled with anguish and fury. In mere seconds, the area around Zhang Tai was swarmed with zombies. The creatures descended upon him like ravenous ants, while more surged forward like a plague of locusts. Were it not for the bear's thick fur and the cotton clothing prepared in advance, the sheer volume of zombie toxins would have overwhelmed him, leaving him vulnerable to infection within seconds. The massive bear was nearly engulfed by the horde. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed. Metal had shattered. Lin An's Nepalese curved knife had been rendered utterly useless, splintering into shards that pierced the bodies of several zombies nearby. The situation worsened with each passing moment. Lin An could no longer afford to ponder the cause of the calamity. He hastily retrieved 2 sections of a zombie's spine from the judgment ring, fashioning them into makeshift weapons. With determination, he charged forward. Twisting and turning, he propelled himself with force, wielding the stabbing weapons as if they were a fierce drill, shredding through the zombies that obstructed his path, rushing to Zhang Tai's aid. Yet it was not enough. The number of zombies was overwhelming, and the ground was already blanketed with a thick layer of mangled flesh. The viscous blood was truly a sea of corpses. A swift resolution was imperative. Stimulants were now a necessity. As a trump card, the potions were to be consumed sparingly. Once life departs, nothing remains. Lin An bit into the stimulant extracted from his ring, swallowing the mixture of potion and glass shards. Droplet, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Droplet, Burst power increased by 50, Stamina and impact resistance increased by 30, Attack speed increased by 20. With 2 vials consumed, a long-lost strength surged within him. The eruption of power. Just as the second skill concluded, Lin An activated the burst power once more, ensuring that the momentum of his assault remained unbroken. A flash of golden psychic energy rejuvenated him to his peak condition. Droplet, all attributes 2. A faint ripple of psychic energy dissipated in an instant. Lin An suddenly felt the bone spikes in his hands were as light as feathers, as if his body were a volcano brimming with power. Time slowed. The once swift and frenzied zombies appeared to move in slow motion before his eyes. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Upon breaching the critical threshold, a wondrous perception expanded within him. Lin An was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Under the influence of the two external enhancements, he sensed an elevation of power beyond his previous limits. Could it be that I could annihilate them all? His heart raced, pumping blood through his body like a relentless engine. In this fleeting moment of possessing advanced strength, Lin An felt capable of tearing apart a devourer with his bare hands. His muscles erupted with an infinite force, wild, piercing, with both hands gripping the bone spikes. He unleashed his strength, and a series of explosive sounds resonated around him, propelled by this newfound power. A shard of bone lanced forth with the swiftness of lightning, instantly obliterating the zombie before him. Like a traditional gourd, the strike cleared the immediate vicinity. A reverse cleave followed, emboldened by immense power. A surge of battle lust coursed through Lin An. He wielded the bone shard like a cleaver, bringing it down in a swift, reverse strike. The velocity was such that it resembled more of a bludgeoning, with a piercing shriek as the weapon tore through the air. A multitude of zombies were reduced to a pulpy mire. This sensation, this sheer strength. Delight flickered in Lin An's eyes. Such potent force was intoxicating. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a thunderclap in a clear sky. Consumed by the thrill of the slaughter, Lin An cast aside the bone shards. Though reasonably sharp and durable, they felt unwieldy. The two shards shot forth like bolts, effortlessly piercing through the encroaching zombies, leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Yield. Crush. Rumble. Lin An's countenance was wild, his eyes bloodshot. He seized a nearby zombie, using it as a makeshift hammer to pummel the horde. Thump. Thump. As if swatting flies. The densely packed zombies around Lin An were instantly annihilated, reduced to a bloody, unrecognizable mess. Invigorating. Lin An felt an unbridled exhilaration, the gloom in his heart completely dispelled. His momentum undiminished, Lin An seized the opportunity afforded by the overlapping effects of the potion and his power surge, swiftly cutting towards Zhang Tai. Rumble. A large cluster of zombies, huddled together, were smashed into a gore-soaked paste against the ground. Severed limbs and entrails flew in all directions, splattering blood. Thump. Lin An had lost count of the number of zombies he had used as bludgeons. Under Zhang Tai's horrified gaze, Lin An had, in a matter of seconds, hammered a clear path through the throng of the undead. Stunned, Zhang Tai could hardly contain his astonishment. This brutality was beyond comprehension. Swallowing hard, he observed Lin An, drenched in blood, mercilessly smashing zombies left and right, a sight far more terrifying than any aberration. The ground trembled as Lin An effortlessly crushed the zombie beside him, wiping the gore from his face and flashing a grin that sent chills down Zhang Tai's spine. Lin, Captain, you. Zhang Tai's once thunderous voice was now reduced to a whisper as he called out to Lin An through the team's communication. With the surrounding zombies momentarily cleared, he seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Lin An glanced at Zhang Tai, his crimson eyes gleaming ominously from the carnage. The brief respite was fleeting. As the horde surged forward once more, instinctively, Lin An reached for another zombie, only to find no intact corpses nearby. His gaze shifted to the imposing figure of Zhang Tai, whose robust stature suggested he could serve a different purpose. Wait a minute. Zhang Tai's heart raced with terror as he discerned the unspoken intent in Lin An's eyes. Captain Lin. No. Boom. The ground shattered beneath them, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Chapter 27. The peculiar zombies. Lin An observed the now cleared corridor with satisfaction. In a moment of inspiration, he dashed to the end of the hallway and stood beside Zhang Tai. With a playful idea, he used Zhang Tai to obliterate a few more zombies, ultimately employing him as a bowling ball. With the might of Lin An's second-tier strength, Zhang Tai's 2-ton frame effortlessly crushed the zombies in their path. How does it feel? Lin An asked, seizing the opportunity to hoist Zhang Tai, who lay on the ground, daunted and speechless. Zhang Tai remained silent, his eyes filled with sorrow. He felt utterly disassembled, as if his entire being had been shattered. Anyone subjected to being used as a hammer for an extended period and then kicked like a ball would naturally feel this way, especially when the perpetrator was Lin An. Let me reiterate, I am not a ball, he exclaimed. Moreover, shouldn't we hasten to find that thing? The zombies will soon surround us. Tears of frustration welled in Zhang Tai's eyes. His state of rage had subsided, leaving him in tattered clothing barely covering his backside. One half of his helmet dangled precariously, while his body was adorned with bloodied remnants. At the other end of the corridor, hordes of relentless zombies charged forward with unyielding fervor. Lin An, seemingly oblivious, fixated his gaze on a door to his left. It was the second orthopedic room. The white-painted door stood firmly shut, pristine and tidy. I believe I have found it. Lin An mused, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. He gently turned the doorknob. It was unlocked. With a soft click, he entered. Behind the desk inside sat a figure clad in a white uniform, resembling a doctor, with their back turned. The eye of judgment. Mutant. 0 mutant. 1. The numbers flickered. As if uncertain, Lin An, perplexed, stepped further into the room. His probing mental energy breached the faint barrier, enveloping the figure. Zombie, first-level mutant. This is an ordinary zombie. Yet it possesses a mysterious power that seems to have allowed it to transcend the limitations of its kind. Strength, 13 agility, 6 constitution, 10 will, 12 danger level, moderate. So it turns out, it was merely a false alarm. Lin An felt a weight lift from his heart. The mutated entity detected by the Eye of Judgment must be the zombie before him. Yet, it was neither outside his sensory range nor a formidable being of the third tier. Instead, it bore the Skullcrusher's hand, employing the inherent mental barrier of its equipment to thwart his detection. The attributes indicated a strength of 13 points, enhanced by a mysterious force that allowed it to transcend the limits of a typical zombie. Undoubtedly, the average zombie possesses a strength attribute ranging from 6 to 8 points. Thus, the remaining 5 points could only be attributed to the Skullcrusher's hand. Block the door. Lin An casually instructed Zhang Tai to secure the entrance. With a burst of power, Lin An issued a low command, reactivating the full attribute enhancement effect at level 2. The effects of the potion had yet to wane, and he remained at the pinnacle of his combat prowess. Despite the apparent lack of threat posed by the zombie's attributes, Lin An did not allow himself to grow complacent. The pristine examination room, with the zombie, resembling a doctor, sitting with its back turned, did not react violently upon sensing the presence of a living being, which was unusual for a typical zombie. Such anomalies heightened Lin An's vigilance to the utmost. Bang! The door was forcefully slammed shut by Zhang Tai, and within mere seconds, a series of frenzied impacts reverberated from the outside. The white-coated zombie remained unfazed, seemingly deaf to the chaos. The door would not withstand the onslaught for long. Regardless of any peculiarities, it was essential to test the waters. Lin An's gaze sharpened like a blade. His body taut as he lunged forward. Though it was merely a probe, this strike possessed the potency to pierce through steel and vanquish any zombie in an instant. The bone spikes tore through the air with ferocity. No, do not. His voice was hoarse and strained, each word forced from his throat. Lin An's eyes narrowed sharply, his body turning icy. The strike that was originally aimed at the doctor's zombie had veered off course in an instant. The voice emanated from the doctor. Boom. The wall behind the zombie was pierced, revealing the gray cement beneath. Lin An stared in disbelief at the doctor, who was attempting to continue speaking. A zombie. How could it possibly speak? A chill coursed through Lin An. In his previous life during 3 years of the Apocalypse game, he had never heard anyone mention that zombies could talk. The ability to speak implied the presence of reason, and moreover, intelligence. In stark contrast to Lin An's terror, Zhang Tai merely gazed at the doctor in astonishment. The iron door behind him rattled violently, causing him to stumble. Captain Lin, what is this creature saying? The notion that a mutated entity could possess intelligence was not entirely unfathomable to Lin An's knowledge. Third-tier mutated beings and above began to exhibit varying degrees of intelligence. But a first-tier mutated zombie possessing intelligence? If it were due to some equipment, it could still be somewhat acceptable, given that apocalyptic gear often carried unique effects. However, if this zombie retained its intelligence without relying on such equipment, it would be utterly terrifying. Humanity's dominance on Blue Star and its position at the pinnacle of the food chain relied entirely on intelligence. If a first-tier mutated zombie possessed intelligence, Lin An truly could not fathom how humanity would defend itself. First-tier mutated beings were far from rare. The Apocalypse game would transform from a battle against monsters into a struggle for survival between two races. With heavy footsteps, Lin An held a bone spike against the doctor's head, ready to deliver a fatal blow at the slightest movement. What do you wish to say? He inquired, a mockery lacing his words. Lin An had never envisioned himself conversing with a zombie. Please, don't kill me. Guttural breathing. As Lin An approached, the zombie doctor seated in the chair could barely suppress his instinctive craving for flesh. He wheezed as a mortally wounded elder. struggling repeatedly to rise from the chair and attack. Yet, reason overruled instinct. Lin An discerned fear in his eyes. He tilted his head, attempting to steer the bone spur away from his brow. Furnish me with a reason not to dispatch you. Lin An inhaled deeply. A zombie, fearing death, was pleading for his life. Why you desire it? The zombie doctor fidgeted, raising his right hand with great effort. His flesh-stripped hand was adorned with a bizarrely black glove, covered in a dense network of blood-colored. On the back of the glove, there was an empty socket, suggesting something had once been embedded there. Lin An's heart leaped, a flash of blue light in his eyes. Eye of judgment. Ding, apocalyptic equipment detected. Grade, excellent, blue. Chapter 28. Hand of the Skull Crusher blue equipment? Lin An's eyes burned with fervor. An item that players throughout the entire city of Linjiang had yearned for in his past life was now within reach. Although its attributes were hidden before acquisition, Lin An was certain this equipment was the hand of the Skull Crusher. Swoosh. Lin An, wielding the bone spur, pressed it against the zombie doctor's skull, instantly piercing a section. With just a bit more force, he could scramble his brains. In the face of Lin An's formidable power, the reinforced bones of the zombie crumbled like mere biscuits. I will exchange my possessions for your life. Yet, it was insufficient. Lin An tilted his head, his gaze piercing into the flesh and bone skeleton. It is mine. Killing you will make it mine. Lin An unceremoniously interrupted the words of the zombie doctor. The door to the office would not hold for long. If this zombie could merely speak but offered no valuable insight, he saw no reason to squander any further time. He had promised Winya that he would take a look at the nearby building, and it was also imperative to visit the medication room mentioned by Zhang Tai. Time was of the essence. Any delay until nightfall would elevate the horror of the zombies to an entirely new level. To be ensnared in a horde again would be far too perilous. No. The zombie doctor's scarlet eyes displayed a semblance of human-like fury. How intriguing, Lin An mused, noting the creature's capacity for anger and emotional restraint. Silence enveloped them. The zombie doctor stood frozen, seemingly grappling with indecision. Indecision? Lin An's mind stirred. If this zombie possessed any intellect, it would undoubtedly realize that failing to provide value would lead to its demise. But what was it hesitating over? Lin An deliberately feigned impatience, subtly exerting force with his right hand, pretending to prepare for an attack. In the next moment, he was poised to shatter its skull. East. West. There. The creature, sensing Lin An's murderous intent, struggled to utter a few words in desperation. What is it? One more word, and I shall end you. And remove your gloves, or I will sever your hands. And no. I will die. A flicker of terror flashed in its eyes as it instinctively shielded its right hand. Don't let me die now. Lin An's murderous intent surged forth, seemingly chilling the room by several degrees. Consumed by rage, it appeared unable to suppress its craving for flesh any longer. With a deafening roar, the zombie doctor, gloved right hand poised menacingly, lunged toward Lin An's chest. Rather than a mere exertion of strength, it was as if the glove propelled its entire form toward Lin An. Seeking death, with an expression devoid of emotion, Lin An swiftly twisted and severed its right hand. A resounding crack echoed as he delivered a brutal kick, shattering its knee and exposing jagged white bone beneath. The disparity in strength between a first-tier mutant and Lin An was far beyond what a mere glove could compensate for. Moreover, this creature could only be considered a pseudo-first tier. Lin An retrieved the severed hand from the ground, methodically removing the glove. The glove shimmered with rippling blue waves. Ding. You have acquired blue equipment. Skull Crusher's hand. Excellent. Skull Crusher's hand. Blue excellent. Equipment level requirement. Level 1, first tier, equipment attributes, strength 5. Additional effects. Equipment evaluation. This item is missing a critical component. Perhaps you can find a way to restore it to unleash its true potential. After restoration, the quality will elevate from excellent to epic. At the center of the glove, there was an empty space where something should have been embedded. Lin An, filled with anticipation, eagerly donned the glove. With a muffled grunt, the glove seemed to come alive, tightening around his right hand, adhering closely to the flesh. At the same time, a surge of power coursed from the gloves into Lin An's heart. Strength attribute 5. Lin An's expression brightened with delight. On merely the third day of the apocalyptic game, he possessed such formidable prowess. The rapidity of his enhancement was almost beyond belief. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. With a single punch, he could easily obliterate a light armored vehicle. The intoxicating sensation of newfound strength was overwhelming. Lin An gazed at the vacant space where the gloves were lacking, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Key components? True power? It was difficult to fathom what effects might manifest if the gloves were fully restored. Truly, they were the coveted in-game equipment, revered and desired by countless players in his past life. While Lin An pondered, the zombie doctor's eyes flickered with a trace of terror, undeterred by pain as it disregarded its shattered legs. Without hesitation, it hastily clawed at the windowsill with its remaining hand, desperate to escape the examination room. Lin An smirked coldly, still attempting to flee. With a swift, powerful motion, he reached for the zombie's head and effortlessly wrenched it free. The decapitated body continued to instinctively claw at the windowsill. Such injuries were not fatal for a doctor transformed into a zombie. In Lin An's grasp, the severed head opened and closed its mouth, its eyes filled with malice. For zombies, unless the brain was destroyed, any injury was inconsequential. 3 seconds. Tell me where the missing components of the gloves are. 3, 2. The countdown to death begins. The malice in the zombie doctor's eyes was swiftly replaced by fear. With intelligence comes the instinct to fear death. Save me. I will tell you, people and things. In the nearby tall building, under the threat of death, its speech hastened involuntarily. Lin An's mind stirred. Save someone. The adjacent building? Wasn't that the very structure where Wenya's mother resided? The number of zombies in the nearby hospital may not be as abundant as here, yet it certainly wouldn't be negligible. In comparison to the emergency surgery area, which featured a corridor layout, the hospital building was replete with closely packed rooms. Confronted with a sudden zombie ambush, the level of danger would be no less than that present here. Why would it be there? Are you attempting to deceive me into going over? Lin An inquired in a somber tone, deliberately overlooking the notion of saving anyone. However, upon hearing the zombie doctor mention this, he became convinced that even if the critical parts were not located there, something must surely be present within that building. Upon entering, this particular zombie had been facing away, fixated on that very structure. I beseech you, refuse. There is my child. The gloves are his gift. The item is there. Chapter 29. The harsh truth within the ward. Lin An, expressionless, wiped away the viscous substance clinging to his hand with a white cloth. On the pristine ceramic surface lay a pool of intertwined red and white filth, faintly revealing that it was the shattered skull of the zombie doctor. Captain Lin, Zhang Tai remarked, a hint of indignation flashing across his eyes. With the absence of the zombie doctor's command, the force of the zombies crashing against the door diminished significantly. For the time being, there was no need to fear a breach. Did it not claim that its child was there? I see it is willing to relinquish the gloves. It merely seeks our assistance in locating its offspring. Why resort to killing him? He likely does not wish to become a zombie either. I believe Lin An dropped the white cloth in his hand and turned to Zhang Tai. He was not surprised that Zhang Tai would be furious about his act of crushing the zombie doctor's skull. Zhang Tai's inherent kindness was evident from the frail and vulnerable individuals he led. Do you think I am too cruel? Lacking humanity? We could have gone to the adjacent building and, upon finding his child, he would have willingly handed over the gloves to us. He might have even revealed the whereabouts of another component. So, should I not have killed him? Lin An and Zhang Tai locked eyes, and he felt his thoughts were justified. Yes, I believe he is still a person. He only wishes to find his child. Person? Lin An chuckled softly and approached the metal cabinet in the corner of the room. A zombie is forever a zombie. The moment he transformed into one, he lost his humanity. You underestimate the terrifying nature of the zombie virus. As Lin An stepped into the realm of judgment, a swirling mass of black mist loomed before him. With a swift motion, he opened the cabinet, causing a cascade of bones to tumble out, rolling to Zhang Tai's feet. 3 rows of children's skulls were neatly arranged on the top shelf, their innocent faces marred by gnawing marks. In each pair of eyes lay the terror experienced in their final moments, enveloped in an eerie silence. On the tiled floor, the bones were licked clean, with the marrow extracted without a trace of waste. What is this? Zhang Tai gasped, staring incredulously at the bones at his feet. Trembling, he picked up a piece that resembled a small arm. The bone was diminutive, its slender form suggesting it had not yet fully developed. With a shuddering gasp, Zhang Tai's teeth chattered, and the fractured bone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He recognized that these bones were all remnants of children. Lin An was not taken aback by Zhang Tai's reaction. Despite his imposing stature and resolute spirit, he was not immune to the harrowing realities of this apocalyptic world. The cataclysm had only just begun, and few could withstand the shock it wrought upon them. Lin An sighed softly and placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Tai's shoulder. A portion of the second floor had been designated for pediatrics. Since our arrival, have you encountered a single zombie transformed from a child? It claims that the power of the gloves has preserved its sanity and humanity. Zhang Tai inhaled deeply, struggling to articulate a few words from his throat, shaking his head. Captain Lin, is it not due to the gloves? Lin An's fingers brushed against the gloves on his right hand, his gaze turning icy. Were it not for his status as a reborn individual, he too might have fallen prey to the zombie doctor's deceptive words. Sanity? The desire to save children? Zombies can never possess such notions. The moment they transform into the undead, they are irrevocably reduced to monstrosities. At best, they may retain a semblance of intelligence. But even that comes at the cost of consuming human flesh. Much like the suturer, which, after devouring all the survivors in the Wanda Plaza, evolved into the third-tier aberration known as the Abomination, becoming the ultimate nightmare for the survivors of Linjiang City. Do you still fail to comprehend? He lost the gloves. Yet he still retained his intellect and the capacity for fear. This signifies that his wisdom was not bestowed by the gloves, but rather inherent to himself. Eradicating aberrant entities empowers players to ascend, a process mirrored by the undead who augment their capabilities through consumption. The mightier the aberration, the greater the tally of lives it is claimed. While the recently dispatched ghoul may have posed a negligible threat to me, its actual power surpassed that of its lesser brethren. Moreover, it possessed a unique attribute, the capacity to command other zombies through mental acuity. Without such direction, our previous tribulations would not have been so arduous. In all likelihood, it had devoured the majority of the children here, thus precipitating its transformation. Silence befell Zhang Tai as he approached the pool of defilement on the ground. With gritted teeth, he crushed it beneath his heel. Damnable filth. Ding. Zhang Tai's loyalty to you has increased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 80. A loyalty score of 80 virtually guarantees Zhang Tai's fidelity. The real-time monitoring of loyalty via the system is indeed advantageous. Not bad. It seems this incident has profoundly impacted Zhang Tai's worldview. I am confident that henceforth, Zhang Tai will no longer question Lin An's actions. Lin, I apologize, Zhang Tai said, head bowed, with a self-deprecating smile. It is of no consequence. Such experiences are inevitable. Lin An replied, trust neither zombie nor aberration, for upon their transformation, they cease to be human. Standing by the window, Lin An cast his gaze toward the distant hospital building. 303, Wenya's mother, the offspring of the zombie doctor, a crucial component for the missing equipment. It appears that whether to attain the gentle loyalty or to enhance one's equipment, a visit here is undoubtedly essential. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, we shall embark on our journey. This duration is sufficient for Zhang Tai to recuperate his strength. After all, the higher one's physical constitution, the swifter the recovery. Time is of the essence. Since the onset of the apocalyptic game, global weather has become remarkably unpredictable. Although the two set out early in the morning, it is still merely noon. Yet, the darkness descends rapidly, with twilight approaching by around 5 in the afternoon. Should we delay, the strength of the zombies will significantly increase under the cover of night. A quantitative change can lead to a qualitative transformation. While an individual ordinary zombie may possess limited power, a horde presents an entirely different challenge. Any enhancement, no matter how slight, becomes exceedingly troublesome. Standing by the window, Lin An meticulously scrutinizes the internal layout of the hospital. The actions planned for 10 minutes hence may not unfold smoothly. Why does the zombie doctor wish for him to venture into the inpatient department? What secrets might lie therein? He remains skeptical that the zombie doctor merely seeks to have him locate his child. The existence of a child remains an enigma. It is likely that there is some peril awaiting him. Lin An murmurs to himself, could it be a mutant? The hospital has already witnessed the emergence of aberrations that were non-existent in his previous life. Thus, the appearance of another would not be surprising. Yet, what precisely has precipitated this deviation? The sounds emanating from the underground parking lot, the inexplicable corpse serpents, the piercing shriek from last night, the vanished bloody sorceress, and the mountain of corpses resulting from what appeared to be a third-tier mutant on the highway into the city. Lin An reflects that he has not engaged in any actions that would significantly alter the course of history. If there is indeed a change, it can only be attributed to one thing: the premature acquisition of the Ring of Apocalypse. A myriad of thoughts flooded my mind, and a sudden notion struck me. If something truly emerged, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the surrounding environment. A thorough investigation might unveil some lingering clues. Chapter 30. Divided Actions. Lin. What are you looking at? Zhang Tai boisterously approached Lin An in no time. Nothing much, Lin An replied, retrieving 2 vials of pre-prepared potions from his waist and handing them to him. The pale purple liquids emitted an enchanting hue from within the test tubes, captivating the senses. Lin, what is this? Zhang instinctively accepted the potions, his eyes widening in astonishment as he examined the information that appeared in his player profile. Ding. Obtain giant lizard extract. Special temporarily increases strength by 1, constitution by 1, and agility by 1 upon consumption. Ding. Obtained refined snake venom. Special temporarily boosts explosive power by 50, endurance and resistance by 30, and attack speed by 20 upon consumption. Stunned into silence, Zhang Tai, as an awakened one, understood just how crucial even the slightest enhancement in attributes could be. This is rather impressive, Lin. If I had more of these, I wouldn't fear any zombies. Please, give me a few more. Lin sighed in resignation. After deducting the potions he had previously used, only 24 remained in his ring. Although it might sound ample, it would scarcely sustain many battles. Alone, it was manageable, but with an increase in team members, 2 or 3 skirmishes would deplete their supplies. We don't have much left. Conserve them. Can your mental strength support another transformation? Zhang Tai felt a twinge of regret after hearing the news. He cradled the potion as if it were a precious treasure. Team leader Lin, I can only manage to transform into a bear one more time, and the duration will be significantly reduced. He pondered briefly before offering a vague estimation. Approximately 20 seconds. Lin An frowned slightly. 20 seconds was indeed far too brief. He had calculated earlier that even with the utmost speed, their combat time in the hospital building would not be less than 5 minutes. Both locations were essential to address. After all, in his plans, the other awakening site was not easily located and was swarming with hordes of zombies. Bringing Winya into such a perilous situation, given her status as an ordinary person, posed considerable risk. Then, we shall split up. You head to the pharmacy. There are fewer zombies there. Report any anomalies directly to me. Lin An contemplated for a moment before deciding to send Zhang Tai alone to the pharmacy. It would be more beneficial for him to scout ahead rather than accompany Lin An, where he could contribute little. Zhang Tai hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately said nothing. He understood that if he failed to transform, he would merely be a resilient human, slightly stronger than the average, and in close combat with zombies, he might even become a burden to Lin An. Without any pretense, he nodded in agreement, though a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had always been regarded as the elder brother and a pillar of support by his team members. Yet, he never anticipated that, in Lin An's presence, he would be rendered nearly useless. The strength he once took pride in felt trivial before Lin An. A sense of despondency enveloped him as he glanced at his left hand. The severed arm has indeed diminished his strength considerably. Lin An discerned his thoughts and decided to offer some words of comfort. After all, they would soon be members of the same team, and mutual support would be inevitable. Zhang Tai, do not be disheartened or feel useless. Every awakened individual embodies strength. Your current sense of inadequacy stems from our confrontation with a horde of zombies. No one could withstand such a vast number. Lin An pondered for a moment before adding, your innate skill is quite commendable. Bear transformation, in terms of combat, is far more practical than many other awakened abilities. Once your transformation duration increases, and you even advance to the 2nd tier, you will acquire a new skill. The combination of prolonged bear transformation and newly learned abilities will yield formidable combat prowess. Lin An recalled the awakened individuals from his past life, particularly those who wielded elemental powers. They could summon flames and storms with a mere gesture, appearing immensely powerful with considerable destructive capability. However, often in the early stages, when mental energy was scarce, they would exhaust their skills after just a few uses, leaving them reliant on a mere 10 points of limit attributes to combat foes. Compared to physical-type awakened beings, those of the transformation type had a more sustainable combat duration. While their explosive power may be somewhat lacking, they excel in durability and stability. Much like the relationship between an ADC and a mage, one seeks consistent and stable output, while the other aims for short bursts of high damage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai felt considerably relieved, harboring a burgeoning anticipation for the prowess he would attain upon reaching the 2nd tier. Lin An shared this sentiment. In recent encounters with hordes of zombies, he had discerned a glaring shortcoming in his abilities, the absence of area of effect attack skills. While he managed adequately against solitary foes, confronting numerous adversaries proved to be an overwhelming challenge relying solely on physical combat. His innate talent lay in explosive strength, akin to Zhang Tai's bear transformation. Although his attributes were significantly enhanced and comprehensive, they ultimately belonged to supportive skills. In the apocalyptic game, lacking area of effect skills was exceedingly inconvenient. After all, while the mutated beings were formidable, they were scarce in number. The true threat in regular skirmishes came from vast swathes of zombies. Lin An resolved to eliminate the suturer after acquiring the necessary equipment, with the intention of ascending to the second tier before establishing a safe zone. Achieving this milestone would not only signify a qualitative leap in strength, but also grant him an entirely new skill. With one supportive skill already in his arsenal, Lin An was determined that the skill acquired after leveling up would not merely be another supportive one. Even a single target explosive skill would surpass the effectiveness of his current method of dispatching foes one by one. Captain Lin, I have rested sufficiently. Shall we proceed now? Lin An inquired, casting a steady gaze at Zhang Tai, who nodded in agreement. He offered Zhang Tai 2 vials of potions, confident that with Zhang Tai's capabilities, he would manage well in the relatively unpopulated pharmacy. With a decisive crash, the two confirmed their route and leaped from the second floor without hesitation. One headed straight for the hospital building, while the other made his way to the pharmacy. Shortly thereafter, the wailing of an infant pierced the suffocating silence of the darkness. A jarring and eerie sound. Chapter 31. Ward 317. As soon as he landed, the scattered zombies roaming the hospital's interior swiftly converged around him. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the presence of survivors in the various buildings or their instinctive desire to evade the harsh sunlight of day. The number of zombies on the external grounds was rather sparse. With a swift motion, Lin An brandished his bone spike, effortlessly piercing through the lunging zombie before him, as easily as if it were tofu. Equipped with the Skull Crusher's hand, his strength attribute soared to an impressive 24. For points, even without activating his innate abilities. In his regular state, he surpassed his previous performance while under the influence of drugs and skills, marking a significant enhancement in his capabilities. With his legs bent and coiled like a spring, he fixed his gaze upon a window on the third floor of the hospital building. With a tremendous crash, the ground beneath him cracked, leaving footprints even deeper than before. Like a human cannonball, he disregarded the zombies below, drawn by his scent. With a resounding thud, the wall of the third floor splintered, dust cascading downwards. Lin An leaped onto the exterior wall, grasping the protective netting of the window with one hand and exerting a slight force. With a creaking sound, the guardrail was torn apart with his bare hands, and the stainless steel bars twisted like pretzels. Peering through the window, he found the interior. It opened its massive maw with a frenzied motion. Its mouth, once full of teeth, was now devoid of them, yet it still attempted to gnaw at Lin An, seeking to savor a piece of flesh. Bang! Lin An, expressionless, suspended himself with one hand before delivering a powerful kick that shattered its skull, then leaped into the hospital room. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The room lay in disarray. 2 hospital beds occupied the space, each equipped with a private bathroom. This was evidently an intensive care unit, and the recently deceased zombie likely held a significant status in life. Ordinary citizens could scarcely afford the expenses of such specialized care. As he looked around, he noticed another zombie, an elderly woman, struggling to descend from her bed, her upper body the only remnant of her former self. It was not that the strength of the zombie was confined by the frailty of its original form. Under the enhancement of the zombie virus, Lin An had witnessed many elderly individuals transform into zombies, still capable of swift movement. However, this particular zombie matron had been rendered into a mere torso. Her limbs feasted upon until nothing remained, forcing her to wriggle like a maggot. The once pristine sheets were now stained with dark red blood. Her arms had been devoured, and her chest cavity was missing a considerable portion of its innards. It appeared that the elderly man had succumbed to the virus first, subsequently infecting her. If his assumptions held true, they might have been married. After decades of companionship, they found themselves in a hospital, supporting one another through illness, only to meet a tragic end through the jaws of a beloved partner. Lin An shook his head, feeling little emotional weight. Having witnessed similar scenes during the 3 years of the apocalypse in his past life, he had grown accustomed to such horrors. Bang, bang, bang. The door, locked from the inside, began to warp under the relentless assault of the zombies outside, drawn by the commotion. Unfazed, Lin An stepped forward, reaching for the door lock. With an air of tranquility, his gaze suggested that the horrors lurking outside were not the terrifying undead, but rather friends paying a visit. The judgment eye. With a decisive motion, he forcibly tore apart the door lock, a faint azure mist swirling in his eyes. A guttural roar erupted from the zombies outside, and a glance revealed no fewer than 20 or 30 of them, densely packed, effectively blocking the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin An sprang into action. As the nearest zombie approached, he lifted his leg and struck with precision. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed like firecrackers. The foremost zombie was sent hurtling back, colliding with its companions, creating a chaotic pileup. The walls trembled as the zombies at the entrance were cleared, while the ones deeper within became ensnared, their forms reduced to a pulpy mess against the wall. Lin An surveyed the aftermath of his casual kick, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Now, his strength was equivalent to over 4 tons. Each punch and kick delivered the force of a speeding automobile. This was the might of an awakened one. Stepping over the remnants of limbs and viscera, Lin An advanced into the corridor, swiftly scanning his surroundings. The judgment eye rapidly processed all information within his field of vision. Beep. Detection complete. Zombies, 1198. Variants, 0. Although the number of zombies was significantly fewer than those in the emergency building, they still posed a considerable threat. Behind him, the placard on the hospital room door read 330. An indicator on the wall directed, left, 330 to 370, right, 330 to 301. Without hesitation, Lin An turned right. If memory served him correctly, Wenya had mentioned that her mother was in room 303, while the zombie doctor had referred to the child with parts in room 317. Although Wenya's mother has likely perished or transformed into a zombie, having made a promise to Wenya, it is imperative to take a final glance. Moreover, rooms 303 and 317 lie along the same corridor, which does not incur any significant delay. The zombies howl, their grotesque forms meandering through the hallway. Lin An grips 2 sharp implements. One is a spine from a licker, the other from a common zombie. He has yet to dispose of the licker's corpse he vanquished on the roadside yesterday. In comparison to typical cold weapons, the zombie spine, while somewhat unwieldy, possesses commendable attributes. He lunges forth. Lin An steps forward, his movement as swift as lightning. With tremendous force, the sharp spine pierces through the zombie before him, creating a ghastly hole. His dual spines strike with blinding speed, transforming him into a ruthless and efficient machine of slaughter. With formidable strength, Lin An's advance remains unimpeded, clearing the path of any zombies that dare obstruct him. The carnage is cold and mechanical. A minute later, Lin An raises his gaze toward the nearby doorplate. The corridor behind him resembles a slaughterhouse, strewn with the shattered remains of decapitated zombies. Room 317. No abnormalities detected. Only the information of ordinary zombies appears on the luminous screen before him. A sense of confusion and a tinge of unease settle in Lin An's mind. Everything has proceeded too smoothly. Throughout his relentless assault, his judgment eye has remained active, designed to detect any special zombies that may lurk among the ordinary, allowing him to react with utmost swiftness. Furthermore, Wenya has not provided a photograph of her mother. Naturally, even if she had, it would be of little use. For if Wenya's mother has indeed transformed into a zombie, she would most likely be unrecognizable. Within the confines of the hospital, all patients donned identical hospital gowns, rendering identification based solely on attire virtually impossible. However, throughout his journey, no anomalies had arisen. He sensed that these zombies lacked any mutated entities orchestrating their movements. As he arrived at room 317, the absence of discoveries felt inexplicable. Logically, there must exist some latent danger. Otherwise, there would be no rationale for the zombie doctor to lure him here. Lin An would not entertain such a notion, for if that were the case, why would the zombie doctor not venture forth itself? A mutated entity capable of commanding other zombies would face no hindrance amidst the horde. With a tone of caution, Lin An issued a low command, his gaze sharpening. Power surged. A faint golden energy coursed through him, enhancing his attributes to a total of 2. His strength surged from 4 to 26. For such might, his blood raced. Once more, Lin An experienced the exhilarating force of second-tier power. No longer merely on the brink of a breakthrough, his strength now rivaled that of a mid-level second-tier combatant. After adjusting his status to optimal conditions, Lin An positioned his dual daggers across his chest and unleashed a powerful kick against the door of room 317. Boom! The metallic door detached from its hinges, crashing into the room as if struck by a colossal beast. With vigilance, Lin An peered into the room, empowered by the Eye of Judgment. The curtains were drawn tight, shrouding the interior in darkness akin to daylight. As he discerned the scene within, his pupils dilated sharply, and his body bristled with an instinctual alarm, reminiscent of a wild beast sensing peril. Long repressed, a wave of intense fear surged from the depths of his heart. Lin An's breath caught, his body turning icy as though plunged into a frozen abyss. Inside the room, there were no zombies, only a small girl. She wore a crimson dress, her delicate feet bare, suspended in midair. Chapter 32. Death, a mutated entity has been detected. Suspended in midair, the girl in the crimson dress hung her head, appearing as though she were in slumber. Around her neck, a necklace adorned with an obsidian-like gem rested upon her chest. Her long hair veiled her entire face, the strands cascading down her shoulders, moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Her exposed skin was a ghastly shade of white, devoid of any color. Lin An's body stiffened, and he relinquished the act of breathing. He dared not move, fearing the slightest motion might rouse her. Was it of any significance? A bitter smile crossed Lin An's mind. The commotion from his earlier kick at the door had been far from subtle. Though he could not fathom why the mutated entity before him remained unresponsive, he could not bring himself to believe that she truly had not noticed. The Eye of Judgment offered no information, merely confirming that the being before him was not human, but rather a mutation. The inability of the Eye of Judgment to provide further details indicated that the being's strength eclipsed his own, rendering his mental probing powerless against its defenses. Suspended in the air, moving without aid, the entity's power was at least that of a peak second tier, or perhaps even a third tier. A sense of despair washed over Lin An. This was the gravest crisis he had faced since his rebirth. As for the obsidian gem embedded in the necklace around the girl's neck, it likely represented the missing key component for the gloves he sought to complete the hand of the crushed skull. Yet, he hesitated to act recklessly. If he were to perish, what use would there be in completing his equipment? What should he do? Lin An's mind raced, striving to maintain his composure. Before he could make a decision, the girl before him suddenly lifted her head. Her delicate features resembled those of a doll, exuding an irresistible charm that suggested she was no more than 7 or 8 years old. Yet her eyes were a stark, lifeless white, brimming with a chilling disdain and indifference. Suddenly, a formidable psychic shockwave struck Lin An's body with the force of a tangible blow. It was as if he had been hit by a train, propelling him violently into the wall. The impact shattered the surface, revealing the underlying bricks and steel reinforcements. Lin An tasted blood in his mouth, a sweet metallic tang, as his chest caved in as if a heavy hammer had struck him. At least 3 ribs were fractured, and his left arm suffered a shattering break. His vital energy surged uncontrollably, and a bitter smile crossed Lin An's lips. The power before him was insurmountable. The mutated entity was beyond his capacity to combat. That last blow had nearly extinguished his life, and he could sense the internal bleeding within him. Had he not activated his power surge, enhancing his physical abilities, that strike would have been fatal. The strength of the seemingly invincible Lin An, at the first level, was utterly impotent against the red-clad girl, who appeared to be a third-level mutant. Flee! Without hesitation, Lin An swiftly retrieved a vial from the Apocalypse ring and bit it open. The potion surged through him. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Another drop. Explosive power increased by 50, endurance and impact resistance rose by 30, and speed of attack enhanced by 20. Blood coursed through his veins, bolstering his strength once more. At this moment, Lin An's strength attribute had reached 23. For, coupled with the 10 boost from the psychic plant, he could now potentially inflict damage exceeding 28.08. Yet, in the face of the third-level mutant girl, this newfound power proved futile. For the minimum attribute for a third-level mutant was a staggering 40 points. With no thoughts of resistance, Lin An propelled himself upward, spinning silently and darting to the right like an arrow released from its bow. His speed was such that the air around him was compressed, resulting in a faint sonic boom. Behind him, the girl in the red dress seemed unperturbed, having returned to a state of calm after unleashing a mental shockwave. 10 meters. Lin An's velocity rendered him a mere shadow, and he spotted a floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor leading to illumination. If he could burst through, he would escape this building. Faster, even faster. Lin An strained to summon every ounce of strength within him, pushing his speed to its limits. He could only hope that the girl in red held no interest in him and would not pursue him outside. Otherwise, he could scarcely envision a glimmer of hope for survival. In a frantic flight, Lin An caught a glimpse of the room number on his right, 303. That was the room where Wenya's mother resided. Before any thoughts could fully form in his mind, another wave of mental energy surged from behind. Buzz. A transparent yet tangible mental shockwave struck him once more, transforming into an invisible force that slammed against his back. Thud. Blood erupted from his mouth. Lin An felt a searing pain enveloping him, his back mangled and torn. Darkness clouded his vision, and he was propelled from the building like a cannonball under the force of the impact. In midair, he struggled to gather his wits and protect his head. Outside the hospital building, a zombie stood vacantly, fixated on the third-floor window, drawn by the signs of life within. Boom. Before it could react, a shadow shot out at blinding speed, colliding with its body. Dust and debris erupted, and the hard concrete floor was gouged, creating a deep crater. Lin An felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he struggled to rise from the ground. Beneath him lay a zombie, reduced to a gruesome pulp. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the warm sunlight dispelled the chill in the air, yet it could not alleviate the coldness that enveloped Lin An's heart. From the third floor of the hospital building, a girl in a red dress floated gently through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Her deathly white eyes were fixed intently on Lin An, who, upon noticing her, could only manage a bitter smile. The girl in red had pursued him, and it seemed that today would be his last. It was no wonder that the zombie doctor had attempted to lure him to room 307. A creature suspected to be a third-tier mutant could easily vanquish even a battalion of 1,000 soldiers. However, Lin An could not fathom how this was possible. In his previous life, there had been no mutants here. How had the situation changed so drastically? He had already encountered 2 mutants in the hospital, not to mention the potential for unknown creatures lurking in the underground parking lot. Even if his rebirth had disrupted the original timeline, such a significant deviation seemed implausible. He had prided himself on his caution and vigilance. In his estimations, even if the zombie doctor wished to draw him toward the perilous room 307, the danger would likely be limited to a mere first-tier threat. After all, the squad that had acquired the Skullcrusher's hand had not been particularly formidable, relying heavily on the sacrifice of ordinary individuals to breach the premises with firearms. Had there been a suspected third-tier mutant present at that time? No. Even a second-tier mutant would have been sufficient. With a force of over 1,000 men armed with modern weaponry assaulting the area amidst the thunderous explosions of grenades and gunfire, it was inconceivable that they would not have captured the attention of the girl in red, even if they had not ventured into room 307. A profound sense of regret washed over him. A fractured rib pierced his lung, prompting a violent cough. Blood stained the corners of his mouth as he realized the severity of his injuries. Had he not been an awakened one with exceptional physical attributes repairing his organs, an ordinary individual would have succumbed to death long ago. Excessive blood loss rendered his limbs icy and numb. With such grievous injuries, he was incapable of fleeing in the short term. Lin An's gaze was fixed on the girl in the crimson attire, who floated towards him, enveloped in shadows. Should another mental assault strike him, his demise would be inevitable. The girl slowly raised her right hand, her youthful visage devoid of expression. Waves of psychic energy coalesced, poised to unleash upon him in an instant. A suffocating sense of mortality enveloped Lin An, leaving him powerless to resist. Inside the safe house, the indifferent Tang Wan and her family huddled together, a helpless Xia in their midst. A pained howl escaped the now zombie-like and Jing Tian. While Wenya trembled beneath her blanket, her eyes reddened. Zhang Tai laughed heartily, proudly introducing his sister. And Xia Jing Tian. A bitter smile crept across Lin An's face. He had not anticipated that in this rebirth, nothing would change. The mental onslaught surged forward, akin to the scythe of death aimed at his skull. Darkness descended, silence ensued. Chapter 33, Black Serpent Time, seemed to halt. Lin An recalled his prior disbelief. Yet now he was convinced. Like a tangible wave of psychic energy distorting the fabric of space, it inexorably slashed towards his head. He could even feel the sharp pain at his brow, his scalp slowly fracturing. The surrounding zombies, driven by the scent of blood, moved in exaggerated slow motion, their flailing arms comically absurd. Particles of dust, ensnared by the psychic force, drifted downward. The roar of chaos elongated and distorted, low and indistinct. Everything unfolded in a languid manner. Yet, at the heart of this tableau, a streak of black lightning emerged in the form of a long serpent. Its speed was such that Lin An could scarcely comprehend it in that moment. In an instant, the black serpent sprang forth, positioning itself as a barrier between Lin An and the psychic shockwave. The force capable of cleaving through tank armor vanished into the serpent's form, dissipating in an instant. As silent as a drop of water in the vast ocean. Satisfied, the black serpent let out a burp, then playfully flicked its tail at Lin An. Time resumed its flow, akin to a roaring river continuing its relentless course. Lin An, shaken to his core, gazed in disbelief at the serpent before him. It was astonishingly swift. The speed it had just exhibited surpassed the very limits of sound. When translated into agility, it must have surpassed 45 points. Such velocity was unattainable even by third-tier mutants. With a hiss, the serpent's tongue flicked out, arching its body. Lin An discerned a hint of appeasement in its cold gaze, leaving him bewildered as to how a mere snake could convey such emotion. Parched and at a loss, he thought, what in the world is this creature? It appeared without warning, saved his life, and even seemed to express a desire for his favor. Before Lin An could ponder further, the black serpent suddenly reared up, expanding instantaneously from a slender snake into a towering 4-meter-long python. Its obsidian scales swallowed the sunlight, resembling a black hole. The floating girl in red halted her movements, her expression unchanged, her dead white pupils fixated on the black serpent. Was there trepidation? From its reaction, Lin An sensed that this presumably third-tier mutant harbored a certain fear of the black serpent. Hiss! The girl in the crimson attire stood poised in midair, her formidable psychic energy radiating outward, tearing apart everything in her vicinity. With a singular, elegant motion, she raised a pale fingertip towards the ebony serpent. In Lin An's perception, a surge of psychic waves far exceeding those that had previously assaulted him erupted, striking the serpent in an instant. Two beings, both seemingly monstrous in nature, commenced their silent battle. This left Lin An profoundly perplexed. The psychic force collided with the serpent, only to vanish as it penetrated its form, much like before. The black serpent opened its maw, lingering in place with a mocking demeanor. In the next heartbeat, its immense body leaped into the air at an impossible angle, positioning itself before the mutated girl in red, its gaping jaws open wide, ready to devour. In that moment, as the colossal mouth descended, the girl emitted a piercing shriek, a sound imbued with psychic force that instantaneously shattered the skulls of zombies within a 100-meter radius. Lin An let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his nostrils. The pain was excruciating. Had it not been for his willpower surpassing that of an ordinary awakened individual, that shriek could have obliterated his consciousness. Furthermore, he sensed that the primary target of her wail was not himself nor the surrounding zombies, but rather the black serpent. Lin An let out a bitter laugh, realizing he was not even qualified to spectate. Merely the aftermath of the battle had nearly cost him his life. His expression grew solemn, yet his myriad of questions began to unravel. That shriek, it was the same one he had heard the previous night. Filled with malice, it left a profound impression on him. What had transpired last night? Before Lin An could contemplate further, the black serpent, relentless and unyielding, emitted a piercing shriek capable of slaying thousands. Yet it resonated merely as background noise. It paused momentarily, but undeterred, continued its pursuit of the crimson-clad mutant. A gentle wave of spatial distortion rippled through the air. In a bid to evade being consumed, the red-clad mutant mysteriously vanished, reappearing at a short distance, akin to teleportation. It seemed that such an ability, reminiscent of instantaneous travel, exacted a significant toll on her. Remaining in place, the black giant python refrained from further pursuit, as if awaiting something. The two adversaries faced each other, and it was unclear why the black serpent, despite its evident advantage, chose not to mount another assault. Hissing softly, its forked tongue flickered. Amidst the standoff, the black serpent appeared to be communicating with the crimson mutant. Moments later, Lin An observed the red-clad girl hesitate briefly before removing the necklace from her neck and casting it towards the black python. On her youthful visage, Lin An perceived a tumult of emotions for the first time: indignation, reluctance, yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As the necklace flew through the air, the central obsidian glimmered with an enigmatic radiance, captivating Lin An's gaze. If only he could acquire it. Lin An's heart raced with fervor. According to the description of the equipment, the Skull Crusher's hand, upon the integration of its missing components, would ascend to the realm of epic gear. As the name suggests, such equipment wielded immense power. In his previous life, Lin An had only heard whispers of its might in conversations among the most formidable awakeners. The prowess of epic gear was transformative, capable of bestowing players with unparalleled strength. Lin An surmised that there might be a scant few such items within the entire apocalyptic game. Yearning for it, however, he remained rooted in place, fearful of making any moves, for the necklace was intended for the Black Serpent. Although the Black Serpent intervened to rescue him, even exhibiting a perplexing eagerness to please, Lin An would never indulge in the delusion that the creature would refrain from attacking him, a being capable of disregarding the mental assaults of a third-tier mutated entity. With a speed comparable to a 45 attribute score, posed an insurmountable threat. Lin An acknowledged that should this colossal python choose to strike, he would be defenseless against even a single blow. Its velocity was such that he would be unable to react in time. Though the origins of this transformed Black Serpent remained a mystery, Lin An sensed that this creature was distinctly different from the mutated beings infected by the zombie virus. After discarding the necklace, the girl in red turned without hesitation and soared into the sky. However, as Lin An observed the direction of her departure, he was astonished to realize it led to the city center. He pondered what could possibly await there, recalling the mountain of corpses encountered upon entering the city, which also bore the marks of third-tier mutants, all aiming for the city center. A sense of headache and unease washed over him. The trajectory of this apocalypse diverged entirely from his memories, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of lost control. Yet, he quickly quelled these thoughts, resolving to confront whatever changes lay ahead. Such futile emotions served no purpose. As the cold wind suddenly rose, the weather after the apocalypse proved to be unpredictable. Lin An remained quietly in the deep pit, watching as the Black Serpent seized the necklace and swallowed it whole. Regret washed over him as he sighed softly. It seemed the serpent's objective was indeed the obsidian stone on the necklace, yet the reason behind its intervention on his behalf remained unclear. Regardless, it appeared that his hopes of completing his gear had been utterly dashed. He was ill-equipped to contend with either of these monsters. Setting aside his desire for the obsidian, Lin An fumbled with the Skullcrusher's hand. It was a pity. Had he fully equipped this item, he would have been confident in his ability to vanquish the Stitcher. Nonetheless, the outcome was not entirely bleak. At the very least, he had survived an encounter with a suspected third-tier mutant, which he deemed a stroke of extraordinary luck. As he pondered this, he felt his injuries gradually mending. With his remarkable physique, his body healed at approximately 7 times the rate of an ordinary person. While he could not regenerate severed limbs, he was capable of swiftly closing wounds and repairing internal organs. It was as if he were awaiting a verdict. To this day, Lin An remained perplexed about the sudden appearance of the Black Serpent and its equally abrupt intervention to rescue him. Suddenly, as Lin An's anxious thoughts swirled, the massive black python transformed back into a slender black snake. It joyfully slithered to Lin An's feet and opened its mouth, presenting a necklace glistening with viscous fluid as if offering a treasure. Breathless, Lin An stared intently at the snake and the necklace. What is this? A youthful voice echoed in his mind. Fusion. Equipment. Chapter 34. Epic Equipment. The voice emanated from a telepathic communication. Lin An was no stranger to this method. It was akin to the internal communications within his team. However, such telepathic communication could only be mastered by beings of third-tier strength. With no one else around, the only entity capable of this was the Black Serpent. Surprise and disbelief washed over him. Could it be that the Black Serpent had demanded the necklace from the red-clad mutant as a gift for him? Instinctively, Lin An reached for the necklace, disregarding the sticky substance coating it. Not to mention the viscous fluid, an epic component that could complete his equipment was worth retrieving even from a mountain of corpses. The necklace felt icy to the touch. With a soft chime, a blue equipment item, rare, was acquired. Soul Shard. Equipment attributes. Willpower 5, Mental Strength Amplification 10. Mental Recovery Speed 30, Attack Speed 10. And the added effect of Mental Impact upon attack. Mental Impact inflicts damage on any being possessing mental strength based on the disparity in power, accompanied by a stunning effect. Equipment description. A fragment of a shattered soul. It appears to be mountable somewhere. Perhaps one could seek its vessel. Note, this shard is incomplete. It merges with other shards upon acquisition. It is incredibly powerful. Lin An's heart raced. Even if Soul Shard were not utilized to complete Skullcrusher's hand, the potency of this singular piece of equipment is already formidable. Especially the effect of mental impact upon attack which stands as a pinnacle among blue equipment. Each of these two blue items, when considered individually, could drive players to madness. Lin An could hardly fathom the strength that would be unleashed upon the completion of Skullcrusher's hand. Hurry, merge. The mental force from the Black Serpent urged Lin An, seemingly anxious. It coiled its body, lowering its head in a state of weariness, no longer exuding the imposing presence it had when transformed into a giant python. It appeared that the earlier battle with the red-cloaked mutant had not been as overwhelming as it had portrayed. Merge. With a hum, the obsidian on the necklace erupted in a dazzling brilliance, fusing the two pieces of equipment together. As the radiance faded, the previously vacant area on the gloves was filled by the obsidian, under the expectant gazes of Lin An and the Black Serpent. Brand new patterns emerged on the once pitch-black gloves. Ding! You have acquired an orange equipment, epic, soul-devouring gloves. Equipment attributes: Strength 6, Constitution 6, Will 6, Agility 6. Attack Speed 20, Mental Power Amplification 20, Mental Recovery Speed 50. Attack Effect 1. Each strike carries a mental shock, inducing a brief stun effect, with additional bonuses based on the will attribute of the equipment bearer. Attack Effect 2. Soul Absorption. Upon slaying an enemy, one can extract the departed soul to replenish mental power. The equipment comes with a skill, Soul Whale, Grade B, instantly generating a circular mental shockwave that indiscriminately harms all beings within its radius. Daily Release Limit, 1-1, after use. It enters cooldown and will restore the following day. The attributes are simply magnificent. Lin An was overwhelmed with joy. Gazing at the intricately patterned, soul-devouring gloves in his hands, he was rendered speechless. An epic piece of equipment, indeed. It could exchange for a medium-sized safe zone. With all attributes at 6, it essentially elevated his awakened level and player level by 2 tiers out of thin air. Even the weakest ordinary player, upon acquiring it, could rival an awakened being due to its luxurious attribute bonuses. Should an awakened one wield it, they could effortlessly overpower a tier 2 entity. Furthermore, the attributes of attack speed and mental power amplification are exceedingly rare. However, what thrilled him the most were the skills and effects that accompanied the equipment. The effect of the mental shock had been significantly enhanced compared to before. Lin An had witnessed the power of the mental shock from the Scarlet Mutant. Its accompanying stun effect was exceedingly potent. Envision, if during battle, each instance of mental assault renders the adversary momentarily incapacitated. How could one possibly engage in combat with Lin An? The conflict between the mutated entities and the awakened beings magnifies any misstep exponentially. A slight flaw could result in a fatal blow. The innate ability of the soul-devouring gloves, characterized by its soul shriek skill, is nothing short of divine on the battlefield. It inflicts area damage upon foes without depleting one's own mental energy. This equates to an additional skill at one's disposal each day, as if accompanied by an awakened mentalist in combat. As for the soul-devouring effect described in the second special attribute, Lin An found himself somewhat perplexed. The notion of consuming souls to restore mental energy was unfamiliar to him. Without experimental evidence, its true impact remained a mystery. As his hands explored the gloves, their cold texture felt surprisingly light. The overwhelming pressure that had weighed heavily upon him after slaying the Stitcher dissipated entirely. A profound sense of relief washed over him. With this epic piece of equipment, he no longer needed to fret over disparities in strength as he had before. The sheer enhancement of all attributes to 6 would enable him to physically dominate the Stitcher. After all, regardless of the Stitcher's prowess, it was still a mere second-tier entity, with attributes unlikely to exceed 30 points. Moreover, the attack's accompanying mental shock, a unique blend of control and damage, was remarkable. With 6 strikes per second, the foe would endure 6 instances of disorientation. Just based on this factor alone, Lin An possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to swiftly vanquish the Stitcher. Additionally, the Soul Shriek skill effectively compensated for his current lack of area damage capabilities. Previously troubled by the multitude of zombies within Wanda Plaza, this skill now presented a straightforward solution to his dilemma. Even he could not withstand the mental shock. How could ordinary zombies, possessing a mere will attribute of 0 to 1, possibly endure it? One cannot help but wonder why the squad from a past life, who had acquired the gloves, did not seek to complete them. If they had known how extraordinary the attributes would be upon completion, surely every survivor in the southeastern war zone of Huaxiao would have gone to great lengths to find the missing components. Lin An endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. filled with profound reflections. The Stitcher, I am coming. And Jingtian, and Xia, you need not wait in fear for 7 more days. I am now confident in my ability to slay the Stitcher and rescue you. His nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. The 2 siblings were his only concern. And now he felt assured he could accomplish the mission. How could he not be exhilarated? Beside Lin An, the black serpent gazed on with palpable curiosity, unable to comprehend why Lin An's emotions were in such turmoil. Noticing the curiosity in the serpent's eyes, Lin An offered a gentle smile. Human emotions are complex and precious. Let us give it a try. Eagerly, Lin An donned the gloves, brimming with anticipation. However, at the very moment he equipped the gloves, a cold, mechanical notification from the system pierced the air. Ding! You have lost the epic equipment, soul-devouring hand, orange. Damn it. Chapter 35, The Bandaged Girl. Despite Lin An's steadfast resolve, he could no longer contain his expletives upon hearing the notification of equipment loss. Before him, the slender black serpent, moving with speed several times that of Lin An's reflexes, swiftly swallowed the soul-devouring gloves. The speed was so astonishing that Lin An almost believed they had vanished into thin air. Were it not for the swollen abdomen of the black serpent and the remnants of saliva clinging to his hand, he might have believed he was ensnared in a vivid hallucination. The serpent, having devoured the glove, let out a satisfied burp, exuding a languorous demeanor. Good. To eat. The tender voice of the black serpent betrayed its contentment. Yet, to Lin An, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. One moment he was in paradise. The next he found himself plunged into the depths of despair. Lin An fixed his gaze upon the black serpent, struggling to suppress the urge to crush the creature in his grasp. He knew he was no match for it. A confrontation would surely spell his doom. The epic equipment he had acquired was now lost, along with any hope of rescuing Xia and Jingtian. Lin An felt a profound sense of despondency. Had it not been for his steadfast resolve, a lesser individual would undoubtedly have found such a dramatic turn of fortune insufferable. With the glove swallowed whole, it signified the loss of his own skull-crusher's hand as well. In mere seconds, the glove consumed by the serpent appeared to be utterly digested. The once listless black serpent regained its vigor. In an instant, Lin An grasped the situation. No wonder the serpent had saved him, displaying a demeanor of feigned affection. It seemed that the serpent did not intend to bestow the epic equipment upon him. Rather, it sought to leverage his possession of a system to merge the 2 pieces of gear. Lin An could not help but let out a bitter laugh. How naive he had been to entertain such notions. There existed no such fortuitous occurrences in reality. He was no protagonist in a novel, where all benefits naturally flowed to him. It was over. Everything was irrevocably lost. Without the 5 points of strength conferred by the skull-crusher's hand, he was at a loss for how to confront the Stitcher. The disparity of 5 points in strength meant he would need to elevate his level by 2 ranks to compensate. With a 2-level gap, whether in player rank or awakener rank, the number of mutated entities required for each advancement would double. To ascend from the 1st to the 2nd level requires 4 mutated creatures, while progressing from the 2nd to the 3rd level necessitates 8, culminating in a total of 12 mutations. Without delving into the feasibility of eliminating them, the mere act of searching for targets within the urban expanse of Lingjiang is exceedingly arduous. A moment's carelessness could result in being besieged by zombies and mutants, an outcome that is undoubtedly fatal. A sense of helplessness and despondency washes over Lin An, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he observes that more zombies are appearing in the vicinity, where the crimson-clad mutant had previously cleared the area. The guttural roars of the zombies echo, their insatiable hunger for flesh indifferent to Lin An's current predicament. Resolving not to succumb to the encroaching negativity, Lin An musters his strength to extricate himself from the pit. Although his condition has slightly improved, his capabilities now barely reach 10% of his prime. He understands that as long as life persists, hope remains. Should he become encircled by zombies, the prospect of breaking free is grim. Regarding the black serpent, Lin An harbors no significant resentment, whether by design or happenstance. It had preserved his life, a gesture worthy of gratitude. There is little to lament about. As for his equipment, he reconciles with its loss. Survival opens the door to new possibilities. Zhang Tai, have you discovered anything on your end? Given his current injuries, Lin An estimates that a full recovery will require at least 2 days. Time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to linger in the hospital. Regrettably, he has yet to check on the ward where Wen Ye's mother is located. He resolves to return when circumstances allow, as promises must be fulfilled. Rising to his feet, He pays little heed to the black serpent, which remains engrossed in its recent feast. He has no intention of entangling himself further with this peculiar creature. The disparity in their strengths is too great, and should the serpent exhibit any unexpected behavior, he would have no opportunity to resist. Rather than relying on the capricious nature of a serpent, Lin An chose to maintain his distance, just in case. He was no longer living for himself. The hopes of the An siblings, An Jing Tian and An Jing Tuan, rested heavily upon his shoulders. In the pharmacy, the presence of zombies was scarce. Aside from a few scattered former employees transformed into the undead, no other zombies could be found. Even without the ability to enter a state of heightened ferocity, he managed to reach the cold storage of the pharmacy where he had awakened, solely relying on the enhanced physical attributes granted by his awakening. After a thorough search, Zhang Tai found nothing amiss. Even the blinding light that had rendered him unconscious that day had vanished. After dispatching the few zombies he encountered, he scavenged for various emergency and commonly used medications. His tattered overcoat served perfectly as makeshift bags. Clad in a ragged helmet and burdened with a substantial load of pharmaceuticals on his back, Zhang Tai resembled a bear in all but form. Just as he reveled in his successful scavenging, he stumbled upon an unusual girl. Beneath his feet lay a frail young woman, her body swathed in bandages, eyes tightly shut. Crimson blood stained the wrappings, presenting the image of a grievously wounded soldier on the battlefield, teetering on the brink of death. He grappled with uncertainty, unable to ascertain whether she was a zombie or still human. Merely 5 seconds prior, despite Zhang Tai's lack of intellectual engagement, he subtly speculated that the girl might be attempting to conceal her decaying, peeling skin. After all, the distinction between zombies and humans is starkly evident. Should he kill her? Zhang Tai hesitated. The girl appeared frail when conscious, yet she still resembled a human being. She was young, comparable in age to his sister. Even though her face was obscured, through her gaze, Zhang Tai seemed to glimpse his sister, her eyes possessing the same clarity and purity. Like Lin An, Zhang Yue represented the tenderness and boundaries within his heart. He found it truly difficult to act against her. When the girl was awake, she even pleaded for his assistance, urgently requiring sustenance and medical care. However, shortly after expressing her needs, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Tai pondered, what exactly was she? Did she appear to be another mutated entity, or was she a human who had encountered extraordinary circumstances? With the cautionary tale of the zombie doctor in mind, he would not mistake her ability to speak as an indication of humanity. Yet, what if she were merely a mutated being feigning unconsciousness? The dilemma was exasperating. Affection for those dear to him made it impossible for him to remain cold and indifferent towards a girl resembling his sister. To encapsulate his essence in a single term, Zhang Tai was excessively kind-hearted, even bordering on being a saintly figure. This stood in stark contrast to his rugged exterior and fearsome demeanor. However, if Lin An deemed her a risk, it was highly likely that upon learning of the situation, she would decisively eliminate the girl without a moment's hesitation. What should he do? Zhang Tai was utterly uncertain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to let team leader Lin make the decision. He activated the team communication device. Lin, she might be a person. It's just Zhang Tai intended to speak candidly. However, before he could finish, an exclamation erupted from the other end of the communication. Damn it! Lin An cursed vehemently. Chapter 36, Abyssal Black Dragon. From the tone of Lin An's voice, Zhang Tai discerned the extent of his agitation. Zhang Tai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendered speechless. I haven't even explained the situation yet. Could it be that Captain Lin has encountered such a scenario before? Is it a mutated entity? There's no need to berate me. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Zhang Tai's impression of Lin An was that of a composed, expressionless individual. This display of emotion was exceedingly intense. Zhang Tai mused inwardly. Could it be because Captain Lin had just advised him earlier that day not to trust anything resembling a zombie? Just as Zhang Tai's thoughts spiraled into chaos, even contemplating whether to strike down the seemingly mutated girl while she lay unconscious. Before the hospital building, Lin An stood rigidly in place, his entire being frozen. He paid no heed even to the zombies rushing toward him from nearby. Ding, an S-rank beast, Abyssal Black Dragon, wishes to forge a partnership contract with you. Do you accept? Ding, you have acquired orange equipment, soul-devouring hand 1. Ding, the player has received an unknown psychic reinforcement, resulting in attribute enhancements. Ding, willpower 1. Ding, agility 1. Ding, strength 1. Ding, constitution 1. Ding, mental recovery speed increased by 20. maximum mental capacity raised by 20, and mental resistance enhanced by 20. A flurry of system notifications resonated like celestial music as the light screen before Lin An was inundated with rapid notifications. In the fleeting moment before Lin An was about to depart, a slender black serpent coiled around his arm, regurgitating the soul-devouring hand that had been consumed within its depths. This epic piece of equipment had shrunk in size, its once vibrant crimson patterns now dimmed, seemingly drained of its intrinsic spiritual energy. Lin An was overwhelmed with elation. The gear he had thought lost had returned, and to his astonishment, he had unexpectedly gained an S-rank exotic beast eager to become his summoned companion. To his surprise, the black serpent was indeed a dragon. No wonder it bore two prominent bulges atop its head. He had initially assumed it was a festering wound. With an attribute score of 1 and a plethora of enhancement effects, it was an S-rank exotic beast. Lin An struggled to swallow, his throat parched. Such creatures would likely begin to emerge a year after the cataclysm. These beings from an alternate dimension were unlike the zombies. While most harbored animosity towards humanity, they similarly regarded zombies and mutated beings with hostility. Their strength differed from that of awakened individuals, categorized into 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to awakened beings from the 0 tier to the 4th tier. Thus, as the apocalypse progressed into its 3rd year, a precarious equilibrium was established among zombies, mutated beings, exotic beasts, and humanity. The safe zones established by humans faced relentless assaults from both the waves of the undead and the onslaught of beasts. Among these factions, the zombies reigned supreme, followed closely by the exotic beasts, with humanity barely enduring. The S-rank exotic beasts stood as the pinnacle of their kind, a sight Lin An had only glimpsed once in his past life through a chat channel. That instance involved a daring recording captured by a peak 3rd-tier awakened being. A colossal 6-armed beast, towering over 30 meters, stands alone against a modernized army of 4 corps totaling 200,000 personnel, an assemblage of 200,000 well-trained and augmented player legions, heavy artillery, a torrent of 400 tanks, and formations of combat aircraft exceeding 2 squadrons converge in a joint air-ground operation. Such overwhelming firepower could, without exaggeration, obliterate any small nation. Yet, amidst the relentless bombardment and the assaults of 10 3rd-tier awakeners, this S-class creature managed to slaughter an entire large security zone in a mere 5 minutes. It was unstoppable, unmatched. The heavy artillery could not breach its defenses. Airburst shells and strategic missiles only momentarily impeded its advance. The steel onslaught and machine gun placements were but trifling toys to it. The 3rd-tier awakeners could only skirmish around its feet in a futile attempt to harass. In that battle, over 1 million souls perished, leaving the entire southwestern war zone of Huaxia gravely wounded, nearly succumbing to the subsequent zombie siege. Ultimately, an unknown force resorted to deploying a low-yield nuclear weapon, severely injuring the beast under the desperate encirclement of the 10 3rd-tier awakeners, forcing its retreat. In less than a minute, the edited footage left all players in despair. The strength of the 4th-tier beast extinguished any thoughts of resistance. At that moment, the black serpent coiling around Lin An's arm embodied such a formidable existence. Invincible, should a contract be forged, the black serpent, or rather, the abyssal black dragon, could be wielded by him, allowing this apocalyptic game to be traversed at his whim. A roar. A dozen zombies converged, swiftly lunging towards Lin An with ravenous intent. Oblivious to them, Lin An remained immersed in shock, utterly disinterested in the approaching undead. Slowly, akin to the deliberate movements of the elderly, he now bore severe injuries and refrained from exerting himself too fiercely, for it would exacerbate his wounds. With a soft thud, a light punch struck the foremost zombie's head, causing its skull to crumple instantaneously. Lin An furrowed his brow. His diminished strength due to his injuries was painfully evident. In a moment of explosive power, a faint golden energy flickered and vanished into his body. He executed a side kick, its force considerably less potent than before yet still formidable. The zombie before him was sent sprawling, its spine shattered, struggling to crawl upon the ground. The other zombies had arrived, ravenously tearing at his flesh. Lin An let out a gentle sigh. So be it. Let them bite. Given his current physical condition, ordinary zombies would require significant effort to breach his bodily defenses. Moreover, he possessed a mild immunity to toxins, rendering him resistant to infection. Zombies capable of besieging an entire building now appeared as mere phantoms in Lin An's eyes. Zhangtai. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the abyssal black dragon and the equipment he had recently regained. The abyssal black dragon, coiled around his arm, had fallen into slumber after transmitting a message of contract signing. Lin An believed that with such an entity at his disposal, not even a horde of zombies, let alone a square full of gluttons, could withstand its might for more than a few seconds. Having dispatched the nearby zombies, Lin An concentrated fully on communicating with a dark golden contract in his mind. Contract signing. Chapter 37, S-Class Exotic Beast. Ding. Engaging in a contract with the S-Class Exotic Beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. Ding. Contract successfully executed. Biological name. Abyssal Black Dragon, Juvenile. Biological level. S-Class, Tier 1. Biological attributes. Strength, 20 Agility, 25 Constitution, 20 Will, 30 Biological Skill 1. Dragon Shadow, a transient surge that doubles the Agility attribute. Consuming stamina. This skill will transform into Death's Wing upon maturation into the youth phase. Biological trait. Dragon Soul, as the sovereign of the abyss. The Black Dragon clan possesses immunity to mental damage up to 3 times the normal threshold and can absorb corresponding psychic shocks, converting them into their own mental power. Is it truly only Tier 1? Lin An was taken aback after examining the attributes of the Black Dragon. He had anticipated that the Black Dragon would at least be a Tier 3 entity. It is no wonder Lin An misjudged, after all. The prowess displayed by the Black Dragon was formidable enough to contend with what appeared to be a Tier 3 red variant. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect was its explosive speed, which, bolstered by innate talent, indeed reached a level comparable to that of a Tier 3 entity. With an agility of 25 multiplied by 2, that equates to 50 points of agility, surpassing even Tier 3 capabilities. As for disregarding the psychic shock from the red variant, the Dragon Soul of the Black Dragon clan ensures that not only can it withstand the mental assaults from Tier 3 variants, but it may very well remain unscathed even from Tier 4 threats. Such an innate ability effectively renders it impervious to any psychic attacks. Should Lin An encounter an Awakener or variant adept in psychic assaults in the future, unleashing the Black Dragon would make vanquishing the opponent exceedingly effortless. Nevertheless, this revelation has certainly alleviated many of the uncertainties that lingered in his mind. This is precisely why the Black Dragon possesses a formidable strength of at least the 3rd tier, yet allowed the mutant to escape. Despite the Black Dragon having reached the 1st tier limit in all attributes, its will and speed surpass that of the 1st tier, making it significantly stronger than the current Lin An. Nevertheless, it remains undeniably a being of the 1st tier. Had the crimson-clad mutant possessed a higher intellect, or relied solely on brute force, it is likely that both Lin An and the Black Dragon would have been effortlessly vanquished in a single blow. However, the crimson mutant appeared to be bewildered by the Black Dragon's swiftness. As a creature seemingly adept at mental assaults, it instinctively resorted to its most proficient attacks in the face of a formidable adversary. Lin An could not help but sigh, surprised that the Black Dragon, despite being merely a juvenile, was already cunning enough to employ deceit. The existence of an S-grade entity is indeed not to be underestimated. Although the Black Dragon is only a 1st-tier creature, this realization left Lin An somewhat disheartened. It seems that the hope of forging a contract with the Abyssal Black Dragon and soaring through the apocalypse alongside it has been dashed. However, this is of little consequence. If the Black Dragon truly possessed such immense power, it would be unlikely to enter into a contract with Lin An. Such an entity is akin to a deity. Although Lin An remains perplexed as to why this being would desire a contract with him, he can only surmise that the Black Dragon has detected the essence of the Skullcrusher's hand within him, intending to deceive him into obtaining the Crimson Mutant's necklace before seeking to merge equipment with him. As for other motivations, he can only await the Black Dragon's awakening from its petrified state to inquire further. This entire affair emanates an air of strangeness. The Black Dragon, a true scion of the Abyssal royal lineage, is indeed a favored child of the heavens and earth. Beasts surpass humans, evoking exasperation. Lin An gazed blankly at the Black Dragon, now a stone sculpture upon his wrist, unable to suppress a pang of sorrow. He effortlessly snapped the neck of a zombie, which was fervently attempting to bite him. Engaged in dual tasks, Lin An pondered while sluggishly dispatching the undead. With the current prowess of the Black Dragon, any ordinary 2nd-tier mutant or awakened individual would be swiftly defeated. Was this akin to having a 2nd-tier awakened being as a protective talisman? Moreover, one with boundless potential. If the Black Dragon could awaken before he eliminated the Stitcher, he would possess absolute confidence in accomplishing his mission. Lin An's face beamed with joy, though he remained uncertain about when the Black Dragon would rouse from its slumber. It should not take too long. Presumably, the Black Dragon had succumbed to sleep in order to assimilate the power of the soul-devouring hand. Wait. Lin An instinctively glanced at the soul-devouring hand in his grasp, his expression suddenly darkening. Within the pharmacy, Zhang Tai surveyed the bundle on his back, then glanced at the bandaged girl on the ground, feeling a sudden sense of predicament. Team Lin had urged him to regroup promptly. After hearing his account, all Team Lin uttered was an exclamation of dismay, without further comment. It seemed Team Lin had not explicitly forbidden him from aiding others, right? Indeed. If there were truly an issue, Team Lin would have certainly been more vocal than mere complaints. A self-soothing thought. Zhang Tai still harbored a desire to save the bandaged girl before him. After all, considering their ages, she bore a striking resemblance to his younger sister, making it difficult for him to abandon her without a second thought. Zhang Tai was not foolish. He meticulously contemplated the situation. If the bandaged girl were indeed a mutant, there was little need for her to feign unconsciousness to deceive him, as she was unaware of his intentions. If it truly is a mutated entity, it would have been eliminated by now. In the short term, Zhang Tai, unable to transform, possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary individual at their limits, at most. He could endure a few more blows. After contemplating this, Zhang Tai no longer hesitated. Off he went. Swiftly, he gathered the scattered bandages and tied a secure knot, binding one end around the bandaged girl and the other to a satchel filled with medicinal supplies. Then, like a laborer shouldering a yoke, he hoisted both the girl and the supplies onto his shoulder. With his remaining right hand, he grasped the spine of the corpse snake, while his severed left arm steadied the load. From a distance, he resembled a scavenger. How light! With both the girl and the supplies, he could hardly perceive any weight with his current strength. Zhang Tai moved rapidly, the potion provided by Lin An clenched between his teeth as he raced towards the hospital building. The medication room was not far from the hospital, and perhaps due to the commotion caused by the two in the emergency building, the zombies inside remained on the second floor, not venturing out as he passed. Armed with a bone whip, he lashed out, the crack of the whip echoing as he dispatched the sporadic zombies blocking his path. As an awakened one, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary humans. In just a minute, he burst forth before the hospital where Lin An was located. However, the scene before him shattered his composure. Have I arrived too late? In a moment of desperation, he bit down on the potion, swallowing it along with the shards of glass. Lin team, I have come. Zhang Tai's eyes widened in fury as he roared. Before him, Lin An was besieged by zombies, appearing gravely injured and drenched in blood, unable to defend himself. From time to time, zombies lunged forward, yet Lin An remained motionless, allowing them to gnaw at him. Captain Lin, how are you? Zhang Tai's eyes instantly reddened, his voice trembling. Having swallowed a potion, he still possessed some fighting strength against a small horde of zombies. Zhang Tai cast aside his pack and the person behind him, charging frantically towards Lin An. As the zombies feasted, Lin An remained indifferent. Even if Captain Lin had not succumbed to death, it was highly probable that he had been infected. Zhang Tai's heart ached with despair. He wished he could slap himself twice. Captain Lin had saved his life. He had hesitated over whether to rescue a stranger, thus delaying his support for Lin An. He felt he deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Fueled by rage, Zhang Tai recklessly plunged into the horde, oblivious to the potential danger of infection. In the midst of the zombie throng, Lin An lay with his eyes tightly shut, his body tilting backward. His concave chest appeared grievously injured, blood occasionally oozing from the corners of his mouth. Oh, you vile creatures, perish! Zhang Tai roared, unleashing his wrath and transforming into a bear. The momentary restoration of his mental strength was instantly depleted, leaving his head feeling as if it would explode. With a thunderous roar, his enormous paw struck the horde, annihilating them effortlessly. Lin, Captain! In a fervent outburst of power, the zombies surrounding him were reduced to mere mush within seconds. Zhang Tai, his voice laced with sobs and remorse, embraced Lin An's body, desperate to catch him. Forgive me. I have come too late. The cold wind howled. It was now afternoon, with the sky dim and desolate. Lin An slowly regained consciousness. But upon seeing the glove on his right hand once more, he could not help but feel a surge of grief and indignation. Curse you! Zhang Tai's sobbing abruptly ceased, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 38, Sealing the Fate. You're alive. Lin An cast a reluctant glance at Zhang Tai, choosing silence. Yet a flicker of warmth coursed through him. He too had witnessed the scene where Zhang Tai had recklessly charged in to rescue him. Though their acquaintance spanned merely 2 days, such an act of bravery, even in the face of life and death, spoke volumes of Zhang Tai's loyalty. Moreover, the system had just delivered a notification. Ding, member Zhang Tai, loyalty has risen to 90. He is unlikely to betray you, regardless of the circumstances. By sheer happenstance, Zhang Tai's loyalty had soared. It seemed that the life he had casually saved might indeed transform into a steadfast ally in the future. However, Lin An refrained from further conversation, his thoughts entirely consumed by Soul Devourer's grasp. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Zhang Tai swiftly hoisted him onto his shoulder. As they passed the previously bandaged girl and the pile of medicinal supplies, he deftly slung the yoke across his chest, brandishing the corpse snake's spine as he charged forth. Empowered by the effects of the bear transformation and an unfinished potion, his speed was remarkable. An atmosphere of silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the roars of zombies. The spine of the corpse snake crackled fiercely, striking down a blocking zombie with whip-like precision. Throughout their journey, the two remained mute, each lost in his own thoughts. Though Zhang Tai was overjoyed to see Lin An alive, an undercurrent of dread gnawed at him. Team leader Lin, though alive, is likely infected. He had witnessed the grim fates that befell those who succumbed to the zombie plague while leading his squad through the encirclement. After the apocalypse erupted, the transformation speed of the zombie virus accelerated dramatically. As the Doomsday Game progressed, the potency of the zombie virus intensified. Presently, an ordinary person can be transformed into a zombie within a mere 10 minutes from a slight scratch on the skin. For those gravely injured and on the brink of death, they will instantly devolve into ravenous monsters. Although Lin An appeared unremarkable, Zhang Tai regarded him merely as an awakened individual, endowed with superior physical attributes that allowed him to endure a bit longer. What should he do? The hotel was filled with many ordinary people, including his own sister. If Captain Lin were to succumb to the zombie transformation with his current physical prowess, even if he did not turn into a mutated being, he would still surpass a common zombie by a significant margin. Zhang Tai was tormented internally, uncertain of how to proceed, and could only plunge into the fray. Nevertheless, he had never contemplated abandoning Lin An. He had resolved that even if Lin An were to become a zombie, he would fight to the death to protect Lin An until the very last moment. In contrast to Zhang Tai's frantic thoughts, Lin An repeatedly examined the soul-devouring hand. In his possession, his heart heavy with bitterness. Orange equipment, epic, soul gloves. Broken seal status equipment attributes. Strength 5, the equipment is broken. Other attributes will be restored after recharging. Equipment skill, soul scream, not yet charged. In its damaged state, the gloves are incapable of autonomously drawing energy from the external environment and can only rely on the user's own mental strength. Note, the power contained within this equipment has been completely devoured. Perhaps you might attempt to find another shard of obsidian to restore its original strength. The gloves, adorned with blood-red patterns, bore shattered obsidian fragments, now lacking luster. The quest for another piece of obsidian to complete the equipment felt like a cruel joke. Lin An found himself too weary to lament the cyclical torment of such matters. After all, when all was said and done, he had acquired gear stronger than the Skullcrusher's hand, and had even obtained an S-rank Abyssal Black Dragon. The task of seeking another obsidian fragment was trivial in comparison. However, the headache of determining where to find it lingered. He remained oblivious to the origins of these gloves. Strangely, Lin An sensed that a secret lay hidden within them, one worth exploring when his strength increased in the future. As for why the equipment had been sealed, it was likely that the power within the gloves had been completely consumed by that creature, while the energy he had inexplicably absorbed was likely the overflow from the Black Dragon's inability to contain it. Such a magnificent piece of epic gear. Lin An was on the verge of tears. Although he had regained the soul-devouring hand, its attributes were only marginally superior to the blue equipment, Skullcrusher's hand. In fact, strictly speaking, it was even inferior to the combined effects of 2 blue items. All attributes had been sealed, leaving only a meager 5 in strength. The extraordinary effect of attacking with psychic shock was sealed, and the automatic skill recharge was similarly rendered unusable. Even the unknown function of soul devouring had succumbed to the seal. Heartbroken, Lin An could only console himself along the way, grateful that the most crucial skill remained intact. He equipped it, and with the additional strength boost, it would sufficiently compensate for his diminished combat power due to injury. As for the soul whale of charging, Lin An relinquished the thought without a second glance. The current situation was far too perilous, uncertain of how much mental energy was required for the charge. He dared not venture a reckless attempt. However, in comparison to the unknown possibilities, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Noticing Zhang Tai's waning strength, Lin An resolved to take action. The power of 5 was sufficient to support his return to the hotel. Yet, the moment he donned the gloves, a powerful suction emanated from them, as if a whale were voraciously consuming the mental energy within him. The ominous black gloves suddenly illuminated with crimson patterns, pulsating violently as his mental strength surged into them. What a joke! Why were the gloves autonomously siphoning his power? The description clearly stated that it required his consent. Enraged and bewildered, the sudden influx of suction felt akin to a bone-eating parasite. The intensity of the pull far exceeded Lin An's expectations. He scarcely had time to sever his mental energy voluntarily. Damn it! In an instant, he felt as if his strength had been completely drained, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness, he faintly heard a chilling system notification. Warning, due to an unknown error, automatic replenishment of mental energy has been triggered. The expected duration of unconsciousness resulting from mental exhaustion is 100 hours. This time may be shortened by external force supplementation. Chapter 39. Human Heartland Team. As Lin An fell into a coma, Zhang Tai felt a sudden weight in his heart. Bitterness and despair enveloped him. He could sense the once feeble, yet steady breath of Lin An abruptly vanish. A faint aura of death and decay began to emanate. Lin, I fear you may not endure much longer. In his eyes, Lin An seemed to lack the strength to suppress the zombie virus. If it were not for the faint breath coming from Lin An, he might have believed him to be already deceased. What should I do? What can I do? Zhang Tai's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, as the bandaged girl hung before him and the bag of medicine swayed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The image of the bandaged girl in a state of unconsciousness flashed before him. Beside the dimly lit medicine cabinet, the ground was littered with remnants of various consumed medications. The girl might have been infected with the virus, yet she remained conscious until she collapsed. Medicine? He hastily glanced at the bag of drugs before him. Perhaps Lin could, like her, persevere through medication and avoid succumbing to the zombie plague. Then, swift action is imperative. I must act quickly. At the hospital entrance, Zhang's movements with the spinal cord of a corpse grew increasingly sluggish, and his steps faltered. The transformation had ended. Forcibly activating his abilities had drained his mental energy entirely, leaving him engulfed in a profound sense of weakness. The effects of the potion had worn off, and despite the relentless fighting, his stamina had reached its limit. No matter how strong he was, he remained merely a low-tier awakener. Fundamentally, he was still human. Zhang's wrist trembled as he waved the bone whip, akin to swatting flies. His strength had diminished significantly. He could barely hold the horde at bay. Soaked through, Lin An and the bandaged girl, once felt light as feathers, now weighed heavily upon him, burdened by exhaustion. Gritting his teeth, Zhang had no choice but to dash toward the hotel. Safety awaited within. The first floor of the hotel has been completely barricaded, preventing the zombies from entering. Old Huang, second uncle, quickly, throw down the rope. He hoarsely shouted towards the damaged windows of the second floor, signaling those inside to lower the rope and bring him up. What was once an easy leap to the second floor had now become an impossible feat, Brother Zhang. The second floor. The crowd gazed in panic at the horde of corpses behind Zhang Tai. Brother Lin seems to be injured. He is carrying something, wrapped in bandages. As if it were a person. There is so much blood. Brother Lin appears gravely wounded. Stop the noise. Quickly, help me lower the rope to bring them up. Beside the collapsed window, a middle-aged man, known as second uncle, wore an anxious expression. He was a relative of Zhang Tai. His age showed in the deep wrinkles on his face and the trembling hands that clutched a piece of hemp rope. Alone, he could not possibly lift the combined weight of the three. Hurry, lend a hand. He urged the young men on the second floor to assist him. Nearby, Zhang Tai was surrounded by a mass of ominous zombies, like a fragile boat adrift in a turbulent sea, on the brink of being engulfed. Suddenly, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, a middle-aged man in glasses, resembling a white-collar worker, spoke softly. I see their clothes are torn, and they are covered in blood. Brother Zhang and Brother Lin, they may have been infected. His eyes flickered, and his face betrayed his unease. Indeed. I have noticed that as well, interjected Wang Ju from the 9th floor, clearing his throat, as was his habit. Ladies and gentlemen, You have undoubtedly encountered or heard tales of the infected transforming into zombies. Presently, these 2 individuals, or perhaps 3, appear to have sustained injuries. Who can assure us that they have not been infected? With so many of us here, what if they were to turn into zombies? Who will bear the responsibility? We must not allow ourselves to suffer great losses for the sake of trivial gains, nor should we invite danger into our midst. Wang Jingwo maintained a calm demeanor. In the past few days, he had made his identity clear to all survivors. As the individual of the highest social standing in the gathering, many white-collar workers and students, who had yet to change their perspectives, rallied behind him. Upon hearing someone voice their unspoken thoughts, a number of others echoed their sentiments fervently. Selfishness and the essence of human nature were laid bare. Wang Jingwo's gaze fell upon Lin An, who stood behind Zhang Tai, oblivious to the peril that surrounded him. A twisted sense of satisfaction surged within him. Ah, fool! Do you truly believe that strength renders you invincible? A mere venture outside could lead to your demise as a zombie. Would it not be wiser to protect him diligently until the military arrives for rescue? The youth, alas, is often devoid of wisdom, unaware of the vastness of the world. How dare you label anyone a wolf? A man from Zhang Tai's group glared at Wang Jingwo. Indignation etched on his face. Zhang Tai and Lin An are both well. Let us not forget who saved you. Heartless wretches. Engaging in mutual insults is the folly of the mindless lower class. Having immersed himself in the political arena for years, he understood what truly held significance. The second floor is now divided into 3 factions. One faction is led by him, comprising white-collar workers and students. Another is the group brought by Zhang Tai. The remaining individuals are indecisive, swaying between the 2. Throughout the day, he has contemplated the situation thoroughly. The hotel is currently secure. With all the zombies eradicated by Lin An, there is an abundance of water and food. Moreover, the military is certain to come to the rescue. To survive, one need only remain here. Ironically, the very Lin An he once sought to recruit for protection has now become the true, unstable element. An entity capable of annihilating everyone yet beyond his control is exceedingly perilous. Lin An must perish, and it would be best if Zhang Tai followed suit. Presently, Zhang Tai is on the verge of losing his combat capability, while Lin An lies unconscious. To let such a prime opportunity slip away would be a waste. Wang Jingwo's gaze is filled with sorrow, as if he were in deep anguish. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not that we are unwilling to allow them entry. Rather, can you guarantee that they will not transform into zombies upon entering? Who will take responsibility if something goes awry? You or you? Wang Jingwo's words are resolute as he points accusingly at the crowd brought by Zhang Tai, his expression stern. I am considering everyone's well-being. Do you think I do not wish to save Lin An? My life was saved by him as well. Wang Jingwo lets out a soft sigh, though internally he smirks coldly. Observing Zhang Tai's uncle, whose face flushes with indignation, unsure of how to retort, he feels a sense of satisfaction. Dealing with such dim-witted individuals is hardly a challenge. The crowd is ensnared in a moral quandary. Human nature is inherently selfish. When considering their own interests, they naturally wish to prevent Lin An from entering. Yet, given that their lives were also saved by Lin An, to voice their opposition would appear to betray their conscience. The apocalypse has just begun, and many individuals struggle to disregard the piercing scrutiny of others. Moreover, if Lin An and Zhang Tai remain unharmed, they may very well rely on the protection of these 2 in the future. The terror of zombies is overwhelming, instilling a paralyzing fear that leaves none present with the courage to face them alone. Arguments ensue, and shoves are exchanged, as everyone harbors their own ulterior motives. We must save them, Old Huang pleads, desperation lacing his voice. With a sudden cough, the elderly man named Old Huang collapses to his knees, his gaze filled with helpless indignation directed at the group led by Zhang Tai. If you want help, then who will? The faces of Zhang Tai's entourage flush with embarrassment as they hastily attempt to lower the rope alongside their uncle. Absolutely not. A woman beside Wang Jingwo suddenly screams, snatching the rope away. Are you trying to get us killed? Save what? They are infected. They are zombies. Get killed? Do you even have a brain? Retorted a middle-aged man named Gao Peng, who appeared to be a worker among the third-party group. He raised his voice against the woman, asserting, Zhang Gu is definitely not infected. He can still fight zombies. Gao Peng was one of those who provided Lin An with maps earlier that day. Having witnessed the horrors of the outbreak firsthand, he had contemplated much. Lin An could be left to his fate, but Zhang Tai, with his formidable strength, falls into the category of those who must be saved to ensure the safety of everyone. It is thanks to such altruistic individuals that they have survived thus far. With so many people confined in the hotel, the day when their food supply runs out will inevitably compel them to venture outside. Without Zhang Tai leading, these incompetent individuals before us would hardly survive. Moreover, even if Zhang Tai cannot join us, he may not necessarily perish. In a critical moment, should he choose to abandon Lin An, his formidable abilities would afford him a considerable chance of survival in the vicinity. At that juncture, would a resentful Zhang Tai, having recuperated in seclusion, spare those who wished for his demise? Certainly not. One must consider the perspective of others, for both moral and self-preserving reasons. He must adopt an attitude that suggests a desire to rescue Zhang Tai. Chapter 40, Military Rescue? Indeed, let's save Brother Zhang first. Without Brother Zhang, how shall we confront the zombies in the future? Let Brother Zhang decide what to do. Those with even a modicum of intellect swiftly grasped this notion. Ultimately, it would be saving Zhang Tai and forsaking Lin, and Zhang Tai's sister and relatives are at the hotel. One cannot doubt that he would not allow zombies to remain here. Thus, it would neither portray them as heartless nor pose any significant danger. The crowd ceased their quarrels, and some even anxiously clutched makeshift weapons, preparing to support Zhang Tai. Wang Zhengwo observed the scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. A disorganized mob, the frailty of human nature, whether for self-preservation or considerations of conscience and future prospects. People would inevitably make such a choice. Essentially, their primary concern remained their own safety. As the rope was lowered and Zhang Tai was about to reach the ground floor, Wang Zhengwo suddenly spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, I contacted the military during the day, and they promised to come to our rescue in the coming days. There is no need for everyone to worry about future safety. The military has established a safe zone. Many among them possess strength surpassing that of Lin An and Zhang Taijun. Wang Zhengwo wore a smile, exuding confidence. He directly addressed the concern that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Safety, conscience, saving lives. Nonsense. Therefore, safety must be prioritized. No one can approach. When the military's rescue personnel discover that we once assisted suspected zombies. Don't say I didn't warn you if you fail to board the rescue plane. Behind him, several prearranged white-collar workers silently surged into the crowd, seizing the ropes. At that moment, Zhang Tai was less than 30 meters from the hotel. Staggering as he moved, hundreds of zombies shrieked and charged from behind, the nearest among them merely 2 meters away. Lower the rope. Zhang Tai's eyes widened in fury, his gaze fixed on the shattered second-floor windowsill. Figures moved within. He believed those inside had already heard his voice. What is happening? Why haven't they lowered the rope yet? Second uncle, Old Huang, in a state of utter helplessness, he could only hastily retreat with Lin An into the back of an overturned truck. Lin An's breath grew increasingly weak behind him, igniting a fierce blaze within Zhang Tai's heart. They could not hide in the truck for long. Once surrounded by hordes of zombies, escape would be impossible. Zhang Tai gasped for breath, his expression urgent as he looked at Lin An. As an awakened individual, while endowed with formidable strength, the consumption of resources was equally immense. Exhausted physically and mentally, an overwhelming hunger surged in his throat, devoid of sustenance to replenish his strength. Even if he were to miraculously evade the encroaching zombies in this refuge, his vitality would remain irretrievably diminished. Not only does he require a secure haven to recuperate, but Lin An is equally in need of one. Zhang Tai's Ho, in a flurry of activity, rummages through the medical kit, extracting an array of medications, all inscribed in English, an indecipherable script to him. He remains oblivious to the nature of the substances consumed by the bandaged maiden. Unable to ponder further, he hastily forces all the medications into Lin An's mouth. However, without water to aid in swallowing, they are soon expelled. A sense of despair washes over Zhang Tai as he witnesses Lin An's breath growing increasingly feeble, fearing that in the next moment, he may succumb to the transformation into a zombie. What shall I do? What must I do? Food, water. Both are desperately needed. On the second floor of the hotel, Wang Zhengwo maintains an air of nonchalance, surveying the furious expressions of his uncle and his entourage. I am considering everyone's welfare. Once the military dispatches personnel, you shall discern who is right and who is wrong. He exhales a deep sigh, yet his heart is steeped in disdain. A mere throng of commoners, easily swayed by the slightest deception. The crowd buzzes with speculation. Wang's statement immediately captivates their attention. Director Wang, is it true that the military will send someone for rescue? Isn't there no signal on the phone? and it has run out of battery. Some voiced their skepticism, only to be swiftly interrupted by a sycophant behind Wang Jingwo. Do you not understand the stature of Director Wang? Just because you cannot reach him does not imply he lacks capability. Use your intellect. He is a person of significance. Furthermore, we are situated in the city center. How could the higher-ups possibly abandon us? When reinforcements arrive, if we cannot evacuate everyone in one go, do not blame us for leaving you behind. Half explanation, half threat. The questioning crowd quickly fell silent. Wang Jingwo maintained a calm demeanor, his expression sincere as he cleared his throat. I hope everyone will refrain from questioning this matter any further. I assure you, I will guarantee that someone from above will come. He emphasized. What we must focus on now is ensuring our safety and avoiding infection so we can board the plane. His chest thumped audibly, as though genuinely sincere. Yet, deep down, Wang Jingwo knew that the promised arrival of personnel from the military secure zone was nothing but a fabrication of his imagination. His phone had long been turned off, and without a signal, contacting anyone was futile. Nevertheless, as a member of the leadership team, he was confident that those above would not abandon him. A few more days of waiting, and even if the military did not send assistance, surely some armed police would eventually appear, right? Upon hearing Wang Jingwo's assurances, most of the impressionable crowd ceased their murmurs. Among the individuals brought by Zhang Tai, a small number who still held on to old loyalties could only seethe in silence. The reason was simple. Wang Jingwo had gathered a group of tall, robust young men, some of the few in the hotel. The fire axes in their hands posed an implicit threat. While they might fear the zombies, they were emboldened enough to confront the frail and elderly. Observing the situation under control, Wang Jingwo could not help but wear a smug expression. He had merely made a casual promise that anyone who followed him would gain a position in the government. Moreover, those who accompanied him would receive priority for boarding the aircraft once the military arrived. Through intimidation and temptation, these individuals obediently followed his commands. Truly a testament to their foolishness. Uncle, I beg you, please lower the rope. My brother is still down there. Tears glistened in the corners of Li Hua's eyes, her gaze imploring as she looked at Wang Jingwo, her body trembling with agitation. Ah, what a delicate young lady she is, a true beauty in the making. Zhang Youwei's attire exuded an innocent charm, her eyes, filled with a glistening plea, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Her pale, lotus-like feet adorned with sandals, the rounded toes tempting him to grasp and caress. Her skin, fair and smooth, resembled milk poured from a steaming teapot. The youthful purity she radiated stirred a restless yearning within him, akin to ants crawling beneath his skin. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes as he discreetly withdrew his arm from the waist of the woman beside him. In stark contrast, he perceived the once attractive woman as little more than a withered flower. He hastened his steps, closing the distance to Zhang Youwei. Uncle wishes to save your brother as well. But he has been infected, he stated, his breath reeking of cigarettes and yellowed teeth, a nauseating stench. I assure you, it is for everyone's safety. If there were a way, I would certainly rescue him. He feigned comfort, reaching out to caress Youwei's face, his touch lingering on her vibrant, dewy complexion, as if one squeeze could release the essence of youth. Unable to resist, his hand drifted downward, ostensibly to pat her shoulder. Uncle, Youwei trembled, an instinctive fear rising within her at the unsettling glint in the man's eyes. My brother is not infected. He can still fight the zombies. Overcome with emotion, her shoulders shook as she sought to evade the greasy hands reaching for her. A cold smirk curled upon Wang Jingwo's lips. He naturally surmised that Zhang Tai was highly unlikely to have been infected by the zombies. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness like Lin An. However, if Zhang Tai were to be released, who would heed his commands? During the day, while clandestinely recruiting manpower, he had already made promises to several individuals concerning the treatment of the women in the hotel. Coercion and manipulation required first offering this group of fools a taste of sweetness. Little darling, uncle. One hand pressed down on Youwei's form, while the other feigned compassion as it moved downward. Just as excitement surged within him, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Release the rope, save the person. The voice was cold and laced with murderous intent. Chapter 41. Disguise when you gripped the axe handle tightly, its other end poised against Wang Jingwo's neck. The revolting scoundrel. Unlike the innocent and naive Zhang Youwei, she was all too familiar with the gaze of this repulsive, corpulent man. With a forceful twist of her wrist, the sharp blade of the axe swiftly etched a crimson mark across Wang's throat. Now, immediately, If the rope is not lowered, I will kill you. Wen Ye's gaze was frigid. She would not hesitate to act should Wang Jiangwo make even the slightest movement. By the time she heard Zhang Tai's voice descending the stairs, it was already too late. Wang Jiangwo's group had taken the others hostage. As it became apparent that everyone had given up on the idea of rescue, she instinctively concealed herself behind the door. The individuals present were merely ordinary people, thoroughly intimidated by Wang Jiangwo. If she could only subdue him, there remained a glimmer of hope to persuade this crowd to release the ropes. Fortunately, Wang Jiangwo's sudden lascivious intent, coupled with his lack of vigilance, provided her with the opportunity she needed. Wang's heart jolted, sensing the lethal intent emanating from behind him. Wen Ye. Damn it. How could he have forgotten that this place was also home to Lin An's people? He feigned calmness, attempting to intimidate and persuade Wen Ye. Little sister, please remain still. Murder is a crime. Silence. Wen Ye's wrist flicked, and the blade of the axe immediately carved a wound along Wang's neck. Don't move. A wave of panic washed over Wang Jiangwo. He had not anticipated that the seemingly genteel Wen Ye would strike with such decisiveness. I will let go. I will let go. The sudden turn of events left Wang's associates flustered. What are you waiting for? Quickly untie the ropes. The command did not originate from Wang, but from Yu Shihua, who had been lurking at the back of the crowd, observing the scene with a look of indignation. He stepped forward, his face a mask of righteous anger. Surely, your lives are for Lin good as safe. Yet, beneath his outward display of fervor, you felt a tinge of anxiety. Ever since the argument had erupted, he had been tucked away in a corner, secretly contemplating his next move. The risk of bringing Zhang Tai into the fray was considerable, as he could potentially be infected. However, unlike others who only perceived the danger, he recognized the monumental benefits lurking beneath. Fortune favors the bold. Over the past few days, he had come to a clear realization. Without power, one was doomed to die, whether sooner or later. Having taken to the rooftop to survey the surroundings, he had already observed the city teeming with zombies, without even a trace of military presence. He trusted not a word of Wang Jiangwo's proclamations. With Wen Ye's sudden aggression, rescuing the two was now a foregone conclusion. Thus, he resolved to play the part, feigning allegiance to Wen Ye. At that moment, rescuing Zhang Tai and Lin An might very well yield the information regarding their transformation into awakened beings. With power akin to theirs, what threat could the zombies possibly pose? Moreover, a glimmer of greed flickered in Yu Shihao's eyes. Would it not be worthwhile to brave such peril for the sake of gain? Lacking insight into the intricacies of the awakened, he perceived Zhang Tai's formidable physique and understood how his transformation into a bear endowed him with extraordinary abilities. Yet what of Lin An? Appearing delicate and fragile, with skin radiant as jade that could incite envy among women, he pondered the source of Lin An's strength. Surely the rings and gloves were the key. Wen Ye gazed at him with a look of puzzlement, gripping the axe handle tightly in her hand. She held no particular impression of Yu Shihao. This man, so fervently righteous, sought to persuade others to save Lin An and Zhang Tai, presenting himself as a commendable individual. However, a sense of unease lingered within her. If he truly wished to rescue them, why had he remained silent until now? In stark contrast to Wen Ye's wariness, Yue looked at Yu Shihao with unrestrained gratitude, convinced of his good nature. With a flourish, the rope was cast down, and in the grateful gaze of his uncle, Yu Shihao seized the rope and called out to the hidden Zhang Tai in the truck, "Brother Zhang, hurry up. The rope has been lowered." In the truck's rear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai's face lit up with joy. Though he was uncertain why it had taken so long, the rope had finally been released. Team leader Lin, hold on. With one last surge of energy, he forcefully crashed through the sealed door, momentarily creating a narrow opening amidst the throng of zombies outside. Charge! With a fierce roar, Zhang Tai hoisted Lin An onto his back and sprinted frantically towards the direction of the hotel. The horde of corpses swarmed densely like ants, and in his despair, he realized that escape was impossible unless he abandoned Lin An and the peculiar bandaged girl. The serpent-like creatures writhed. It could only shield a small area around him. Their transformation. Zhang Tai let out a bitter laugh. His mental strength had long been depleted, and he vaguely understood that reactivating his abilities would exact a severe toll. With a roar, the black bear re-emerged, albeit not as formidable as before. Devoid of mental fortitude, Zhang Tai felt as though he had aged a decade. The once lush fur that enveloped him appeared sparse and pitiable. With a thunderous crash, the massive bear broke through the encirclement, its colossal form shattering the zombies in its path. "Brother Zhang, hold tight to the rope. I will pull you up." "You sure how?" exclaimed. Concern etched across his face as he signaled the others to exert their strength. "1, 2, 3. Lift." With a thunderous growl, the undead howled, and Zhang Tai strained to grasp the coarse rope, desperately climbing upward. A resounding thud echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground. He first heaved Lin An and the bandaged girl up to the second floor, then struggled to hoist himself after them. Below, the horde roared, their decaying hands reaching out like a tangled mass of seaweed toward the upper level. Panic rippled through the crowd once Zhang Tai was pulled up. They hastily barricaded the opening with debris, as if shielding themselves from the sight of the zombies would grant them a modicum of safety. "Brother, Lin An." Wenya rushed towards Lin An, who lay unconscious, her urgency palpable. Meanwhile, Yu Wei, tears streaming down her face, sprinted towards Zhang Tai. Before reaching him, Wenya cast a fierce glare at Director Wang and delivered a heavy kick to his abdomen. Amidst the chaos, the girl wielding a fire axe, though innocent and charming, appeared oddly striking. "Quick, bring water and medicine for Brother Lin." The words spilled from Zhang Tai's lips, his mind clouded by the horror of the zombies. As he spoke, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. The onlookers instinctively recoiled at Zhang Tai's words. Though he did not finish his sentence, they surmised that Lin An had undoubtedly been infected. Their gazes turned complex as they fixated on Lin An, cradled in Wenya's arms. A mix of fear and reluctance preventing anyone from approaching. With urgency etched on his face, Yu Shihao hurriedly fetched a cup of water and knelt beside Wenya. "Quickly, heed Brother Zhang's words and administer the medicine." His voice trembled with genuine anxiety. As he prepared to give the medicine, his left hand discreetly brushed against Lin An's dangling right hand. Unnoticed by others, his heart raced and his eyes widened in alarm. Chapter 42. Greed Beep. The discovery of an epic equipment, soul-devouring hand, has been bound. Upon the target's demise, it shall drop. Beep. The discovery of Doomsday-grade equipment, Judgment Ring, Space Ring, has been bound. Upon the target's demise, it shall drop. His pupils constricted violently, and his heart raced. A surge of intense greed overwhelmed him as Yu Shihao struggled to suppress the urge to seize the equipment. Unlike the others, who remained oblivious to the Doomsday Game, he possessed a sharp intellect. With a penchant for gaming and novels, his adaptability to the Doomsday Game far surpassed that of the middle-aged individuals around him. The moment he first touched an ordinary item, he keenly discerned the existence of equipment within the Doomsday Game as information that is not particularly concealed. He was aware of the levels of equipment available. To his astonishment, they were of epic and apocalyptic caliber. Even without glimpsing their attributes, he could fathom the extraordinary nature of such gear. Observing Wenya cradling Lin An, an insatiable jealousy stirred within him. "Why, as a fellow player, did you possess such formidable equipment and the embrace of beauty, while I could only scurry like a dog before the zombies? Eliminate him. Eliminate Lin An. Seize the equipment." The seed of murderous intent took root, and with reluctance, he withdrew his hand from the ring, his breath quickening. "If I acquire the equipment, I too shall wield power." Moreover, he rose to covertly scrutinize Wenya's figure, his throat constricting. Rushing downstairs, Wenya donned a short-sleeved top and hot pants. Her physique curvaceous and sculpted from years of fitness. Her ponytail added an air of spirited elegance to her youthful demeanor. As the former belle of the literature department in H City, her beauty was indeed undeniable. Damn it, she is the woman I desire. Suddenly, he recalled Wang Fong, who had perished on the 8th floor, and a wave of irritation washed over him. In comparison to Wenya, his former girlfriend was simply in a different league entirely. The venomous gaze Wang Fong cast upon him in her final moments haunted his dreams, awakening him in terror each night. Damn it, that wretched woman was not only ugly, but had also disturbed my sweet slumber with her foolish demise. Eliminate Lin An. Not only shall I possess the power, but his woman shall also be mine. He could not help but envision the grandeur of his rampage upon acquiring the equipment, and how the seemingly frigid Wenya would yield beneath him. "Wenya, you need not worry too much." Lin Gu, as Yu Shihao casually offered some words of comfort. His right hand, almost instinctively, reached towards Wenya, intending to embrace her shoulder in a gesture of solace. When is a woman most susceptible to being moved? In her moments of helplessness, he was confident that this tactic had always proven effective. However, instead of a warm body, he was met with the sharp edge of an axe. Wenya aimed the blade in his direction, her expression icy as she regarded Yu Shihao, who appeared to have good intentions. Her gaze was one of vigilance. You needn't concern yourself with me. Keep your distance. Yu Shihao forced a laugh, spreading his hands to indicate that he harbored no ulterior motives. Damn it, what a wretched woman. I am determined to take you to bed. He turned away, sighing, seemingly disheartened. In room 204 on the second floor, Wenya silently observed Lin An, who remained in a deep slumber, her brows knitted in concern. Uncle and old Huang were beside her, soothing the weeping Yue. At the doorway, several middle-aged men held half-empty bottles of water and remnants of biscuits, displaying their dissatisfaction. The survivors in the hotel, witnessing Lin An's dire condition, no longer exhibited the courtesy they once had. Either we chain that fellow up, or we lock the door. With food and water dwindling, they added, if you want it, take it. Otherwise, you'll have to endure hunger. Uncle's face turned pale with anger at the suggestion. The rations had been steadily decreasing, and now they even contemplated chaining Zhang Tai and Lin An. You are going too far. Outside. The men brandished chains for locking the door, fearful that they might not have enough. They even brought forth the chains originally meant for dogs. Indeed, even now he remains in slumber. Perhaps he will soon become a zombie. What a waste of provisions. One individual, visibly discontented, rattled the dog leash in his hand. The longer the wait persisted, the more their anxiety grew. Under the insistence of Wenya and Zhang Tai's group, Lin An was forcibly administered a substantial amount of medication. To their astonishment, Lin An had yet to transform into a zombie, though they believed this state could not endure for long. Perhaps some medication had momentarily taken effect, or perhaps the enhanced constitution of an awakener had temporarily suppressed the virus. After all, if the medication were truly effective, why had he not yet awakened? Who could say whether Lin An might turn into a zombie in the next instant? In my opinion, he should never have been brought up here. It has left us in a constant state of unease. I haven't had a good night's sleep in 2 days. A middle-aged woman, hands on her hips and sheltered behind the crowd, declared loudly, we owe him nothing. It was not us who sent him to slay the zombies. Indeed, to put it plainly, he merely acted out of convenience. He is not truly here to rescue us. With Lin An and Zhang Tai unconscious and devoid of their formidable presence, the crowd no longer felt fear. After all, even if they were bound with chains, significant risk remained. Almost daily, these individuals would come to cause a commotion, but today, the fervor had escalated. The crowd was stirred, and under the incitement of Wang Ju's faction, many brandished steel pipes and axes, intent on forcefully expelling Lin An. Anyone who approaches will meet their demise. Wenya grasped a nearby fire axe with both hands. Her frail figure seemed incongruous with the weapon she wielded. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Little girl, can you even lift that axe? Let me tell you, this is all the food we have. A tattooed man emerged from the crowd, a rare figure of robust stature within the confines of the hotel. Many, in their desperation, chose to follow him, aligning themselves with Wang's faction. Was it not a waste to feed these nearly lifeless individuals? He retrieved a military energy bar from his pocket, breaking it apart and shoving it into his mouth. Damn, this is truly unpalatable. Wenya's fingers, gripping the axe handle, turned a shade of blue. The rations in the man's possession were left for her by Lin An before his departure. It seemed that all the provisions she had carefully concealed in her room had likely been unearthed. Food, return it to me. Lin An was currently weak, lingering in a state of unconsciousness. Unlike others who believed Lin An was merely in a coma induced by the zombie virus, she had encountered equipment on the first day. Much like Yu Shihao. Through the system's notifications and her keen observations, she had swiftly noted the black gloves on Lin An's hands, which occasionally siphoned inexplicable energy from him. The crimson patterns on the gloves, nearly complete, hinted at their purpose. It could be inferred that Lin An's current state of unconsciousness was likely due to the gloves continuously draining his energy, leaving him deprived. What? Whoever finds it claims it. The man grinned lewdly, his gaze appraising Wenya. Daily distributions will be made according to need. However, the concept of need, the tattooed man chuckled derisively. Last night, he had taken advantage of a moment to indulge himself with a woman who had gone hungry for 2 days, savoring the experience immensely. He still reminisced about the fullness of her form. It was truly exhilarating. Are you not afraid that Brother Zhang will awaken and seek retribution against you? Uncle Air steadied himself against the wall, glaring fiercely at the tattooed man. Zhang Tai's condition was considerably better than Lin An's, just a day prior. He had even emitted sounds. Unlike the visible wounds inflicted by zombies on Lin An, Zhang Tai's body, apart from the severed arm, remained largely unscathed. The tattooed man chuckled lightly, yet a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Were it not for the concern that Zhang Tai might regain consciousness and the presence of these individuals protecting him, he would have already devised a means to extricate Lin An with Director Wang. Dear Miss Wen, why do you bother safeguarding a man on the brink of death? Perhaps he will transform into a zombie and consume you in the next moment. I can hardly bear to witness you being devoured by this fellow. Why not accompany me instead, where you can indulge in the finer things in life? Moreover, I assure you that my existence will be far superior to his. The tattooed man smirked playfully, deliberately adjusting his stance. Enough of this. Let us bring out the bandaged individual from within. Suddenly, several middle-aged men wielding axes burst into the room, seizing the bandaged girl and dragging her outward. What are you doing? The occupants of the room gasped in horror, attempting to intervene, but were deterred by the threatening axes in their hands. What does it concern you? Do you need to meddle? Get lost, old fool. The leader of the group kicked old Huang, sending him sprawling to the ground. Wenya clenched her fists tightly. In recent days, old Huang and Uncle Air had been particularly attentive to Lin, and were it not for their collective efforts to ration food for Lin An, his condition would likely have deteriorated even further. The circumstances are compelling. Conflict must not arise at this moment. Curse it. I should have eliminated Wang Zhengwo outright from the very beginning. Suddenly, Wenya felt a pang of regret. She began to comprehend why Lin An was so indifferent towards others. The tattooed man scoffed, dismissing Wenya's reaction before departing with the crowd. The door slammed shut. The sound of chains clinking echoed from outside. They have locked the door? Lao Huang hurried to the entrance, witnessing the figures outside encircling the door with iron chains. Wenya remained silent, her earlier facade of strength replaced with desolation and helplessness. In her arms, Lin An, once robust, had deteriorated to a mere shadow of his former self, his complexion pallid. The situation worsened with each passing day. Please awaken soon. Lin An, I truly do not know what to do. Wenya silently dissolved her portion of food before feeding it to Lin An, carefully covering his right hand. Currently, the food of the 5 individuals in the room was entirely allocated to Lin An and Zhang Tai. Everyone else was enduring hunger. All were acutely aware that the moment either Zhang Tai or Lin An regained consciousness, the situation would pivot. As for the bandaged girl lying in the corner, she awakened by herself the following day. It remained uncertain where the individuals outside had taken her and what their intentions were. Sister Wenya, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Why don't you have my food? Zhang Yue said, wiping tears from her face as she approached Wenya, holding out a half-eaten piece of chocolate. Wenya gently shook her head, smiling as she touched her hand. No, keep it for yourself. Isn't Brother Lin An's condition becoming dire? His face is increasingly alarming. Young Wei timidly cast a worried glance at Lin An, whose sunken cheeks reflected his distress. No, Wenya resolutely shook his head, gently caressing the side of Lin An's face. He will awaken soon. Chapter 43, A Beautiful Apocalypse. On the 8th floor of the hotel, room 808. Zhang Tai was likely to awaken at any moment. The person who had been tailing him yesterday observed him stir slightly. Yu Shihao's expression was grim as he coldly surveyed the chaotic scene on the bed. Damn it, if you keep crying, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Director Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the weeping woman before him. Age had begun to wear him down, leaving him somewhat fatigued. With a satisfied motion, he lit a cigarette, the flame flickering. After resting for a while, he sat breathlessly at the edge of the bed. So what do you propose we do? Had it not been for your outburst that day, Zhang Tai and the others might not have managed to come up here. Now you know fear? Yu Shihao scoffed. How many days had it been since the apocalypse began? These individuals lacked intellect and were too soft-hearted to act decisively. Yet you, had it not been for Wenya seizing the opportunity to threaten you. Damn it, what is a mere child pretending to be before me? If it weren't for the several commendable suggestions Yu Shihao had provided, he would have been disinclined to agree to their collaboration. So, what is your plan? Yu Shihao chuckled lightly, producing a transparent bag from his pocket. Over the past few days, I specifically instructed your subordinates to ration their water and food. He flicked the plastic bag, revealing it contained half a bag of pale powder. Let's add something special to their water and food. Then eliminate Lin An. As long as he lives, I shall remain restless. It is imperative that Lin An be slain, and by my own hand. For those 2 pieces of equipment are absolutely essential. Initially, I intended to interrogate him about the secrets of the awakened while he was still weak, should he regain consciousness. However, since Zhang Tai has shown signs of awakening before Lin An, I can no longer afford to wait. Wang Zhengwo curiously seized the bag and then forcefully kicked the 2 weeping women on the bed. Enough of this racket. Can't you see we are discussing important matters? Kill Lin An. Zhang Tai, are you not devising a way to eliminate him? Yu Shihao furrowed his brow, fixing a piercing gaze upon Wang Jingwo. What if we kill Zhang Tai? What dangers await us afterward? That foolish giant is not difficult to deceive. Wang Jingwo cast a sidelong glance at him, taunting. What pretense are you putting on before me? You have certainly indulged yourself with women these past few days. Do you truly believe that when Zhang Tai awakens, you will come away unscathed? That fellow is nothing but a fool consumed by notions of righteousness. He paid no heed to Wang Jingwo's remarks, deliberately portraying discord between them in front of outsiders. Even if Zhang Tai were to awaken, he would merely perceive him as one of the few willing to rescue Lin An. To this end, he refrained from so much as touching any of the women in Zhang Tai's group. Upon noticing his silence, Wang Jingwo surmised his thoughts and could not help but sneer. I tell you, Zhang Tai must die. If he awakens, do not think you can absolve yourself of involvement. And you need not worry about safety with my connections. I assure you that assistance will arrive within a matter of days. As Yu Shihao rose to his feet and departed, he was thoroughly exasperated by Wang Jingwo's incessant rhetoric. Was there truly someone coming to their aid? He had witnessed firsthand the catastrophic gas leak that led to a series of explosions in the central square just the previous night. If there were any semblance of an organized response, such a calamity would never have transpired. Turning at the threshold, he retorted, Do not dare to speak to me of your identity. This is the end of days. I comprehend your intentions. If you truly wish to eliminate Zhang Tai, so be it. However, Lin An must be entrusted to me for resolution. Furthermore, I demand Winya. I shall assist you in administering whatever you desire. With a decisive bang, the door shut behind him as Yu Shihao casually pocketed the powder. Wang Jingwo's motive for wanting Zhang Tai dead was rooted in his fear of retribution and the potential loss of the status he currently enjoyed. Moreover, this gluttonous old man had long coveted Zhang Tai's sister, Zhang Yue. It was a mere exchange of interests. The antics Wang Jingwo engaged in within those walls ignited a fervor within Yu Shihao. What was it that felt so soft beneath his foot? Hadn't all the bodies been disposed of? Instinctively, he lifted his foot to investigate, but his peripheral vision caught the glint of the doorplate, 802. That was the room he had previously shared with Wang Fang. Recalling the venomous glare she had cast upon him in her final moments sent a shiver down his spine. How utterly cursed. Quickening his pace, he felt the weight of unseen eyes upon him, compelling him to hasten his descent. A sudden thud echoed in the darkness, as a pallid face gradually descended from the ceiling, landing amidst a pool of mangled flesh. Late at night, on the second floor, the sound of rustling echoed. Yu Shihao swiftly unfastened the chains and cautiously called through the narrow gap of the door, Winya, uncle, I have brought you some food. Please take it. His eyes radiated sincerity as he handed 3 bottles of water and several pieces of bread through the crevice. For 3 consecutive days, he had consistently delivered small portions of sustenance to earn their trust. Uncle, with a look of astonishment, quickly accepted the offerings while leaning against the wall. Oh, thank you so much. Zhang Tai was just mumbling about wanting water. You have truly lent a great hand. It has been quite arduous for you these past few days. Young Wei followed closely behind, her nose flushed. Thank you, brother, she replied sweetly, filled with gratitude. Young Wei, here is some bread you like. Go ahead and eat. Uncle divided a considerable portion of the water and food with Winya, then tenderly patted Young Wei's head, his expression full of concern. The little girl had refrained from eating these past few days, claiming she wanted to save it for her brother, and Lin and Young Wei isn't hungry. Young Wei is full. Swallowing hard, Young Wei returned the bread to Uncle. Standing behind the door, Yu Shihao did not avert his gaze, gently persuading Young Wei. There are still plenty of delicious treats hidden with brother. You should eat this for now. After a moment's hesitation, Young Wei ultimately accepted the bread from Uncle's hand and nodded obediently. Winya, make sure to drink more water. This bottle is unopened. It's fresh. And Uncle, you need not worry about food. You know there is a small freezer in my room. I checked today, and there is still quite a bit available. He wore a radiant smile, having rehearsed this explanation several times before his arrival. As Yu Shihao observed Yue delicately nibbling on the bread, he immediately smiled and began to persuade the others. The room was filled with expressions of astonishment, followed by a chorus of gratitude. Only Winya remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Upon receiving the bottled water, it was indeed, as he had claimed, unopened. Eventually, Winya had no choice but to lower her guard. Behind the door, Yu Shihao noticed that the group had consumed all the food before he closed the door once more, the smile fading from his face. In the corridor on the third floor, a few middle-aged men, following Wang Jiangwo, leaned against the wall, smoking. The flickering flames illuminated the delight on their faces. "Hey, little you. That bottle of water and the syringe were my contributions. You must let me be the second, right?" One man, with a lewd expression, rubbed his hands together, swaying his head. "Why take turns? That girl seems like a virgin. Let us just go together and give her a thrill." You sure how chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. As he accepted the cigarette offered to him, "I'll go first. The rest of you can do as you please. Once she's unconscious, we can have our fun. But the girl inside must not be touched. You are to deliver her to Brother Wang. Before playing, make sure to eliminate her first. Lin An is my responsibility. The rest are yours." Crushing the cigarette, but underfoot, Yu Shihao's gaze flickered. Thoughts of Lin An's equipment and Winya ignited an insatiable yearning within him. The smoking man paused, hesitating for a moment. "Are we really going to kill someone? What if we get caught when we reach the safe zone?" Yu Shihao silently scoffed at the thought. A cadre of incompetents, feigning excuses to mask their cowardice in the face of taking a life. To abstain from such an act? Mark my words. Should Zhang Tai regain consciousness, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. I overheard whispers that Zhang Tai has begun to articulate. Disabuse yourselves of the notion that upon Zhang Tai's awakening, you shall persist in your current debauchery, indulging in the carnal pleasures of any woman you desire. Reflect upon your own depravity. Were it not for Zhang Tai's incapacitation and our control over sustenance, would those women deign to acknowledge your existence? Several men of middle age, their countenances etched with conflict, ultimately resolved themselves to the task at hand. Upon securing their assent, he offered a subtle nod, folding his arms as he approached the window, his expression one of frigid detachment, gazing upon the distant, ravaged edifices and the sporadic, inexplicable detonations that reverberated through the air. His eyes betrayed no semblance of trepidation or unease. 29 minutes remained. Women within grasp, the coveted power of our dreams, and the utter collapse of order. I revel in this apocalypse. Chapter 44. A conjecture on the timing of my reawakening. Room 808. The flickering luminescence of scented candles cast an intimate glow across the chamber. A balding man, corpulent with excess, gazed with rapturous infatuation. Upon the bed lay a maiden, her consciousness surrendered to slumber. Her youthful purity an exquisite torment in the present context. Her school skirt, dislodged to her knees, revealed the pristine expanse of her calves, their alabaster complexion alluringly illuminated by the candlelight. His throat constricted, Wang Jiangwo's breath grew labored, akin to the guttural panting of a wild beast. Desire, avarice, consumed him, just as his lust reached its zenith. "Creak, who goes there?" Wang Jiangwo turned, his eyes lingering on the girl with reluctance, for his feast was not yet savored. Damn it, which imbecile dares to intrude at such a moment? He scrutinized the doorway with suspicion, yet discerned nothing amidst the shadows. The corridor of the hotel was shrouded in darkness due to a power outage. Was it the wind? He instinctively shrank his neck, a chill creeping up his spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. In order to enter the room, the door lock had been removed, and an iron rod served as a makeshift bolt. He had long insisted on having the door fixed. It was wasting his time. Cursing softly, he shivered as he stepped barefoot off the bed, intending to secure the door tightly. Standing in front of the door, he wrapped his arms around his rotund figure, peering to see what lay beyond. Damn, why was it so cold? Suddenly, the candlelight extinguished, jolting him with alarm. In the enveloping darkness, a face abruptly pressed against the crack of the door, mere inches from his own. Eye to eye, nose to nose. The disfigured visage felt icy to the touch, as if it could freeze his very soul. The deathly white eyes were filled with malice, and the woman's pale lips stretched grotesquely, opening wide to engulf him. Chewing and swallowing. The candlelight flickered back to life, casting shadows on the wall that only revealed half of the scene. On the second floor of the hotel, in a modest room, 6 individuals lay scattered. 6 men stood within the room, one tattooed man wielding a hammer, standing before the corpse of his uncle. The old man's face was gaunt, his eyes wide open, a gaping hole in his forehead where the hammer had struck, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Damn it, this who cares who he is? Hurry up and finish so you can return to your beauty. I was hoping to enjoy myself after you were done. The tattooed man, who had brought water during the day, impatiently urged on, casually tossing the still smoldering cigarette butt onto Lin An. Having just dispatched an old man, he remained flustered. Yet he feigned indifference to maintain his facade. He crouched down and extinguished the cigarette on Lin An's body. I found this kid insufferable from the moment I laid eyes on him. I had long desired to eliminate him. My train of thought was interrupted. Yu Shihao cast a disdainful glance at the tattooed thug before him, but remained silent. On Lin An's first day of dealing with zombies, he had witnessed this man tremble at the sight of a corpse. Subsequently, he had begged Lin An to take him on as a subordinate, seemingly willing to sacrifice even his own girlfriend. A cowardly individual, he only dared to speak in such a moment. The tattooed man, oblivious to the contempt in Yu Shihao's eyes, gazed down at Lin An with satisfaction. How does it feel to have once looked down upon me, only to be reduced to a motionless wretch now? He sneered, wishing to take advantage of the moment to sleep with Wunya, that worthless fool. He jeered as he kicked Lin An a couple of times, only to feel a sharp pain in his foot. This awakened one is surprisingly tough. I'm curious to see if I can sever his head with a knife later. Growing bored as Yu Shihao remained unresponsive, the tattooed man approached Wunya, crouching down and unable to resist the urge to caress her. The actions of his two companions stirred a feeling within him akin to a cat scratching. What a stunning ice queen. Even in slumber, she remains utterly captivating. The young man with the surname Yu is still dragging people in. Should I indulge myself first? That little mouth looks enticing enough. Hey, it was promised to be mine first. What the hell do you mean? An angry voice came from behind, belonging to Shihao. Glaring fiercely, I haven't even touched her. Why do you care about what I do? The tattooed man suddenly brightened, striding towards Lin An with hurried steps. What is that thing in his hand? Why does it emit light? A sense of dread washed over Yu Shihao. Damn it. The black cloth that was supposed to wrap around Lin An's hand has fallen off. The blood-red patterns on the soul, devouring hand flickered and vanished, captivating all who beheld it. What a remarkable item. Instinctively, the tattooed man reached out to seize the glove adorning Lin An's right hand. Don't touch it. Buzz. What is this? The tattooed man's face contorted with fear as he felt a consuming pull emanating from the glove. Life was ebbing away. He could not suppress a wail, as if his very brain were being siphoned away. In an instant, his once robust physique withered to nothing more than skin stretched over bone, resembling a desiccated corpse. An unforeseen transformation occurred. Yu Shihao stood in shock, feeling an icy chill envelop him, a wave of cold surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Gulp. Another blond man in front of Wunya swallowed nervously. He initially intended to seize the moment while the tattooed man and Yu Shihao quarreled. The other two men hastily turned their gaze towards the unfolding scene, trembling, as if witnessing the unimaginable. Suddenly, the blond man, his hands shaking, pointed at Lin An and exclaimed, His eyelids moved. It seems he has awakened. Hiss. Flesh pierced. Lying on the ground, Lin An moved like a phantom, instantly traversing the distance between him and the two men, appearing before them. What sound? The blonde-haired man instinctively lowered his gaze to his chest, only to find a hand as white as jade piercing through his ribcage. Congratulations, you are correct, came a calm voice. Lin An smiled gently, his previously sunken cheeks rapidly regaining their fullness. With a sudden motion, he withdrew his arm, crushing the blonde man's skull as effortlessly as one might pop a balloon. The horrific scene before everyone surpassed the limits of their endurance. The two men staggered back, pleading for mercy. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Lin An turned his attention to a woman lying beneath them, her lower body stripped away, unconscious and sullied by the brutal treatment of the two men. He recognized her as an older woman from Zhang Tai's group. Wrong? Lin An chuckled softly, and with an extraordinary speed, he tore off the man's arm. My arm, he cried, wailing in agony. The man who had lost his arm rolled on the ground in pain, despairingly staring at the severed limb cast aside. Enjoy it, Lin An said coldly, lifting the man whose arm had been violently torn away with one hand. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, akin to the rending of paper. This time it was his leg, then his left hand. The atmosphere was filled with terror and brutality, leaving several, including Yu Shihao, feeling as though they were trapped in an icy abyss. Brother Lin, I implore you, do not kill me. I beg you. I was momentarily lost in madness. I didn't harm your people. Another man knelt on the ground, frantically banging his head, weeping uncontrollably, powerless to resist, and even afraid to do so. He now only loathed his inability to control his carnal desires and his involvement in this situation. The gruesome dismemberment of his comrade had driven him to the brink of mental collapse. Why? Why had he provoked the demon before him? Before he could dwell on it further, Lin An gently raised his head, his fingers clamping onto his chin like iron tongs. In stark contrast to the smile on his face, his heart seemed to burn with fury. He had regained consciousness 2 days prior, but had been unable to fully awaken due to his depleted mental strength. "Look at me, you piece of trash." "Ah!" His fingers slowly tightened, the sound of bones deforming grating on the ears. In mere seconds, the man's screams died in his throat as Lin An crushed his face. Yu Shihao, standing farthest away, dared not move. Though Lin An had not looked at him, he could sense a faint but palpable murderous intent locked onto him, filling him with dread. Why had he suddenly awakened? Blood trickled from between his fingers. Lin An casually shook his hand before striding toward the tattooed man, lying prone on the ground. The tattooed man scrambled backward in terror, but robbed of his strength. He could only writhe on the ground like a maggot. "Didn't you want to kill me?" His foot came down, instantly shattering the tattooed man's knee. "And no, big brother." The tattooed man croaked, his voice raspy, reduced to a frail, dying husk after his mental strength had been drained by the glove. "No. Didn't you want to put me and Zhang Tai on a dog leash? Didn't you want to cut off my head?" Lin An, disregarding his pleas for mercy, swiftly severed his other leg. "Ah!" The tattooed man barely had time to emit a cry of anguish before losing consciousness. Lin An, with a cruel smile, thought it amusing that he still wished to faint before him. He firmly grasped the tattooed man's head, his mental energy piercing into his brain like a needle. "Ah!" The tattooed man awakened in excruciating pain, gazing at Lin An with despair in his eyes. "Brother Lin, I am worse than a pig or a dog. I am but a heap of filth. Please, spare me." "Spare you? Why not inquire if your uncle would be willing to let you go?" Lin An forcefully turned the man's head to face the corpse of his uncle, their eyes meeting in a dreadful confrontation. Regret and fear washed over him, and a warm stream of shame trickled beneath him. If given the choice, he would rather take his own life than endure such torment. Lin An remained unfazed, methodically crushing his bones inch by inch. Bang! As the tattooed man succumbed to unconsciousness once more, Lin An decisively pressed his head into his chest, ending his life. One must bear the consequences of their actions. To aspire to be a villain is to accept the possibility of retribution. In the room, the 3 individuals brought by Yu Shihao perished in an instant, leaving only him and Lin An Thud. Without hesitation, Yu Shihao knelt before Lin An, shifting his knees as he pleaded, "Brother Lin, I had no part in this. I was forced into it. Please, spare me. I truly have not wronged you. They sought to kill you. I had no choice but to pretend to be their ally to take you away." Tears streaming down his face, he implored Lin An with genuine eyes. His words spilled forth in a frantic rush, fearing that Lin An might silence him before he could even grasp the essence of his plea. "If you do not believe me, you can wait for Wenya or Zhang Tai to awaken and inquire. I was the first to rescue you and brother Zhang. Truly, you must trust me." In a state of desperation, he trembled as he gazed at the silent Lin An, akin to one awaiting a verdict. Lin An tilted his head, intrigued by the hastily woven fabric of excuses presented by Yu Shihao. How fascinating. He possesses talent, he mused. Had Lin An just awakened, it was likely he would have waited for the others to regain consciousness before making a decision. Alas, he posed a question. "Can you guess when I came to?" A light chuckle escaped Lin An as his right hand swiftly moved toward Yu Shihao's crown. In an instant, Yu Shihao's face drained of color, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He felt a tightening at the scalp, anticipating that in the next moment, his head might burst like a water balloon. What to do? Under the looming threat of death, he frantically searched his mind for a reason that might persuade Lin An to spare him. Yue. Yes. Yue was taken by Wang Ju's men. Yue, the bandaged girl? Lin An halted his deadly motion. Although he had regained consciousness long ago, he had only been able to perceive a few sounds in the darkness. In an instant, the meaning behind Yu Shihao's words crystallized in his mind. It was not difficult to deduce the implication of Wang Zhengwo's subordinates, who spared no one, even seizing the unconscious woman. "Wang Zhengwo, you possess great audacity. What floor is Yue on?" Though Lin An harbored no profound feelings for Yue, she was, after all, Zhang Tai's sister. Zhang Tai acknowledged it, and naturally, Yue was also considered to be on his side. The mere thought of Wang Zhengwo's repulsive, corpulent figure ignited a surge of rage within him. Damn it, that scoundrel. The wind howled fiercely as Lin An seized him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The 8th floor. Yu Shihao was drenched in cold sweat, a sudden wave of relief washing over him. The matter concerning Yue could temporarily spare his life from Lin An's wrath. while the key to his survival lay in the whereabouts of the bandaged girl. She must hold significant importance in Lin An's heart. He won't kill me. I will tell you. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin An crushed his hands into a pulp. Did he really think he could threaten him with this information? How naive. Without hesitation, Lin An acted decisively. His reluctance to slay him was merely to verify the information. He had ample methods to extract secrets from Yu Shihao. Moreover, what was this bandaged girl? Forget it, that could wait for now. Buzz. The Eye of Judgment. Lin An's figure surged forth, bursting out the door. Before leaving, he deliberately activated the Eye of Judgment to assess Zhang Tai's condition. Nothing serious. Zhang Tai would awaken even sooner than him. Without a doubt, he would regain consciousness in a few minutes. Power surged. With a low shout, Lin An resolutely activated his innate skill. The long-lost pale golden psychic energy enveloped his entire being. Upon awakening, he was invigorated. 5 consecutive days of unconsciousness had restored him to his peak condition. Boom. Lin An gripped the incapacitated Yu Shihao with his left hand and violently kicked open the fire door of the 8th floor corridor with his right foot. The heavy iron door, propelled by his kick, flew forth like a cannonball, crashing into the wall at the end of the corridor and shattering it. As Lin An arrived, he obtained the location of Wang Zhengluo's room from Yu Shihao. After determining the direction, he stepped forward like a shadow in the night. The door to room 808 was slightly ajar, revealing a faint flicker of candlelight within. Was there no sound? Or was there simply no one present? Lin An furrowed his brow slightly. The moment he stood before the door of 808, an unusual chill enveloped him, causing Yu Shihao, whom he held, to tremble in response to the cold. It was rather eerie. He sensed no signs of life. Instead, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Creak. The door swung open, and Lin An stepped inside with measured strides, his right hand poised in a combat stance, gripping the spine of the devourer. Inside, 2 stout legs stood motionless, while on the bed lay the unconscious Yue. The upper half of the leg's owner was missing from the abdomen, the incision so precise as if severed by some swift force. Ah! A startled cry escaped Yu Shihao as he recognized the legs belonged to Wang Zhengluo. Overcome with terror, he struggled to comprehend the horror that had unfolded. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed. A drop suddenly landed on his face, trickling down his forehead. Startled by the gruesome scene before him, a sudden jolt ran through his heart. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Lin An swiftly propelled him away, his gaze alert and combat-ready. The droplets were falling from above. On the ceiling, a woman was crawling, her back turned to the ground. Her long hair obscured her face, and her entire body was a sickly white, reminiscent of a corpse long deceased. Drip. A detection alert signaled the presence of a first-tier mutant, blood woman. A body infused with resentment and a thirst for vengeance had merged with a zombie in its final moments. Danger level, low. The message from the Eye of Judgment resonated instantaneously. Lin An was momentarily taken aback. What was the blood woman? Was it the true name of the bloody witch? Nevertheless, it mattered little. The chat channel that emerged 6 months later was not omniscient. It was quite normal for information to be omitted. Since it had been discovered, it must be eliminated. Lin An narrowed his eyes, his legs coiling like a spring. He lunged forward. His speed was akin to lightning, and in an instant, he had locked onto the blood woman, who was crawling on the ceiling. The bone spike sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle as it pierced the atmosphere before him. Swoosh. Boom. With Lin An's current velocity and strength, the first-tier mutated blood woman had no space to evade. The bone spike penetrated her head, shrouded in black hair, and with unrelenting force, it crashed into the ceiling, wreaking havoc on its structure. The ceiling trembled. Dust mingled with shattered fragments raining down, the impact comparable to an explosion. The anticipated kill notification, however, did not arrive. The spike embedded in her skull seemed to have no effect on her. Creak. With a sudden twist of her spine, Lin An's pupils constricted in shock. The woman, suspended from the ceiling, abruptly turned her face towards him, her gaze fixed and malevolent. Her deathly pale visage bore a look of resentment, her features unrecognizable from having been gnawed upon by zombies. Ah! The blood woman's head split open, unleashing a shrill scream that shattered the room's glass, piercing through the eardrums. Swoosh! Before Lin An could react, the blood woman, her head impaled, lunged at him with frenzied ferocity. A downward strike. Lin An's expression grew grave as he swiftly withdrew the bone spike from her skull, trailing a cascade of blood droplets. Gripping the spike anew, He prepared to deliver a decisive blow in the direction of the advancing monstrosity. There was no time to ponder why the creature before him remained alive despite having its skull pierced. The attack from the Blood Maiden was already upon him. With a resounding crash, Lin An felt a sweetness in his mouth as his chest cavity caved in from the creature's brutal impact. Nevertheless, the bone spike in his hand did not falter. In an instant, he severed the connection at the base of the monster's head. Thud! The head fell to the ground. Yet the body, devoid of its cranium, continued to move with alarming speed. A torrent of blood gushed forth from the severed neck, and the frigid liquid rapidly plunged the room's temperature below freezing. Frost swiftly spread across the entire chamber, resembling an ice cellar. Ice attribute. A chill ran down Lin An's spine as he instinctively recoiled, wary of the blood's touch. He was currently characterized by high offensive power but low defense. Until he acquired resistance to such attributes, he needed to evade any attacks from the mutated beings. However, why was the attack ineffective? Lin An pondered in confusion. The Blood Maiden's strength was barely that of a first-tier entity, and in terms of lethality, she was inferior to the Devourer. In his previous life, her notoriety stemmed from her targeting ordinary, awakened ones and common players with every strike. Given his current power, he should have been able to dispatch her with ease. As the chill enveloped him, Lin An sensed his movements growing sluggish. Judgment Eye. A pale blue mist ascended, stars swirling in the air. Lin An activated his enhanced vision once more, focusing on the Blood Maiden. First tier, mutated entity, Blood Maiden. Scrolling to the bottom of the status information, he quickly found a line of explanation. Current status, Blood Curse, ignores physical attacks. This status dissipates once vengeance is fulfilled. Vengeance? Lin An's mind raced with questions, but there was no time to contemplate further. On the other side, the blood-soaked woman, having swiftly retrieved her severed head, fumbled to reattach it. Let us try again. Seizing the moment while her surge of power still lingered, Lin An inhaled deeply and exerted force from his waist, twisting with determination. A downward slash. An eerie smile suddenly adorned the woman's face, as if she had glimpsed something extraordinary. Ignoring Lin An's lethal strike, capable of cleaving her in two, she merely spread her arms and darted towards Yu Shihua, who cowered in the corner. No. Yu Shihua frantically kicked backward in a desperate attempt to escape. But behind him loomed the unforgiving wall, leaving no avenue for retreat. Fear and despair enveloped him. Although her visage had been grotesquely devoured, he could never erase the haunting eyes that plagued his nightmares. Those were Wang Feng's eyes. Lin An was taken aback as the blood-soaked woman clung to Yu Shihua, as if embracing a beloved. The two pressed tightly together, the woman holding him with such ferocity. It seemed she wished to meld him into her very being. Chapter 46. Kilwinya? Zhang Tai. If you have awakened and there is nothing amiss, come up here. Lin An silently observed the bizarre scene before him, mentally connecting to the team channel. A minute prior, Zhang Tai had awakened, his familiar booming voice causing Lin An's ears to throb. After embracing Yu Shihua, the blood-soaked woman began to melt away like a candle. Amidst the screams and wails, the two swiftly fused into a singular blood cocoon. Witnessing his own body dissolving invoked a sense of dread in Lin An. Their faces pressed together. No longer weeping icy blood tears, the features were a grotesque blend of male and female, their eyes shut tight, exuding an aura of malevolence. The Eye of Judgment observed, and the information was revealed. First Order Mutant, Bloody Witch fusion status, safe. The vengeful Bloody Witch shall commence her hunt after tonight. So it is. Lin An gave a wry smile, recalling the scene he witnessed upon first entering the hotel. It appears the reason the Bloody Witch had not yet shown herself was due to his inadvertent rescue of Yu Shihua, preventing the witch from fulfilling her revenge and transforming into the Bloody Witch. No wonder he could not find her. However, the Bloody Witch in her cocoon state was perhaps the most vulnerable mutant he had ever encountered, almost as if she were a gift. Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai's distinctive, booming voice echoed from afar, and judging by his tone, he seemed to have recovered well. With a crash, the dilapidated door was kicked down, and the exuberant Zhang Tai charged toward Lin An like a bear. Stop! Lin An called out sharply, halting Zhang Tai, who had intended to embrace him. Team Leader, why did you summon me up here? What is this? Zhang Tai took a few steps back, eyeing the blood cocoon in the corner of the room. Lin An paid no mind to his reaction. The sight before them was indeed terrifying. While it is still in its transformation, we must eliminate it. Zhang Tai swallowed hard, instinctively accepting the bone spike Lin An offered. Team Leader, why must I kill it? This thing is utterly frightening. I recall you are still at the 0-tier level. Only a mutant away from the next rank, right? Zhang Tai nodded, recalling their previous collaboration in defeating a licker. According to the rules of the Apocalypse game, as long as the damage inflicted on the mutant by a previous player exceeds 20, it is considered a participation in the kill. Thus, although Zhang Tai failed to slay the Devourer that day, he was nonetheless deemed to have participated in the kill and gained experience as per the system's judgment. Lin An's inquiry made the meaning all too clear, even to a fool. So, this entity is a mutant? Indeed, and of a particularly unique kind. Slay it, and you shall ascend in level. The room was thick with the stench of blood, and even Lin An found himself momentarily nauseated. It appeared to be no ordinary blood, but rather a fusion of some form of resentment. He cast a glance at the blood cocoon in the corner, realizing that lingering here was unwise. Under normal circumstances, one would expect that his physical constitution would render him impervious to such odors. The blood-soaked witch, the resentment. Suddenly, an idea flickered and vanished, a peculiar thought intruding upon his mind. Lin An stood frozen for a moment before speaking. Most of the mutants we previously encountered were zombies in mutation. Yet this particular mutant, the blood-soaked witch, is formed from humans filled with resentment who became infected with the zombie virus. Upon finishing his statement, he wore a grave expression, unable to suppress a flicker of fear. Zhang Tai, puzzled, could not comprehend what Lin An feared. This information is crucial. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. Or rather, had it not been for the information provided by the Eye of Judgment, he would not have arrived at this conclusion without seeing the details of the blood-soaked witch. Oh, so it's all just mutants then. What is so significant about this news? Lin, why are you so afraid? Zhang Tai scratched his head, failing to grasp the meaning behind Lin An's words. My hypothesis posits that mutants are perhaps susceptible to artificial creation by subjecting individuals to egregious torment during their lifetime, imbuing them with profound resentment, and subsequently casting them amidst a horde of the undead. One could conceivably achieve this. This approach would concurrently ensure the cerebrum's survival and sufficient exposure to the zombifying virus, while also precluding complete consumption by the ravenous throng. Ergo, a man-made mutant might potentially emerge. Subsequent to assimilating Lin An's proposition, Zhang Tai experienced a chilling sensation permeating his very being. Even he, in his relative simplicity, apprehended the dreadful ramifications should this method prove efficacious. Lin, if malevolent individuals were to adopt this practice, could they not mass-produce these abominations? That is but a fraction of the issue, Lin An responded with a sigh, perceiving that Zhang Tai had yet to fully grasp the true implications. Why does your rank remain at tier 0? I am unable to vanquish mutants? What else? Mutants are elusive, and the surrounding area teems with the undead. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement, extracting another liquor spine from his ring and casually impaling the blood cocoon. You are correct. The challenges with mutants are twofold, their resilience and their scarcity. The bone spur effortlessly pierced the blood cocoon, causing blood to effuse, yet the amalgamated crimson which remained unresponsive. However, artificial creation circumvents these impediments. They offer no resistance during transformation and can be produced en masse. Thus, this implies that one can ascend in power through the act of killing. Upon uttering these words, Lin An lapsed into contemplation, while Zhang Tai, standing nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. A series of numbers flashed through Lin An's mind. There were still 25 individuals alive in the hotel, subtracting Wenya, and Zhang Tai left 23. This figure indicated the presence of 23 mutated beings. Ascending from the second to the third tier required the experience of defeating 8 mutated entities, while progressing from the third to the fourth tier necessitated 16. Although the levels of awakeners varied, the experience required from level 1 onward was the square of the previous tier's requirement. Nonetheless, reaching the second tier also demanded merely 16 mutated beings. Furthermore, players and awakeners could simultaneously acquire experience. Thus, if Lin An so desired, he might elevate his player level to level 4 and his awakener tier to the second. A level 4 player would yield a boost of 3 to all attributes, while an increase in the awakener tier would grant an additional 2 points across the board, culminating in a total enhancement of 5 to all attributes. This would bestow upon him the complete power of the second tier. Yet, the apocalyptic game had only just begun its 6th day. Lin Team, Zhang Tai could not restrain himself from calling out to him. An inexplicable sensation washed over him. He felt that Lin An's current state was somewhat unsettling, rendering him unfamiliar. Lin An, upon hearing his voice, slowly lifted his head. His eyes bloodshot. Such immense power. A sudden surge of desire ignited within him, akin to a venomous serpent writhing within his very bones. He was indeed cold-blooded, yet he adhered to his own moral boundaries. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his heart. What is the cost of a mere 23 lives in this apocalypse? Have you forgotten how, in your past life, those awakeners sacrificed thousands for a single piece of blue equipment? Lin An, without power, how will you protect those you wish to safeguard? Is this the voice of my own conscience? Lin An's eyes glistened with a crimson hue, his tone laced with temptation. In truth, you share little emotional connection with the few individuals within the inn, if there exists any sentiment. It is merely the recognition that Zhang Tai might one day serve as your aid. After all, establishing a safe zone and expanding one's influence necessitates the presence of trustworthy allies. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, what is most abundant are those willing to submit to power. Are they not, Lin An? By eliminating Zhang Tai, you could assemble a cohort of 24. Moreover, you have overlooked a crucial detail. Entities like the Bloody Sorceress require a target for their vengeance. Thus, at the very least, 25 individuals are needed. As the voice faded, Lin An abruptly turned to gaze at Zhang Tai. With Wenya included, the number would indeed reach 25. Chapter 47. The Vanished Final Member Captain Lin. Zhang Tai uneasily lifted his gaze to meet Lin An's, only to be horrified by the murderous intent reflected in Lin An's eyes. The words Lin An had just uttered stirred a tempest within him. Could it be that the captain was tempted? Was he contemplating the deliberate creation of aberrations? A chill coursed up Zhang Tai's spine, prompting him to urgently plead, "Captain, you cannot pursue this course of action. What differentiates this from the monsters themselves? Please, come to your senses." The atmosphere grew palpably tense. "If you wish to proceed, then you must first eliminate me." He swallowed nervously, prepared to face death. Though he realized he could do nothing to deter Lin, and should he truly decide to act, he would rather perish than allow Lin An to continue. "Oh, you intend to obstruct me?" With a surge of power, a pale golden energy surged forth, now tinged with an eerie crimson hue. Lin An's voice, icy and resolute, suddenly materialized behind Zhang Tai. Regardless of Zhang Tai's horrified expression, Lin An delivered a swift side kick to his back. Advancing, he surged forward. Captain Lin, with immense force. Zhang Tai instantly felt an overwhelming impact on his back, propelling him uncontrollably towards the blood cocoon in the corner. Despair and profound dismay washed over him. Zhang Tai turned his head in disbelief to gaze at Lin An, a roar of indignation escaping his lips. Bear transformation. "Captain Lin, I don't want to fight you. But even if it means my death today, I won't let you do this." Transformed into his bear form, Zhang Tai recklessly charged towards Lin An. "Idiot. I need you to kill it." Lin An chuckled softly, his figure suddenly blurring as his hand pressed against Zhang Tai's palm. Reverse thrust. Thwack. The bone spur pierced through the two-faced head on the blood cocoon, causing a torrent of scarlet blood to erupt. The two-faced head abruptly opened its eyes, a deathly pale and venomous gaze accompanied by an ear-splitting shriek. Downward slash. Lin An's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he delivered the final blow for Zhang Tai. The bone spur struck the blood cocoon like lightning, cleaving it in two with a single, powerful strike. The blood cocoon split open, revealing a frail, infant-like body within. The monster, topped with the disproportionate two-faced head, scurried to escape. Trying to flee, Lin An spun around and kicked the still-dazed Zhang Tai, intentionally controlling his strength to merely propel him towards the monster. "Kill it quickly." Bang. Zhang Tai instinctively obeyed Lin An's command, his bare paws slamming heavily onto the monster's body. Blood oozed from beneath his paws, and when he lifted them again, only a heap of fragments remained. A notification sounded as player Zhang Tai successfully vanquished a mutant, earning a point of spiritual energy. Level up. Current player level, 1. Current awakened tier, 1. All attributes, 3. Another notification chimed as player Lin An defeated a mutant, also gaining a point of spiritual energy. Subsequently, the system detected Lin An as the primary slayer, bestowing upon him a unique item, Bloodstone. Item name, Bloodstone, white. Item effect, a crystalline entity imbued with life energy. Upon use, it restores half of one's vitality, stamina, and mental strength, usage remaining 3-3. As the system announcement concluded, a dark red gem materialized in Lin An's palm, appearing to be filled with liquid that emitted a faint, anguished sound when slightly agitated. Lin An beamed with delight, gazing at the bloodstone. It was an exceptional item, and he had not anticipated that the final mutant would yield such a rare treasure. With luck like this, one might as well try their hand at the lottery. Restoring vitality, stamina, and mental strength. Was this not akin to the blue and red potions in the game? The restoration effect was undeniably formidable, albeit limited by level constraints and a mere 3 uses. Are you suggesting that I might, turn everyone into mutants and then eliminate them? Zhang Tai hesitated before speaking, his expression a mixture of joy and confusion, laced with a hint of apprehension. The events had unfolded too abruptly. Despite gaining formidable new powers through leveling up, he found himself concerned for Lin An. Given his character, experiencing such a confluence of emotions was indeed a rarity. Zhang Tai hesitated and nodded, for this was his greatest concern. After all, he had contemplated that such actions could indeed expedite the elevation of one's level and the acquisition of power. Lin An sighed softly and shook his head. Rest assured, I shall not resort to such measures. Then, Captain Lin, what just happened? Lin An approached the cracked blood cocoon. His back turned to Zhang Tai, as if explaining to him while also speaking to himself. My earlier deduction was erroneous, and I was misled by that creature. It attempted to deceive me into killing you. Though its true intentions remain unclear, it was likely aiming to either delay us or absorb some essence from your mutations. An erroneous deduction? Zhang Tai pondered, perplexed. While he disapproved of Lin An's approach to gaining power, he believed there must be some correctness to it. Lin An patiently elaborated. Firstly, the creature disrupted my cognition, leading me to mistakenly believe that aberrations akin to the bloody, which could be artificially mass-produced. Furthermore, it likely had the capacity to access fragments of my memories. Indeed, the bloody, which is a product of humanity's betrayal, infected by the zombie virus and transformed by the accumulation of resentment. However, the crux of the matter lies in that resentment. The intensity of the bloody witch's resentment stems from the betrayal by her most cherished. In contrast, if two strangers were to inflict torment and murder upon one another, such actions would not generate resentment of that magnitude. It would merely amount to hatred. Therefore, to create a bloody witch, one must seek out couples, spouses, or even blood relatives, inciting one to betray the other. Thus, the mass production of the blood witch is far from a simple endeavor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai instantly grasped the complexity of the situation and couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. What else is there? He wishes for me to have Wang Yi serve as the tormentor for you, as the blood which must complete her vengeance to fully transform into a mutated being. Consequently, he informed me that in order to create 24 mutated entities, I would need to sacrifice a total of 25 individuals, including Wang Yi. Is there any issue with that? Zhang Tai pondered deeply, failing to discern any problems. The dilemma lies solely in the number of individuals. Lin An's gaze was profound, piercing through to him. That creature must have accessed a fragment of my memories to accurately recount the number of occupants in the hotel. Alternatively, it may not have read my memories, but rather observed us from the shadows. Yet, in my recollections, there were 26 living souls in the hotel. Chapter 48. Who is the disappeared? A chill ran down Zhang Tai's spine, prompting him to count on his fingers. Team leader Lin, please do not frighten me. He first collected the remnants of the mutated entity strewn across the ground, then reached towards the split blood cocoon. As expected, a system notification resonated. Beep acquired? Corpse. Beep. Obtained special item. Blood cocoon damaged. Item level. White, common. Item effect. The blood cocoon, imbued with life force, can preserve the fading vitality of the injured. Extending life. A tool reminiscent of life prolongation. It is rather intriguing that the bloodthirsty witch, known for her penchant for torment and slaughter, would yield such a healing item during her transformation. Is it true that extremes will inevitably lead to opposites? While Zhang Tai remains in a state of trepidation, pondering who among them lacks humanity, Lin An decisively accesses his player panel to review his recent acquisitions. Character information: Lin An, First Awakener. Player level: 1, next player level: 1-4. Next Awakener rank: 116, Strength: 23. For Agility: 19. For Constitution: 19. For Willpower: 19. 8 Equipment: Ring of Doom, Black Special, Soul Devourer's Grasp, Orange Epic. Items: Bloodstone 3-3, White Common. Blood Cocoon 1-1, White Common. Giant Lizard Extract, Potion, 12. Snake Venom Purification Agent, Potion, 12. Toxic Spirit, Plant 1. Liquor S Spine, 2 goods. Military Ration Packs 4. Drinking Water 5. Energy bar 1. Liquor corpses 2. Corpse fragments 1. Awakener talent. S-class talent. Strength burst equipment skill. B-class soul shriek. 1-1. First rank. All attributes 4. The maximum values for an ordinary human are 10. Savior template skill. Eye of Judgment Savior task information 1. Eliminate second grade mutant Stitcher. Task level. Dangerous. Task time limit. 240 hours. Remaining. 83 hours. Task reward. Antitoxin serum 3. Removes zombie virus from the body. Savior task information 2. Recruit 5 team members. Time limit. 30 days. Current progress. 2-5. Task reward. Doomsday base vehicle. Initial. Contract partner. S-class. Abyssal Black Dragon. Petrified state. Lin An nodded with satisfaction. His current attributes could be described as reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. All his attributes were nearing the threshold of the second tier, with his strength surpassing the first tier. The Doomsday Game had only just begun, and if the battle power rankings for 6 months hence were revealed now, he would most likely be the foremost player in Huagua. Doomsday equipment, epic grade gear, and the S-class Black Dragon. Any one of these would ignite envy and fervor among other players and factions. Whoever could acquire even a single item would undoubtedly become a dominant force. Particularly, the S-class Black Dragon represented Lin An's most formidable trump card. He glanced at the serpentine stone carving adorning his wrist and let out a soft sigh. It was unfortunate that he was unaware of when the Black Dragon would awaken from its petrified state. Meanwhile, the countdown for the Savior mission served as a constant reminder to Lin An, with only 83 hours remaining until the elimination of the Stitcher. After concluding his matters today, he would need to make his way to Wanda Plaza. Fortunately, his current strength exceeded his expectations significantly. He felt considerably confident about the impending confrontation with the Stitcher. With his current prowess, alongside Zhang Tai and Wenya, he was assured of a triumphant outcome. Yet, he pondered about Xia and in Jing Tian's current situation. The memory of the little girl's helplessness that night weighed heavily on his heart. Brother, Xia. Team leader Lin, are you alright? Team leader. Please don't scare me. Lin An couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard those words countless times before. Zhang Tai anxiously observed Lin An, who oscillated between laughter and sorrow, unable to suppress his growing alarm. The room they occupied was undeniably eerie. At the entrance stood 2 short legs, while a grotesque, blood-soaked cocoon lurked in the corner. The floor was strewn with fragments and blood, and the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow all around. Upon the bed lay a fainted girl, presenting a scene reminiscent of a sinister cult ritual. Any ordinary person entering this space would likely faint in terror. Lin An, with an oddly inscrutable expression, gently patted Zhang Tai's shoulder, signaling him to quell his fears. He could hardly fathom how someone as robust as Zhang Tai could exhibit such a stark contrast to his imposing exterior. Lin An decided against further teasing and directly inquired. I remember. She was a girl, quite resembling my sister. He continued. As we discussed earlier, I recall the existence of 26 individuals, including the bandaged girl. Initially, there were 33 guests at the hotel, and the creature's assertion that 25 remained alive indicates its awareness of the number I had previously slain, rather than mere conjecture. However, I had no interaction with the bandaged girl, and I regarded her as a living being. Yet, when that monster echoed my thoughts, it only mentioned 25 individuals. This discrepancy unveiled its true identity. Its perspective diverges from mine. As Lin An spoke, he made his way out of the door, with Zhang Tai trailing behind in trepidation. Unable to restrain his curiosity, what does this imply? Is the monster a fool? No, Lin An replied. It most likely instinctively overlooked one individual. Moreover, it is quite probable that such a fundamental error could only arise from the creature's inherent limitations. The bandaged girl is either already dead, though I am unaware, or she is not human at all. Chapter 49, The Lifeless Ones. Not human. Zhang Tai felt a sudden haze envelop his mind as he watched Lin An vanish from his sight, leaving him no choice but to hastily follow. Team leader Lin. Where are we headed now? Zhang Tai, carrying Yue on his shoulder, sprinted to keep pace with Lin An. The disparity in their agility was so pronounced that despite his utmost effort, he could barely hang on. Wenya and the others are still downstairs. You should wake them and gather everyone in the hotel. I will search for the bandaged girl. Remember to instruct Wenya on how to use the team communication. Inform me when everyone is assembled. Searching for someone. Team leader, where will you find her? Did you not mention she is not human? Zhang Tai instinctively questioned Lin An, but as the words left his mouth, Lin An's figure had already vanished from sight. The pace at which Lin An ran was astonishingly swift, damn it. He recalled the pair of legs at the door, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. At the top floor of the hotel, Lin An arrived in mere seconds. After forcefully clearing the debris obstructing the staircase, he casually scanned the surroundings. If all went as expected, the bandaged girl taken by Yu Shihao and the others that day should be here, provided she was not dead, which seemed improbable. Although Yu Shihao met his demise too swiftly for Lin An to extract any information regarding the bandaged girl's whereabouts from him, it was not difficult to deduce. The group within the hotel likely would not dare to venture outside, thus she could only be inside. The image of the girl is eerily peculiar. If those who abducted her had not discarded her, then, in a state of concern and fear, they would surely have placed her in a location they deemed secure, the top floor of a hotel, uninhabited and devoid of escape routes. The quest to find the bandaged girl is not merely a manifestation of benevolence, nor is it simply Lin An's curiosity. Unlike previous information which stemmed from hearsay and chat channels, he had encountered a girl swathed in bandages in a past life. Although their meeting had been brief and her current appearance differed somewhat, upon regaining consciousness, he meticulously compared the two. It was highly probable they were the same individual. Mo Ling. Is it you? A Tier 3 symbiote, the deceased Mo Ling. A symbiote is a unique entity that exists at the boundary between humanity and the undead. Such beings are typically humans who have contracted the zombie virus without undergoing complete transformation, existing as half-human, half-corpse. Although they may outwardly resemble humans, they lack the player template, rendering them unable to level up through the elimination of mutated creatures. Retaining their sanity, they remain on the brink of becoming zombies, and intriguingly, they can gain power by slaying awakeners. No one would willingly permit a being that could transform into a zombie at any moment to remain by their side. Consequently, symbiotes are generally ostracized by human society. However, symbiotes possess a remarkable trait. They can traverse among hordes of zombies without incurring their wrath. It is rumored that Tier 4 symbiotes can even command the undead. Thus, many factions covertly engage symbiotes under the guise of secrecy, enlisting their assistance to procure resources deeply embedded within the zombie-infested territories. One who can disregard the existence of zombies, even possessing merely the strength of a zero-tier awakener, holds a remarkable advantage in combating the undead. This singular trait alone enables him to rival an entire team of awakeners. As far as he knows, the most formidable symbiote in the Linjiang battle zone is Mo Ling. The sight of Mo Ling traversing through a horde of corpses in search of sustenance left Lin An profoundly astounded. If it truly is Mo Ling, the possibility of her joining his team ignited a fervent hope within him. The only path to advancement lies in vanquishing higher-tier mutated beings. Yet where can one conveniently absorb spiritual energy? Even when he becomes powerful enough to forego it, and Xia would still require it. The safe zone serves as a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, a refuge from the tempest. The rooftop was not expansive, and soon Lin An discovered her amidst a pile of discarded debris. Beneath the litter and remnants of consumed packaging, the bandages enveloping the girl were soaked in a dark crimson hue. The pristine medical bandages were tainted with the grime of refuse. The girl lay motionless, her eyes firmly shut, were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, a testament to her continued existence. She might easily be mistaken for a corpse. It appeared that the individual who had brought her up had examined her and subsequently abandoned hope. Mo Ling? Lin An furrowed his brow slightly, softly uttering the girl's name. The visage concealed beneath the bandages left him uncertain if she truly was Mo Ling. After a prolonged moment, there was no response. The girl remained unresponsive to the sounds of the outside world. Judgment's Eye? A pale blue mist began to rise, the stars swirling in its midst. Beep. A peculiar life form has been detected. Level 0 symbiote. Near death. Danger assessment. None. Indeed, it is a symbiote in a state of near death. Lin An grasped the slender wrist of the young girl, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. It seemed that the group who had brought her here had not provided her with even a morsel of food. The symbiote, in its struggle against the encroaching zombie virus, expended an immense amount of energy. After so many days without energy replenishment, it was hardly surprising that she had succumbed to a state of near death. Lin An focused his mind, channeling his spiritual energy as he tentatively began to infuse it into the girl's body. Since being drained of his spiritual energy by the soul-devouring hand, he had unexpectedly discovered that what was once only accessible through skills could now be utilized autonomously. With a few more experiences, He sensed that he might eventually be able to project his spiritual energy in combat like those who had awakened it. It was a pleasant surprise, and now it proved to be quite useful. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to awaken the unconscious girl. In her near-death state, she was unable to consume food. The intangible spiritual energy flowed like water, gradually merging into the girl's being. After a long while, a pained groan broke the silence, and the girl slowly awakened. "Mo Ling?" Lin An called out tentatively. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Mo Ling arched her spine in hesitation, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. Indeed, Lin An felt a surge of joy. It truly was her. "There is no need to be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. You are safe now." Mo Ling surveyed her surroundings. Realizing that she was on the rooftop with no apparent means of escape, yet her demeanor remained vigilant. Lin An paid little heed to her reaction. Although their interactions in the past were limited, he had heard numerous tales regarding the fallen. This was a title exclusive to third-tier symbiotes. Mo Ling, orphaned at a young age, had survived alone amidst a horde of corpses for 77 days before being discovered by a group of survivors. Lin An was not one to engage in trivial conversation. Upon seeing Mo Ling awaken, he promptly inquired, "Are you willing to join my team?" Mo Ling tensed, her gaze fixed intently on Lin An. "Who are you? How do you know that MOU has turned into a zombie?" Chapter 50. The Rules of a Chaotic World. Lin An smiled, spreading his hands in a gesture meant to ease the girl. He bore no ill will toward Mo Ling. In his previous life, he had managed to escape from the city of Linjiang, and Mo Ling had indeed provided him with significant assistance. "I visited the hospital not long ago and encountered a little girl whose aura closely resembles yours," Lin An fabricated casually, all the while maintaining the activation of his judgment eye. Although he had not seen Mo Ling's sister, he was aware of her general location. In his previous life, Mo Ling had kept her sister hidden in the hospital while she ventured out alone to scavenge for food. Lin An was taken aback to realize that the very hospital where Mo Ling had once sought refuge was the one directly across from them. The judgment eye silently and discreetly scanned the girl with Lin An's mental energy. Target information: Mo Ling, current state, confused, frightened, level of trust, low. Upon the awakening of his mental prowess, the efficacy of the Eye of Judgment was similarly enhanced. Lin An was unexpectedly astounded to discover that the Eye of Judgment could now not only provide comprehensive information about the target, but also reveal their emotions. Were it a time of peace, possessing such an ability would effortlessly elevate one to the status of a psychological master. It must be said that the Savior system is indeed formidable. The skills it grants are nothing short of miraculous. "How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? And why should I join you?" Lin An chuckled softly, devoid of any particular emotion. "After all, we are all human, capable of thought. It is not so simple to trust others." The scenarios depicted in novels, where a protagonist speaks and followers obediently bow, are far from reality. Persuasion often requires either coercion or a firm grasp on another's vulnerabilities to convince a stranger to offer their allegiance willingly. "Firstly, I possess sufficient power. Killing you would be a trivial matter. Thus, I have no need to deceive you." Lin An casually struck a nearby reinforced concrete barrier with a punch, shattering it into fragments. Mo Ling's pupils constricted. She could vividly imagine the consequences of such a blow upon a human body. Lin An's tone was resolute, exuding absolute sincerity and confidence. As long as he could eliminate the suturer, the mission's reward of 3 antidote serums would not only save in Xia and in Jingtian, but also leave him with surplus. Using one of those antidote serums to rescue Mo Ling's sister would undoubtedly procure the unwavering loyalty of a future third-tier survivor, an investment of immeasurable worth. Mo Ling and her sister, MOU, had been inseparable since the tragic loss of their parents. With this shared history, Lin An felt confident that he could indeed touch Mo Ling's heart. After a prolonged silence, the girl, her body wrapped in bandages, suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Lin An. "Fine, I agree. But if I discover that you have deceived me, I will kill you." Her voice bore a hint of childishness, yet her words resonated with unwavering determination. What a peculiar little girl. Lin An rubbed his nose, pondering the brevity of the apocalypse game thus far. She threatened to take a life so readily. One could only wonder what experiences had shaped Mo Ling over the past few years. Beep, a new member has joined. Current Savior team members, 1-3-5. Team member name, Mo Ling, loyalty, 50. Team member ability, symbiote level 0, ignores zombies, resistant during zombification. Excellent. Lin An clenched his fists at his sides, his eyes gleaming with joy as he let out a sigh of relief. This was proceeding far more smoothly than he had anticipated. The Apocalypse base vehicle. He turned his gaze towards the high-tech base vehicle displayed on the Savior's mission screen, a surge of excitement coursing through him. With the Apocalypse base vehicle, he could establish a safe zone, extract spiritual energy, and build a powerful faction. His formidable strength would only accelerate. When the first large-scale zombie tide erupted in 6 months, he would no longer have to hide and squander opportunities. He would possess the means to dominate his domain. The Stitcher. Everything hinges now on defeating this second-tier peak mutant. As night deepened, the moonlight was veiled in a layer of gray mist, tinged with a faint red hue. All survivors had gathered on the second floor of the hotel. The crowd was restless, filled with tension. Among them, those who had joined Wang Jiangwo's team after Lin An's fainting spell were particularly on edge. They wished to flee. Yet the outside was teeming with zombies. Who else was with Wang Jiangwo? Lin An looked impassively at the crowd before him and, with a calm tone, addressed Zhang Tai. Captain Lin, aside from those you have slain, there remain 9 others. The mention of the slain individuals startled the crowd. Had Lin An truly killed Wang Ju and his comrades? Was it genuine? The onlookers were taken aback, for those who had been drugged lay lifeless in the room, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Captain Lin, how shall we proceed? Zhang Tai, driven by a strong sense of justice, could scarcely tolerate those who wielded power to oppress the weak. Although these individuals had not participated in the drugging, they had not refrained from bullying others during these recent days. Those who had coerced women and oppressed others were to be eliminated. As his words fell, the foremost figures in the crowd gazed at Lin An in disbelief, trembling as if caught in a tempest. They had assumed Lin An would merely reprimand them. No, please, have mercy on us. The crowd behind them, comprised largely of the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable, contained several strikingly beautiful women who remained silent, their eyes filled with disdain. These women had endured threats of violence and starvation from those allied with Wang Jiangwo. It was unfathomable that merely on the 7th day of the apocalypse, humanity had already sunk to such depths. All of them. Lin An had initially considered a reprisal sufficient, reasoning that these individuals had not directly shed blood. Captain Lin, while these scoundrels are indeed despicable, some of the 9 loyal to Wang Jiangwo could not restrain themselves and fell to their knees in pleading, while the majority held their heads high, defiance etched upon their faces. Though Lin An possessed formidable strength, he had thus far only contended with zombies and had never laid hands on a human. By what right do you claim the authority to kill us? Murder is a crime. Just wait until the police arrive. I shall relish seeing what you do then. How amusing. Whom do you think you're frightening? Where is Director Wang? Do not presume that a modicum of power bestows you with greatness. Lin An, I must inform you that Director Wang is a person of considerable stature. With him as our ally, do you truly believe you can harm us? When the time comes for rescue, you shall see whether Director Wang permits your departure. How absurd. Is it a crime to share a bed with a woman? How tiresome. Bang. Lin An's expression turned icy as he instantly appeared before the loudest individual, crushing his skull with a single hand. Wang Jiangwo, why do you harbor the delusion that he is still alive? Bang. A casual punch sent another S-head exploding. Rescue? How naive of you to believe in such an eventuality. Murder. Murder. Flee at once. His form flickered, akin to a phantom, appearing behind the 2 who sought to escape. Swoosh. Flesh was pierced. Lin An could not help but chuckle. He truly did not expect this group to be so foolish. He had already contemplated this while descending the stairs. Establishing a safe zone necessitates a substantial workforce. The numbers for the rescue team have already been assembled. What remains is the need for ordinary individuals. The group brought by Zhang Tai has indeed performed commendably in this endeavor and can be recruited. Among the survivors in the hotel, there are a few third-party individuals worth retaining. Although these individuals possess little strength, and there are hardly any in their prime, Lin An remains indifferent. Once the safe zone is established, players residing within it will automatically absorb spiritual energy, enhancing their physical capabilities. Thus, the strength of the body is of little consequence. After all, even the strongest ordinary player pales in comparison to an awakened one. Rather, character holds paramount importance. Thus, he intended to first cleanse the remnants of poor character from his ranks, allowing them passage only once a safe zone was established. If this group were to remain, the events of the past few days could easily repeat themselves, perhaps even with greater severity. Lin An had a profound understanding of human nature from his previous life. Within mere seconds, the second-floor hall was strewn with corpses, resembling a gruesome slaughterhouse. The surviving crowd gazed at Lin An with trepidation, their faces pale and on the verge of retching. The scene before them was overwhelmingly shocking. They had only anticipated Lin An to administer a reprimand at most. However, his decisive and ruthless actions truly unsettled them. Only a few women, who had been violated, looked at Lin An with a mixture of fear and a glimmer of gratitude. Team leader Zhang Tai's expression was complex. Over the past few days, he had shifted some of his perspectives, yet he still found it difficult to emulate Lin An's resolve. Lin An offered a gentle smile, wiped the remnants from his hands, and then patted Zhang's shoulder. In times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed. Chapter 51. Wanda Shopping Center. The wind howled fiercely, tousling Lin An's slightly disheveled hair. He had changed into a fresh black combat uniform, and his right hand was adorned with intricately patterned gloves stained with blood. The stone sculpture of the Black Dragon appeared almost like a mysterious ornament, standing atop the rooftop of the Wanda Shopping Center. Lin An meticulously observed the movements of the corpses below. Not far away, the metallic sign of the shopping center glinted under the scorching sun. The plaza was ablaze, and abandoned, wrecked vehicles choked the entire street. The horde of corpses wandered aimlessly, occasionally throwing their heads back to let out a chilling howl. Once a thriving city center, it had now devolved into a macabre paradise for the dead. There remained 76 hours. Lin An cast a glance at the countdown timer on the savior panel, noting that time was running out. After 5 days of unconsciousness, both his mental and physical states had reached their zenith. However, the situation appeared rather grim. As he surveyed the dense throng of corpses at his feet, he muttered to himself. The Wanda Shopping Center, where the Stitcher resided, was situated in the heart of the city, surrounded by an ominous sea of zombies. With such a vast number of the undead, it was inevitable that numerous mutated beings lurked among them. Confronting these aberrations alone was a world apart from facing them within a horde. Entering the shopping center from ground level had become nearly impractical. Judgment Eye. A low hum emanated as a pale blue mist began to rise. With his mental energy swiftly expanding outward, Lin An's gaze darted around, seeking to identify the mutated entities concealed within the mass of corpses. Strangely, he did not spot a single licker, which were typically the easiest to discern. Ding. Detection of surrounding zombies. 332. 817. Surrounding mutated entities. 6. Unknown presences. 3. Nearby players. 791. An overwhelming torrent of data cascaded before him. Upon careful inspection, Lin An felt a tightening in his chest. Due to the limitations of his mental strength, he could only observe within a radius of approximately 1 kilometer. However, since his awakening, Judgment Eye had enabled him to detect unseen areas through the projection of his mental energy. Astonishingly, within a mere 3 square kilometers, over 300,000 zombies existed. The density was akin to that of peak travel seasons, and there were 791 survivors. He cast a curious gaze toward the square beneath him, pondering where the players detected by his mental probe could possibly be hiding. 6 mutated entities and 3 unknown presences awaited him. It is indeed quite a predicament, and I am uncertain if we can evade it. After noting the locations representing the mutants and unknown entities, Lin An turned towards the entrance of the rooftop, intending to contemplate the route ahead meticulously. The suturer resides within the confines of the Wanda Shopping Center, and he must conserve sufficient strength before entering, striving to avoid any confrontations with other mutants along the way. At the Yuan community, the midday sun blazed fiercely, and the concrete ground of the community scorched the feet. Boss Huang, let us find a place to rest. We can no longer endure. A man clad in a gray vest said, shielding his eyes and speaking weakly to the leader. His throat felt as though it were aflame, parched and dry. Among the 7 individuals, 6 wore gray vests, their garments stained and tattered with blood. The vests bore frayed letters, Linjiang's second prison. The remaining individual was dressed in a black courier uniform from Shunfeng Express, appearing timid and sandwiched in the middle, as if coerced. Upon hearing this, the group halted and turned to face the leader. The man referred to as boss was named Huang Gang. He bore an exhausted expression, with narrow eyes and a long scar etched beside them. Very well, we have run quite a distance. That monster should not be able to catch up, he declared. Exhausted, the few who had taken refuge behind the community's outer walls sank wearily to the ground, reflecting on the terror of being pursued by the devourer. Even under the scorching sun, an involuntary chill crept over them. Let us rest for a moment, We cannot linger here for long. I still see some zombies inside. We shall find a place to enter and recuperate. Huang Gang extracted a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, and upon witnessing this, his companion promptly offered to light it for him. As the smoke swirled around, the others cast envious glances but dared not ask for a share. After taking a leisurely drag, Huang Gang squinted contentedly, tapping his left hand rhythmically against the scorching concrete ground, where fleeting sparks of electricity flickered at his fingertips. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the electric arc shot forth, creating a small explosion on the ground, resembling a nail-sized opening. A gaunt man, standing closest to Huang Gang, glanced at the arc with apprehension and spoke, "Boss, I believe there's someone inside that building over there." He pointed toward a nearby 3-story residential structure, where several pieces of cardboard were hastily assembled, emblazoned with the words "Help" in red marker. Huang Gang squinted and scrutinized the scene before casually nodding. "Let us go with that one. If there are people, they might have some food. It appears there are even women's clothes hanging outside." The previously listless group of subordinates instantly perked up at the mention of women, crowding closer to him. "Boss, will it be the usual approach?" inquired a balding man, hunched over with a sycophantic expression, rubbing his hands together. "The usual approach," Huang Gang replied. "Let Biaozi and Xianzai knock on the door. We'll follow behind. And you, for the love of all that is holy, keep your distance from me. That foul stench of women emanating from you is unbearable." A wave of nauseating odor wafted from the man, provoking a visceral reaction. Right, he stammered. "But why do you smell so strong? Did you not wash after your last encounter?" The man looked visibly aggrieved, instinctively adjusting his trousers. "Water is scarce, leaving no room for bathing. Damn it, you'll be the last to go in. I certainly do not wish to end up like you." The third building, Unit 3. Upon entering the corridor, Huang Gang led the way, gripping a black .54 pistol in his right hand, his expression vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. "Is there indeed someone here?" "Boss, that is correct. However, it seems to be a male. After the outbreak, they took advantage of the prison's downfall and escaped." Huang Gang, having awakened, became the leader of the group, possessing superhuman strength. With his lightning attribute talent awakened, even at the initial stage, he was unafraid of small-scale zombies. Recklessly, the group had, just days prior, raided several hiding survivors. They cautiously ascended the stairs. At the corner of the second-floor staircase, the door to room 202 stood ajar. The living room in disarray, enveloped in silence. "Let us take a look inside." At the command, a gaunt man reluctantly conducted a cursory search and quickly emerged. "Boss, there's no one here, nor any zombies." The others relaxed upon hearing this and continued upstairs. Suddenly, at the door, 2 zombies burst forth from the shoe cabinet, catching them off guard. "Zombies!" The last few members gasped in fright. "What are you afraid of?" Huang Gang remained unfazed as he raised his left hand. With a crackle, a bolt of purple electricity surged forth, instantly paralyzing the zombies that had charged down the corridor. Only then did the others spring into action, swiftly severing the zombies' heads. The boss's lightning chain is truly formidable. The power of this weapon far surpasses that of a handgun. A flurry of flattery ensued, and Huang Gang, upon hearing it, revealed a satisfied smile and waved his hand dismissively. "Lower your voices, lest we disturb him," he commanded. "Fried fellow, you go knock on the door first." Emerging from behind Huang Gang was a slender man wearing glasses, who removed his vest and smoothed out his wrinkled shirt. "Rest assured, boss," he replied. "Biaozi, put on the police uniform and stay right behind me. Once the door opens, you charge in." The bespectacled man adjusted his hair, presenting a somewhat refined appearance. "Damn it, it's only because you look presentable that you can deceive him into opening the door. Should I pose as a police officer?" Biaozi casually donned the police uniform taken from the corpse, wielding a battered machete in his hand as he scrutinized the man with a few glances. The others chuckled softly at the scene. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, a flurry of commotion erupted from within the door. "Who is it?" A man inside, startled, lowered his voice, peering through the peephole. He had faintly heard the sounds of a struggle earlier, filling him with unease. "We're the neighborhood officers from the high-tech zone. Quickly come with us. Help is on the way. 1 minute. Our people can only wait for you for 1 minute." The bespectacled man's expression turned grave as he urged the person inside with an urgency that betrayed the clumsiness of their deceit. He hastened his speech, fully aware that an ordinary person might succumb to panic under pressure and threats. Biaozi remained silent, producing an identification card and holding it up to the peephole. Upon hearing this, the man inside felt a surge of hope, his excitement palpable. Instinctively cautious, he refrained from opening the door. "Officer, what about the zombies? Is there truly someone here to rescue us?" The bespectacled man's expression darkened, feigning impatience. "Enough with the chatter. The outside is swarming with zombies, and a small unit has arrived. We cannot linger. If we are to leave, there are others in this community who require our assistance." The man inside the door became momentarily flustered, but soon the sound of chains echoed from within. I shall come out right away." His countenance was hesitant. He sensed something amiss with the two outside. There were no gunshots, no sounds of a larger force, yet their credentials and attire appeared legitimate. Though the bespectacled man spoke brusquely, he did indeed seem like an officer. With a click, the man, under duress, opened the door without further contemplation. "Officers, what is the situation outside? My child is at school. Are there rescuers there?" Bang! The moment he opened the door, he was met with a uniformed thug who grinned maliciously, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. "Brothers, charge." Huang Gang, witnessing the ruse, could not suppress a grin. At his command, the others surged into the room like ravenous wolves. The last to enter, a scruffy man, struck the man's neck with a knife. Thud. The head rolled away, lifeless and unblinking. Chapter 52. The mental barrier in the VIP lounge on the second floor of the Wealth Building. Several zombies. Lei Zhongtai approached Lin An with a radiant expression, followed closely by Wanya, while Mo Ling, who trailed behind, silently sought a corner to curl up in. So soon? Lin An looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. The trio had not taken much time at all. It was evident that they had rushed here immediately after fulfilling his request. What astonished Lin An was that both Zhongtai and Wenyo appeared utterly unscathed, as if they had not encountered any combat at all. Given that Mo Ling, as a symbiote, was naturally immune to zombie attacks, it was understandable. However, it stood to reason that the other two, no matter how cautious, should have encountered zombies and acquired at least some traces of blood on them, particularly Zhongtai. This fellow had a penchant for his combat style, often transforming to deliver a decisive blow to his foes. Moreover, Wenyo was now an awakened one. "Captain Lin, can you guess what her awakened ability is?" Zhongtai exclaimed with an air of mystery, his large frame resembling that of a bear as he attempted to squeeze beside Lin, and Wanya bit her lip, glancing at the man lost in thought on the sofa, her eyes betraying her barely contained excitement. As a mutated being, Wanya had seamlessly transitioned into an awakened one. "Lin An, I am now an awakened one as well," she declared, her voice clear and filled with joy, as if she had cast off a heavy burden. Her already striking physique seemed even more alluring following her awakening. Lin An smiled at the visibly excited duo. He had seen the notification of Wenya's awakening through the team member panel 4 hours prior. However, it only bore a single awaken marker, and he would need Wenya to willingly display her player panel for further details. From the expressions of the two individuals, it appears that Wenya has awakened an extraordinary talent. So mysterious, could it be related to a gift concerning mental prowess? Lin An pondered for a moment, feeling a surge of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Wenya nodded and promptly unveiled her panel, sharing it with him without reservation. Character information: Wenya, 0th rank awakened. Player level: 1, mutant, awakened talent, A-class talent, mental barrier, mental recovery rate, 30, maximum mental power, 50, psionic absorption rate, 50. Once activated, the mental barrier continuously consumes mental power, providing mental defense protection for up to 21 players during its duration, along with a cloaking effect. Cloaking effect creates illusions around oneself using mental power, concealing one's presence. The cloaking effect dissipates upon initiating an attack. Mutant talent, mental sharing, which allows the linking of one player to share both parties' mental power. This talent's effectiveness enhances as the awakened's rank increases. Wenya's talent is indeed extreme. With an A-class talent level, it surpasses Zhongtai's B-class by a significant margin. Although it offers no attribute bonuses and lacks any offensive skills, it compensates with an extraordinary enhancement in mental capabilities. The improvements in recovery, maximum capacity, and psionic absorption rate cumulatively push the limits of mental attributes to their zenith. However, Lin An remained in a daze for so long not merely due to this. The crux of the transformation lies in Wenya's identity as a mutant. As long as the awakened individuals coordinate their mental energy to unleash skills, it is akin to activating an infinite firepower mode, truly the most coveted form of assistance for the awakened. The ability to release skills without limit would have certainly alleviated their plight had they possessed such powers during their time in the hospital. Lin An, contemplating this, could hardly contain his excitement. Sharing the same joy as the others, he could not resist the urge to scrutinize Wenya closely, and remarked, "This is quite impressive, even surpassing my expectations. So, your journey with Zhang Tai was devoid of any combat encounters solely because of your innate skills, am I correct?" Wenya smiled and nodded, her eyes suddenly glimmering with a silvery light. A unique wave of mental energy emanated from her, cascading over Zhang Tai's entire figure. In an instant, Lin An observed Zhang Tai's robust form gradually fading from view. This is an invisibility effect, granting one the ability to stealthily maneuver like a rogue. Lin An swiftly employed his mental energy to probe in Zhang Tai's direction, and after a moment of careful discernment, he exclaimed in awe, "The illusory effect is indeed formidable. Even with my current attributes, it is exceedingly difficult to detect, as long as one is not confronted by a being of formidable mental prowess. Ordinary zombies cannot perceive you at all, neither visually nor through other senses. No wonder you managed to arrive so swiftly." Zhang Tai wore a proud expression, seemingly attributing their evasion of zombies to his own prowess. Lin An's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He had never anticipated that with Wenya's assistance. Coupled with the identity of Mo Ling's fallen, each member of their team would effectively possess the ability to disregard zombies. Although the act of unleashing one's power disrupts the concealment effect of the mental barrier, this ability is undeniably remarkable for both travel and ambush. In the early stages of the apocalyptic game, the overwhelming number of ordinary zombies poses the greatest threat. Lin An felt a surge of emotion, realizing that the seemingly casual acquisition of Wenya had unexpectedly brought him such significant delight. "Thus, I can now truly assist you. No longer a burden, am I?" Wenya approached him slowly, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her eyes conveying an enigmatic sentiment. "Furthermore, I appreciate your willingness to brave such peril to search for my mother in the hospital." Lin An was taken aback by her words, not intending to conceal anything. "I actually didn't have the chance to." Before he could finish, Wenya interrupted him. "Zhang Tai informed me about that day's events. I do not hold you accountable. I understand what transpired there. It's merely that I feel somewhat discontented. Your agreement to accompany me has already brought me immense joy. Admittedly, it is selfish of me to wish for you to see that place once more, despite its dangers." Wenya lowered her gaze, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her face, her smile appearing somewhat forced. Lin An fell silent, uncertain of how to console her. "After we complete this mission, we shall return there," he finally spoke, his tone differing from the past, where he merely viewed Wenya as a tool. From a rational standpoint, her newly awakened talents exceeded his expectations. As the captain, he must attend to the emotional well-being of his teammates. From a personal perspective, within Zhang Tai's dialogue, he learned of Wenya's unwavering dedication to his care during these past days. Each of her efforts warranted a return visit to the hospital. Moreover, Mo Ling's sister was also present there. Wenya lifted her head, her surprise fleeting, a subtle glimmer of emotion vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. "Thank you, Lin An." Lin An responded with a gentle smile, slightly shaking his head. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed a shift in the way Wenya gazed at him. "Captain Lin, what is our next objective?" Zhang Tai's distinctive booming voice shattered the brief silence between the two, as he curiously rubbed his gleaming bald head. Lin An cast a resigned glance at him. Had he not already cleared the nearby 2 floors of zombies, this loud voice alone could have drawn a considerable horde. Wanda Shopping Center, where over 20,000 zombies are currently congregated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai clicked his tongue, following Lin An's pointing finger. "Damn it, this mall, smaller than that hellish place of the hospital, has so many zombies? Our target is to eliminate the second-tier mutated entity at the center of the mall, the Stitcher." Upon hearing the term second-tier mutated entity, both Zhang Tai and Wenya couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even Mo Ling, who had remained silent, raised her gaze toward Lin An. Outside the window, dusk had fallen, a blood-red sunset enveloping the building. Lin An's gaze turned steely as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the nightmarish realm that once belonged to Lingjiang City. Chapter 53. We become one on the 23rd floor of the Wealth Building. The wind howled fiercely. "Captain Lin, I'm terrified of heights." Zhang Tianyan's face was ashen as he clutched the steel wire rope, his figure swaying precariously in the fierce wind. Before him stood Lin An, while Wenya brought up the rear. The trio advanced along the steel wire, their feet hovering above a massive throng of over 300,000 corpses, which, from this height, resembled a dense swarm of ants. Undoubtedly, a fall from this altitude would result in death, or at the very least, be met with the ravenous feasting of the undead below. The steel wire rope was comprised of two slender steel strands twisted together with brute force. One end secured to the rooftop of the Fortune Tower, the other tethered to a bundle of rebar lodged atop the Wanda Shopping Center. The Fortune Tower soared significantly higher than the shopping center, roughly 40 meters apart. Therefore, 10 minutes prior, after several attempts, Lin An successfully collaborated with Zhang Tianyan to establish a makeshift aerial pathway between the two edifices. The original plan had been to traverse the ground plaza at breakneck speed, entering the mall through the underground parking lot. This strategy was not only perilous, but also susceptible to detection by the mutated beings within the horde. Fortunately, when Yu's awakened abilities had bestowed upon Lin An the prospect of this aerial route, a rather unexpected boon, Lin An cast a helpless glance back at Zhang Tianyan. Though he could see nothing of the turmoil below, the trio was enveloped in Yu's psychic barrier, shielding them from detection by the mutated creatures lurking among the corpses beneath. "Hurry up," Lin An urged, as the weather seemed unusually ominous. A storm was likely brewing. Since the apocalypse erupted, meteorological and geological calamities had proliferated with alarming frequency. Unable to suppress his frustration, Lin An pressed Zhang Tianyan, whose legs were growing weaker. For the towering bald man standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Lin An found it difficult to stifle his exasperation. With a grimace, Zhang Tianyan could only quicken his pace to keep up behind him. Upon reaching the summit of the shopping mall, Lin An cautioned against making any hasty moves, advising to enter first and discuss later. Activating his judgment eye, he was able to discern the dense throng of corpses that crowded the top floor. Their numbers no less than 3,000 to 4,000. Rendering the modest platform utterly congested. On this excursion, he had not brought Mo Ling along. Each of them possessed a mental barrier, thus negating the need for Mo Ling to venture forth as previously planned. After all, should misfortune strike and she encounter a suturer, it would likely pose a significant threat to her. The presence of a symbiotic entity would merely be misconstrued as companionship by ordinary zombies. Yet the mutated ones would not be so easily deceived, as they were less conspicuous than players. Take, for instance, the liquor. This mutated form was known to consume even zombies, let alone a being infused with human essence like Mo Ling. "I understand, Captain Lin," she replied, her demeanor devoid of fear. All three were awakeners, possessing physical capabilities that transcended human limitations, allowing them to crawl with remarkable swiftness. In a mere 2 minutes, they approached the apex of the mall. The area around the steel reinforcement at the top was teeming with zombies, evidently drawn by the commotion that had transpired earlier. The horde suddenly erupted in a cacophony of roars, clearly sensing the impending arrival of living beings. Yet, hindered by the mental barriers, they could not pinpoint the exact location of Lin An and his companions, akin to perceiving the fragrance of air in a void. With bated breath, Lin An held his stance, gracefully descending first, his expression vigilant as he regarded a zombie that was mere centimeters away from him. The creature before him screeched with a frenzied intensity, its flesh peeling away to reveal a visage reminiscent of a wraith, its blood-red eyes brimming with insatiable desire. Like a hound on the scent, the zombie stood frozen, its head bobbing anxiously as it sniffed the air before Lin An. Though the essence of humanity lingered, its source eluded detection. "Damn it, this accursed creature seems to be trailing me." Remarkably, the trio successfully reached the platform. However, as soon as they touched down, Zhang Tai found himself confronted by several zombies drawn by the scent. Had Lin An not forewarned him, he might have succumbed to the urge to strike. "Captain Lin, this beast won't let go." Despite the complete desolation of her facial flesh, it was evident from her attire that this female zombie had been youthful in life. She sported a provocative white mini-skirt and a breezy tank top, her garments marred by bloodstains and ragged tears, hinting at her once alluring figure. These zombies, shrouded in a veil of psychic energy, could only discern their prey through touch, yet remained uncertain of their nature. Zhang Tai's expression grew awkward as he refrained from attacking, instead dragging the female zombie along behind Lin An. The trio navigated cautiously through the horde, soon confronted by the wrecked iron gate of the rooftop. Even with the knowledge that restraint would spare them from the zombies' aggression, the tension was palpable amidst the throng. Should the psychic barrier falter, being encircled at such close quarters would spell doom for the two, leaving Lin An as the sole beacon of hope. How much longer could the barrier hold? As they stealthily entered through the iron gate, a wave of relief washed over them. The staircase lay in darkness, the number of zombies drastically reduced, with numerous skeletal remains scattered around the corners. Wenya paused momentarily, then closed her eyes to meticulously gauge her psychic energy expenditure. The sustained effort could last for another 20 minutes. Although the consumption is minimal, simultaneously providing mental barriers for 3 individuals overwhelms my mental recovery. A fleeting glimmer of silver occasionally flickers in her eyes as she continues to replenish. If it were just 2 people, we could endure for 45 minutes. When alone, I could maintain it for over half a day. Lin An pondered briefly, recognizing that due to Wenya's limited mental capacity, time was of the essence. Very well. Let us split up. You and I shall form one team, while Zhang Tai will venture alone. Zhang Tai possesses the ability to transform and has medicinal means for survival, allowing him to withstand a momentary encounter with a suturer. In contrast, Wenya, with her physical attributes rated at 10, would be instantly overwhelmed by a top-tier second-tier mutant. The air was thick with the pungent stench of decay and the metallic odor of blood. The trio had ascended to the pinnacle of the shopping mall, and the sight was nothing short of harrowing. The once pristine white walls were marred with dark crimson handprints, and the skeletal remains of devoured humans nearly carpeted the entire floor. One could only imagine the despair of those who had sought refuge within the mall, facing the relentless onslaught of zombies. A casual step would yield a crunch of shattered skulls and severed fingers. Groups of zombies pushed and shoved, their presence a chaotic throng. Occasionally, the iron door, marked with a sign indicating fresh produce refrigeration, stood firmly shut. The verdant, heavy iron surface bore patches of peeling paint, and the slender glass panel above was obscured by a thick layer of gray grime. Has that creature returned once more? Within the modest confines of the cold storage room lay 11 survivors. A woman with tangled hair, her voice hoarse, cautiously inquired of the man crouched before the glass. He removed the cotton from his ears, grasped her words, and swiftly replaced the cotton. Shoo, lower your voice. Despite having encountered the creature on previous occasions, each sighting invoked profound dread and pressure within him. The occupants of the cold storage held their mouths and noses tightly, makeshift earplugs lodged in their ears. Their eyes filled with terror. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps gradually receded, and the man collapsed to the floor, breathless. The woman with the tangled hair, lost in despair, moved towards the corner, unnoticed, her cracked lips parting and closing like a dehydrated fish. The soiled cotton that had once muffled her ears lay discarded on the ground, stained with pus and blood. The air was thick and oppressive, leaving the cold storage enveloped in a suffocating silence. The woman, facing the wall, smiled silently, whispering, "We are one." Chapter 54. Deathmatch. The dimly lit 4th floor of the sealed shopping mall was shrouded in gloom. Lin An, with a gentle demeanor, carefully maneuvered arrow. I recently sensed the movement of a colossal creature, likely the Stitcher. With a grave expression, Lin An focused on his surroundings for a moment. Judgment eye. A wave of mental energy radiated outward in a circular pattern, enveloping nearly half of the mall within 100 meters. Beep. Detecting the number of zombies, 27,899. Number of mutants, 1. Number of players, 24. To his astonishment, there were indeed players still alive within the mall, though their hiding places remained unknown. This revelation surprised him. As for the mutant marked with a question mark, it appeared that the tremor he sensed earlier was accurate. The massive entity in motion must be the Stitcher. With his current willpower attributes, only a creature of such caliber could exert dominance over him, rendering him unable to glean precise information. Wenya, her complexion pale, nodded slightly. Not far away, several zombies crouched greedily gnawing on the fingers of a corpse. As the two passed by the zombies, a severed hand they were clutching suddenly fell at Lin An's feet. Thud! Lin An had no time to evade, and beneath his foot, the mangled fingers were promptly crushed. Roar! The sound of shattered bones stirred the zombies. The one gnawing on the fingers abruptly stood, letting out a series of frenzied shrieks directed at the two. The distance between man and corpse was but a few centimeters, and Lin An could even smell the putrid stench emanating from the zombie's mouth. This sudden turn of events caused both of them to tense up. Nearby, the dense horde of corpses seemed to respond in kind, erupting into a cacophony of frenzied roars. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the interior of the mall was filled with the echoes of the zombies' howls. Lin An's heart suddenly tightened. The roar of the zombie could potentially reveal their location. Damn it! Boom! Lin An's pupils constricted as a colossal shadow surged upward from beneath him, detected by his psychic probe. The marble-covered, steel-reinforced concrete structure of the three-story building was instantly breached as an overwhelming force struck like a heavy artillery shell. The power erupted. A faint golden aura enveloped his body, enhancing all attributes. His muscles swelled, and the long-lost peak state reemerged. If he did not evade, he would perish. With heightened concentration, time seemed to slow in that fleeting moment between life and death. In less than 0.1 seconds of reaction time, Lin An forcefully altered his trajectory. Boom! The immense shadow tore through the second floor without hindrance, crashing beneath him as the concrete shattered explosively. The flying debris, propelled by the tremendous force, shot outward like bullets. A violent, knife-like gust of air grazed his body, bringing forth a chilling sense of mortality. Dust swirled and ascended. As the entire second and third floors of the mall collapsed under the impact, Lin An landed in the first-floor hall, 5 meters away, amidst the chaos. The once solid ground, 40 centimeters thick, was utterly obliterated, leaving only a massive black void where he had stood. As the dust settled, the gigantic shadow emerged in the darkness under the judgmental gaze. Beep, detection of a second-tier mutated entity. Peak, the Stitcher. Danger assessment, horror level. Wenya, conceal yourself. Activate mental sharing when I require it. Zhongtai, rush here with all your might. Lin An swiftly issued commands within the team channel, his gaze fixated on the abruptly attacking, yet eerily motionless creature. The beast before him stood at an imposing height of 5 meters. Its entire form enveloped in a mass of pallid, dead flesh, resembling severe burn injuries. 3 heads crowded upon shoulders broad as tank armor. At the center rested a male head with eyes closed, flanked by 2 female heads that had been forcibly stitched together. Its colossal body bore 2 powerful arms crossed over its chest, while dozens of infant-sized hands meandered across its body like tendrils in a slow dance. The force of its recent strike surely exceeded 30 points. Its speed must have surpassed 35 points. Lin An's heart raced. Had he not reacted swiftly, that sudden assault could have reduced him to mere fragments. The raw physical power was akin to that of a tank's main cannon, with an explosive speed nearing 300 meters per second, approaching the threshold of sound. A weight settled in his chest. The prowess exhibited by the suturer had already exceeded his expectations. The mental barrier had been detected and breached by the suturer, and in the nearby shopping mall, thousands of zombies instantaneously turned their heads in unison. The sea of crimson eyes surged forward like a tsunami. There was no time to delay. With the ambush plan disrupted, the only option was to strike directly. Charge forward. The floor beneath Lin An cracked instantly as he surged towards the suturer like a dark specter. He lunged forward with a slicing motion. The bone spikes whistled as, powered by sheer force, they pierced through the air, emitting a sharp shriek as they aimed directly for the center head. In a moment of stillness, the previously motionless seamstress suddenly raised an arm to counter. Muscles bulging with explosive power collided with the bone spikes in a violent clash. With a sideways slash, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Lin An's expression hardened as he bit down on the potion he had preemptively held in his mouth. Drip, strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1. Drip. Explosive power increased by 10, endurance and resistance to blows increased by 30, and hand speed increased by 20. With these enhancements, his strength and speed surged once more, amplifying his formidable presence under a cumulative 20 boost in explosive power. As the force of the punch approached, Lin An, in a moment of peril, swiftly altered his trajectory. What was initially a direct assault transformed into a sidestep evasion. Flash. The sharp bone spike shot forth like lightning, striking violently towards the woman's head on the right side of the seamstress. Sizzle. The blade pierced flesh, and with an explosive power reaching 28 points, it successfully breached the monster's defenses. Like bursting through a boil, the woman's eyes, previously shut tight, snapped open, emitting a piercing, vengeful shriek. A line of blood extended from the crown of her head to the seamstress's waist, revealing the writhing muscle tissue within. Roar. The monster let out a pained bellow, taken aback by Lin An's sudden burst of speed that allowed him to evade its retaliatory punch. Smash. The severed head, struck with all of Lin An's might, seemed to inflict minimal damage, only serving to enrage the creature further. The seamstress's arms moved with a speed beyond the limits of the naked eye, crashing down violently towards Lin An. With no avenue for escape, Lin An could only desperately sidestep, bracing his bone spike against the monstrous fist in a bid to thwart the terrifying onslaught. Boom. The bones shattered, and in an instant, the right hand that had previously obstructed the colossal fist was mercilessly broken, collapsing like a limp noodle to the side of his body. Lin An narrowly evaded, but merely grazing the giant's fist left the right half of his form a mangled mess. Such immense power. It cannot be faced head-on. The residual force of the giant's fist crashed down upon the very ground where he had stood, obliterating an entire floor with a single strike. Before he could catch his breath, a second assault from the seamster was already underway. The seamster's arms, slender as those of a child, suddenly shot forth towards him, binding him in place in the blink of an eye. The colossal fist was wrenched from the ground, continuing its relentless assault towards Lin An's head like an apparition. The force erupted. To activate the brief recovery effects of his power surge, Lin An once again unleashed an unfinished skill, striving to break free from his constraints. "Let me go," he bellowed, and several of the arms binding his upper body were forcefully shattered, yet it merely delayed him by 0.1 seconds. The giant fist descended. However, the bindings from the arms were overwhelmingly strong. Even with his power at its peak, he could only barely evade the vital points of his head. Thousands of zombies were already roaring as they surged beside him. Lin, from above, Zhang Tai, transformed into a black bear, was driven by desperation, leaping directly from the 4th floor at any cost. Chapter 55, The Final Strike. A splatter. Blood erupted from Lin An's mouth as a fist imbued with terrifying power pierced through his chest cavity. His form was propelled like a cannonball into the horde of corpses, the blood inciting further frenzy among the undead. Countless decaying arms clawed at his limbs, enveloping him like a swarm of ants. Helplessness, coldness. The significant loss of blood began to blur his consciousness. A grim smile lingered in his heart, under the suppression of all attributes except for power. It was exceedingly difficult to achieve a victory against a foe of a higher level. The seamster, truly a pinnacle of the 2nd tier, had become the nightmares of all survivors in the past life of Lingjiang. It was hard to fathom the terror that would ensue if it advanced to the 3rd tier after devouring the zombies here. The horde clawed at him, decaying arms reaching into his gaping chest, yearning to extract his heart, reminiscent of the memories from his previous life as he faced death. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled, the heavy and frenzied charge instilling a sense of dread, although obscured by the mass of zombies. Lin An could feel the seamster wildly rushing towards him through the quaking earth, beneath the mound of corpses. He could not suppress a sigh as he slowly raised his right hand. He had hoped to conserve his final trump card against the seamster, but now it was imperative to deploy it. The soul. A piercing wail. Buzz. The air twisted and contorted. The soul-devouring hand erupted from his right hand, bursting forth with a sanguine brilliance that illuminated the entire hall through the horde. Subsequently, an invisible wave suddenly erupted in a circular fashion. Boom, 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 boom. Like a series of exploding light bulbs. In an instant, the heads of thousands of zombies closest to Lin An erupted into a mist of blood, their decaying bodies disintegrating into fragments under the unseen shockwave. A single strike cleared the area. The ground lay strewn with remnants of corpses as if scythed by the hand of death, with all zombies within a radius of nearly 40 meters from Lin An succumbing to demise. The seamster, charging relentlessly, was also instantaneously stripped of nearly half of its flesh by this mental shock, its colossal form sent hurtling backward. Upon the broad shoulders, the 3rd head, which had already been severed by Lin An, disintegrated into a crimson mist. A roar erupted. Perhaps the remaining heads of the Stitcher still possessed a semblance of consciousness, for the anguished wails of its soul, comparable to a 3rd tier power, inflicted thrice the damage upon him. Collapsing to the ground, the Stitcher cradled its central head in its hands, while the other head, with its eyes tightly shut, lamented in sorrow. The immense howl of pain, powerful enough to shatter glass, radiated outward like a shockwave. Seizing the brief respite afforded by the soul's wail, Lin An struggled to rise, retrieving a bloodstone from his spatial ring. Success. 2-3 utilized. A surge of potent life energy flowed from the bloodstone into his body, causing the previously translucent flesh around his wounds to sprout rapidly. Lin An felt a flicker of relief. Had he not acquired restorative items prior to this encounter, he would have been utterly incapacitated by his current injuries. Nearby, the Stitcher seemed to succumb to a frenzy under the mental onslaught, refraining from further attacks. Yet, the duration of this effect remained uncertain. Such a pity. The original plan had been to launch a surprise attack upon locating the Stitcher, while Zhang Tai would hold back the horde of zombies, engaged in a struggle with this monstrosity. Lin An intended to unleash the soul's wail when the damage inflicted reached the Stitcher's threshold, thereby seizing the opportunity to vanquish it. Now, however, he lay grievously wounded, compelled to await his recovery, thus squandering the time during which the creature was defenseless. Lin Team, Zhang Tai, leaping from the fourth floor, sprinted towards him with utmost fervor, closely pursued by a throng of zombies. Hold off the horde. Allow me to recuperate. Lin An, weary and drained, directed Zhang Tai with urgency. The previous soul-piercing shriek had obliterated thousands of nearby zombies, yet the mall still teemed with the undead. Zhang Tai hastily engaged the horde, buying Lin An precious moments for recovery. However, like a torrential downpour, the zombies surged forth from the shattered ground, leaping fearlessly through the openings. In the blink of an eye, the first floor of the mall was once again swarming with a vast multitude of zombies. Wunya, activate the mental barrier once more. Wunya, sheltered on the fourth floor, remained unscathed by the Stitcher's assault, her cloaking effect still intact. Lacking close combat capabilities, she managed to fend off small groups of zombies, but within the confines of the mall, a single misstep could lead to her being overwhelmed by the horde. Nodding repeatedly, she focused her mind to cast her skill. Never mind, there is no need to waste it. Suddenly, Lin An's expression darkened, interrupting Wunya's incantation. The Stitcher, disoriented from the psychic shock, had regained its composure. Its central head opened its eyes, and Zhang Tai, upon gazing at it, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. This abomination was utterly grotesque. The massive head was filled with dozens of pallid eyeballs, each the size of a fist. As the creature swayed, Lin An inhaled deeply, positioning his spear defensively across his chest. His injuries were healing rapidly. Although not fully recovered, he was barely capable of continuing the fight. Realizing that a second wave of assault was imminent, Lin An spoke rapidly over the team's comms. Zhang Tai, charge to my side in 2 seconds to create an opening for me. Understood, Zhang Tai replied, smashing down a zombie seeking to bypass him, then turning to Lin An, poised and ready for action. A resounding thud reverberated through the air as the impact from the Stitcher arrived without warning. Unlike before, Lin An was no longer caught off guard. He swiftly crushed the vial and ingested the potion. The effects of the elixir had yet to dissipate, but he could not afford to squander a moment. The enhancement of his attributes allowed for no lapse in action. With a thunderous roar, the Stitcher, still reeling from the previous mental assault, charged once more but failed to achieve its intended effect. Its massive form merely shattered the supporting pillars within the mall. The opportunity was fleeting. Now was the moment. With a leap, Lin An evaded and soared into the air, landing behind the monstrous creature. Grasping the bone spike with both hands, he summoned every ounce of strength to drive it into the creature's skull. The spike penetrated deeply, eliciting a wretched howl from the Stitcher's final head. Zhang Tai, the black bear, appeared, his expression fierce as he charged directly at the injured Stitcher. The collision of these two colossal beings was monumental, and the wounded Stitcher was instantly toppled to the ground. Die, you wretch. The enormous bear paw rose like a hammer, crashing down upon the creature's head. The impact was tremendous. Zhang Tai's face turned ashen as pain shot through his arms. The Stitcher's remaining head merely caved in slightly, the force of the strike failing to breach its defenses. With a furious roar, the Stitcher's last head directed its body, its massive hand crashing towards the black bear pinned beneath it. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as its back collapsed, shoulder reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood mingling with shattered entrails. Get back, Zhang Tai exclaimed, desperately shifting his body to reveal the last head of the Stitcher beneath him. Stepping forward, he prepared to plunge downward once more. Lin An uttered a low growl, determined to knock the Stitcher to the ground to buy himself a moment of respite. With a strike that encapsulated all his strength, the outcome hinged on this singular blow. The target, the last head. Chapter 56, The Grand Explosion of 8-8. We Are One. As the bone spike pierced the Stitcher's final head, the woman's visage upon it suddenly opened her eyes. It resembled a whisper from the abyss. In that fleeting moment, Lin An felt as if time had come to a standstill, plunging him into darkness. Do you not remember me, child? The tightly gripped bone spike released, and Lin An stared in bewilderment at the face emerging from the shadows. It was a visage he recognized, withered, marked by fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, yet radiating warmth. It was his deceased mother. Lin An trembled, his thoughts seemingly frozen in place. Lin An, please wake up. Wunya? Her expression fraught with urgency, persistently urged Lin An with her mental energy. attempting to rouse him from his statue-like stupor. Meanwhile, she strained to channel her mental force to erect a barrier. The zombies were perilously close, the stench of blood overwhelming, and the innate mental suppression from the mutated entities relentlessly breached her defenses. 1 layer, 2 layers. Whenever the barrier was shattered and zombies lunged towards the trio, she immediately summoned her mental energy to regenerate the barrier. The barrier crumbled, only to be recreated anew. The horde howled incessantly, akin to ants in a boiling pot. As her mental energy was rapidly depleted, Wenya's complexion soon turned pale, no matter how formidable her mental prowess. She could not withstand the continuous release of skills for long. At this rate of consumption, her mental energy would be utterly exhausted in no more than 15 seconds. Zombies gathered before the trio, and although the three were once again shrouded in the veil of mental fortitude, the overwhelming stench of blood attracted more and more of the undead, swiftly encircling them. The scene was eerily surreal. Lin An had clearly driven the bone spike into the last remaining head of the Stitcher, yet he found himself frozen mere seconds later. The final head of the female monster bore lifeless, milky eyes, and the two locked gazes, flesh-writhed as the damaged brain of the creature began to regenerate slowly. Zhang Tai coughed up copious amounts of blood, the gaping wound in his chest resembling a faucet left ajar, revealing the faint rhythm of a beating heart within. Were it not for the exceptional physique granted by his awakened talent, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. His breath grew increasingly feeble. Wenya's face was a mask of despair. In her concealed state, she was unable to strike at the Stitcher. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai teetered on the brink of death, incapable of delivering the final blow. Even if they attempted to fight back, it seemed unlikely they could penetrate the creature's defenses. What should I do? Wenya felt an overwhelming urgency. The three were surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, and even if she wished to flee with Lin An and Zhang Tai, it was an impossible endeavor. The Stitcher was visibly healing at an alarming rate. Once it fully regenerated any of its heads, their demise would be inevitable. 15 seconds slipped away in an instant, and Wenya exhausted the last vestiges of her mental energy to erect a barrier. The zombies before her had lost their patience, and after repeated deceptions, they seemed to have developed an immunity to the barrier's effects. Was there truly no hope? Wenya's pallid face tightened around her weapon, knowing she had at most 2 seconds. Once the final layer of the mental barrier shattered, she would be left to face the horde alone. Suddenly, Lin An's serpentine stone carving on his wrist stirred to life. Wenya turned her gaze towards the sound, eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? The little serpent, seemingly just awakened, casually twisted its body and anthropomorphically yawned. The black dragon tilted its head, its golden slit pupils gazing at Lin An, who appeared petrified, with utter confusion. A moment later, the black dragon suddenly straightened, as if it had caught a whiff of something delectable. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, the black dragon darted into the last head of the Stitcher and, moments later, emerged with a satisfied burp. Just as the black dragon burst forth, the head of the woman, who had been locked in eye contact with Lin An, suddenly erupted in a piercing scream of agony. Blood tears trickled down her pale face, her features contorted in struggle. Bang! Within a fleeting second, the head shattered in response. Ding! Successfully eliminated the second-tier mutant Stitcher. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from the enormous form of the Stitcher, instantly flooding into the black dragon's body. Ding! Acquired item, white stitching thread. Ding! Acquired ordinary equipment, white stitching corpse. Ding! Acquired special item, blue heart of fusion. Ding! Acquired fine equipment, blue skull of resentment. Ding! Acquired C-grade skill book, frenzied charge. Ding! Acquired C-grade skill book, flesh healing. Ding! Completed the savior task, reward received, antidote serum X3. Ding! The savior task has been refreshed, please check immediately. 8 big explosion. A flurry of system notifications filled the screen, and at the moment the Stitcher perished, Lin An's consciousness began to return. What is happening? As if frozen like a sculpture, Lin An's body suddenly trembled, akin to a drowning person regaining the shore. Upon witnessing his awakening, Wenya could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Damn it, Lin An felt a jolt of realization. He had unwittingly succumbed to the illusions conjured by that monster. A cacophony of notifications regarding acquired items flooded his ears. Yet he scarcely had time to ponder why the seamstress had abruptly perished, let alone examine the rewards obtained. The psychic barrier shattered in response. The bloodied corpses, tormented and enraged, surged forth, ravenously attacking the trio. // Lin An reacted with remarkable swiftness, twisting his ways to channel force into the bone spike in his hand, which sliced through the surrounding zombies. A multitude of skulls shattered, yet were instantaneously replenished by the relentless tide of the undead. Lin An, Zhang Tai can't hold on much longer. Wenya, drained of mental energy, wielded her axe, standing side by side with Lin An to fend off the horde. Bloodstone. A rich essence of life surged into his wounds, prompting the formation of granulation tissue. This is futile. They could never slay them all, unless he unleashed the soul whale once more. Lin An hesitated. His current mental energy was far too insufficient to recharge the gloves. The last time he had charged them, he had been unconscious for 5 days. Had it not been for that tattooed man who foolishly attempted to seize the gloves, resulting in his demise, his unconsciousness might have lasted even longer. If only the black dragon had not consumed all the spiritual energy within the gloves. Attempting to communicate with the black dragon, he discovered that it was once again in slumber, as if it would rouse only when faced with food. In a mere 10 seconds, the trio's space for survival rapidly diminished, especially as the pressure from the zombies overwhelmed Wenya's side. Zhang Tai's injuries were too severe. Even with the bloodstone rapidly mending him, it would require a considerable amount of time. After all, his physical constitution differed greatly from Lin An's, resulting in a significantly slower self-healing process. Lin An's expression hardened. Rather than hesitating, he resolved to act decisively. Wenya, once I fall unconscious, bring the antitoxin serum to save him. I have informed Zhang Tai of the location, as he established a mental connection with the gauntlet and prepared to charge it. A youthful yet discontented voice echoed, "Only when I am well fed can I muster strength." In an instant, a dense, almost tangible spiritual force surged forth, replacing Lin An as it surged towards the gauntlet. The crimson patterns illuminated, signifying the completion of the charging process. Chapter 57. A bountiful harvest. Beep. Charging complete. Soul Scream release count 1-1. The system's notification rang like celestial music, igniting a frenzy of joy within Lin An. He recognized that youthful voice. It belonged to the black dragon. The little creature had finally awakened. Activate. Soul Scream. Time seemed to stand still as the zombies leaped from the air to attack. Frozen in mid-motion, a resonating shockwave materialized instantaneously, expanding outward at an unparalleled speed within a mere 0.01 seconds. This invisible, yet palpably real mental shockwave swept through the area. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, thousands of zombie heads exploded, and a cloud of blood and flesh erupted into the air. The subsequent wave of force sliced through the surroundings like the scythe of death, obliterating every foe within a 40-meter radius. Wenya felt her hair stand on end, an overwhelming sense of impending doom assaulting her senses. Although merely grazed by the soul shriek without sustaining injury, the sheer mental force she perceived within it induced immense pressure. Silence descended. The once zombie-filled first floor of the mall was instantly purged, the guttural moans of the undead fading into an eerie stillness. Her throat parched. Despite having witnessed the potency of Lin An's soul shriek before, she remained profoundly astounded by the spectacle before her. The ground was littered with fragmented corpses, the aftermath of the psychic assault leaving no intact flesh. Drip, drip. The crimson rain, propelled by the shockwave, cascaded down, resembling a charnel inferno. The power of the black dragon's mental charge seems somewhat superior to my own. Lin An mused inwardly, but he could not dwell on it. Now that the little one was awake, he could inquire later. Cease your reverie. We must depart. How long until you can replenish your mental energy and erect a barrier? Without hesitation, Lin An hoisted Zhang Tai onto his back, seized the bewildered Wenya, and bolted. Zombies continued to leap from the upper floors of the mall, and he had not forgotten the horde of 300,000 undead lurking in the plaza outside. Given the magnitude of the commotion, should they attract the attention of mutated entities and risk being engulfed by the sea of corpses once more, he could not presume the black dragon would recharge him again. The dragon seemed incorrigibly indolent, and although it had not reverted to a stone effigy, it was now coiled around his wrist, feigning slumber. Before fleeing, Lin An's spatial ring emitted a flash of light, and the corpse of the Stitcher was instantly collected, a valuable asset, not to be squandered. In the future, should there be a recruitment of awakened individuals endowed with the talent for crafting equipment, this very corpse alone could yield at least 2 additional pieces of gear. The urban expressway echoed with the roar of a black SUV, which sped past, indifferent to the pursuing zombies along the roadside. It collided directly with the sporadic undead, sending them flying without a hint of evasion. Don't see, don't see, don't see. The terrifying wound on his chest had completely healed, and he drove with an effortless grace, using only one hand. Die for me. Bang. Another zombie was launched into the air by the vehicle, which was exceeding a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. His uniquely booming voice erupted with excitement, drawing an exasperated glance from his younger sister, Yue. Lin An, unfazed, lounged in the passenger seat. A languid black dragon coiled around his wrist, resting with closed eyes. Wenya, Yue, and Melling clung tightly to the handles in the back seat, bracing themselves against the possibility of being thrown from the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity during their journey, Lin An eagerly examined the spoils from the explosive encounter with the suturer. Filled with anticipation, the loot from a peak second-tier mutant could hardly be disappointing. With a flick of his wrist, a bundle of grayish-white threads materialized in his hand. Item name: suturing thread, white. Item effect: capable of stitching any limb differing by 1 tier to one's own body, granting attribute bonuses based on type. Item evaluation: a unique product from the suturer. Perhaps you could sew on another head for yourself. This is a rather impressive item, though its quality is merely white. It excels in its unique effects. Lin An recalled the bizarre 3 heads of the seamster. If one were to attach an additional head, it would be akin to gaining an extra life out of thin air. However, he deemed it more appropriate for Zhang Tai, who had previously lost his left hand. Although Lin An could also utilize it, the enhancement from fusing any mutated limb would be minimal, given his current physical condition. Unless it were a third-tier entity, it might hold some value. As for acquiring an additional head, he had no intention of transforming into a monster. This arrangement would also mitigate Zhang Tai's disadvantage in damage output, preventing him from being perpetually relegated to the role of a mere meat shield. Next, he examined another item, the fusion shell. Equipment name: fusion shell, white. Equipment effect: Constitution 1, defense increased by 10. After sustaining damage, it can slowly regenerate by filling with flesh and blood. Special effect: immunity to attacks with power below 15 points. Reduces damage from attacks within 20 points of power by 20. Reduces damage from attacks within 30 points of power by 10. Equipment evaluation: the foundation of the seamster's formidable defense. Donning it allows one to traverse the battlefield amidst a hail of gunfire. Lin An's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his hands, he held a gossamer, grayish-white vest that felt remarkably substantial. This was his first encounter with a white equipment piece boasting special effects. Although the attribute enhancements were modest, the accompanying damage reduction effect was nothing short of exceptional, rivaling that of blue equipment. Immunity to damage from attacks under 15 points of power? Lin An's expression turned peculiar. He recalled that Zhang Tai's strength was indeed below 15 points. In other words, even an ordinary player possessing this equipment could stand still and allow Zhang Tai to attack without sustaining any damage. The power conferred by the system's enhancement, coupled with the inherent rules, is simply unfathomable. A standard handgun equates to merely 13 points of strength, while a small caliber assault rifle might yield slightly more, approximately around 16 points. When converted, this item is akin to the most elite bulletproof vest, possessing self-repair capabilities. A single piece of white equipment can transform a flesh and blood body into steel. This is the formidable strength of equipment in a post-apocalyptic game. Not to mention the subsequent 2 special effects that reduce damage incurred within 30 points. Had Lin An possessed this equipment during his confrontation with the Stitcher, he would not have suffered a fatal blow to his chest. Reflecting on the 2 uses of the Bloodstone he had squandered upon acquiring it, he felt a pang of regret. Remarkably, this equipment is perfectly suited for him, compensating for his high offense but low defense. The unexpected exceptional gear illuminated Lin An's face with joy as he eagerly turned his gaze to the 3rd item. Perhaps another extraordinary treasure awaited him. The blue special item. Heart of Fusion. Surely, a blue item could not be too inferior. Special item name: Heart of Fusion, blue. Item effect: allows the fusion of any 2 mutated entities, provided they do not exceed the 2nd tier, enhancing their combined strength. Item note: mutated entities exceeding the 2nd tier require a key for the fusion process. First-tier entities do not necessitate the key. Item evaluation: perhaps you could attempt to recreate the Stitcher. Note: keys are often found in the land of origin. In Lin An's grasp, a cerulean heart pulsated vigorously, occasionally emitting a peculiar aroma. His gaze was filled with perplexity. What were the key and the origin? The thought of reconstructing another amalgamator made Lin An shake his head in disbelief. It seemed irrational to create yet another aberration. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, this azure artifact promised utility in the future. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Lin An's breathing quickened. Perhaps this object could be employed to artificially generate aberrations, subsequently defeating them for potential upgrades. He pondered whether these artificially created aberrations might yield equipment. If so, monsters emerging from a first-tier aberration typically dropped little of value, but second-tier, or even peak second-tier, could it lead to another monumental explosion of loot? The prospect was exhilarating. Yet, the nature of the required key and the origin remained elusive. Lin An contemplated, feeling as though he had encountered the term origin somewhere before. For now, he decided to stow it away, intending to revisit the matter once he established a safe zone at the Apocalypse base camp in a few days. With a deft flick of his wrist, the final piece of equipment from the bottom of the box appeared in his hand. Lin An gazed eagerly at the object, shriveled like the head of a woman who had suffered dehydration. A blue artifact. In his previous life, among nearly 1 million players in the surrounding battle zones of Linjiang, only one blue artifact existed. While it was possible that someone had acquired it without sharing in the chat, it nonetheless attested to the rarity of blue gear. The cranium crusher and the soul shard he had previously obtained were fused away without experimentation at the behest of the Black Dragon. Thus, to be precise, this marks his inaugural blue equipment. Although he possesses an orange piece, it remains sealed, leaving Lin An's current mood a tumultuous blend of anxiety and excitement unperturbed. Uncertain of its attributes, he muses that even if it pales in comparison to the hand of the Skull Crusher, it could still transform his strength dramatically. Upon examining the equipment, Skull of Resentment. Chapter 58. Mage Artifact, Skull of Resentment. Equipment Name: Skull of Resentment, Blue. Effect: Willpower 3, Mental Capacity increased by 50. Mental Recovery Rate 30. Special Effects: Immunity to mental attacks below 20 points of willpower. Reduces damage from attacks within 25 points of willpower by 20. Decreases damage from attacks within 35 points of willpower by 10. Equipment Skill: Mental Illusion. Upon release, it conjures an illusion based on the target's thoughts, ensnaring them in a state of fantasy. During the release, movement and attacks are prohibited. Equipment Evaluation: The third cranium of the Stitcher, a manifestation of resentment. Gazing at the Skull of Resentment in his hand, Lin An fell into contemplation. The attribute effects were commendable, particularly the 50 enhancement to mental capacity, which was nothing short of extraordinary. The capacity to mitigate damage from mental assaults mirrored the innate talents of the Black Dragon, with physical damage mitigated by the Stitcher's shell and mental damage countered by the Skull of Resentment. He now possessed formidable offense, defense, swiftness, and mental fortitude, leaving him with virtually no weaknesses. With his willpower soaring to 28, this translates to an impressive mental capacity of nearly 208 points. A second-tier mutant provides psychic energy equivalent to that of 4 first-tier mutants, thus elevating Lin An's player level to grade 2. His willpower attribute has risen from 19.8 to 28, with the enhancement of the Black Dragon's devouring equipment, which grants him a 20 increase in his mental power ceiling. And by activating the Power Surge and the Skull of Resentment, he can maximize his mental power to an astonishing 438 points. This is nearly on par with the third-tier Psychic Awaken one. Furthermore, it fortuitously comes with the rare control skill. Although it restricts movement during usage, its potency remains formidable. In the apocalyptic game, control skills are exceedingly scarce, as even a moment's distraction between awakens and mutants can dictate life or death. The skill accompanied by the Soul Shatter Hand, despite its immense power, merely causes temporary disorientation due to psychic shock. If such an equipment were to fall into the hands of an elemental awakened, it might very well induce uncontrollable laughter. However, the crux of the matter is that Lin An, and indeed, none of the squad members, possess skills that demand a significant expenditure of mental power. Even Wunya, if not for her continuous casting of the mental power barrier, could easily manage with her substantial mental reserves. Speaking of skills, Lin An's hands glimmered with white light as 2 skill books materialized. With little expectation, he noted that the titles belonged to skills of close combat awakens, and being of grade C, they were unlikely to possess remarkable strength. Although these skills do not occupy the innate skill slots of an awakened, they will take up space in the player's skill bar. Each level of player skill permits the acquisition of a singular ability, which, once learned, cannot be exchanged. However, I find myself devoid of any player skills, so I shall observe for the time being. C-grade skill, frenzied charge skill effect, consumes 70 points of mental energy to launch a charge that inflicts damage equivalent to 1 times the power attribute on a locked target, while mitigating slow and stagger effects during the charge. C-grade skill, flesh restoration skill effect, consumes 100 points of mental energy to accelerate the healing of wounds. It cannot regenerate limbs, but it gains enhancement based on the constitution attribute. Indeed, the two skills are as anticipated. Compared to the innate talents of awakeners, the player's skills appear rather lackluster. A mere 1 times damage increase is nearly negligible. Only the flesh restoration holds some utility, applicable post-battle. These two skills would suit Zhang Tai excellently. His will attribute dictates his inability to master high-consumption skills, thus these two abilities could mold him into a charging berserker. As for Lin An, he remains inclined towards elemental skills. Given his elevated will attribute, neglecting high-consumption skills would be a profound waste. Zhang Tai. Lin Team? What's up? Zhang Tai, exuberantly energetic, turned to Lin An in confusion. I have some fine items for you. Lin An casually tossed a suture thread and 2 skill books into his arms. The enhancement of strength also brings a broader perspective and elevated mindset. Although these white items, including the 2 skill books, may seem inconsequential to Lin An at present, in the world of apocalyptic games, each piece could incite fierce competition among players, especially the suture thread. Even the awakened ones are willing to pay a hefty price for it. Team leader Lin, is this for me? The moment Zhang Tai touched the object, he received a system notification. A few seconds later, his breath quickened, filled with disbelief. The suture thread, capable of mending limbs, was a coveted item for him. Team leader Lin, perhaps I should give this to you. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted. His recent experiences had made him acutely aware of the importance of strength. He may lack cunning, but that did not imply foolishness. The suture thread, along with 2 skill books, could undoubtedly transform an ordinary player into one whose strength closely rivals his own. It could even be said to grant an ordinary person the means to survive in a post-apocalyptic game. But, Team Leader Lin, it's not that I don't want it. I just feel unworthy of taking your belongings. Zhang Tai offered a wry smile. Speaking earnestly to Lin An, when we first met, you saved my life. Later, accompanying you to the hospital, I wasn't of much help. During the fight against the Stitcher, I contributed little. Instead, I wasted a bloodstone you used to save me. Given my lack of strength, it seems better not to squander such resources. Lin An was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Zhang Tai would joyfully accept the gift. Yet, did he truly feel his strength was insufficient and that he had been of no assistance? Lin An shook his head with a smile. Your strength is not lacking. Zhang Tai remained silent, merely turning off the music in the car. He believed Lin An was merely offering him consolation. Lin An felt a twinge of frustration, but bore no ill will toward Zhang Tai's perspective. Since encountering him, the adversaries faced by the two have been nothing short of pinnacle foes at either the 3rd or 2nd tier. Other players primarily contend with mere clusters of zombies, and their most formidable opponent is often just a licker. Their situation is far more perilous. Logically speaking, had Zhang Tai not followed him, he could undoubtedly rally a 100-man squad to assume the role of leader single-handedly. He could effortlessly dispatch ordinary groups of zombies alone. Every awakened individual possesses strength. Zhang Tai, remember this. Take the items. Only by becoming stronger can you assist me. Furthermore, you must protect Yue. She is your sister, and you are the one she can truly rely on. Lin An has never been a miser. He would never hesitate to share 3 items with his companions. Indeed, the current team requires someone capable of fighting alongside him, someone to serve as a vanguard. After establishing a safe zone, he cannot hope to withstand the initial wave of the zombie tide on his own. Zhang Tai glanced at his sleeping sister in the rearview mirror, then nodded solemnly as he accepted the items. Beep. Member Zhang Tai, loyalty increased to maximum value, 100-100, staunchly loyal. Lin An smiled faintly. He had indeed not misjudged him. Yet the cursed skull in his hand caused him some vexation. It felt somewhat superfluous, with his current willpower attributes. The mental energy consumed during a burst of strength was negligible. Moreover, in a prolonged battle, the shared mental energy from Wenyao would be sufficient to sustain his continuous combat. Zhang Tai, having learned a skill, was fortunate, but this equipment held little utility for him. His willpower attribute was too low to provide any significant enhancement. His situation is even more disheartening, as one who cannot become an awakened. she finds herself devoid of the capacity to wield mental energy. A magnificent artifact, worthy of a mage, has found itself in his possession, yet remains utterly useless. Wait a moment. Upon closer reflection, it seems that I possess a skill that consumes a substantial amount of mental energy. The Soul Shriek. Lin An suddenly recalled this ability. Although immensely powerful, the previous experience of charging his gloves had left him faint and apprehensive. Instinctively, he had never entertained the notion of actively empowering the gloves again. Black Dragon. Is it feasible for me to channel my current mental energy into the gloves? Lin An vigorously shook the black serpent coiled around his wrist, hoping to rouse it from slumber. Hiss. The black dragon, displaying its dissatisfaction, flicked its tongue. In its juvenile form, it bore little resemblance to a serpent. Charging. Insufficient. At least 1,200 points. Charging now will only result in unconsciousness. Prolonged unconsciousness could lead to death. The black dragon's words doused Lin An in cold water. 1,200 points. No wonder the last time he attempted to charge, he nearly became a mere husk. Can you assist me in charging? Alternatively, what if I ask Wan Ye to initiate mental energy sharing? Might we succeed in charging without succumbing to unconsciousness? The thought of dying from prolonged unconsciousness was sobering. After all, being in a state of unconsciousness is scarcely different from being in a vegetative state. This realization extinguished his ambition to risk unconsciousness for the sake of empowerment. For the Soul Shriek is indeed invaluable. Lin An, undeterred, gazed eagerly at the drowsy black dragon. Insufficient. Perhaps due to their growing rapport. The black dragon's speech had become increasingly fluid, though its tone remained somewhat displeased. The two of you combined are still short by approximately 500 points. Only after satisfying my hunger will I possess the strength to assist you. At present, I am famished and in need of rest. Once I have eaten, I shall have the vigor to help. Lin An remained silent. He had hoped that upon the black dragon's awakening, it would aid him in battle, but it appeared that any such expectations in the near future were futile. The black dragon had feasted twice, first upon its own epic-grade equipment, and second upon a top-tier second-stage mutant. To satiate this creature proved exceedingly challenging. It seemed imperative to elevate the awakened one's level as soon as possible. After vanquishing the second-stage Stitcher, he found himself just 12 first-stage mutants or 4 second-stage ones away from the next level. Given his current prowess, he felt no trepidation as long as he did not encounter a top-tier opponent. Upon becoming a second-stage awakened individual, he would unlock a second innate skill. He fervently hoped it would be a skill that required substantial mental energy, for otherwise, it would be a waste of his current attributes. The second stage. Once he ascended to this level and mastered elemental skills, it would herald a transformative leap in his capabilities. After silencing the music, Zhang Tai appeared lost in thought. The off-road vehicle glided steadily along the highway, while the three women in the back seat slept soundly. Upon equipping the cursed head of remorse, Lin An felt a significant enhancement in his already formidable mental power, resulting in clearer thoughts. Having completed his assessment of gains, it was time to examine the task issued by the rescuer. Chapter 59. Nightmare Level Task Rescuer Task Information 2. Establish a safe zone and fend off the impending tide of corpses with an anticipated scale of 200,000. Task Level. Dangerous. Task Difficulty Description. None. Average. Challenging. Dangerous. Terrifying. Catastrophic. Death. Task Time Limit. The task commences 30 days after the establishment of the safe zone. Failure condition. Total annihilation of all members. Task Rewards. For tasks rated dangerous or higher. A 100 reward increase for each level of difficulty. Reward 1. City Broadcast Permission, awarded upon selecting the dangerous level. War Zone Broadcast Permission, awarded upon selecting the terrifying level, upon utilization. Grants a one-time global broadcast lasting 30 seconds, which all survivor players must unconditionally heed. Usage count 1 Reward 2. Refined Equipment, Blue, Splitter S Great Axe, awarded upon selecting the dangerous level. Epic Equipment, Orange, Cane S Blade, awarded upon selecting the terrifying level, within the light curtain. A blue great axe and a blood-red longsword rotate slowly. Unlike the blue great axe, which is merely cloaked in a thin layer of frost, the blood-red longsword occasionally emanates an ancient and chilling power. The Cane S Blade, a weapon wielded by divine beings in Western mythology, is truly an epic piece of equipment. After perusing the information, Lin An bowed his head in contemplation. While the task of repelling the horde of corpses was not particularly concerning, he had surmised that the savior system might indeed issue such a task. Although the rewards had increased, the additional option to voluntarily elevate the difficulty left him somewhat hesitant. Both rewards were exceptionally enticing. Even for a dangerous level task, the incentives provided were more than alluring. In the theater of war, even a singular citywide broadcast could save the lives of countless individuals. In a previous life, a cataclysmic outbreak of an unheralded zombie horde would transpire 3 months hence, with the undead seemingly attuned to the survivors' locations, subsequently hunting humanity with relentless fervor. There was no escape. Consequently, those who sought refuge within the city suffered grievous losses. Opting to escalate the difficulty would undoubtedly mitigate the impending tragedy to a significant extent. Moreover, the second reward, the epic equipment known as the Blade of Cain, had once been claimed by a third-tier player from the Western Theater. With this formidable weapon, he vanquished a third-tier abomination single-handedly, thereby achieving fame and becoming a revered leader among 1 million players in the Western Theater. This underscores the immense power of such equipment. In terms of lethality, it even surpassed the pre-sealed Soul Devourer. The rewards for raising the difficulty were exceedingly generous, representing a qualitative transformation. How to choose? After a moment of contemplation, Lin An's gaze turned steely. Fortune favors the bold. The apocalyptic game was fundamentally a race against death. If he lacked even this modicum of courage, he might as well seek refuge in a corner and survive for a few years. Furthermore, he required a reliable weapon. The unrefined spine of the Lick Eater was no longer sufficient to support the challenges that lay ahead. Increase the difficulty level. Upon uttering this command, the system interface shifted dramatically. Ding. Current mission difficulty elevated to horror level. The number of attacking zombies remains unchanged, but a multitude of sub-tier 3 abominations will join the assault. Exhaling deeply, Lin An felt a wave of relief wash over him. So long as there were no tier 3 abominations, he could manage. Tier 2 was still within the realm of his capabilities. Uncertain of what constitutes a substantial amount, Lin An gazed out the car window as dusk approached. The signs along the route indicated that only 9 kilometers remained until reaching the neighborhood wherein Jing Tian resided. Silently, he clutched the 3 vials of anti-venom serum in his hands, his heart racing with anticipation. Despite the challenges faced along the way, he had ultimately accomplished his mission. The return journey was significantly swifter than anticipated, leaving a full 37 hours before the suppression of the zombie virus would fail. As long as he could administer the serum to the 2 siblings, the zombie virus would be eradicated, allowing him to rectify the greatest regret of his previous life. Whispering softly. Huan Yuan Community, Building 3, Apartment 301. Boss, we've searched the entire building, and this is all the food we could find. A few empty packets of instant noodles lay scattered on the floor, a scene of chaos surrounding them. We are out of food here. What should we do? Li Zi cautiously observed Huang Gang, noting his foul mood. Damn it, a bunch of starving ghosts, leaving not a morsel behind. Huang Gang stomped his foot on the chest of a long-deceased man, spitting contemptuously. What now? Bring that delivery guy to me. Inside the room, Huang Mao kicked at the feeble figure dressed in a delivery uniform, herding him toward Huang Gang. The latter's expression was dark as he pressed the gun's barrel against the delivery man's forehead and inquired, I recall you mentioning last time, when I saved you, that you were responsible for deliveries in this area and knew it well, correct? The delivery man, filled with dread, nodded frantically, realizing that he was not being rescued, but rather coerced into serving as bait and a guide. Huang Gang pondered for a moment before posing a question. Is there anyone nearby who has made prior purchases, perhaps something to eat? As the courier, you must possess some knowledge on this matter. The surrounding lackeys brightened at his inquiry, eagerly gathering around to listen. Their leader's intellect was indeed remarkable. Yes, I've heard that nowadays people prefer shopping online. There might be a place that is stocked up significantly. Huang Gang maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding the flattery from his subordinates, and fixated his gaze on the silent courier. It seemed this young man held some crucial information. With a click, the safety of his pistol disengaged. You have 3 seconds. If you cannot recall what is to be consumed tonight, it shall be your demise. The barrel was cold, the bullet chambered. No, please, I'll tell you. Panic washed over the courier as he recognized the ruthless capability of the man referred to as the leader, who could indeed commit acts of cannibalism. A flicker of reluctance crossed the courier's eyes. He understood the dire consequences that would follow should he divulge which establishment had a surplus of supplies. However, the instinct for self-preservation took precedence. I remember, about 8 or 9 days ago, in that building over there, someone purchased a substantial amount of canned goods. There was a truckload, so it's etched in my memory. The courier's complexion turned pale as he recalled the girl who had opened the door that day alone. He often delivered parcels to her. She was always courteous, speaking in gentle tones. Particularly her innocent and kind eyes left a lasting impression on him. Huang Gang grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, and patted the courier's shoulder, while his lackeys displayed eager excitement. Lead the way. Upon hearing this command, the courier involuntarily trembled, dragging his heavy legs to follow the group outside. I apologize. I merely wish to survive. Brother Huang, this must be what he meant. Under the guidance of the courier, the excited Louise pointed at the third-floor window. With Huang Gang, an awakened individual, and the relatively few zombies in the vicinity. It took only a few minutes for the group to arrive at a dilapidated residential building ensnared by withered vines. The doorplate was aged, and several headless corpses of zombies lay at the entrance. Huang Gang glanced at the bodies, instinctively nudging one with his foot, lost in thought. Boss, shall we use the same old trick? If there are people inside, we can deceive them into opening the door? Unnecessary. Let us just break it down. Having gone nearly 2 days without a proper meal, his patience had waned. If the courier had not deceived him, the dwelling likely harbored a substantial amount of food. He was eager to feast. Naturally, it would be even better if there were women present. Chapter 60, Prelude. Bang. Bang. In the dimly lit room. And Jing Tian fixed his gaze intently on the resounding iron door, brandishing a crude iron rod while taking refuge behind it. Outside, the harsh shouts of several individuals hinted at their malicious intent. His skin, riddled with decay, was swathed in bandages, and his breathing was labored, akin to a ruptured bellows. The arm gripping the iron rod trembled uncontrollably, yet not from fear. 8 days had passed since Lin An departed, and under the influence of a necklace that suppressed the zombie virus, he had awakened, though his bodily functions were severely compromised due to the infection. A mere attempt to move sent agonizing pain through his corroded bones, as if sliced by a knife. And Xia cowered behind the door of a room overflowing with food, her expression fraught with anxiety. Brother, someone is banging on the door. Her lips quivered as she yearned to join her brother, yet was halted by Jing Tian's stern gaze. Her voice trembled with fear and helplessness. For many nights, the girl had found it difficult to sleep, perpetually longing for Lin An's return. However, at this moment, it was not Lin An who had come back. A voice drifted in from outside. Boss, this door feels rather strange. It seems to have been reinforced with steel bars. The blonde-haired man brandished a rusty hammer. But despite hammering for an extended period with his companions, they failed to breach the fortified door. Useless fools. He can only exert strength against women. What could argue? Get lost. Huang Gang, visibly irritated, slapped the back of the blonde's head before pressing his right hand against the iron door. The blonde man chuckled awkwardly, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes as he and the others fixated on Huang Gang's right hand. The boss is about to unleash his superpower again. With a crackling sound, a surge of purplish-red high-voltage electricity erupted from Huang Gang's palm, swiftly melting the door's hinges into molten iron within mere seconds. With a resounding bang, the molten iron dripped onto the floor, flames bursting forth. And Jing Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Who were these intruders? Damn it! Whoever is inside, come out! Huang Gang shouted angrily as he stepped through the flames into the dimly lit living room, casually shaking off his right hand while surveying the room. Suddenly, his expression brightened. His enhanced vision revealed the room brimming with various military rations. Damn, there is indeed food. Taking advantage of Huang Gang's distraction, and Jing Tian gritted his teeth and, with all his might, swung the iron rod in his grasp. He heard the voices of those outside the door, even if they were inhuman. He vowed that he would rather perish than allow anyone to harm Anxia. However, the iron rod in his hand was swiftly seized by Huang Gang. The sound was dull, as if it were not flesh and blood that grasped the rod, but rather a solid stone. Damn, does he dare to ambush me? Huang Gang tilted his head, gazing with keen interest at the bandaged and Jing Tian, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. A moment later, boom, under the tremendous force of a kick, and Jing Tian was sent flying, his back crashing into the furniture along the way, dark red blood oozing from beneath the bandages. Brother, hiding behind the door. Anxia's eyes were red with worry, instinctively calling out in alarm. Oh, and there is still plenty of food. Upon hearing the presence within the room, Huang Gang's heart leapt as he noticed the abundant supplies piled high. Upon closer inspection, his face instantly lit up with excitement. Haha, brothers, we've got a feast tonight. Capture those two. The throng behind him cheered in delight, surging forward in a frenzy. No. And Jing Tian struggled to rise. desperate to retrieve the iron rod that had rolled to the side. His eyes widened in despair as he saw Anxia already captured by the thugs. Several henchmen who had burst into the room began tearing apart food packaging, eagerly gulping down the contents. In his peripheral vision, Huang Gang caught sight of Jingtian struggling to stand. Oh, still daring to move? What? You worthless thing. How do you wish to die? Huang Gang's face twisted into a cruel grin. The sound he cherished most was the delightful wailing that accompanied the breaking of limbs. This apocalypse is truly magnificent. Still want to pick up that rod? He scoffed, suddenly stomping down on Jingtian's arm. Crack. The arm was brutally shattered, and Jingtian's eyes turned crimson, unable to suppress a cry of agony. Helplessness and humiliation consumed him. Why? Why am I so powerless? Scum. I will kill you. He gasped for breath, struggling desperately to rise once more. Kill me? Huang Gang pressed his foot firmly on Jingtian's head, pinning him down mercilessly. Brothers, bring that little bitch here. I want to kill her right in front of him. Boss, please don't. It's better to leave her be. Damn it. Don't you want to save your sister? Come on, get up and kill me. Woo-woo. Don't. Hurt my brother. Woo-woo. The girl's sobs were drowned out by raucous laughter. The room erupted in mirth. And Jingtian, pinned beneath, howled in struggle. His sister was crying. Yet he felt utterly powerless. And Xia was restrained by the crowd, fighting fiercely, but to no avail. How could a frail girl withstand a horde of burly men? Huang Gang wore a sinister smile, a knife glinting at his waist, poised to slice across the girl's unblemished neck. But at the very moment the blade was about to descend, it abruptly halted. What is this? Huang Gang's face filled with shock. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the necklace he had inadvertently touched. Ding! Discovered white equipment. Antidote pendant. Game equipment. Clang. The blade fell to the ground as he, filled with elation, yanked the necklace from Xia's neck. In his euphoric state, he failed to notice that Xia, who had been crying and struggling, had abruptly ceased her resistance, her head unnaturally drooping. In the dimly lit living room, several underlings observed their leader as he seemingly discovered something extraordinary, and they hurriedly gathered around him, eager to uncover the mystery. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister crimson hue flickered in the depths of the girl's lowered gaze. Chapter 61. The transformation could today truly be my fortunate day? Huang Gang, unable to contain his eagerness, hastily donned the necklace. Although the equipment description on the necklace was somewhat peculiar, it was, after all, an item of gear. Resistance to toxins. What kind of toxins? After so many days, he had yet to lay eyes on a single piece of equipment. Having anything at all was better than nothing. Were there any other pieces of gear? The trinkets adorning the young girl were all equipment, perhaps. With a greedy glint in his eyes, he rushed to the doors of the other bedrooms, kicking one open with fervor. He found no additional items on the girl, but perhaps there were others hidden in different rooms. With a resounding crash, the door flew open. Before him lay a room brimming with individual rations and various canned goods, stuffed to the brim. Goodness, there was so much food. Boss, we've struck gold, exclaimed his underlings, their mouths agape as they stared at the bounty within the room. Instinctively reaching for a fruit can, saliva pooling in their mouths. Huang Gang's expression was one of exhilaration. They had food, supplies, and entertainment, everything they could possibly desire. He had initially thought the cans piled in the living room were plentiful, but he never anticipated that this inconspicuous house would conceal such a vast store of provisions. Search thoroughly. A hefty reward awaits whoever finds equipment. Damn it, this is enough to sustain me for years. He hastily entered, rummaging around. His lustful thoughts of women momentarily forgotten, reasoning that indulging after satisfying his hunger would be more pleasurable. In the living room, Lizzie, gazing upon the beauty seated on the floor, felt an unbearable itch. The maiden's garments were tattered, glimpses of her fair skin igniting his carnal desires. As the lowest-ranking member of the team, he had little opportunity to partake in the spoils. Should he seize the moment and indulge himself before the leader and others returned? Lizzie scratched at his itch, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. To pass up such an opportunity would mean missing out entirely. Collapsed on the ground, Jingtian coughed up blood, realizing the vile intentions of the man before him. He desperately reached out, his bandaged hand trembling, attempting to stop Lizzie from defiling his sister. Damn it, you think you can stop me like this? Lizzie caught sight of the bandaged hand, reaching for his trousers. Bang! A solid boot struck in Jingtian's temple, instantly knocking the already weakened and severely injured Jingtian unconscious. Damn it, no matter. Too impatient to deliver another blow, Lizzie unzipped his trousers, revealing his foul member, and swiftly squatted down, reaching for the maiden's chest. The young woman, seemingly paralyzed with fear, sat motionless on the ground. The expected soft, tender touch never came. Thrust. Flesh was pierced. Gra gra. The man with festering pustules covering his head sputtered blood, his gaze filled with terror as he slowly looked down at his chest. A slender, fair hand had pierced through his chest as easily as if it were tofu, and he could feel his heart being clutched within it. Bang! Before he could utter a sound, his heart was instantaneously crushed. In his final moments, he hazily beheld a pair of icy, crimson eyes. Lin, don't run so fast. We can't keep up. Zhang Tai watched helplessly as Lin An dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As soon as they parked the car, Lin An, brimming with joy, rushed down and, within mere breaths, dashed into the neighborhood. Is this truly the place where Lin An once resided? Wenya curiously surveyed the aged community before turning to Zhang Tai with her inquiry. No. It seems to belong to Lin An's sister and his brother, Zhang Tai replied, scratching his head, filled with emotion. This is the first time I've seen Lin so animated. He usually appears rather stoic. And Xia? Jing Tian. With every ounce of energy. Lin An's current velocity allowed him to reach the apartment complex where his siblings resided in less than half a minute. His face beamed with joy as he could hardly contain his excitement, calling out their names with exuberance. However, the smile on his face gradually faded, and a weight settled in his heart. Could it be that they had gone to sleep too late? Without pausing to ponder, he hurried into the corridor, only to catch a glimpse of the corpse of the zombie he had slain before his departure. The body had been disturbed, now lying face up. Someone had been here. A wave of intense unease surged within Lin An. A monster. Run. In the dimly lit living room, the floor was strewn with the remnants of flesh. And at the entrance, a severed foot had just crossed the threshold. A pristine and winsome maiden stood placidly, a severed head hanging from her grasp. Huang Gang, his eyes wide with trepidation, was now the sole survivor in the living room. The events had unfolded with startling rapidity. Upon hearing the thud of someone collapsing behind him, he had reacted with utmost alacrity. Yet, in a mere matter of seconds, the maiden in the tattered white dress had transformed into a vengeful specter, tearing everyone asunder. Had it not been for the electric arc emanating from his hands, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a pulpy mess. What manner of monster was this? His legs trembled uncontrollably, but he unexpectedly noticed a flicker of lucidity in the monster's once bloodthirsty crimson eyes. Such a familiar voice. Was that Brother Lin An calling out to me? And Xia stood transfixed, the sight of the carnage in the living room sending shivers down her spine as she momentarily regained her senses. Did I kill all these people? Have I become a monster? Two streams of sanguine tears cascaded down her pallid face. Huang Gang gasped for air, a ruthless glint igniting in his eyes as he saw the maiden abruptly halt and weep. Electric arc. With every ounce of strength he could muster, a radiant arc of electricity formed in his palm, instantly discharging towards Xia. Oblivious to the outcome, Huang Gang mustered all his courage and fled. Aya! The electric arc struck Xia, instantly filling the air with a burnt smell as she emitted a piercing scream of agony. The remaining clarity in her eyes vanished in an instant, supplanted by a cruel, bloodthirsty crimson. Bang! Lin An had just rushed up to the third floor when he collided head-on with Huang Gang, who was frantically fleeing out the door. The violent impact sent Huang Gang crashing against the wall as if struck by a truck, leaving him nearly shattered. The man had descended from the third floor. Lin An hesitated for a moment, his gaze fixated on the necklace around Huang Gang's neck. It was the very equipment he used to suppress the zombie virus in his siblings. Once removed, they would instantly succumb to the undead. In that instant, realization struck him, and his eyes blazed with fury. Someone had invaded the house, seizing the necklace. No. In a fit of rage, Lin An struck Huang Gang's head with a powerful punch. Bang! The skull shattered, blood and brain matter splattering against the pale wall, staining it crimson. Chapter 62. Mutation, City Building, and Xia. Lin An stepped over the broken iron gate, anxiously peering inside. In the center of the living room, and Xia's crimson eyes exhibited no emotion, while blood dripped slowly from her slender fingertips. The floor was strewn with dismembered bodies, and in Jing Tian, wrapped in bandages, lay collapsed in the pool of blood, unconscious. And Xia, it's me. It's Lin An. Lin An's heart ached with sorrow as he staggered toward Xia, feeling as though 1,000 knives were grinding against his heart. The eye of judgment, A pale blue mist rose, enveloping his vision. He yearned to uncover what had transpired within Xia. Beep, detected a second-stage mutant. Why? Why has this happened? Lin An let out a bitter laugh, as if plunging into an icy abyss. The young girl, alerted by the sound, instinctively arched her back, her lost reason transforming her into a wild beast that sensed the peril emanating from Lin An hiss. Like encountering an adversary, her fingertips abruptly extended into sharp bone claws. Adopting a defensive stance, Lin An, filled with sorrow, stretched out his arms and approached step by step. And Xia, do you not recognize me? Gripping the antidote tightly in his palm, Lin An clung to the last shred of hope. The antidote could completely eradicate the zombie virus within, though its efficacy against mutated beings remained uncertain. Even if there was but a 1 in 10,000 chance, he felt compelled to try. Roar, as Lin An drew nearer. And Xia, resembling a vigilant beast, launched the first attack, her bone claws sweeping toward Lin An's throat like an afterimage. Power surged. Lin An let out a low growl, his speed increasing dramatically. With the body of a Stitcher absorbing the damage, he aimed to withstand Xia's assault and inject the antidote into her system. Sizzle. The bone claws, capable of tearing flesh with bare hands, effortlessly shredded through the outer layer of Lin An's combat suit. Sparks flew as the claws grazed the inner layer of his Stitcher body, igniting a brilliant display. He could withstand it. With his current physique and defense, he could endure Xia's onslaught. With a fierce shout, Lin An, disregarding everything, seized the antidote with his right hand and thrust it Tawa under the relentless grip of a zombie virus. She suddenly pivoted and crashed through a nearby window, shattering the glass. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to escape through the window, surpassing Lin An's reflexes. Damn it! Lin An, his expression fraught with anxiety, hurriedly followed her out, only to witness a shadow darting away like a streak of black, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Half an hour later, Team Lin. Zhang Tai opened his mouth, filled with concern. He gazed at Lin An, who stood silently by the window, unsure of what comforting words to offer. Wenya subtly shook her head at him, understanding that only time could alleviate Lin An's inner turmoil. Brother Lin. And Jing Tian struggled to rise, his voice hoarse. And Xia, we'll be fine. As long as we find her, there is still hope. 25 minutes earlier, the group that had followed arrived in the room. After administering the antidote serum to Jing Tian, the zombie virus was successfully eradicated from his body. Though he remained somewhat weakened, the serum had proven remarkably effective. He was now a normal person once again. I'm sorry, I arrived too late. Pain and regret overwhelmed Lin An, who loathed himself for not being quicker. It was merely a matter of minutes, no, even seconds. He had contemplated the possibility of encountering malevolent humans or zombies that could threaten the siblings. Hence, he had reinforced the security door. Yet, he never anticipated facing an intruder who was an awakened one. Lin An, you have already fought valiantly. Please, do not continue to blame yourself. Wenya gazed at the man before her with a twinge of compassion, fully aware that Lin An had pushed himself to his limits to fulfill the task at hand. And Jing Tian, supported by Zhang Tai, slowly approached Lin An's side. Brother Lin, there is no need to be overly self-reproachful. Our immediate priority is to locate Xia. I heard from Zhang Tai that Xia has transformed into a mutant, and for the time being, it is unlikely that anyone can harm her. Lin An silently nodded, a bitter smile emerging as he met Jing Tian's concerned gaze. He took a deep breath and turned his attention to the rewards of the Savior mission. Despite the current loss of Xia's whereabouts, finding her amidst the vast sea of corpses seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, there may still be hope. Through the Warzone broadcast, as long as he completed the mission and obtained the broadcast rights, he could mobilize all survivors to seek Xia's trail. In an unexpected stroke of fortune, he had opted to increase the task's difficulty, thus acquiring the broadcast authority. Had he maintained the original difficulty, the coverage of the city broadcast would likely not have extended to the area where the girl had fled. Moreover, Xia's transformation into a mutant would render her bloodthirsty and inclined toward violence under the influence of the virus. Should she appear in the outside world, it was inevitable that she would come into contact with players. At that point, there would be a significant chance of locating Xia based on the clues gathered. Lin An let out a slight sigh of relief, though he remained apprehensive about the efficacy of the antidote against the mutant. Nevertheless, the antidote should at least be capable of suppressing the virus within the mutant. Otherwise, Xia would not have exhibited such a pronounced reaction after the injection. That was clearly a primal struggle of the virus within her. Observing Lin An's emotions stabilize, the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as well. As the backbone of the team, Lin An found himself ensnared in a web of sorrow, leaving his companions at a loss for how to proceed. Captain Lin, what shall we do next? Zhang Tai, Wenye, Mo Ling, and Yue all turned their gazes toward him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin An focused his thoughts. The unexpected turmoil surrounding Xia had somewhat disrupted his plans. Initially, he had intended for Jing Tian and Xia to become awakened and join the Savior Squad, fulfilling the requirements for the Doomsday base vehicle task. However, with Xia now missing, the squad's numbers had dwindled by one. While it was possible to have Yue become awakened, the risks were exceedingly grave. The stark reality was that the mortality rate for ordinary players transforming into awakened individuals was alarmingly high, particularly for those in poor health. When you had only managed to become awakened due to her status as a mutant, forcing Yue into such a transformation would likely result in a 99% chance of immediate fatality. As for the risks associated with the siblings becoming awakened, Lin An was willing to seek out items that could aid in their awakening, even if it meant a delay. Yet, Yue was not his sister. Furthermore, once she joined the squad, she would be expected to contribute. Would Zhang Tai willingly allow his sister to battle zombies on the front lines? Certainly not. Much like Lin An, he would never permit Xia to confront danger. Lin An would prefer to keep Xia safely behind, allowing her to become awakened and join the team under his protection. However, when it came to outsiders, Lin An could not afford to be so benevolent or selfless. It appeared that the search for the final squad member would need to begin anew. With a flicker of inspiration, Lin An pondered the possibility of recruiting one of the 4 emperors or 6 kings from his past life ahead of time. After careful consideration, Lin An slowly spoke. Tomorrow morning, Wenye and Yue, you two will go to the hotel to gather the remaining survivors. Zhang Tai, you, I, and Mo Ling will head to Linjiang Academy. Linjiang Academy? The finest university in Linjiang City, located on the outskirts of the city, with a population of approximately 40,000 students and faculty members year-round. Team leader, what is our purpose there? I am apprehensive about such places. They are teeming with zombies. Zhang Tai expressed his confusion, questioning why Lin An consistently ventured into such perilous locations. We are there to find people. After that, we will seize the academy. Chapter 63. The 6 Kings, Monster Hunters, establish a safe zone? The 3 women and 1 bear stared incredulously at Lin An. Even the usually silent Mo Ling couldn't help but perk up her ears. Indeed, our next destination is Linjiang Academy, where we will establish a safe zone. Lin An paid no heed to the reactions of the 4. It is only natural for someone to find the concept of city building unbelievable. However, Lin An's objective was indeed to create a settlement. With the Doomsday base vehicle offering mission rewards at hand, establishing a base and a safe zone would not pose a challenge. In the apocalyptic game, a safe zone is not merely a rudimentary gathering place, but a well-equipped habitat for survival. If it were a small safe zone, one that could not harness spiritual energy, it might be acceptable. Yet, with the Doomsday base vehicle at his disposal, Lin An held absolute confidence in his ability to establish at least a large-scale safe zone. Essential facilities for a medium-sized safe zone would include water supply, electricity, breeding farms, arable land, combat laboratories, equipment manufacturing sites, and trading halls. Without these facilities, the player's capabilities cannot be enhanced. To put it bluntly, while the Doomsday game is termed a game, it merely consists of a digital template. Unlike the online games before the apocalypse, where all facilities and NPCs were readily available, players here must personally construct the necessary establishments to absorb spiritual energy, hone their skills, repair equipment, and research talents. To survive the relentless waves of the undead, one must either join or establish their own faction. Unless one wishes to languish in dark corners, clinging to life, joining may not be necessary. However, having been reborn, Lin An is resolutely unwilling to remain subservient, living in constant uncertainty. The reason for selecting Linjiang Academy as the foundation for his city is twofold. On one hand, the academy is situated in the suburbs with ample space. Provided there is sufficient spiritual energy, a slight modification of the existing classrooms and laboratories can transform them into the requisite facilities. The survivors within the academy are predominantly young adults, and the quality of players is high, with several awakening to their powers. Thus, whether for recruiting manpower for construction or expanding the team, it is an excellent choice. On the other hand, This location was once the rise of one of the Six Kings, a peak third-tier awakener known as the Demon Hunter. To occupy this place would mean possessing a treasure trove that continually produces awakeners. The mystery surrounding the rise of the Demon Hunter, one of the Six Kings, likely lies hidden within. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, the group descended the stairs. Having not enjoyed a proper meal for nearly half a month, Zhang Tai and Mo Ling, along with the others, devoured 30 servings of luncheon meat and 10 individual rations. Particularly, Zhang Tai stealthily devoured 3 cans of fruit in the dead of night. Lin, how delightful it is, akin to a dream. Zhang Tai, feeling thoroughly satisfied, patted his own head, producing a resounding thud. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had led a group of the elderly, weak, and ill out of the hospital, and had endured numerous trials alongside Lin An. Last night, he had the rare opportunity to enjoy a restful sleep and a hearty meal, an experience that felt surreal. Lin An nodded with a smile. Not only Zhang Tai felt a profound sense of gratitude, he too shared in it. Since his rebirth, he had not experienced a single day of true rest or had the luxury of a full meal. The pursuit of strength and the mission to rescue in Xia and in Jingtian loomed over him like a scythe, leaving him no moment of respite. If one were to consider his previous life, it had been 3 years since he had relished such a moment. The group moved with ease. The scattered zombies in the community posed no threat to their team. Zhang Tai donned his combat attire from home, following closely behind Lin and alongside in Jingtian. However, the black combat uniform appeared somewhat mismatched, resembling a bear squeezed into tight trousers. The group was invigorated and at ease. Having indulged in a luxurious bath with water from the tank last night, Lin An forged ahead, clearing the path, while Mo Ling brought up the rear, vigilant against any sudden zombie attacks. As a symbiote, she was ideally suited for this role. When you held a composite bow, standing guard on either side of the team. After awakening, her attributes had reached the human limits, combined with exceptionally high mental prowess, allowing her to rival professional marksmen even without formal training. Zhang Tai, go procure a larger business vehicle or a truck. Lin An casually instructed Zhang Tai. Currently, the team comprised 6 members, and with 2 groups set to act independently. A single vehicle would prove insufficient. On this journey to the academy, he resolved to bring Jing Tian along, as a fellow soldier who enlisted at the same time. And Jing Tian was adept in various combat skills. With the presence of a player template, his recovery speed surpassed that of the pre-apocalyptic days. Once he awakened, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. Along the way, they would search for any unique items that might linger in his memory. Consequently, upon arriving at the school, they could recruit the demon hunters from his previous life, and with a complete squad of 5, they would secure a reward of a base vehicle, thereby establishing a safe zone. Moments later, Zhang Tai careened into view, driving a gleaming Mercedes-Benz G-Class, halting before the group. Captain Lin, what do you think of this one? The keys are right beneath the tire. I suspect that pile of bones belonged to the unfortunate owner. The silver off-roader appeared almost brand new, save for some dark crimson stains at the rear. Zhang Tai caressed the metallic surface of the vehicle, grinning widely, albeit with an unsettling expression. He had long coveted this vehicle before the outbreak, but alas, he had lacked the funds to purchase it, merely longing from afar. All right, Wenya and Yue can take that off-roader. You, me, and Jing Tian will drive this one. Got it, Zhang Tai exclaimed, eagerly jumping into the driver's seat, only to be yanked out by Lin An. With an exasperated expression, Lin An gestured for him to take a seat in the back. Jing Tian, you take the wheel. Amused by Zhang Tai's discontent, and Jing Tian patted his shoulder and accepted the keys. This fellow drove far too recklessly. Lin An had truly had enough of Zhang Tai's penchant for bumper cars, especially since this guy also fancied himself a voice actor. As the team divided into 2 groups to board the vehicles, a disheveled man suddenly emerged from the nearby residential building, his eyes bloodshot. Wenya instinctively aimed at him, but all she heard was his piercing scream. Don't kill me. I'm a human. The man rolled and crawled towards Lin An, urgently calling out, Big brother, it's Lu Shiming. Don't you remember me? Lu Shiming from room 302. Chapter 64, Player Profession Lu Shiming? That name seemed vaguely familiar, as if someone had shouted it at him just before he headed to the Dream Party Hotel. What is it? Lin An inquired calmly, scrutinizing the man before him. Lu Shiming gasped for breath, struggling to swallow before he hurriedly pleaded, Big brother, I want to join you. Please take me along. I can work hard. I can endure a lot. Truly, he wishes to join our team? Lin An refrained from immediately agreeing. With his current mental acuity, he could effortlessly sense that this man was merely an ordinary player, devoid of any exceptional qualities. Taking him along would be no different from carrying a burden. Observing Lin An's silence, Lu Shiming grew increasingly anxious. The man before him was the strongest human he had encountered during these days. No, the strongest player. Even among the group he had seen 2 days prior, where a man wielding lightning stood out, none could compare to Lin An. The flash of lightning appears enigmatic. Yet its only purpose is to incapacitate the zombies. It pales in comparison to Lin An's ability to annihilate entire hordes with a single strike. A feat he often reminisces about. Little does he know that Lin An's current prowess exceeds his wildest imagination. Ever since Lin An rode away on his motorcycle that day, he has remained holed up in his home, too fearful to venture outside. When the group from Huanggong rummaged for supplies, he cleverly concealed himself within a cupboard, evading detection. 8 days. In those 8 days, he consumed every edible item in his home, even resorting to cooking the succulent plants he had nurtured for years as mere vegetables. If this continued, he genuinely feared he might starve to death. To Lin An and his companions, the sporadic zombies posed little threat, yet to him, they were akin to malevolent specters. Brother, I can truly be of assistance. I swear, I want to be a burden to you. I am certainly stronger than these women. Lu Shiming quickly cast a hopeful glance at the crowd behind Lin An. In his eyes, Lin An was willing to take even a young girl along, so there was no reason not to include him. After all, he considered himself an adult male. His strength had to surpass that of a young girl. Wenya in the vehicle slightly furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Stronger than her. The man outside remained oblivious to the smile that crept onto Lin An's lips upon hearing those words. Presently, Wenya, without even mentioning her identity as an evolved being, could easily contend with small groups of zombies as a mere Tier 0 awakened individual. Lin An opened the car door, signaling for everyone to board first. He was not one to squander time. In 10 seconds, tell me what you can do. Establishing a safe zone necessitates manpower, and bringing along this man may not be out of the question, provided he proves to be of value. In the realm of a post-apocalyptic game, whether one is a business mogul or a celebrated artist, in the face of zombies, one is merely a piece of meat that can run. Value? The man found himself momentarily paralyzed, grappling with the question of what skills he truly possessed. Before the outbreak, he had been an architect, routinely presenting clients with various architectural plans. Yet now, with electricity vanished and computers reduced to mere heaps of scrap, the skills that once sustained him were rendered utterly useless. I can drive, Lu Shiming exclaimed in a panic, desperately grasping the car door, his eyes pleading with Jing Tian not to start the vehicle. Lin An maintained a serene expression. The ability to drive was of little consequence. Not to mention that among ordinary players, there were countless who could drive, and all awakened individuals could rival professional race car drivers. Lu Shiming discerned Lin An's attitude in an instant, and his anxiety escalated. I can garden. I usually enjoy tending to such things. Please, take me with you. I truly lack the courage to survive alone. The zombies are terrifying, and if I remain here, I will surely be devoured by them. His words tumbled forth in a rapid torrent, fearing that Lin An might order the vehicle to start at any moment, as scattered zombies were already drawn to the noise. Encountering zombies for the first time had rendered him so frightened that his legs felt weak. Lin An shook his head, preparing to close the car window. If you possess no skills, at the very least, you should have courage. Indeed, establishing a secure base requires a cadre of experts proficient in agricultural techniques. Relying solely on the resources left behind from before the apocalypse would not sustain them for long. To sustain the fundamental operations of a base, a team of at least 1,000 individuals is essential. Yet, the man before me appears to be nothing more than an urban white-collar worker, his cultivation skills likely at an amateur level. What is needed is expertise, or at the very least, seasoned agricultural practitioners. The engine roared to life, and Lin An afforded the man no opportunity to continue speaking. If you manage to survive, you may seek me out at Linjiang Academy. I shall require assistance there. As he rolled down the window, Lin An extended some canned goods and drinking water through the gap. As a fellow being, his greatest act of kindness was limited to this. The man clutched the cans, staring blankly as the vehicle receded into the distance. Lin An had granted him a glimmer of hope. If the man could fend for himself and reach the safe zone, it would indicate a fundamental understanding of survival. To hastily incorporate someone into the team who cannot even muster the courage to face the undead would only invite unnecessary complications. Even though she was still a young girl, the experiences of recent days had imparted a harsh truth upon her. The apocalypse is merciless, and no one will extend a hand of charity in your time of need. Lacking strength, how does one expect to eat? To survive? Perhaps beauty could be bartered for sustenance, or dignity exchanged for survival. Otherwise, one must stake their very life in the struggle. In the distance, the zombies howled, and the living within the community had dwindled to a scarce few. The man stood as tempting prey, akin to succulent meat laid bare before hungry eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Courage? Did he truly lack the fortitude to confront this reality? Lu Shiming could not suppress a bitter laugh, unwilling to accept his fate, and shouted after the departing vehicle, "I am an architectural designer. I understand that I am of no use to you now. I am acutely aware that in this wretched apocalypse, survival demands strength. However, you promised me, did you not? As long as I can reach Linjiang Academy alive, you would allow me to accompany you." After uttering these words, the man turned to gaze at the frenzied, howling zombies, suppressing the terror that stirred within him as he picked up a scattered iron rod from the ground. "Come on, you beasts." Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, leaving Lin An bewildered inside. An architectural designer? Lu Shiming. No wonder this name resonated so familiarly. He initially thought it was because the man had called his name earlier. Zhang Tai exited the vehicle to bring him over. Lin An raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and instructed Zhang Tai to step out and fetch the individual. It was quite astonishing. He had never anticipated that the timid man behind him could very well be the chief designer of one of the A-level safe zones in the Huaxiao War Zone, known as the City of Hope. Strangely, he recalled that this designer had previously appeared in the chat channel. At that time, he had seemed passionate and self-assured, a stark contrast to the current feeble demeanor. In the Doomsday Game, an architectural designer indeed holds little significance. However, a player whose skill is that of an architect profession presents an entirely different scenario. For instance, in reality, a blacksmith with sufficient skill can transform their abilities into professional skills, thereby enhancing the attributes of weapons during crafting. This was also the foundation upon which most non-combat players from the past were able to join safe zones and survive. Lin An's gaze shifted to the man being led by Zhang Tai outside the window. Such players he would undoubtedly enlist under his command. However, one must be worthy of it. Chapter 65. The value of Warzone broadcasts within the confines of the off-road vehicle. Lu Shiming wore an expression of excitement, his face adorned with an eager smile as he endeavored to cultivate camaraderie with his companions, completely shedding the earlier facade of courage. Though he remained oblivious to Lin An's sudden acquiescence to his presence, it did little to dampen his elation. How splendid it was to finally feel secure. Yet, as he prepared to draw closer to the others, his gaze fell upon Zhang Tai's severed left hand, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. The imposing, bald man bore a fierce countenance, and the absence of a hand did nothing to suggest he was amiable. Perhaps it was best to seek company elsewhere. Undeterred, he turned to the small figure of Mo Ling, whose frigid demeanor was reminiscent of a child. "What is your name, little one?" he inquired, his tone akin to that of a caregiver soothing a child. Mo Ling regarded him silently, her expression devoid of warmth. Realizing the futility of his attempts, Lu Shiming offered an awkward smile. Aside from Lin Go, who seemed relatively normal, the rest of the group appeared rather unapproachable. His thoughts in disarray, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber, resting his head upon the vehicle's cushion. In the team's voice chat, Zhang Tai expressed his bewilderment. "Captain Lin, is this fellow truly of any utility? I could crush him with a single hand. He appears little more than a frail chicken. A grown man with limbs, yet lacking the courage to venture outside. I cannot fathom why you would permit him to board." Zhang Tai, a man of strong principles, was always willing to assist those in need, but only when it pertained to the weak. In this apocalyptic world, failing to aid the elderly, infirm, or disabled meant certain death. Yet what of Lu Shiming? In Zhang Tai's eyes, a mature man ought to embody strength rather than seek the pity of others. Lin An gently shook his head, for he had just perused the man's player panel, confirming that he was indeed the renowned chief designer from his previous life in City of Hope. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. This illustrious designer, known for his remarkable talents, would likely have been devoured by zombies on the spot. If zombies could articulate their thoughts, they might well exclaim, "Thank the heavens for this divine gift," after having their fill. The man's earlier display of courage in the face of the undead struck Lin An as nothing short of foolishness. Encouragement should not lead one to a premature demise. Battling zombies outside yields no tangible benefits. Such actions are the folly of the ignorant. Nevertheless, it was a trivial matter. For Lin An, the solution was simple. He merely needed to assign this individual to a logistical role. His architectural prowess alone warranted recruitment. An architect of such caliber would be as valuable to the entire safe zone as any third-tier awakened being. In the past world, talents of this nature were coveted by various factions, each vying to secure their allegiance. To his surprise, this opportunity had presented itself almost serendipitously, narrowly avoiding a disastrous fate at the hands of the undead. Yet, it served to remind him of a crucial truth. The apocalyptic game had only recently commenced, and many players, despite their awareness of the game's nature, remained paralyzed by the fear of death and disbelief, failing to grasp the essence of survival. Ordinary players comprised a staggering 99% of the survivor population, while awakened beings accounted for a mere 1%. Unlike the awakened, who instantly possessed the means for self-preservation, many ordinary players wielded skills of a supportive nature, lacking the ability to translate these into combat efficacy. They ought to showcase their worth and, through their specialized abilities, seek the protection of the safe zone or the powerful. However, individuals like Lu Shiming may not even comprehend the meaning of spiritual energy within their skill set. Consequently, they instinctively perceive themselves as devoid of value and purpose. It is not merely that others are unwilling to accept them. They themselves harbor feelings of worthlessness. This phenomenon is likely to shift only after a year, once the concept of spiritual energy has been universally acknowledged. Thus, he now possesses a unique opportunity to exploit this informational disparity. This group of players, endowed with extraordinary support skills, is viewed as a burden by others. Yet for Lin An, they represent something entirely different, a veritable treasure trove of potential. Should he manage to recruit a cadre of professionals such as master blacksmiths, potion masters, defensive strategists, and beast tamers from his past life, he can scarcely imagine the formidable strength of the safe zone he would establish. Currently, the value of this group is akin to that of cabbage. As long as they have food, they are willing to follow. With his existing prowess, coupled with the advantage of being the first to establish a safe zone, recruiting these individuals would be nearly effortless. The principal challenge now lies in locating them. Once found, the safe zone he constructs will be as impenetrable as a fortress, potentially evolving into the most formidable base in the entire Huaxia battle zone. Locate them. In an instant, Lin An grasped the true utility of the broadcast authority granted by the second mission reward. Screech. Inside the vehicle, and Jing Tian suddenly slammed on the brakes, the tires leaving a long black mark on the asphalt as the car rocked violently before finally coming to a halt. Brother Lin, someone is lying in the middle of the road. In the wake of a sudden halt, only Lin An and Zhang Tai remained steadfast, their formidable physiques unyielding. While the others in the vehicle were jolted forward in alarm, colliding with the seats ahead. Lin An's contemplative state was abruptly interrupted as his powerful consciousness radiated outward. Within his perception, he discerned a young woman with disheveled hair, her eyes tightly shut, lying motionless before the car, her fate uncertain. Clad in scant attire, a stark white hue starkly contrasted against the road, rendering her conspicuous. Team leader, should we investigate? Zhang Tai inquired, peering outside for clarity and seeking Lin An's counsel. Unlike the instinctive reactions of the others, who were inclined to either rescue or avoid, Lin An instinctively activated his ability, the Eye of Judgment. A misty cerulean aura arose, stars swirling within it. A translucent arc of mental energy expanded outward like water, swiftly scanning the surroundings in a mere 0.01 seconds. A subtle smirk graced Lin An's lips, and a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze, vanishing almost instantly. Brother Lin, I shall descend to assess the situation, announced Jing Tian, the driver, hastily unbuckling his seatbelt, eager to investigate. Zhang Tai accompanied Jing Tian and ensure his safety. After issuing his directives over the team's communication, Lin An closed his eyes to rejuvenate, as if the coldness that had briefly flashed in his eyes was naught but a figment of imagination. Safety? There are no zombies in this vicinity, Zhang Tai pondered, slightly taken aback. The area was desolate, with only a gas station visible in the distance. He sensed an undercurrent of lethal intent in Lin An's tone. Wake up, are you all right? Jing Tian inquired solemnly, shaking the girl beneath him. Although he was confident that his training had not led to such a collision, yet, the ground beneath her was drenched in blood. Zhang Tai followed closely behind him, his expression turning somewhat wary at Lin An's remark. Water, water. A young girl on the ground spoke in a hoarse voice, gradually opening her eyes. And Jing Tian hastily retrieved his water bottle from his waist and handed it to her. It appeared that she had not had a sip of water in quite some time, as she took the bottle and drank deeply. "How are you? Can you move?" And Jing Tian instinctively inquired about the girl on the ground, not out of mere attraction, but because of his innate kindness as a soldier. In many ways, he was akin to Zhang Tai, viewing the rescue of others as his sacred duty. The girl remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of compassion flashing in her eyes as she pulled her legs, hidden beneath her skirt, closer to her. Upon catching a glimpse of this, and Jing Tian's pupils dilated in shock. The girl's knees had been gruesomely pierced by iron nails, with a bundle of transparent fishing line wrapped around them. With a soldier's instinctive awareness of danger, he immediately recognized the dire situation. Given such injuries, it was inconceivable for the girl to have crawled onto the highway herself. She could only have been discarded there after having her legs deliberately maimed. Someone was lying in wait. Click. The bullet was chambered. Suddenly, a group of individuals sprang out from beneath the highway guardrail, aiming their firearms at him. "Hands on your head. Everyone, get out of the car, or I will shoot her." Chapter 66. Not a single one left behind. A total of 9 individuals emerged from either side of the highway, 5 of whom were armed, while the others wielded makeshift weapons. Among them were 3 Colt 1911s, 1 Type 54 pistol, and a bolt-action sniper rifle. Leading the group was a gaunt man with a grim expression, followed closely by others clad in yellow-brown work uniforms. 2 individuals brandished handguns, aiming at the interior of the off-road vehicle, while another pair of armed assailants focused their sights on Jingtian and Zhang Tai. In the distance, a man with a bolt-action sniper rifle concealed himself behind the door of a forsaken vehicle. The barrel bore significant wear, and although his shooting stance was impeccable, there was a distinct lack of professional training evident in his demeanor. By observing their attire, and Jingtian swiftly deduced that this group likely comprised members from a shooting range or club. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He gradually rose to his feet, arms outstretched, knees slightly bent, poised to react at a moment's notice. The ability to identify enemy weaponry and respond within 2 seconds is a fundamental quality of a soldier. "Boss, you wouldn't believe how effective this tactic is. Another bunch of fools has taken the bait," remarked the man wielding a Type 54 pistol, extinguishing his cigarette with disdain as he cast a scornful glance at Jingtian before turning to address the leader of the group. The lean man chuckled softly. "Let us not waste time. Keep a steady eye on that hulking figure. If he makes a move, take him down with a single shot." His gaze fixated on Zhang Tai, whose imposing height of nearly 2 meters was intimidating enough in appearance alone. "Get your people down and stop dragging your feet. And you, don't even think about moving. Do you really believe I can't see you're a soldier?" And Jingtian felt a heavy weight in his chest. The leader of the group was exceedingly cautious, his Colt never straying from the center of his brow. What to do? He had initially contemplated seizing the firearm once the distance closed, but it now seemed a daunting task. Regret gnawed at him as he lamented that his impulsive desire to disembark and rescue had inadvertently provided this gang with their opportunity. It was a bitter pill to swallow, acknowledging that his recklessness had endangered them all. Yet, he remained oblivious to Zhang Tai, who stood beside him, wearing an odd expression, seemingly indifferent and languid in his stance. "Draft? Do not presume that I am hesitant to draw my weapon. Comply and place your hands upon your head. Do you understand?" Zhang Tai's indifference to the crowd infuriated the man aiming at him, whose sunken brow suggested Southeast Asian descent. He brandished his firearm, delivering a kick to Zhang Tai's back. Yet the latter remained unmoved. In the team communication, Lin spoke. "Why don't you let me go up and crush them? These mere insects. I could eliminate them in a heartbeat. Jing Tian has never witnessed our prowess. I surmise he is currently in a state of panic." Lin An chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Apart from witnessing Huang Gang's capabilities, Jing Tian had never encountered an awakened's power. By the time he comprehends the situation, all issues will have been resolved. In his mind, he lacks a proper understanding of the might of the awakened and might even believe that Zhang Tai is the strongest among us. Thus, when faced with armed assailants, he instinctively perceives an immense threat. After all, flesh and blood cannot possibly rival bullets. Lin An glanced outside at Jing Tian and nonchalantly remarked, "Jing Tian has been detached from the outside world since the apocalypse began. I hope to expose him to this experience to heighten his awareness." In his previous life, Lin An had witnessed numerous instances of such baiting tactics, where many formidable awakened had fallen victim. And do not criticize him. Had I not been present, you would have recklessly exited the vehicle yourself. Zhang Tai offered an awkward chuckle, for he truly regarded this group with disdain. "Firearms. Perhaps in the eyes of an ordinary player, they are lethal weapons. Yet to Lin An, no, even in his own perspective. At present, the firearms wielded by these individuals are scarcely more formidable than toys. Unless one were to aim directly at his forehead, it is unlikely they could inflict any significant harm. When he enters a state of bear-like ferocity, such ammunition merely tickles his skin. Inside the vehicle, Mo Ling remains utterly indifferent, peacefully asleep with closed eyes, while Lu Shiming curls up anxiously within the confines of the car. In his heart, Brother Lin embodies immense strength. Yet a glance at the armed figures outside incites a twinge of fear. After all, they wield guns. It's over, no matter how swift Brother Lin is. He cannot outpace a bullet. He cannot help but wear a sorrowful expression, frequently glancing at Lin and Zhang Tai. Delay your action for a moment. I hope this incident leaves a lasting impression on him, allowing him to witness the depths of human nature in the apocalypse. Very well, Captain Lin. Should I put on a performance? There is, however, a matter he has yet to disclose to Zhang Tai. Among this group lurks an awakened individual. But what of the future? Eventually, the player's powers will inevitably escalate, and even the zombies will gradually mutate. Zhang Tai's temperament is excessively reckless, and Lin An intends to encourage him to be more vigilant. In this dystopian world, threats extend far beyond the undead, often. It is humanity itself that seeks to harm you. Get down here, you pretty boy. Playing dead, are you? Barked the scarred face. Aiming a weapon at the off-road vehicle, pounding on the window and hurling furious insults at the slumbering Lin An within. Another individual sees Lu Shiming from the car, dragging him forcefully to the ground. Please, don't kill me, pleaded Lu Shiming, curled up on the ground with his hands clutched protectively over his head, desperately begging for mercy. It's over. This time, it is truly over. Observing his comrade being forcibly removed from the vehicle, and Jingtao was overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation as he watched Lin An held at gunpoint. Even Zhang Tai, who was beside him, was stunned and at a loss for words, his fists clenched tightly. It's all my fault. The scene of Xia being humiliated while he stood powerless flashed before his eyes, a stark and painful resemblance to the present situation. Why? Why am I so powerless? The leading man cast a glance at the interior of the vehicle, assessing that the occupants were under control. He then walked directly to Jingtao and, with a swift and brutal motion, kicked him in the knee. The force of the blow caused Jingtao's legs to buckle, and he stumbled. Of those present, Jingtao was the only one who appeared to pose a threat, carrying himself with the demeanor of a soldier. As for Zhang Tai, the hulking figure with a missing hand seemed to be paralyzed with fear. The pale-faced man in the car was feigning death, while the little girl and Lu Shiming were inconsequential. I told you to kneel. Did you hear me? You want to resist? You think I don't know you're trying to grab the gun? I'll kill your friend right now. Boss, I'll just kill this guy. Damn, you good for nothing. Trying to play dead with your eyes closed? What a spineless coward. The gunman holding Lin An at gunpoint cursed and released the safety catch. And Jingtao, witnessing this, gave a bitter laugh. He knew that if he did not yield and kneel, they would indeed shoot Lin An to assert their dominance. A man's knees do not bend easily, for they represent dignity. If Lin An's life were not threatened, he would rather die than kneel. Humiliation and despair washed over him as he slowly lowered himself to his knees. Zhang Tai, Lin An's eyes snapped open, a fierce and intense desire to kill blazing within them. What Jing Tian has endured thus far is sufficient. However, if these individuals intend to humiliate his comrades, he will never allow Jing Tian to suffer such degradation for the sake of further refinement. Damn it. His ascent to power is to safeguard those he cherishes and to ensure the well-being of his own people. If he were to sacrifice Jing Tian's dignity for the sake of further training, he would be a complete imbecile. No one, not even the Celestial King, shall force his brother to kneel, engage in lethal force, leave no one alive. Understood, Chief Lin. Zhang Tai's previously stunned expression morphed into a cruel smirk. Although his performance lasted less than a minute, he was still displeased. What kind of nonsense is this, daring to insult my leader? This Grandpa Zhang will make you regret it. The road beneath his feet abruptly fractured. He instantaneously unleashed a speed surpassing human limits, rushing to Jing Tian's side. Bang! His right hand descended, instantly crushing the skull of the man wielding the Type 54 pistol. The 1.7-meter frame was compressed to less than half a meter. Brain matter and blood splattering in all directions. Brutal, ruthless. Zhang Tai's sudden, violent outburst stunned everyone. Instinctively, they all turned their weapons towards the two men and opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like a string of firecrackers. Zhang Tai reacted in a split second, shielding Jing Tian with his own body. Blood splattered, and Jing Tian's eyes widened in anguish as Zhang Tai directly shielded him, taking the brunt of all the bullets. Zhang Tai. He instinctively supported Zhang Tai's back, his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Tai, who had shielded him, was riddled with over a dozen bullets. Blood slowly seeped from the dense array of bullet holes in his broad chest. Grief and indignation overwhelmed him. Heh. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhang Tai suddenly turned his head and flashed a grin at Jing Tian. Don't be afraid, buddy, just a little scratch. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 67, The Hidden Awakened One. The sound of shell casings hitting the ground rang clear, and Jing Tian felt his mind clouded. He had clearly witnessed the lead man's Colt precisely strike Zhang Tai's heart. Even an African elephant would succumb immediately to such a barrage of gunfire. Bullets capable of piercing steel are merely a tickle? Let me guess, who fired the first shot? His tone was exuberant, reminiscent of a child enticing another with sweets. Orange-hued bullets oozed from the wound, accompanied by faint traces of blood as they plummeted to the ground. Boom. The earth cracked. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhang Tai moved like lightning, appearing behind the leading man in an instant, his massive hand seizing the man's head. Was it you who made my brother kneel? No, it wasn't he. The head encased in his grip displayed sheer terror, the mouth agape, yet no sound escaped in time. With a surge of strength, the powerful arm lifted gently. A crisp sound echoed, utterly unimaginable, as a human head was extracted from the body like a cork from a bottle. The head in his grasp resembled a freshly plucked sweet potato, its spine dangling like roots, swaying gently. The leading man's body swayed precariously, and only then did the blood respond, gushing forth from the wound like a fountain. Athe! The crowd screamed in a frenzy. Since the apocalypse began, they had witnessed scenes of unimaginable brutality, yet nothing compared to this. The man, clutching a .54 caliber firearm, felt his heart wrench in agony as the scene before him unleashed an overwhelming shock. The sheer brutality nearly shattered his reason. Terror enveloped him, compelling him to frantically pull the trigger, seeking to release the dread that consumed him. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and a barrage of bullets surged towards Zhang Tai's formidable frame. Perhaps spurred by the piercing screams, all the gunmen, frozen in place, simultaneously unleashed their firepower. Kill him. If we don't, we shall all perish. Boom. Zhang Tai swiftly turned to target the gunman beside the SUV, his speed transcending the limits of human reaction as he surged forward. In an instant, he closed the 10-meter gap. With his superior strength, such velocity was merely ordinary. His massive form halted before the trembling man, the force of his charge whipping the man's hair back, revealing eyes wide with terror. Zhang Tai flashed a grin, his gaze icy with murderous intent. Is it you, Brad, aiming a gun at Captain Lin? Before the man could emit a scream, Zhang Tai's enormous hand struck with the swiftness of a gust, severing the upper half of his body, which flew away like a rag torn asunder, reduced to a grotesque mash. Drip drop, blood mixed with unrecognizable fragments rained down before Lu shimming. Gulp. He struggled to swallow, still lying on the ground, having just felt the imminent approach of death, only to find the tide of battle shift in an instant. Yet, even knowing that Zhang Tai was an ally, the sight of the mangled flesh upon that colossal hand instilled an undeniable fear within him. It was utterly terrifying. Instinctively, he turned to gaze at Lin An, who sat in serene meditation, and an alarming thought erupted in his mind, startling even himself. If such brutal individuals are willing to become subordinates, then how terrifying must the leader, Lin An, truly be? What sort of faction have I joined? Run. The last two men, armed with Colts, could no longer suppress the terror within them and fled desperately into the distance. Despite being the ones who had initiated the robbery and murder, they felt as if they were the victims. Run faster, little mice. Zhang Tai scoffed, choosing not to pursue them immediately, but instead casually shook his arm. He relished this gesture. Ever since witnessing team leader Lin's habit, he instinctively yearned to emulate it. The individuals before him posed no threat whatsoever. With his speed, he could catch up to them all within mere seconds. During his time alongside Lin An, the foes he encountered were either Tier 3 or top-tier mutated beings. The experience at the hotel had left him seething with suppressed rage. It was rare to encounter such a motley crew. Like in Jing Tian, he noticed the iron nails embedded in the girl's knees and the fishing line used to prevent her escape. The words of that group had clearly revealed a telling detail. This was not their first time engaging in such heinous acts. Who knows how many lives have been cruelly snuffed out as they were used as bait. Zhang Tai harbored a profound disdain for these gun-wielding scum. Bang! Unlike the sound of a handgun, the distant crack of a sniper rifle echoed. The .7.62 caliber bullet flew with unfaltering precision, hurtling towards his brow. Bear transformation. From the instinct of the beast, he sensed the imminent threat of death emanating from that bullet. In an instant, Zhang Tai transformed into a towering 2-meter black bear, his body enveloped in a dense coat of fur. Suddenly, a spray of crimson erupted as a bullet struck his brow, but fortunately, his formidable defenses, augmented by his transformation, absorbed the brunt of the impact. Zhang Tai felt a jolt of alarm. Had he not instinctively activated his innate ability, that shot could have proven fatal. What kind of firearm possesses such formidable power? Bewildered, he cursed under his breath, irritated by the unexpected attack. With no time for hesitation, he abandoned the cat-and-mouse game that had transpired and fixed his gaze on the distant figure of the man who had fired the shot. With a furious charge, he unleashed his C-grade skill, a radiant red aura enveloping him, rendering him unstoppable. The ground trembled beneath his massive form as he surged forward, each stride covering 10 meters with astonishing might. Inside the vehicle, Lin An suddenly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. Zhang Tai had been overly careless and rash. Even without his warning about the presence of awakened individuals, Zhang Tai should have recognized the danger after taking that shot. The precision of the bullet clearly indicated an enhancement in its power. Moreover, it was crucial to note that everyone had fled towards the man wielding the bolt-action sniper rifle, rather than scattering in different directions. After witnessing Zhang Tai's speed, their choice to concentrate their escape in one direction should have raised some alarm. With a sigh, Lin An reflected on the difficulties of leading this team. And Jing Tian had yet to acclimate to the apocalypse, while Wen Ye could only act as support. The enigmatic Mo Ling was ill-suited for direct confrontation. At that moment, it seemed that he and Zhang Tai were the only ones capable of engaging in battle. Zhang Tai possesses commendable character and a decisive combat style, showcasing potential worth nurturing. In recent days, his aspiration has been to cultivate Zhang Tai into a valiant warrior, one who charges forth fearlessly, yet not a reckless brute devoid of intellect. Lin An swiftly exited the vehicle, his mental acuity honing in on the distant figures. Each individual fleeing exerted every ounce of strength, wishing fervently to sprout additional legs. The first man to escape had already reached the side of the long-haired man wielding a firearm, breathless and gasping. Zhigu, that beast must also be an awakened one. Zhigu, you must act swiftly. The boss has been slain. Let me die? With a fierce roar, Zhang Tai unleashed his formidable strength, his colossal palm crashing down upon the crowd gathered behind the long-haired man with the ferocity of a charging force. The impact resonated, as a scaled fist collided with a paw strong enough to shatter steel plates. The immense force shattered the vehicle's glass in an explosive wave of sound. Chapter 68. You are unworthy. Zhang Tai's pupils contracted sharply as the long-haired man before him transformed into a creature clad in scales, its stature comparable to his own. Towering at 2 meters, the beast's bulging muscles were enveloped in brown scales, its icy white vertical pupils glinting ominously, while a long, hooked tail swayed behind it. What in the world is that? Just like you. An awakened one. The wind from its punch howled, swift as a fleeting shadow, leaving Zhang Tai no time to react. With a thunderous impact, the black bear was struck squarely in the chest, its massive body crashing forcefully against the abandoned car behind it. The metal contorted under the immense weight and force, instantly flattening the car into a mere sheet of iron. Such power! With a furious roar, Zhang Tai sprang to his feet, only to be met by another strike from the scaled beast. Too feeble. The air resonated with the taunts of the phosphorescent creature as its heavy fist crashed down upon Zhang Tai's head, drawing forth blood and leaving the black bear dazed and reeling. Struggling to rise and retaliate, Zhang Tai swung his massive paw, but the phosphorescent beast deftly evaded the blow. With a swift motion, the creature's spiked tail shot forth like lightning, pinning the bear's paw to the ground. The assault did not relent. The beast pivoted and unleashed another powerful strike towards Zhang Tai. With a pained roar, the black bear instinctively attempted to shield himself with his left hand. However, his left arm was vacant, not yet equipped with a new appendage. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. Zhang Tai could only watch helplessly as the fist loomed larger, crashing down into the earth with a single blow. The battle concluded. Worthless. Apart from brute strength, he possessed nothing of value. I knew this fellow was no match for Zegu. The man who had fled first emerged gleefully from behind the phosphorescent beast, brimming with excitement. Fool! With such meager strength, did he truly believe himself formidable? What a mindless simpleton. I wondered why that fellow in the car behaved so strangely. It turns out he was relying on the awakened ones on his side. Damn it, do they think they are the only ones with such power? Bah! Zeej, remove this fool's hands and feet. He has just killed our leader. That was the leader of this group, not his own. He merely lacked the ambition to claim that position. His death is inconsequential. It appears you are the awakened one among your ranks. No wonder your companion in the vehicle remains so unfazed. Yet, do you truly believe that such meager strength renders you invincible? It is utterly laughable. Serve as my dog, and I may spare your life. In the depths of the pit, Zhang Tai struggled to breathe, his eyes filled with resentment. He had indeed acted recklessly, but the disparity in strength between the two was far from insurmountable. Had he not yet grown accustomed to the absence of his left arm? Instinctively attempting to fight with his left hand, their battle could have continued with an uncertain outcome, given his remarkable physique. He raised his head defiantly, glaring at the phosphorescent beast before him, only to see Lin An approaching calmly in its vertical gaze. Ah, what is this? Are you unwilling to accept your fate? Fear not, for I shall soon exterminate all. The phosphorescent beast suddenly lifted its head to gaze at Lin An, who was approaching from a distance. Ah, it seems your companion has come to you. Oh, yet another awakened one. No wonder you possess such confidence. More awakened ones. The crowd behind gasped at the beast's words, retreating in fright, yet upon recalling the beast's previous display, they feigned bravery and stepped forward. If such a terrifying black bear is no match for Zeej, how could this delicate figure before them pose a threat? Zeej, eliminate him. Let them understand the true meaning of disparity. Perhaps he has come to beg for mercy. Did you notice he didn't even bring a weapon? Phosphor Beast gazed at Lin An with nonchalant disregard, his high mental energy overwhelming him, allowing him to sense only the unique aura of an awakened one emanating from the man before him. The aura was weak, suggesting he wasn't particularly strong. What? Do you wish to plead for your companion? Phosphor Beast's pointed tail swished behind him, easily tearing through the road, carving out deep furrows. I'll say it again, become my dog. I might consider sparing you. Unlike the mindless villains in movies who threaten to kill everyone, he didn't see the group of ordinary players behind him as worthy of his attention. The man before him, though weak, was still an awakened one, and taking in two such individuals wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin An stood still, silent, seemingly contemplating something. Phosphor Beast chuckled lightly at the sight. What? Still considering it? Don't think that just because you're an awakened one, you amount to much. The difference in strength between awakened ones is beyond your imagination. Being taken in by me as a dog is an honor for trash like you. Shoo! The pointed tail, reflecting metallic luster, sliced through the air and appeared instantly at Lin An's brow, seemingly about to pierce his skull in the next moment. Die or submit. Phosphor Beast's raspy voice, filled with murderous intent, grew impatient. I am indeed considering. Lin An suddenly spoke, his tone calm, even tinged with a hint of vexation. Whether or not to take you as a dog. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Phosphor Beast was consumed by rage, and he laughed in extreme anger. Not only he, but even the few individuals behind him seemed to have heard the most absurd joke. To regard Zeej as a dog, given the diminutive stature of the man before them, a mere swipe from the Phosphor Beast could easily obliterate him. Zeej, eliminate this fool. I believe his mind has deteriorated. The bravado of Lin An only served to further infuriate the Phosphor Beast, who found the man before him utterly laughable. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. With a surge of power, nearly reaching the pinnacle of second-tier strength, an explosive force erupted, approaching the speed of sound. In a flash, Lin An's figure appeared as if a specter behind the Phosphor Beast. A soft thud echoed as a crimson line began its slow journey from the beast's feet to its right shoulder. Its massive form cleaved in two as though severed by a laser, collapsing to the ground. Upon reflection, you are unworthy. The blade returned to its sheath. In the 69th chapter, the baptism, a rhythmic ticking resonated. The man cowering behind the scaled beast felt his legs weaken, his body trembling uncontrollably. A pungent odor of urine emanating from his loins. Be brother, he lamented in regret, having just a moment ago taunted Lin An with the protection of the Phosphor Beast. The others behind him, in a frenzy of panic, wished to flee yet dared not move. They had witnessed Lin An's speed. If Zhang Tai was a 4 and the Phosphor Beast a 5, then Lin An was undeniably a 10. Everything transpired too rapidly for anyone to grasp, too swift for them to believe the scene before their eyes. Initially assuming Lin An was merely a fool seeking his demise, they expected at the very least a struggle between the two. The scaled beast effortlessly vanquished the terrifying black bear, and in their minds, Zeej had become an invincible entity. Little did they anticipate that the conclusion would be a stark and swift demise at the hands of Lin An. Lin An did not even grant the scaled beast the opportunity to utter a word, were it not for his earlier contemplation of whether to take the scaled beast as a companion. It is likely that he would have severed its life the moment it revealed itself. Thud. One after another, they knelt in unison, desperately pleading for mercy, having witnessed the brutal methods employed by Zhang Tai in his killings. Faced with Lin An's superior strength, and knowing they were all part of the same team, their fates were all too predictable. Such a death would be unbearably cruel and vicious. Brother, we implore you to spare us. We were also coerced. They cried. Consider us as mere refuse, just a fleeting nuisance. We beg you, grant us clemency. We truly have not committed any wrongs. It was the leaders and Zai Yin who instigated everything. Yes, brother, dear brother. They are all dead. Please, show us mercy. The four knelt on the ground like desperate supplicants, pouring out their hearts as if they were using their last vestiges of eloquence. Tears streamed down their faces, each wearing a mask of regret, as if they were indeed the victims of coercion. Spare you? Lin An smiled faintly, as behind him, and Jing Tian approached at his behest. Jing Tian seemed at a loss, uncertain of Lin An's intentions for summoning him. Crack! Lin An's figure appeared like a phantom beside the kneeling individuals. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed, reminiscent of bamboo snapping in succession. Ah! Aya! Their cries of anguish filled the air. No one can maintain composure while witnessing their limbs being twisted off their body. Jing Tian, eliminate them. Leave no one alive. His voice, chillingly cold, pronounced their death sentence. And Jing Tian, upon hearing this, stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Lin An's back as he approached the scaled beasts. Brother Lin, eliminate them all, he exclaimed instinctively. Just 10 days prior, he was an ordinary citizen living in peaceful times. Not to mention not being of military background, he consistently regarded protecting others as his guiding principle. Lin An's harsh words were truly shocking to his values and bottom line. The people before him were indeed detestable, but shouldn't the police and the law punish them, even if that system no longer existed? And Jing Tian found it difficult to bring himself to do it. These were living human beings. Brother Lin. And Jing Tian looked at the individuals on the ground, twisted into human-shaped wrecks, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and couldn't help but turn to call out to Lin An. Their limbs are broken. They won't survive in this apocalypse. This punishment. I think it's almost enough. They may not have all participated. Eliminate them all. Lin An turned around, gazing at him calmly. Do you think I'm too cruel? Inhumane? Do you think they might really be coerced, as they claim? Even. He sighed softly. Do you find me unfamiliar, unlike the Lin An you knew before? And Jing Tian remained silent, indeed feeling that the Lin An before him was somewhat unfamiliar. Brother Lin was a kind and genial person who never argued with anyone. The kind of person who would blush easily. Yet, what could possibly account for this sudden bloodthirstiness? Lin An discerned the thoughts swirling in Jing Tian's eyes. He bore no resentment towards Jing Tian for his current state. Any normal individual, upon first encountering the apocalypse, would exhibit similar hesitations, harboring goodwill, unable to act decisively, and inherently trusting others. Human nature is intricate, evolving gradually. It starkly contrasts with the malevolence embodied by those who entered the apocalypse with malice. Such remnants of humanity would only unleash their inner darkness, viewing the apocalypse as a paradise, devoid of compassion. However, the vast majority of ordinary people do not share this sentiment. Their kindness can be exploited, their trusting nature ruthlessly deceived. It is precisely for this reason that he wished for Jing Tian to undergo this baptism of experience. As his closest brother, he wished to shield Jing Tian from the deceptions, threats, and even betrayals that he himself had faced due to his own kindness and hesitance in his past life. If it were anyone else, he would not expend such effort to assist in their growth. Death is an inevitability. Those who cannot adapt to the apocalypse, who cannot grow swiftly, ought to be eliminated. The law of survival is indeed the survival of the fittest. Yet for those he wished to protect, he sincerely hoped to spare them the painful lessons and costs associated with such harsh realities. Jing Tian, I wish to show you something. And Jing Tian paused momentarily, pondering what Lin Gu intended to reveal. Lin An's gaze shifted towards the nearby gas station, the hiding place of this group. Mo Ling, you come here too. Bring the head of the scale beast. That creature is not so easily vanquished. Not dead. The severed head of the scale beast seemed to sense the gazes of the few present, trembling in fright, as if alive. Upon witnessing this, Lin An chuckled lightly. Given his current mental fortitude and control, it would be utterly absurd if he were unaware of whether his strike had slain the enemy. Feigning death with closed eyes. Does he truly believe he is oblivious? His blade had been deliberately guided to ensure that the scaled beast would lose its combat capability, yet remain alive for a brief moment. It was not reluctance to deliver a fatal blow. Rather, he sought to allow Mo Ling the opportunity to personally vanquish the scaled beast. Ascending from a zero-tier symbiont to the next level necessitates the defeat of an awakened one, akin to the advancement method of the awakened. Although the means by which Mo Ling elevated her rank to Tier 3 in her previous life remains a mystery, it is evident that her current capacity for combat is virtually non-existent. With an awakened one conveniently presenting themselves as an experience-giving target, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The potential surprises that a Tier 1 symbiont could bring forth are intriguing. As the most enigmatic of symbionts in her previous life, their precise abilities remain unknown. One can only hope that Mo Ling will exhibit remarkable prowess upon her advancement. Otherwise, with the addition of one Yu's mental barrier, their functions have begun to overlap somewhat. Until Mo Ling reaches Tier 3, her abilities are, to a considerable extent, rendered somewhat redundant. Soon, Mo Ling approached, her expression devoid of emotion as she carried the head of the scaled beast, its eyes wide with terror. With her petite frame wrapped in fresh bandages, she resembled a child. The sight of a young girl, expressionless, bearing a severed head was strikingly bizarre. Let us proceed inside, Lin An suggested, leading the two to the entrance of the gas station, deep in thought. There exists another reason for refraining from slaying the scaled beast at this moment. He sensed the presence of a peculiar object on the scaled beast, which might very well be the key to a hidden treasure from his previous life. If his perception was accurate, then it would be reasonable to conclude that the scaled beast, with its power as a rank 0 awakener, could indeed rival or even surpass the strength of rank 1 Zhongtai. Chapter 70. The Secret Realm of Treasure. The four of them, carrying a severed head, traversed through the supermarket in front of the gas station. Scattered shelves revealed a near absence of food. The iron door creaked, rusted from continuous rain. Behind the supermarket likely lay the employee rest area, shrouded in darkness. As the iron door swung open, a pungent stench of urine mingled with the foul odor of decaying feces assaulted their senses. Lu Shiming, trailing behind, instinctively pinched his nose, feeling a wave of nausea. The floor was slick with water, littered with discarded packaging and unknown white wrappers. Perhaps the sound of the iron door startled those inside, as the clanging of chains echoed. Someone was struggling. The windows within the room were covered with thick black cloth, rendering the interior pitch black. Lingu, what are we doing here? And Jing Tian felt an ominous premonition and couldn't help but inquire of Lin An, who was leading the way. Both he and Lu Shiming were merely ordinary players, lacking enhanced vision, and thus were unable to discern the scene within. What is this? Lu Shiming's face turned pale as he beheld the horrific sight before him, unable to suppress a wave of dry heaving, barely managing to steady himself by gripping the doorframe. And Jing Tian's breath grew heavy, his steps faltering as he instinctively recoiled. These damned beasts. Upon regaining composure, and Jing Tian's voice, filled with fury, reverberated throughout the room. His face was a stormy shade of blue, fists clenched tightly, his entire being trembling with rage. Illuminated by a faint flicker of firelight, the room revealed the faint silhouettes of 7 or 8 women, stripped of their garments. Limbs shackled to chairs. Stripped of dignity, they were subjected to such humiliating postures that it was unimaginable what horrors they had endured. Beside each of them stood a small table, upon which rested an iron bowl filled with chunks of fresh meat, presumably their sustenance. At the center of the room hung a lifeless body, marred by countless signs of slicing and gnawing. It was painfully evident where the food originated. They were resorting to cannibalism. And Jing Tian's fists tightened, his entire frame quaking with indignation. How could this be? How could they dare to do such a thing? Lu Shiming struggled to clutch his chest, overwhelmed by the scene before him. The legendary act of cannibalism lay bare before his eyes, an unfathomable reality. Indeed, it was difficult to comprehend. Merely 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and no ordinary person could fathom how swiftly humanity could descend into depravity within such a brief span. Cannibalism, a concept only found in ancient texts, had manifested in contemporary society. Surprised, are we? Lin An's voice interjected, recalling scenes of far greater brutality from his previous life, where the depths of human malice often surpassed even that of beasts. In truth, when you encountered that girl on the highway with nails driven into her knees, you should have realized that in the apocalypse, a human being had become a form of resource, especially a beautiful girl. They can use such resources as bait, which indicates that they are not lacking in women, but rather in food and other essentials. It is evident that despite having a considerable number of women to spare, they are deprived of sustenance. So, what should they be considered as mere resources? The clanging of iron chains may have been Lin An's voice that roused those before him. Instinctively, as if trained, they unconsciously spread their legs. Some are still quite young, appearing like the girls next door. At an age when they should be vibrant and full of life, they now exude nothing but lifelessness. Each pair of eyes is filled with numbness and despair, as if they are merely remnants of flesh that still possess a breath of life. And Jing Tian managed a bitter smile. He finally comprehended why Lin An had brought him here, what he truly wished for him to witness. He could not restrain his heavy breaths, fury nearly obliterating his reason. I will kill them. These damn scoundrels. These worthless beings do not deserve to be called human. And Jing Tian snatched the handgun Lin An had offered and rushed out the door. Lu Shiming's expression shifted, ultimately choosing to follow Jing Tian outside. Unable to endure the scene before him. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, gunfire mingled with cries for mercy and roars erupted. Lin Gu, within the team's communication. Jing Tian's voice sounded weary and lost. Lin An sighed softly. This was something Jing Tian had to endure. However, Yu Guangzhong remained impassive, as if the scene before her elicited no reaction. Lin An was intrigued about the girl's past. Even a seasoned soldier like him found it difficult to withstand the impact of the situation, so what allowed her to maintain such composure? It was essential to remember that before the apocalypse, society was entirely normal, leaving Lin An perplexed about her previous experiences. In his past life, he had only encountered Mo Ling once, and as a symbiont lingering on the fringes of the players, her history remained a mystery to all. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to inquire? Suppressing his thoughts, Lin An turned his gaze to the head of the scaled beast in the girl's hands. Still pretending to be dead, her delicate fingers, as fine as jade, gripped the beast's head, applying slight pressure, which resulted in a bone-crunching sound that was painfully jarring. No. The tightly shut eyes of the head suddenly flung open, revealing pupils filled with hatred. Lin An, undeterred, boldly inquired, "Tell me, where are those eyes?" Or perhaps a mirror. Earlier, while probing with his mental energy in the vehicle, he had sensed an eerily familiar aura. It was the essence of the secret realm treasure, key. Unlike previous instances where such information was derived from chat channels shared by players, this key had once been in his possession before it was snatched away. With this key, he could have entered the secret realm during his final year and become an awakened being, or even stronger, like a bolt from the blue. Shock and unease flickered across the scaled beast's pupils, as if Lin An had stumbled upon a colossal secret. "You, how could you possibly know? Who are you?" Lin An's words detonated in his mind like a powerful bomb, stirring up tumultuous waves of shock, even more profound than when he faced the lethal strike from Lin An. 3 seconds passed. With a surge of strength in his fingers, the phosphor beast's face contorted in agony, acutely aware of Lin An's frigid murderous intent. "No. Unless you swear not to kill me." Lin An suddenly released his steel-like grip, letting out a light chuckle. "I have declared that I will not slay you. I assure you, I, Lin An, am a man of my word. Furthermore, there is no necessity for me to deceive you." The phosphor beast stared at Lin An in disbelief, and after a brief moment of hesitation, chose to trust him. When awakened, individuals transcend the limits of the human body. They rely on their will and physical prowess, typically possessing a strong sense of self-confidence. Since Lin An had made this proclamation, and indeed had no reason to mislead him, the phosphor beast pondered whether he believed he was nearing the end of his life. Not killing him would merely prolong his existence for a while. "Fool, you underestimate me far too much. All right, I believe you will not kill me." The phosphor beast's face was alight with joy, a fleeting glimmer of hatred flashing in his slit pupils. However, beside Lin An, Mo Ling glanced at the phosphor beast with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Chapter 71. Inner fear. Those eyes were concealed within an empty oil tank. This was a gas station, When I first encountered it, I was still an ordinary person. This group possessed firearms that posed a threat to me. I was afraid someone might steal it, so I left it there. Mo Ling stood silently to the side, yet felt a twinge of confusion. Why was it that she could not comprehend the conversation between the two? Eyes? Mirrors? Why did Lin An's mention of these two seemingly unrelated matters immediately lead the lizard beast to associate him with its secret? Lin An observed that Mo Ling had perked up, listening intently, and he found it somewhat amusing. It appeared that the girl was not as indifferent as she pretended to be. Those eyes, no. A mirror. When the lizard beast spoke of those eyes, a flicker of fear crossed its gaze. Even I have only seen them once. It is utterly impossible for anyone else to have encountered them. Thus, I am genuinely curious about who you are and how you came to know of those eyes. If you had seen them, you would certainly not be in your current form. Lin An remained silent. In his past life, he had also stumbled upon those eyes by sheer happenstance. He could empathize with the lizard beast's fear when it spoke of them, for those eyes possessed the uncanny ability to reflect one's true self. Merely holding them would cause one's soul and consciousness to seemingly delve within, revealing one's visage as if gazing into a mirror. Were it only this, it would be unremarkable. However, if one gazed into them for more than 2 seconds, they would witness themselves gradually transforming into the embodiment of their deepest fears. This metamorphosis was not a mere illusion, but a stark reality. A comprehensive transformation from flesh to intellect, from spirit to thought. Should the gaze extend beyond 10 seconds, the observer would helplessly witness their bodies slowly disintegrating, morphing into the manifestation of their terror. Thus, when he mentioned the eyes in the mirror, the lizard beast instantly realized that Lin An must have encountered those eyes. It seemed that, prior to its transformation, the lizard beast's greatest dread was the fear of becoming that monstrous form. Indeed, there exists no greater horror in this world than the metamorphosis into the very entity one dreads most. Should you harbor a fear of serpents, you would be compelled to witness the detachment of your limbs, transforming into a creature that merely slithers upon its abdomen. Should you be gripped by a terror of specters, you shall be eternally confronted by your own visage, forever denied transcendence. Which canister is this? The 6th. You are welcome to escort me there if you harbor reservations. Moreover, I require the mirror to reconstitute my corporeal form. Without hesitation, the scaled beast acquiesced with utmost cooperation. Whosoever has gazed upon those eyes, transforming into the entity within the mirror, shall, in a sense, attain regeneration from the merest drop of blood, an imperishable physique. So long as a breath remains, one may reconstruct their form anew by gazing once more into the mirror. You are aware, are you not, that even upon the restoration of my body, I would remain incapable of prevailing against you. Furthermore, I no longer desire that mirror. Should I gaze into it repeatedly, I foresee my utter transformation into a monstrosity. If not for the sake of power, who would willingly undergo such a metamorphosis? Therefore, upon the restoration of my body, I shall depart of my own accord. Upon the solitary cranium, the deathly pale vertical pupils conveyed sincerity. Lin An nodded in acknowledgement, conveying comprehension. The scaled beast's transformation differs from Zhang Tai's werebear form. The former entails a genuine metamorphosis into a monster, possessing the habits of a monster, and moreover, the very image one dreads most. The latter, however, is merely an illusion. Alas, those who have not undergone such an experience cannot comprehend such agony. Only having gazed into the mirror once, Lin An scoffed. Had the scaled beast only gazed upon it during its initial transformation, how could it possibly possess such a wealth of information? Clearly, it has experimented on numerous occasions. It cannot even fabricate a convincing lie. It would appear that even its intellect has undergone mutation. This is it. The voice of the scaled beast trembled with genuine trepidation, not feigned. I have already revealed my location to you. You promised not to kill me, and I hope that once I have fully recovered, you will honor your vow. Lin An turned his head to glance at the scaled beast, nodding in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I will not take your life. I, Lin An, have never betrayed my promises. His gaze was sincere, reflecting the authenticity that the scaled beast had just exhibited. Upon hearing this, the scaled beast sighed in relief. With its innate sensitivity to the murderous intent of creatures, it could sense that Lin An truly harbored no thoughts of ending its life, prompting it to urge him forward. Let us proceed inside. Perhaps we may even fight side by side in the future. I acknowledge my previous transgressions, and I hope you will not hold them against me. From now on, wherever I can be of assistance, I will not hesitate to comply. The scaled beast, understanding the gravity of the moment, did not mind uttering a few conciliatory words. With its life in another's hands, to speak defiantly now would be the folly of a brainless villain. Your skills will indeed be of use. Lin An's words carried a double meaning. The scaled beast paused, slightly taken aback, but brushed it off as mere casual banter. Watching Lin An prepare to open the container, a flicker of anticipation crossed its eyes. It had initially believed that feigning death would be its greatest fortune to escape this calamity. Yet the situation was unfolding even more favorably than it had envisioned. Inside the container, it had placed over 30 mirrors, with its own eyes positioned at the very center. Although it was unclear how Lin An had managed to gaze upon those eyes without succumbing to mutation, perhaps it was merely a fleeting glance of a second. However, with reflections from over 30 mirrors, the original 10-second gaze required for melting and mutation would be drastically reduced to a mere second. He possessed unwavering confidence that this arrangement would catch Lin An off guard. The process of transformation was protracted and excruciating, rendering one immobile during its course. As a mutated player, he would instantly regenerate his limbs upon entering. In that moment, Lin An, caught in the throes of melting and mutation, would be at his mercy. Abruptly, a flash of light cleaved through the air. The scaled beast felt an acute pain in its skull and in horror. Witnessed half of its cranium severed and falling to the ground. Damn you! You promised to spare me. You have betrayed your word. Lin An cast an inscrutable glance at the enraged scaled beast. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never forbade others from doing so. As the words echoed, the scaled beast felt an icy hand plunge into its exposed brain matter, stirring within. Mo Ling, wait for me here. Tell me about your abilities when you emerge. Resentment and bitterness filled the scaled beast's fading gaze as its pale, vertical pupils dimmed, life extinguished. Wisps of black and white light rose from the lifeless skull, gradually merging into the girl's form. Do you still intend to enter? That individual has clearly set up some sort of trap. Mo Ling's brow furrowed. Her delicate face still adorned with several enigmatic bandages, betraying a hint of discomfort. The progression of a symbiote was unlike the euphoric surge of power felt by an awakened one upon leveling up. Each advancement was a struggle against the virus within, striving to achieve equilibrium. The most probable arrangement of the scaled beasts lies in the utilization of the mirror's inherent capabilities. They either accelerate the mutation or amplify its effects. Transforming into the embodiment of one's deepest fears is indeed terrifying. However, for Lin An, who has previously experienced the nature of his own fears in a past life, it holds little significance. For what he fears most is himself, a cold-blooded butcher intent on annihilating the entire world. In the dimness, light filters through the gaps, cascading in layers. At the center, surrounded by 31 mirrors, a pair of eyes floats slowly. In an instant, Lin An gazes indifferently into the eyes of the hovering orbs. As his perspective shifts, he beholds himself. Hello, Lin An, I utter. Chapter 72. Gains and losses upon the infusion of soul and consciousness into the eyes. Lin An simply observes his own body disintegrating at an astonishing rate before being reborn. You remain as ever, uninteresting. The Lin An, reshaped from flesh and blood, scoffs at his own reflection. So, have you finally come to terms with it? He stands languidly in place, his formerly gentle and serene eyes now stained crimson, continuing. Realizing how ludicrous your steadfast beliefs are, tell me why bother. Had you relinquished your stubbornness and foolish thoughts sooner, you would not have found yourself in such a comical plight. Out of compassion, the resources he had painstakingly amassed were seized by others, leaving him to endure hunger. Out of kindness, his first piece of equipment was stolen, nearly costing him his life on the road out of the city. Out of trust, his final opportunity to grow stronger was snatched away, leaving him to languish in despair. Because of responsibility, then, what does it feel like to be gradually consumed? Lin An. Lin An's expression suddenly turned frenzied, as flesh began to vanish piece by piece from his face and arms. Even in the reflection of the mirror, he could feel that excruciating pain. He was reliving the moments leading up to his demise, from the dim oil tank to the safe house outside the city. The room was warm with light, and there was Tang Wan. I am doing quite well now. Lin An appeared to be provoked, losing all semblance of calm. I have also encountered new companions. Quite well? If it were truly well, you would not have entered here. You would not have come to see me. Like hearing a joke, Lin An leaned closer, enunciating each word. Deep down, you know what you must face next. You have long sensed that someone is watching you. How can there be so many coincidences? To save Xia, you received the antidote. To establish a safe zone, you were gifted the base vehicle. To gain, one must pay a price, just as you desire the power I can provide. Lin An scoffed coldly, rising to his feet. The first mission was to eliminate a peak stage second-tier Stitcher. If it weren't for the Black Dragon, do you think you would have survived? The psychic fruit, the equipment, everything you could obtain, you did. But is it truly useful? The second mission involved combating a horde of 200,000 zombies. And you even chose to increase the difficulty. After establishing the safe zone for a month, you must confront this, and you know very well that your odds are slim. Is it truly effective to force Zhang Tian and Jing Tian to grow rapidly? In the face of a relentless onslaught of 200,000 corpses coupled with the assault of aberrations, what means do you possess to withstand such a tide? After a prolonged silence, Lin An's voice emerged, hoarse yet resolute. If I can subjugate one of the 6 kings, the dilemma posed by these aberrations will be resolved. Once we ascend to the second tier, the tide of corpses will no longer instill fear. With the energy extraction from the base vehicle and the expertise of a skilled architect, a month's time is ample. A light chuckle escaped Lin An's lips. It seems you have devised a plan, haven't you? It sounds as though you truly believe you can accomplish it. But what of the impending catastrophe? How do you intend to counter the global calamity that follows? He was unable to provide an answer. The fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he gradually closed his eyes. I shall provide you with what you desire, but you are well aware of my own aspirations. The mirror shattered, fragments of glass reflecting Lin An's crimson gaze. Ding! You have acquired the Abyssal Eye item, special key. Special effect of the Abyssal Eye. Upon use, it reveals the deepest fears harbored within the target, progressively mutating with prolonged gaze. Caution! This mutation may either weaken or enhance one's strength, contingent upon the inner psyche. Key effect. Unlocks the door of desire. Requirement. The compatibility between the entity and fear must reach 20. Current compatibility stands at 17. Ding! You have attained the manifestation of fear transformation. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Willpower 1. Life recovery speed increased by 50, and mental recovery speed enhanced by 50. Movement speed increased by 30, attack speed enhanced by 30, and reaction time improved by 30. Ding! You have acquired the body of fear. Under the influence of the body of fear, any injuries you sustain can be repaired by directing the Abyssal Eye upon them. Note that each repair will accelerate the adaptation rate. Ding! Special item detected. The level of the Judgment Eye has been elevated. Judgment Eye Level 2, 1. Detect all surrounding information based on mental strength and mark weak points. 2. Acquire Divine Spike. Mental attack upon release. It inflicts 5 times mental damage and induces a dazed and disoriented effect. Ding! You have gained the Breath of the Abyss. Special. A cascade of notifications flooded in like a waterfall. Yet Lin An felt a tinge of melancholy. With comprehensive attribute enhancements, combined with the newly acquired skills, his strength had undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier, enabling him to contend single-handedly against a small army. There was no battle, no struggle. It appeared as though fortune had smiled upon him from the heavens. Yet, he was acutely aware of the true cost of his gains. The sunlight was blinding. Mo Ling, intrigued, lifted her head to gaze at Lin An, who emerged with a measured pace. Strangely, despite only being gone for a few minutes, Lin An seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. Noticing her gaze, Lin An, pallid in countenance, slowly raised his head and offered her a gentle smile, a fleeting glimmer of eerie crimson flashing in his eyes. I am fine. Fine had an unsettling connotation. As a shared entity, Mo Ling sensed keenly that Lin An appeared to be undergoing a transformation akin to that of a non-human entity, much like herself. Have you completed your advancement, Mo Ling? Lin An turned his gaze toward the solemn girl who was scrutinizing her intently and casually inquired, Have you completed it? Upon seeing Lin An's reluctance to elaborate further, Mo Ling relinquished her curiosity and directly revealed her personal information. Buzz, Symbiote, Level 1, 0-10, Strength, 11 Agility, 11 Constitution, 11 Willpower, 11 Symbiote Level 0 Talent, Affinity with the Dead, you can freely traverse among zombies. And your attacks will not disrupt this effect. Note, this effect is ineffective against mutated beings. Symbiote Level 1 Talent, Summon the Dead. You may expend mental energy to summon nearby zombies to gather, with a chance to summon a Level 1 mutated being. Mental energy is consumed continuously each second. Note, the summoned Level 1 mutated beings will not initiate an attack against you, but if you inflict damage upon them, this effect will cease. After reviewing the girl's talents, Lin An felt a surge of surprise. The enhanced effects of Mo Ling surpassed his expectations significantly. The ability to summon mutated beings could serve various purposes, whether for actively attacking other players or for defensive strategies to divert zombies. If employed skillfully, it would be akin to possessing a powerful trump card. Impressed, Lin An couldn't help but stroke Mo Ling's head. Her cranial structure was impeccable, and her silky black hair was a delight to touch. It felt akin to petting a cat, and he found himself unable to stop. Mo Ling, feeling a mix of irritation reflected in her eyes, ultimately prompted Lin An to relent. With a flick of his wrist, a wisp of dark energy swirled in his palm. Jing Tian, come to my side. Chapter 73. The Abyssal Practitioner. Lin, what has happened? And Jing Tian hurriedly approached Lin An, his once pristine black combat uniform now stained with blood. Not far away, several corpses lay lifeless on the ground. His complexion was pale, and he managed a strained smile towards Lin An. After a moment of contemplation, Lin An spoke slowly. Jing Tian, we must head to the school next. Not only is it teeming with zombies, but there is also a strong possibility that awakened individuals are present within. As you witnessed today, danger can arise from sources beyond mere zombies. Lin, I understand. I apologize. It is I who have burdened you. I was foolish, thinking that I could remain complacent in these apocalyptic times. And Jing Tian interjected with a bitter smile, his eyes dimming. He had already witnessed the formidable strength of awakened individuals. Initially, he believed that his military background would afford him some utility in aiding Lin An. Yet, after the recent ordeal, he felt utterly powerless, as if he were a mere liability. I know that our team does not harbor the ineffective. He recalled the moment when Lin An had turned down Lu Shiming, a pang of sorrow swelling in his heart. The chance for an ordinary player to become awakened was minuscule, yet he would grasp any opportunity for power, even if it were a mere 1 in 10,000. He could no longer endure the torment and humiliation of that fateful night. If something were to befall me, Lin, I implore you, please find Xia. I have wronged her by failing to protect her. And Jing Tian summoned his courage, his voice trembling slightly. Lin An, well. He touched his nose, feeling a sudden awkwardness from the abyssal aura that had been hidden behind him. Jing Tian, you may have misunderstood my meaning. What I intend to convey is that we will face even more perilous situations in the future. Therefore, would you be willing to become an awakened one? And Jing Tian stood there in a daze as a wisp of black aura floated gently before him. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Lin An patted his shoulder, his gaze filled with anticipation and encouragement. Accept it. I originally planned to take you in search of items that would reduce our chances of failure, but I never expected to encounter this here. It is even better than the items I had in mind. Instinctively, he extended his hand and touched the floating black aura, triggering a system notification. Ding. You have acquired Abyssal Aura, Blue. Abyssal Aura, a power derived from the abyss, which, upon consumption, allows 2 players, non-awakened, to transition into Abyss Series professions. Basic transition requirements. All attributes above 6 points. And the consumption of a mutated creature's corpse of any level. The transition effect enhances based on the strength of the consumed corpse. Current usage count, 2-2. Can be replenished. The Abyssal Profession Series, Rogue, Assassin, Black Dragon Guardian, Shield Warrior, Abyssal Vanguard, Berserker, Cursed Priest, Mage, Support. Upon successful class transition, one acquires the Awakened template, enhancing all attributes to the pinnacle of human capability by 10 points, alongside an additional 4-point attribute bonus and a unique skill based on the chosen specialization. This is what I receive. And Jing Tian gazed in disbelief at the abyssal aura before him, his mind a blank slate. Throughout the journey, he had inquired about Zhang Tai's attributes. As the one with the highest attribute in Constitution, Zhang Tai's value merely reached 18. 2. Base 14. Team Enhancement, Player Level 1. Awakened 2. Yet, by merely absorbing the aura and successfully transitioning, he could instantly gain at least over 10 points across all attributes, with a maximum of 14 points in a single attribute, with just one more level gained and the defeat of a couple of mutated beings. His attributes could swiftly rival those of Zhang Tai. A meteoric rise, from mortal to a glimpse of the extraordinary. Lin An smiled at Jing Tian, fully understanding the exhilaration coursing through him. In their transaction, whether considering the enhancement of attributes or the acquisition of special bonuses, the seemingly inconspicuous aura held the utmost value. The abyssal aura is a tool capable of mass-producing special awakened beings. In a previous life, his excessive trust in others led to the loss of the key. The one who seized the key, having forsaken all semblance of humanity, obtained this very essence. However, unlike what he held, that individual, at a grave cost, acquired a complete version of the aura, with an initial usage count soaring to 99 times. Through his method of mass-producing extraordinary awakeners, he ascended to become one of the 4 emperors, the Lord of the Abyss. It is perhaps unimaginable that in his previous life, Lin An appeared to be merely a struggling, ordinary player, yet in truth, he was on the verge of becoming one of the 4 emperors, wielding dominion over countless beings. This extraordinary item, while seemingly advantageous, comes with a grave cost. Had he not felt utterly unprepared to confront the great cataclysm, he would have been reluctant to engage in dialogue with himself once more. The dread within him is not mere rhetoric. The key holds another connotation. It unlocks the gateway to desire and destruction. Even though Lin An still retains a semblance of humanity, he can sense that once the transaction is completed, becoming him is merely a matter of time. Brother Lin, is this truly for me? It is far too precious. I cannot. And Jing Tian stammered, overwhelmed by the experiences of recent days and his insatiable thirst for power. Faced with such a valuable artifact, he found himself at a loss. You are my brother. There is no need for such dramatics. What are you being so coy for? Lin An deliberately adopted a stern demeanor and continued, furthermore, refrain from uttering any nonsense about being a burden or not wanting to drag me down. You need only remember one thing. I, Lin An, shall never abandon my brothers. Even if you, and Jing Tian, are disabled or deemed worthless, I will ensure your safety for a lifetime. His words were heartfelt. No sooner had he spoken than Lin An decisively pressed his palm against Jing Tian's chest, channeling the essence of the abyss into him. Beep, the essence of the abyss has been utilized. Current usage count, 1-2. Like a living entity, a dark aura enveloped the surroundings of Jing Tian, generating mysterious patterns as it engulfed him. Wrapped in these intricate designs, Jing Tian instantly lost consciousness. Lin An remained unfazed, aware that Jing Tian had entered a state of awakening for his class change, and upon regaining consciousness, he would acquire powers surpassing those of ordinary mortals. With an expectant gaze, Lin An pondered what profession Jing Tian would attain upon his successful class transition. Unlike conventional awakeners, abyss class changers, while lacking bizarre abilities, undoubtedly possess combat prowess that far exceeds that of the majority of awakeners. Otherwise, the Abyss Lord from the previous life would not have the qualifications to command nearly 100 Abyss warriors and lead a population of millions. Lin team. What does this mean? Zhang Tai exclaimed, his face contorted in confusion. Clad in tattered combat attire that he had yet to change, he had been summoned by Lin An. With a skill for healing flesh wounds, he had nearly recovered from the injuries inflicted by the scaled beast. It's nothing, Lin An replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards Jing Tian, who seemed lost in thought not far away. Come, you two, have a spar. Me? Fight him. Zhang Tai was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Isn't he going to be killed by my slap? His heart raced, filled with doubt as he looked at Lin An. Could it be that Lin An harbored murderous intent against his own? No, it must be that Lin An wanted him to teach Jing Tian a lesson, to instill some sense into him. Was he to play the villain? That wouldn't he do. If he accidentally harmed this lad, wouldn't he Lin An take vengeance upon him? Should he pretend to still be gravely injured? Lin An, discerning Zhang Tai's inner turmoil, wore a peculiar expression. No wonder Zhang Tai can conjure so many schemes in an instant. It appears he is not entirely foolish, merely misguided in his intentions. Never mind. You may unleash your full potential without reservation. Should any mishap occur, I assure you I will not trouble you. Zhang Tai gently stroked his gleaming bald head, hesitantly nodding in agreement. As for Lin An's exhortation to give it his all, he chose to disregard it. As for you, Jing Tian, let us engage in a duel right here. Zhang Tai stood relaxed, signaling for Jing Tian to make the first move. With his formidable defense, he believed he could withstand any blows. He had resolved that at worst, he would deliver a few token kicks to this lad, likely at Lin's behest to instill some wisdom in him. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fleeting glimmer of amusement that danced in Lin An's eyes behind him. Awakened by Zhang Tai's booming voice, Jing Tian slowly raised his head and nodded towards Lin An in acknowledgement. I say, Jing Tian, Zhang Tai rambled on, oblivious to the subtle rise of dark mist beneath Jing Tian's feet. In the next moment, an explosion reverberated through the air. Shadow Kill. Chapter 74, Abyss Profession, Assassin. Just as Zhang Tai stood boastfully with his hands on his hips, the ground beneath in Jing Tian suddenly crumbled. The light distorted, and an elusive black vapor ascended. What the? Zhang Tai's eyes widened as an icy aura surged from behind him. A backstab. Swoosh. The blade pierced through flesh. The mysteriously vanished and Jing Tian materialized behind him in an instant, his hands wielding daggers poised for a swift strike. A gaping wound appeared, deep enough to reveal muscle. Blood gushing forth. And Jing Tian, a soldier of exceptional caliber, surpassed Zhang Tai, who relied solely on brute strength in combat skills. In the fleeting moment before the battle commenced, he discerned the optimal point of attack. I am injured. I've been pierced by a wretched dagger. Zhang Tai roared, and even he, despite his lack of wit, recognized the bizarre behavior of Jing Tian for what it was. In disbelief, he wondered when this young man had transformed into an awakened bear transformation. Zhang Tai dared not underestimate him any longer. In an instant, he morphed into a towering 2-meter black bear and swung his massive paw backward. Yet, his strike met only the empty air, catching nothing but a fleeting shadow. With a direct thrust, Jing Tian, like a phantom, reappeared before the black bear, bending low as he lunged forward with a ferocious stab. However, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his calf. Ah! Zhang Tai, consumed by fury, felt as though Jing Tian was an elusive specter, present everywhere, with each of his attacks landing only on an afterimage. Although Jing Tian was merely at level 0, the sheer physicality of Zhang Tai mitigated much of the damage he could inflict. Nevertheless, this reality filled him with trepidation. If this continued, he feared he would be slowly and painfully exhausted to death by Jing Tian's relentless strikes. In a mere few breaths, the massive bear's body was riddled with a multitude of minute wounds. What power is this? Mo Ling's voice was icy as she inquired of Lin An, her eyes betraying an uncontainable curiosity. Lin An smiled gently, his right hand instinctively ruffling her hair as he spoke. Abyss stalker, assassin, agile attributes, adept in stealth, evasion, and delivering lethal strikes. However, there remains a distinct disparity in strength between Jing Tian and Zhang Tai. Coupled with the formidable defense of the bear transformation, it becomes exceedingly challenging to inflict damage, leading to the current predicament. Mo Ling, who do you believe would emerge victorious between the two? The young girl pondered for a moment before swiftly rendering her judgment. Jing Tian, a remarkably strong contender, if he can maintain this pace, would ultimately wear Zhang Tai down. While attacks may be mitigated by the bear transformation, the sheer force cannot be withstood. Moreover, please refrain from touching my head. It might lead to baldness. Lin An's hand halted momentarily in its motion to ruffle her hair, yet he continued unabated. It was futile. The sensation of Mo Ling's head was simply too delightful to resist, irresistibly smooth, reminiscent of a cat's fur. Particularly, this head belonged to a former third-tier overlord, the Lord of Corpses, the Reaper. Alas, such privileges will likely only be enjoyed while Mo Ling remains in her vulnerable state. Oblivious to the murderous intent that Mo Ling was desperately suppressing, Lin An chose to ignore it and continued observing the battle between the two. It seemed that after completing their transaction, Mo Ling had grown much closer to him, no longer exhibiting the indifference she once did. Ah, damn it, not far away. Zhang Tai was exasperated, his fury palpable as he wildly waved his right hand, attempting had it not been for his formidable defense and superior rank over Jing Tian. He would have likely found himself in a veritable hornet's nest. Prepare to taste my devastating strike. Zhang Tai's furious roar startled Jing Tian, who had just executed a reverse thrust, prompting him to instinctively dodge to the side. However, as Zhang Tai, momentarily questioning his own existence after being stabbed, flashed a cunning grin, he unleashed his berserk charge, targeting the speeding G-Class Mercedes. As his skill activated, a crimson aura enveloped him. Akin to a train accelerating at full throttle, his massive form darting into the distance. I'm out of here. Am I still fighting? In a flash, Zhang Tai found himself 100 meters away, exclaiming loudly, my pants are torn. Damn it, where did this kid learn those lethal moves? It's as if he's trying to sever the roots of my family. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving Jing Tian momentarily stunned, his feet surrounded by tufts of severed bear fur dancing in the air. Lin An chuckled softly, surprised that Zhang Tai had voluntarily chosen to concede. Yet, it was a reasonable decision. With only one arm, Zhang Tai's attack frequency could not keep pace with Jing Tian's evasive maneuvers. Anyone subjected to being stabbed dozens of times while standing still would inevitably crack under pressure. Well done, Jing Tian, Lin An remarked with a broad smile, impressed by the combat prowess displayed by Jing Tian, originating from a reconnaissance background. And Jing Tian had a penchant for collecting and was well versed in the art of cold weapons, with a boost in both level and attributes. And Jing Tian could swiftly transform into a reaper, seamlessly claiming the lives of his foes in the blink of an eye. Quite commendable indeed. With the addition of Jing Tian, my team has begun to take shape. Among the members, Zhang Tai serves as the tanking berserker, and Jing Tian acts as the scout assassin. Wenyu fulfills the role of support, while Mo Ling is somewhat of a summoner support. However, I find myself at a crossroads, uncertain of what path to choose, archer or spellcaster. Lin An felt a twinge of frustration. His attributes were nearly flawless, allowing him to assume any role. Although his strength attribute, bolstered by the soul-devouring hand, was superior to the others, the cursed skull he possessed was akin to a top-tier mage's equipment. Its greatest enhancements lay in mental recovery, vitality restoration, and increased movement speed. As for his innate skills, while the all-attribute boost was extraordinary, it lacked any distinctive advantages. The newly acquired Judgment Eye, a piercing skill, was classified as a mental attack. Overall, it appeared that a magic-oriented profession suited him better. Yet, doing so would squander his strength and agility attributes. Not to mention the waste of vitality and movement speed enhancements. Just as Lin An pondered over his choices, Zhang Tai's distinctive booming voice broke through the silence. Clad in his battle attire and clutching a can, Zhang Tai wore an expression of indignation. Team leader, why didn't you inform me that Jing Tian had become an awakened? If I had known, I wouldn't have been so careless at the outset. Zhang Tai's grievance stemmed largely from the fact that he had sustained injuries unexpectedly at the beginning, prompting his hasty retreat. And Jing Tian, adhering to the principle that a weakness is an opportunity, relentlessly attacked the same injured spot. After enduring a series of strikes, he found himself overwhelmed, and another backstab would surely break him. With his mental fortitude, he could only unleash the power of flesh regeneration once a day. And he certainly did not wish to languish until the following day. Had he known from the outset that Jing Tian was an awakened, he would have never been so negligent. If he had activated his bear transformation immediately, victory would undoubtedly have been his. It was truly humiliating for a distinguished dual first-tier player to be bested by a mere zero-tier newly awakened. Lin An observed Zhang Tai's discontent and sighed softly. Did you not notice the updates among our team members? Only awakened or special players can join our squad. A little attention would have revealed that Jing Tian is indeed one of them. Yet, as he turned away, a shadow of despondency crossed his face. Lacking skill and intelligence, he realized that, apart from the newly recruited Lu Shiming, who was still an ordinary player, everyone else in the team surpassed him in utility. Lin's earlier words had been mere consolation, a bitter truth he now faced with a sense of loss. Casting a glance at his mangled left arm, a faint, sardonic smile tugged at his lips. If he had both arms intact, perhaps he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament during these battles. Since the day he acquired the suturing threads, their group had hardly found the time to hunt first-tier mutated creatures. As for the second-tier suturer in Lin An's possession, he had never contemplated asking for it. The corpses of mutated creatures held immense value, especially those of the peak second-tier suturer. He lacked both the qualification and the justification to request it from Lin An. The fact that Lin was willing to offer him skill books and suturing threads was already more than he could have wished for. Lin An regarded Zhang Tai's broad back with a sense of helplessness. Zhang Tai truly was a bear of a man. All right. Lin An suddenly called out to him from behind, then tossed over an arm, thick as a human's. Originally, he had planned to attach it at school, where there were surgical facilities for a more refined connection. However, I believe it may be better to do it now. Zhang Tai stood there, staring blankly at the severed arm he had just received, utterly at a loss. Chapter 75, The Hand of Suturing, The Heavy Blow. In front of a highway billboard, a group of onlookers curiously gazed at Zhang Tai beneath the towering pillar. To attract attention, the billboards along the road were typically constructed on massive iron columns nearly a meter thick and around 20 meters tall, standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters. Zhang Tai appeared somewhat diminutive beneath the towering structure. Team Lin, I want to give it a try, Zhang Tai declared, shedding his shirt, revealing muscles that bulged like rock. His left arm had already been sutured with that of a second-tier, mutated being. Under his formidable physique, the robust arm seemed fitting. Certainly. I am eager to witness your performance, Lin An encouraged him with a smile. After Zhang Tai completed the suturing, he intentionally examined the attributes of the newly attached limb. Sutured hand, left arm, from a second-tier top-level mutated being, effect, strength 10. Second-tier bonus additional effect, heavy blow, can consume moderate stamina to deliver a sudden impact. Evaluation, the left arm of the suturer, capable of obliterating all that lies before you. Upon first seeing the enhancement, Lin An felt it was somewhat monstrous. An increase of 10 points in strength was nearly equivalent to 2 pieces of blue equipment or half a piece of orange gear. The additional effect was even more terrifying. He still vividly remembered the suturer's terrifying speed and overwhelming punch. However, the substantial enhancement came from the replacement of limbs, and Lin An would not succumb to the temptation of momentary power by exchanging his own arms and legs. The sun shone brightly, casting a somewhat violent yet aesthetic glow upon Zhang Tai. He inhaled deeply, his left hand gradually gathering energy. Their transformation. His physique surged dramatically. The explosive muscles concealed beneath a layer of fur, resembling chunks of blackened metal. Heavy fist. In an instant, a crimson brilliance erupted from his left fist. The already swift momentum of the punch accelerating to a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Strike. Smash it for me. Boom. The ground trembled. The gigantic billboard, towering over 20 meters and weighing several tons, shattered as if struck by a 1,000-ton force, abruptly torn from the earth. It flew horizontally through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The metal warped, and the billboard emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Thud. The colossal object descended slowly, stirring up a cloud of dust, including Lin An. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the might of this punch. Gulp. Lu Shiming instinctively swallowed, pondering whether this punch could indeed shatter an armored tank. What is this? This is not merely a human. It is akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, a heavy bulldozer. Unlike Lu Shiming, who was taken aback by the sheer strength. And Jingtian's breath caught in his throat as he rapidly envisioned a combat scenario with the current Zhang Tai in his mind. A second later, he despairingly realized that he would be unable to evade the speed of this punch. Too fast. With his physical constitution, he estimated that even a graze would reduce him to a mere puddle of mush. Lin An, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised, never anticipating that Zhang Tai would be so well suited to this arm. In the future, should he encounter a mutant, as long as it is not overwhelmingly powerful, it is likely that with a simple activation of his berserker charge, Zhang Tai could reduce his foe to mere fragments with a single punch. Indeed, Zhang Tai has now truly become the epitome of a berserker, a formidable warrior on the battlefield, invulnerable and indomitable. The dust from the colossal billboard that had crashed down lingered in the air for a considerable time, while the road was left with a deep crater. Upon reverting from his bear-like state, Zhang Tai gazed intently at the devastation he had wrought, his lips quivering with excitement. His greatest shortcoming had always been his speed and damage output. However, now, with the berserker charge complementing his velocity, he had become immensely powerful, truly invincible. Suddenly, he turned and sprinted towards Lin and Captain Lin. His voice, filled with fervor, bore a hint of tears. The sight of a burly man, towering at nearly 2 meters with a shaved head, expressing such emotion was a testament to the gratitude swelling within him. Lin An did not shy away from Zhang Tai's embrace. Instead, he gently patted his back. He understood the depths of Zhang Tai's discontent and helplessness amid the brutal skirmishes. With limited strength and a disability, each confrontation was a perilous dance with death. Yet, despite this, whenever Lin An called upon him, he charged forth without hesitation, never questioning the orders. Time and again, he had fought valiantly, often reduced to a mere shield, battered and bruised. Weakness had become his original sin, yet he never held Lin An accountable for leading him into perilous situations. After all, who does not yearn for strength? For the ability to protect their loved ones with their own hands? Enough, Lin An said with a touch of exasperation as he pushed away the exuberant Zhang Tai, aware that his newfound strength made his embraces rather overwhelming. I reiterate, trust me, you are not a burden. Every awakened individual possesses strength. Lin An's gaze was earnest and gentle. Zhang Tai wiped away the tears of excitement from the corners of his eyes and nodded vigorously. Lin An, witnessing this, smiled softly. He relished the feeling of being able to assist others, even in the face of rebirth. If there were to be any distinction, it would be that he would no longer extend his help to everyone indiscriminately. Instead, he would focus on caring for and aiding true friends and brothers. Zhang Tai truly was a simpleton, a large man with a Na'vi demeanor. The sun shone warmly as Jingtian approached Zhang Tai, feeling somewhat awkward, for he was not particularly skilled in the art of conversation. Brother Zhang, I previously. Zhang Tai, in a good mood and not one to hold grudges, interrupted Jingtian's attempt at an apology. What is there to say? It was merely a friendly spar between teammates. You are Brother Lin's comrade. Thus you are my brother too. He beamed, revealing his bright front teeth, which, in truth, were not the most aesthetically pleasing. Mo Ling observed the trio quietly, a flicker of barely perceptible envy glimmering in her eyes. Lu Shiming stood awkwardly to the side, his expression a blend of disappointment and longing. All right, everyone. Let us get in the vehicle. Let us not forget our destination is the school. We are to establish our own safe haven. Lin An stood before the off-road vehicle, flanked by several individuals carrying fuel canisters. Although the spatial ring could contain gasoline, there remained ample storage space in the vehicle. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, fuel had become a precious commodity. Were it not for the limitations of space, Lin An would not hesitate to empty an entire gas station. Once the team members boarded the vehicle, he took his seat in the passenger seat, intending to assign each person's responsibilities. As they were about to head to the school, the danger would only escalate, especially for you, Zhang Tai. Do not assume that an increase in strength allows for reckless behavior as in the past. There are certainly awakened individuals within the school. Zhang Tai lowered his head, feigning silence. However, upon hearing the mention of awakened beings, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his expression turning serious. Captain Lin, are they awakened beings akin to the scaled beasts? Lin An shook his head, finding it challenging to elucidate the uniqueness of the scaled beasts to the others. Such creatures are rather exceptional. Typically, awakened individuals take on a humanoid form. Transformations like yours into a black bear are indeed rare. Generally, awakened beings, like myself, enhance their physical prowess for close combat and possess certain unique skills. Another faction resembles mages from games, wielding various supernatural powers. Therefore, we must not become complacent simply because our team possesses considerable strength. We should not underestimate other awakened individuals. Each possesses their own unique attributes, and through carelessness, even I could fall prey. The group nodded in agreement, having encountered only a few awakened beings thus far. Their curiosity piqued. If even Captain Lin, a being of extraordinary strength, deems caution necessary, they would naturally take heed. Observing their attentiveness, Lin An continued, Next, I will assign specific combat responsibilities and positions for everyone. Jingtian, you will be responsible for reconnaissance and, when necessary, assassination missions. During combat, navigate the battlefield in search of opportunities. Zhang Tai, you will lead the charge. When encountering enemies, you shall be the first to engage in battle, acting as a steadfast wall of steel to protect the rear. Mo Ling, you will continue to provide support from the back. Refrain from using your ability to summon corpses for the time being. When the opportunity arises, we shall conduct tests to observe the results before proceeding. As for Wenya, Lin An paused momentarily upon mentioning her name. The maximum communication range within the team's voice system is limited to 100 kilometers, and at this moment, Wenya, acting independently, is beyond the communication zone. Her combat duties will be arranged once we regroup. Lu Shiming, nestled in the back seat, suddenly whispered, Brother Lin, what about me? Should I dig trenches? Lin An replied, Just stay put. There will be a need for you later. Lu Shiming bowed his head again, retreating into silence, lost in thought. Brother Lin, why have you suddenly arranged us this way before heading to school and instructed us to be cautious of the awakeners within? And Jingtian pondered, hesitating briefly before deciding to voice his inquiries. Will they be our adversaries? He felt a twinge of confusion. If Lin An's intention was to establish a safe zone, shouldn't he be recruiting personnel from there? As fellow human survivors, it seemed unlikely that every survivor would exhibit the same malevolence as those previously encountered. For some reason, he sensed that Lin An's arrangements resembled the initiation of a massacre. Scenes outside the window flashed by frame, and Lin An remained silent for a moment. They may not necessarily be our enemies. However, I require bloodshed. Chapter 76. The Deterrence of Force at Lingjiang Academy. In the dimly lit basement of the physical education building, exercise equipment lay pushed aside in a corner of the dark storage room. In the center of the room, a dark blue orb floated suspended in the air, radiating beams of light that filled the entire space with a mesmerizing flow. A young man with a dusky complexion and disheveled, parched hair stood before the luminous sphere, his countenance appearing somewhat somber under the bluish glow. His name was Li Hua, and like his unremarkable appearance, his name was equally plain. His chest heaved as he labored to draw in the air before him. Occasionally, wisps of vapor-like gas emanated from the orb, infusing his lungs with a refreshing coolness. With each breath, his physique seemed to subtly strengthen. Li Hua murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the orb, the desire in his eyes suggesting that nothing in the world could compare to the magnificence of the sphere before him. Thud, thud, thud. The iron door on the first floor banged loudly, its sound diminishing by the time it reached the basement, yet to his ears, it resonated with clarity. A shadow of irritation flickered across his face. With a clatter, iron chains rattled around the storage room door. Li Hua strode cautiously to the entrance of the storeroom, locking the iron door securely before ascending the stairs to open the door. Outside, a few athletic-looking youths displayed expressions of anxiousness. They were unaware of what Li Hua was up to inside, as he always behaved mysteriously. Who knows? The last time someone had delivered food and ventured inside, they had witnessed him emerging from the basement, only to be met with a brutal beating. Are you talking about Gao Tian? I heard that if teacher Liang hadn't intervened just in time, Li Hua might have killed him on the spot. Stop mentioning Li Hua. Can you not even dare to address him as such? Call him Chairman Li. Among the 5 individuals, one girl, whose appearance bore an air of maturity, adorned her face with heavy makeup. With a piercing gaze and an imperious tone, she chastised a boy who was considerably more robust than herself. You, the athlete, who had just spoken, felt a surge of irritation at her reprimand, but was promptly restrained by his companion nearby. What? Are you daring to lay a hand on me? Do you believe that when Chairman Li arrives, you'll be in for a reckoning? The 4 of them suppressed their simmering anger, exchanging glances of tacit understanding, and resolutely fell silent, refraining from further discussion. What a farce, this so-called Chairman Li, who was merely a destitute student a mere 10 days ago, now attempting to adorn himself with a title. Ever since the sports academy's area was cleansed, Li Hua had been abusing his newfound status as an awakened, adopting the pompous tone of the school leadership. Yet, none dared to voice such sentiments. Numerous students who had previously expressed discontent with Li Hua's demeanor had faced severe repercussions. Li Hua, of diminutive stature at just over 1.60 meters, strode impatiently to the entrance. What now? I have already stated, if there is nothing of importance, do not seek me out. His Mandarin was somewhat awkward, heavily laced with a regional dialect. Chairman Li, the school leadership requests your presence for a meeting. It seems to pertain to matters concerning the back mountain of the academy. As the iron gate swung open, upon hearing the words chairman and meeting, Li Hua's expression softened slightly, revealing a sense of satisfaction. The heavily made-up girl hurriedly approached him, wrapping her arms around him. Chairman Li, I have so many matters I wish to consult you about. Speaking in a voice that seemed to be deliberately strained, she subtly rubbed her chest against Li Hua's arm, her face adorned with a flirtatious expression. Li Hua cast a fleeting glance at the heavily made-up girl, his heart ignited with fervor, while his right hand, unable to resist, stealthily ventured behind her to explore beneath her clothing. On the road to Linjiang Academy, in an off-road vehicle, and Jing Tian hesitantly inquired of Lin An, do you mean that the survivors within the academy may not accept us? Lin An's previous remarks had taken him aback. Lin An was determined to establish authority through intimidation, resorting to violence until fear gripped all. After a moment of contemplation, Lin An nodded. In his past life, Linjiang Academy, due to its substantial number of awakened individuals, had been among the first factions to successfully complete missions and obtain a safety permit, thus establishing one of the earliest safe zones in the entire battle region. However, the abundance of awakened individuals led to an early division into 2 factions vying for power, one faction comprised of students banding together, while the other was formed by the academy's leaders, teachers, and some students. It was both absurd and laughable that, despite being merely a school, a structure imitating governance emerged. One cannot deny that power is akin to a potent poison. It is irresistible to anyone. Once his thoughts were organized, Lin An spoke slowly. Though the apocalypse has only recently erupted, you must have sensed it as well. When societal order collapses, the value of strength is magnified infinitely. As long as you possess sufficient power, you can attain anything you desire: women, status, wealth, authority, and even the absolute control over the lives and deaths of the weak. Originally, you might have been an ordinary person, but upon becoming an awakened one, a mere flick of your finger can bring ordinary individuals to their knees, eager to flatter and submit to your whims. To kill or not to kill to decide who lives or dies. Who can resist such exhilaration? Thus, no one would willingly relinquish their existing power to become a subordinate of another. Consequently, the most effective and straightforward method to subdue the awakened faction at the school must be through decisive force. It is imperative to intimidate them into submission through sheer violence until they learn to fear us. Only by instilling the realization that resistance equates to death can we swiftly consolidate all available manpower and resources to establish a secure zone. We have but a month. Military management and stringent policies must be enforced. Everyone must obey my commands, and the entire faction can have but a single voice. Otherwise, the incessant scheming and infighting will squander precious time. Should we allow time to slip away, we will be hastily confronted by the tide of corpses, resulting in even greater loss of life. Lin An, usually reticent, chose this occasion to lay bare his thoughts and strategies to the team members. Without concealment, he candidly shared the impending threat of the zombie tide following the establishment of the safe zone, as well as the anticipated uprising 6 months hence. There is nothing to hide. These crises will inevitably come to light. Only under the constant pressure of a death threat will there be the motivation to act. Every individual harbors their own thoughts, expecting that overt displays of dominance will ensure unwavering loyalty from subordinates is fundamentally unrealistic. After hearing this, Jing Tian fell silent, recognizing that Lin An's words were irrefutable. Then, Captain Lin, should we not disclose to them the impending zombie uprising in 6 months? If we cannot collectively strive to establish a safe zone, but rather engage in individual battles, we will inevitably meet a dead end. After much contemplation, Zhang Tai articulated his thoughts. His brutal acts of violence were solely directed at those he deemed unsavory. Essentially, he was not inclined towards senseless slaughter. Lin An shook his head and countered directly. When both factors are combined, they would merely perceive the so-called apocalypse as nothing extraordinary. Their focus would undoubtedly shift towards the struggle for power and profit, rather than mere survival. Moreover, even if you persuade them, or even intimidate them through force, what guarantees can you provide that they will not harbor ulterior motives? Who will assume the role of leader? Who would be willing to relinquish their own power and privileges? Should anyone sow discord or harbor discontent, our efficiency would be severely compromised. This time, Zhang Tai found himself at a loss for words. Every statement from Lin An effectively dismantled his propositions. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy, as everyone could foresee the grim reality. If Lin An's predictions were accurate, the moment they arrived at the school would likely herald a bloody massacre. Observing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, save for Mo Ling, Lin An sighed softly. He, too, harbored no desire to instigate excessive bloodshed. However, after 3 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, he had come to understand the essence of human nature. Nevertheless, he was not entirely unwilling to extend a glimmer of hope to fellow survivors of humanity. After a moment of contemplation, Lin An spoke. What I propose is merely a contingency plan. I do not intend to purge the academy entirely. You may first attempt to demonstrate your strength, conveying to them our intention to unite all individuals in the establishment of a safe zone. One may even inform them of the impending onslaught of corpses and the ensuing zombie uprising. Should the majority possess a modicum of intelligence, perhaps they would acquiesce to our plan. After all, each awakened individual lost diminishes our ranks, and I harbor no desire to eliminate too many. Given the current prowess of Zhang Tai and Jing Tian, they might be capable of intimidating the awakened within the academy. If force can suppress, then let it be so. Society is often inclined to revere the strong while dismissing the weak, for only formidable power can earn the trust of others. If, within a single day, we can persuade everyone to concur with our strategy, I could opt to gradually integrate them into our ranks. The passengers in the vehicle listened intently to Lin An's discourse, feeling a sense of relief. Perhaps by appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them, coupled with a display of strength, they might be able to minimize the bloodshed among the survivors. However, Lin An abruptly interjected with a chilling reminder. Yet, should the time extend beyond a day, and should dissenting voices or discontent arise within the academy, I shall take matters into my own hands and eradicate until only a singular voice remains. Chapter 77. You are playing with fire at the northern gate of Linjiang Academy, and Jing Tian gradually reduced the speed of the off-road vehicle, his countenance grave. Wenya, accompanied by Yu Wei and the survivors from the hotel, followed closely in a bus. Along the way, the group encountered numerous corpses, each meeting a distinct fate. Some bore the marks of cold weaponry, while others were charred or frozen into icy remnants. Undoubtedly, these zombies had been dispatched by the awakened within the academy. Team voice. Lin Gu, we should be approaching Linjiang Academy. Indeed, one must remain vigilant. Zhang Tai and Jing Tian, you are to directly engage in dialogue with their upper echelons. There is no need for personal involvement in negotiations. The moment they present themselves will be the time for a thorough purge. Wenya, your mental acuity is commendable. Be attuned to the movements of the awakened among them to avert any unforeseen incidents. Lin An reiterated his advice to Wenya. For although his judgment grants him comprehensive control, he is keen to foster her skills. In the future, the team will inevitably embark on missions. And should he be absent, it is imperative that someone assumes the responsibility of maintaining oversight. At this moment, Lin An had taken his place in the rear seat. As Zhang Tai's robust physique left poor Lu Shiming cramped in the corner. Occasionally, when the vehicle encountered hordes of the undead, he could not shake the feeling that Zhang Tai might inadvertently crush his future chief designer. After a brief exchange, Lin An closed his eyes, delving into thoughts concerning the subsequent establishment of the safe zone. The silver off-road vehicle and the yellow bus gradually came to a halt not far from the Academy's entrance, as crowds began to disembark. Lin An moved within the throng, ensuring precaution against any potential mishaps. Most of those rescued by Zhang Tai from the hospital were the elderly, infirm, or disabled. This group of ordinary individuals stood no chance against the awakened. Having resolved to incorporate this decent batch of individuals into the safe zone, Lin An was determined to oversee their integration. A group of 21, with Zhang Tai and Jing Tian leading the way, surveyed the academy's exterior, encircled by a 3-meter-high earthen wall. Is this contraption also the handiwork of the awakened? Zhang Tai marveled at the makeshift wall that surrounded the entire academy, forming a rudimentary fortification. When you closed her eyes to perceive her surroundings and nodded, her voice resonating within the team's communication, I sensed the presence of 3 awakened individuals emanating earth attribute fluctuations, continuously releasing their spiritual energy. Directly ahead, there were 3 more. Only one exhibited a unique fluctuation, while the other 2 were likely physically enhanced awakeners. And Jing Tian swiftly observed and supplemented the information. 200 meters ahead, 15 individuals were stationed atop the city wall, guarding their territory. To the left and right, at the 9 and 13 o'clock positions, 1 individual in each direction aimed a crossbow at us. It appeared they were not entirely inept. At the very least, they understood the importance of establishing a defensive line. However, their alertness was lacking, as their positions were fully exposed. With an instinctive reflex befitting his background as a scout, and Jing Tian reported all points of vigilance. The defensive line appeared relatively sound. Yet to him, it was riddled with vulnerabilities. Should he choose to do so, he could swiftly eliminate one of the awakened atop the wall before retreating from the battle. Meanwhile, as the 3 of us meticulously observed the academy, the defenders within were also scrutinizing the sudden influx of visitors. At the academy's main gate, a tall boy patted his companion beside him, seemingly indicating the arrival of more survivors. Of course, it was evident I wasn't blind. However, they were quite numerous. Had another group of starving souls come to scavenge? A cluster of inept individuals, ignorant of their purpose for coming here? Seated behind the wall, a red-haired man displayed evident impatience, propping up his leg while flames flickered intermittently in his hand before extinguishing. Perhaps having heard our broadcast, he realized this place was secure and had escaped from a nearby town. A bespectacled student, tasked with serving tea and refreshments, timidly offered an explanation. Since 6 days ago, when the awakened united to eradicate the zombies within the academy, a palpable disparity in strength has fostered a sense of superiority among them. With many ordinary individuals eager to align themselves with this powerful faction, the academy has essentially transformed into a realm of sharply defined social classes. The bespectacled student gazed at the distant crowd, unable to suppress a sigh. The attitudes of the awakened within the academy have become increasingly radical and arrogant. Had they arrived a few days earlier, the atmosphere would have been more amiable. Now, however, they would likely encounter disdain. A chuckle escaped the red-haired youth as he accepted the cup of tea offered by the former academic prodigy, the bespectacled lad, and took a sip. Those fools tinkering with the radio equipment are utterly clueless. Are they truly afraid we might consume too much? Indeed, if their leader weren't so formidable, we would have long since shattered their broadcast. Enough of this. Let us descend and ensure they do not enter. The last time an infected individual infiltrated, it nearly resulted in disaster. The tall, lean man interrupted the complaints, and the two leapt from the earthen wall. "Stand still, you lot," he commanded, his voice ringing out. A side door of the academy creaked open, revealing 6 young men wielding makeshift spears, their expressions wary. At the forefront were the tall, lean man and the fire element awakened. And Jing Tian was tasked with this negotiation. Upon seeing the individuals emerging from the academy, his brow furrowed. It appeared the others were not particularly welcoming to outsiders. "Greetings." Before he could articulate his purpose, he was abruptly cut off by the tall man. "Advance another step." With a swift motion, the tall man kicked the ground, instantly creating a small crater. The shards scattered, producing a sound that, though not overly powerful, was striking in its impact. Lin An and the frail individuals around him were taken aback. Another awakened one? Uncertain of who among them was stronger, Zhang or this newcomer, the tall, lean man surveyed the retreating crowd with satisfaction. He relished exhibiting his strength before ordinary people, relishing their expressions of fear. After demonstrating his superhuman prowess, he proclaimed loudly, "You may enter if you wish. However, all individuals must undergo a thorough search and surrender all supplies. If anything proves useful, we shall certainly retain you." Casting an impatient glance at the elderly, young, sickly, and even disabled individuals behind Jing Tian, he wondered how this motley crew had managed to arrive. Were it not for Zhang Tai's imposing stature and robust physique, he would have deemed it unnecessary to utter that final remark. In stark contrast, the man, seemingly an awakened fire elementalist, let his gaze drift through the crowd of women, ultimately settling on Wanya and Yu Wei, a combination of youthful maidens and a lowly. What a truly exquisite pairing. He cleared his throat softly, nudging his companion beside him, and forced a smile. "Please do not take offense at our forthrightness. As long as we ascertain that none of you are infected, we shall certainly allow you to enter." Stepping forward, the fire elementalist beamed at Wanya, secretly contemplating her allure. The cool, ice-like beauty of this youthful maiden was striking, her poise and physique surpassing even that of their academy's most admired flower. Particularly, Wanya's psychic energy radiated an irresistible charm. The inspection would be straightforward. Shortly, they would proceed to the isolation chamber, where they would disrobe and check for any wounds. With a tone laced with frivolity, he scrutinized Wanya with unabashed intensity, prompting his companion to become acutely aware of the situation. Inspection? Zhang Tai's heart surged with rage. The notion that an ordinary person could succumb to the zombie infection within mere minutes was absurd. They had clearly journeyed together. So how could an infected individual possibly be among them? Damn it, that lad's gaze was unmistakably sinister. The red-haired flame wielder proclaimed. And suddenly a fiery blaze erupted in his hand, ascending to a height of half a man in a display of bravado. "Beauty deserves special treatment. I can personally assist you with the inspection." He brazenly disregarded the furious expressions of Zhang Tai and Jing Tian. One was a bumbling giant, the other an average man. As long as they were not awakened ones, he could reduce them to ashes with a mere finger. The news of awakened ones was no longer a secret, and most players had heard the whispers. He was confident that the seemingly frigid beauty before him would find him irresistible, much like the class flower who once looked down upon him. An awakened one. It signified safety in this apocalyptic world. Everything transpired too swiftly. Zhang Tai's heart jolted at the realization. Damn it, this fool was playing with fire, daring to flirt with Wenya? In a fit of anger and alarm, he glanced at Lin An's expression, fearful that Lin An might erupt and resort to violence. Should Team Lin take action, none of these individuals would escape unscathed. Fortunately, Zhang Tai exhaled in relief. It appeared that Team Lin had not noticed their predicament and was merely in a daze. Boom. The ground collapsed, and Jing Tian vanished in an instant. Shadow kill. And Jing Tian's countenance turned icy as he activated his skill, appearing behind the flame-wielding awakened one. Dagger poised and ready for action. The intent to kill was firmly directed at the red-haired man. His gaze was icy, and he realized that the awakened individuals at the academy were not ones who could be easily communicated with or reasoned with. After awakening their powers, this group exhibited an air of superiority that set them apart from ordinary individuals. Unless one displayed their strength, they would not only be barred from meeting the higher-ups, but would even be denied entry to the gates. Zhang Tai also discerned this truth. Thus, he took a bold step forward, confronting the tall and lean awakened individual from the academy. In an instant, tension filled the air. The red-haired man was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly inconspicuous individual was also an awakened one. He swiftly darted to the side, eager to evade the attention of Jing Tian. who was radiating a palpable aura of menace that left him somewhat shaken. The tall and lean man quickly regained his composure, lunging toward Jingtian with a low growl. Beast transformation arm. In a striking display, his arms swelled, muscles expanding as razor-sharp claws emerged from his fists. An awakened one. No wonder he could lead a group of incompetents here. The tall man sneered, emboldened by his abilities, showing no fear toward another awakened being like in Jingtian. Do you think being awakened is something remarkable? Let me tell you, we have over 30 awakened individuals here. A mere grade 0. It's no wonder I failed to recognize you as one. His face contorted with disdain. Among the awakened, there existed a hierarchy of strength. However, the tall man was mistaken in his assessment. After Jingtian transitioned to an abyss profession, he naturally emanated an aura of concealment. Not only was he merely at grade 1, but even at grade 2, it would be unlikely for anyone to detect Jingtian's presence. As for Zhang Tai, being a shape-shifting awakened one, unless he activated his transformation, only someone with overwhelming mental prowess could sense the latent beastly power concealed within him. As a professional within the legal realm, he had always operated from the rear, never having faced the specter of death. Suddenly, flames erupted. He unleashed his skill, and a vivid yellow flame surged to a height of half a meter, burning at a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees. The ensuing chaos sent the ordinary members of the team into a frenzy. Zhang Tai, hearing the commotion behind him, felt his anger rise uncontrollably, his gaze turning menacingly towards the red-haired man. Provoked by Jingtian's murderous intent, the red-haired individual could not suppress his rage and lashed out with curses to mask his earlier embarrassment. Not satisfied, are you? He feigned an intention to direct the flames into the crowd, causing panic among the elderly and the weak. Damn it, just watch. I'll burn you worthless fools to ashes. Curse your very existence. With a roar, Zhang Tai resolved to eliminate this adversary before any further discussion. These arrogant beings were simply intolerable. He was determined to teach them a lesson. The wind howled as Zhang Tai transformed into a towering black bear, sweeping his paw violently towards the red-haired man. Chapter 78. Persuasion through force. The red-haired awakened could only see darkness before him as an enormous hand descended upon him in an instant. With Zhang Tai's strength at a second-tier level, his speed far surpassed the man's ability to react. In his desperation, he could not even release the blazing sun in his grasp. The tall, lean man was gripped by fear. Another awakened? Forgetting that he was already targeted by Jingtian, he desperately extended his right hand to shield the red-haired awakened. Crack! With an overwhelming force, his arm was shattered in an instant. My hand! He let out a piercing scream, paralyzed by fear and unable to obstruct any further. His once proud, beastly arm lay in a bloodied heap beside him, leaving him to helplessly witness the residual power of the giant hand descending upon his companion. Bang! The flames were extinguished violently, filling the air with a nauseating scent of charred fur, extinguished in an instant. The red-haired man's face turned ashen as the brutal strike shattered half of his shoulder into a cloud of debris, sending his body hurtling backward under the tremendous force. Did he still dare to escape? The ferocious charge. Zhang Tai let out a sinister laugh, a crimson glow erupting from his body. As his skill activated, the earth trembled beneath him. In the blink of an eye, the massive bear-like figure surged forward, its foot poised to crush the red-haired man's lower body. Aren't you quite the arrogant one? A wretched scream echoed through the air. With the momentum of his charge, Zhang Tai's foot mercilessly reduced the man's lower half to a gruesome pulp. Stop! Armored form. A voice rang out in a mixture of alarm and fury. The last robust figure burst forth from the school gates, panic-stricken as he hastily activated his skill. A suit of silvery armor enveloped him instantly, reminiscent of a knight's full plate. As the captain of their group, he could scarcely fathom how to report the loss of 2 awakeners to their superiors. Damn it. Everything was happening too quickly. With a clenched fist, he unleashed another devastating blow. You think you're so tough? Boom. The ground erupted into a deep crater, the punch driving the red-haired man's head forcefully into the pit's depths. Bang! It shattered like an egg struck with violent force. At the bottom of the pit lay a pool of red and white, devoid of any recognizable shape. The body, missing its head and half of its shoulder, was unrecognizable as human. Alas, how could one be so reckless? Zhang Tai smiled broadly, only to turn and face the robust man rushing towards him, his feigned grin instantly transforming into a frigid expression. Do you also wish for death? The ferocious killing intent emanating from the black bear caused his steps to falter. The scathing rebuke that had burst forth from his lips abruptly lodged in his throat. You all. Frustration, anger, and dread coursed through the robust man. His lips trembling with rage. He never anticipated that Zhang Tai would so brazenly resort to murder. It is worth noting that even during the fiercest disputes between the two factions within their academy, no lives had ever been lost. The sheltered blossoms had only witnessed the most gruesome sights while purging the academy of zombies. The brutal scene before him was so stark and savage that, despite his confidence in matching Zhang Tai, he instinctively refrained from striking back. You dare kill and awaken one from my academy. Wait, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Puff. The dark mist rose and dissipated. Who on earth is it? Behind you. The man wielding the beastly arm cried out in alarm, wishing to warn him. Yet this time he dared not approach to assist his companion. A warning proved futile. The armored man suddenly perceived an encroaching darkness, a chilling aura of death manifesting before him. His throat felt icy as Jing Tian smirked slightly. The dagger in his hand poised with precision against the gap in the armor, resting against his neck. Dare to make a move? If it weren't for the collective desire to minimize bloodshed, given Lin's style, they would likely be gathering manpower within the academy, preparing for a feast. How could they possibly be rebuffed at the door and subjected to mockery, no less? Silence. From now on, I will ask, and you shall answer. The armored man nodded with great difficulty, his heart filled with astonishment. Despite the fact that the man before him possessed a mere zero-tier strength, how could his speed be so astonishing, moving with a ghostly grace? If he were not a pure defensive talent, that previous strike aimed at his back would have surely claimed his life on the spot. It was impossible to even catch a glimpse of his movements. How could he possibly fight back? I am clearly a first tier. And Jing Tian paid no heed to the bewilderment reflected in the armored man's eyes and calmly inquired. Firstly, what is the precise number of awakened individuals in the academy, and who is the strongest among them? Secondly, what is the current number of survivors, and are there any trapped survivors? Thirdly, what extent of safe territory have you cleared, and are there any other dangers nearby? Lastly, are there any zombies remaining within the academy? As a former scout, Jing Tian possessed exceptional battlefield judgment and sharp thinking, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Each of his 4 questions contained vital information. Lin An, who had been observing from the shadows, slightly nodded in approval. Jing Tian had proven himself capable in his responsibilities. He had initially worried that Jing Tian might be distracted by past events, but it appeared that with a bit more time to mature, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. The armored man was engulfed in confusion as he took a deep, contemplative look at Jing Tian. Such professionalism and decisiveness. Was he perhaps someone sent by the military? 3. The countdown to death, he exclaimed. I don't even need to count to 2. The man clad in knightly armor had no doubt that if he delayed any longer, he would surely meet a bloody end. I am Liang Yu, from the Physical Education Institute. Jing Tian pressed forward slightly against the dagger poised at Liang Yu's throat, signaling him to refrain from unnecessary words. Feeling aggrieved. What significance does my name hold? The academy boasts a total of 37 awakened individuals, though it should now be 36. As for the strongest, there is no definitive champion. Rather, there are 2 acknowledged paragons of strength. One is Huang Haitao, the rock-type awakener from the Engineering Institute, possessing dual first-tier abilities. The other is Li Hua, the flesh-type awakener from the Physical Education Institute, who is also believed to possess dual first-tier abilities, though no one has witnessed him unleash his full power. Jing Tian furrowed his brow slightly. 2 dual first-tier awakeners alongside 36 others? It is no wonder that the members of Linjiang Academy carry themselves with such arrogance, nor that Brother Lin advised them to exercise caution. With such a formidable lineup, their displayed prowess may not even suffice to intimidate these individuals. A flicker of self-doubt crossed in Jing Tian's eyes. Perhaps Brother Lin might not be able to subdue them either? Liang Yu noticed the change in Jing Tian's demeanor, a smirk of self-satisfaction creeping onto his face. It is precisely due to their overwhelming number of awakened individuals that they could clear a significant portion of the Academy's safety perimeter in such a short time. Oh, have you begun to feel fear, young man? Yet, life remains in the hands of others, so he dared not reveal too much emotion. Among the Academy's 30,000 faculty and students, approximately 3,000 are likely still alive. As for any other survivors, they are presumably gone. Regarding the safety perimeter, the academy has been largely cleared, with only the dormitory buildings remaining untouched. The zombies there are quite elusive. During our last attempt, we organized 10 awakened individuals to clear the area, yet even then, one was infected during a surprise attack. Given that there are scant resources left, we abandoned the cleanup effort, and the academy is essentially free of other dangers. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Liang Yu's eyes. Noticing that Jing Tian did not pursue the matter further, he continued, zombies undoubtedly exist, albeit sporadically, confined to the sealed dormitory building. Moreover, we encountered 4 lickers, but fortunately, Chairman Li Hua, and Huang Haitao intervened and dealt with them. Those creatures are terrifyingly formidable. Liang Yu deliberately emphasized the term lickers, but upon observing Jing Tian's expressionless face and lack of reaction, he could not help but let out a cold sneer within. It seemed that the individual before him had likely never encountered a mutated being and was probably unaware of what a licker truly was. Otherwise, any survivor who had faced such a monstrosity would certainly exhibit some sign of emotion upon hearing news of its defeat. Such creatures could not be combated merely by a handful of awakened beings. After absorbing the information Liang Yu provided, Jing Tian fell silent for a moment. Lin An had given only a single day to persuade this group. It remained uncertain whether he could succeed. The 2 distant awakened beings. One could only wonder if they might first release our people. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from afar, as a robust voice accompanied by 10 individuals rushed out of the academy gates at great speed. Though polite in tone, Jing Tian detected a palpable dissatisfaction within. Within mere seconds, the 11 awakened beings who had hurried from the academy surrounded them with hostile gazes. Various forms of spiritual energy radiated from the 11, shimmering with vibrant hues. The leading man, appearing to be in his 30s, upon catching sight of the corpse of his comrade in the deep pit, his eyes turned icy. He stepped forward and spoke slowly, "Release them, or you shall face death." Chapter 79. The meeting in Jingtian remained unmoved, his grip on the dagger unwavering. Though it was anticipated that he would be surrounded, their ultimate goal was still to gain entry. To release the captives would equate to relinquishing control. It was imperative to clarify their intentions and establish a firm stance. Should the opposing party resort to violence again, the discussions he had previously held with Wanya and Zhang Tai about persuading the academy to cooperate would become a farce. Zhang Tai was still somewhat overly agitated. Even when the fire element awakener threatened the ordinary individuals behind him, he too was tempted to resort to lethal force. Upon seeing the awakening individuals from the academy arrive, Liang Yu felt a surge of hope and excitement. "Teacher Zhang, save me." The middle-aged man known as Teacher Zhang raised his hand to interrupt him. Speaking in a low voice, "Young man, while I am unaware of the circumstances, should you fail to release the captives, do not blame me for being unsparing." With their comrades still in the clutches of the adversary, he would not be foolish enough to provoke them further. His previous demeanor had already indicated that if the opposing party desired to survive, "You have killed our people and brazenly taken my student hostage. Do you truly believe our academy is easily intimidated?" Zhang Jianlin snorted coldly, a tempest swirling around him, suggesting he was an awakener of the wind element. And Jingtian and Zhang Tai exchanged glances before speaking. "Intimidation? We did not intend to provoke you. Rather, we seek to discuss matters with you. Had your people not spoken so disrespectfully and attempted to attack us, we would not have taken the initiative." Zhang Tai scoffed lightly, pointing toward the spot where the fire element awakener had originally stood. Initially, the fiery eruption unleashed by the auburn-haired man left numerous scorched marks upon the ground. If you doubt this, you may inquire among your own. Ascertain whether it was indeed your kin who sought to instigate violence. Zhang Jianlin slightly turned his head to regard the man with a beastly hand, who was cowering beside him. The beast hand awakened individual appeared somewhat perturbed, yet under Zhang's scrutiny, he ultimately chose to concede. Zhang Jianlin remained silent, for he had surmised certain truths even prior to the notification. As a fellow member of the same academy, he possessed a clear understanding of the temperament of fire element awakeners. If students from their own institution could resort to lethal measures, nearly causing a tragedy, it stood to reason that they would not hesitate to act against ordinary individuals. To put it bluntly, the 3 awakeners assigned to guard the earthen wall were troublemakers. Otherwise, they would not have been relegated to such a post. Let us set aside the matter of you taking the life of our comrade for the moment. We shall certainly conduct a thorough investigation in due course. Although the fault lies on our side, Zhang Jianlin had no intention of letting this matter rest. Even if he were to acquiesce, the factions within the academy would not permit it, unlike the inexperienced younger students. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from Zhang Tai and in Jingtian, particularly from Zhang Tai. Currently, the academy's strongest forces were stationed on the rear mountain. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly result in casualties. Each awakened individual held paramount importance, and with further loss of life, he would find himself unable to justify the situation to the academy. You mentioned that should there be matters to discuss, we ought to convene. I am curious. What exactly is the nature of these matters? Zhang Jianlin expressed his perplexity, as he initially believed that this group, appearing frail and afflicted, sought refuge upon hearing the broadcast. However, it now seemed otherwise. And Jing Tian pondered for a moment before speaking directly. I need to meet the person in charge here. And it would be best if all the awakened individuals could be summoned for a discussion. We have only one day to spare, if consensus cannot be reached among everyone. Informing them one by one could take an eternity. Everyone. Zhang Jianlin furrowed his brow at the audacity of the request. To demand to see the highest authority and all individuals together was indeed bold. However, he chuckled internally, relieved that the other party wished to come forward voluntarily, as he had been contemplating how to detain them. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Jianlin cut through any unnecessary dialogue. If you truly have something significant to discuss, I can facilitate an introduction. But let me be clear. If you harbor any ulterior motives to infiltrate, do not expect us to be courteous. In the Academy's conference room, over 40 individuals sat in disarray. The crowd was divided into two factions, one comprised of 19 students, huddled together with expressions of impatience, while the other consisted of school leaders and teachers, seated at the podium, along with 11 students. On the opposite side of the podium, and Jing Tian, Zhang Tai, Wenye, Lin An, and Mo Ling found themselves sandwiched between the two groups. Have you heard? A dark-skinned athlete from the clustered group whispered to his companion, casting a glance at Jing Tian seated at the front. This group is responsible for the demise of Red Hair, and now they claim to have something important to discuss. Red Hair is dead? The young man wore a look of astonishment, yet he concealed his emotions. If death were to come, so be it. That individual had offended many. However, it takes audacity to kill those who dare to challenge us. Why haven't the old fossils at the Academy apprehended them? Did I not mention that they informed Zhang Jianlin of an important matter? They are likely to take action after the meeting concludes. The conference room was filled with a cacophony of noise, and a group of female students entered midway to observe the proceedings. And Jing Tian remained silent. To his left, a cluster of students engaged in discussion without restraint. Their voices, though soft, were distinctly audible. Silence, commanded a portly middle-aged man at the podium, his countenance grim. The effect was less than satisfactory, as only the teachers and students behind him seemed to pay heed. Comrade and Jing Tian, I am Huang Zhang, the principal of Linjiang Academy. You may now state the purpose of your visit. The man named Huang Zhang spoke with a semblance of courtesy, though impatience flickered in his eyes. And Jing Tian turned his gaze toward the podium and began to speak slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 matters to discuss today. He was direct, not inclined to indulge in superfluous chatter. Firstly, I must inform you that in 6 months, a zombie outbreak will occur across the Linjiang area, with over 3 million zombies actively pursuing and attacking humanity. A brief silence ensued. What nonsense is this? A zombie outbreak involving 3 million? Before Jing Tian could finish, the room erupted in chaos. Kid, where did you obtain this information? A zombie outbreak? Actively attacking? Do you think we have never encountered zombies before? A student clad in sportswear rose, his face contorted with anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Jing Tian. As long as we aren't courting death by attracting zombies, those creatures will remain stationary. How laughable. Is this what you refer to as significant news? You can't even fabricate a decent lie. On the podium, the principal maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from joining in the mockery, though his growing impatience was evident. And Jing Tian remained unfazed, silently observing the crowd before him. Indeed, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claims. People are often reluctant to accept grim tidings unless death is imminent. My friend, I recall your name is Jing Tian. Am I correct? Huang Zhang on the podium cleared his throat twice, gazing at Jing Tian with keen interest. Firstly, let us assume for the sake of argument that what you assert is true, that zombies possess the cognitive ability to launch a proactive attack against us. With so many survivors dispersed throughout Linjiang, it stands to reason they would not solely target us. If it were merely a scattered horde of zombies, I believe there is little cause for concern. Behind Huang Zhong, Huang Haitao chuckled lightly. As a leading figure among the Academy's administration, he had grown somewhat weary of the situation. Zombies? So what if tens of thousands were to come? With so many awakened individuals in the Academy, there is nothing to fear. And Jing Tian exchanged glances with his companions, a quiet sigh escaping their lips. Zhang Tai had previously described the formidable power of a zombie horde. Indeed, awakened individuals were not afraid of isolated zombies. However, once the scale of the horde exceeded 30,000, it would become exceedingly terrifying. Even if one could annihilate them in swathes, the relentless tide of zombies would drain one's stamina and mental fortitude, ultimately leading to a tragic demise at their jaws. Firstly, allow me to elucidate why the horde of the undead would primarily target the Academy. As you have aptly noted, the Academy is replete with awakeners. Moreover, zombies and mutated beings exhibit a far greater sensitivity towards awakeners than towards ordinary individuals. Consequently, during the initial outbreak, the Academy, brimming with a multitude of awakeners, would inevitably become the foremost target. The Academy is situated in a plain, with only the rear mountains serving as a barrier. Imagine the chaos that would ensue when the tide of the undead descends upon us. After sharing this insight, Jing Tian paused to allow everyone to absorb the information. There is, in fact, another crucial point. For this very reason, despite the presence of numerous awakeners in the former Linjiang Academy, which was among the first to establish a safe zone, it ultimately suffered significant losses, had it not been for the emergence of an exceptionally powerful awakener among the students. Known as the Demon Hunter, one of the 6 kings who turned the tides, the entire Linjiang Academy would have faltered within a year and would have long since perished. Chapter 80. Zhang Tai, the good man, and Jing Tian's assertions, while logically sound, did not resonate with most of those present. Huang Zhong glanced at Huang Haitao behind him and noticed his palpable impatience. Thus, after listening, he merely nodded, intending to conclude the meeting. As for the deceased fire element awakener, it was of no concern to him. The awakeners among the student body would certainly not let this group escape unscathed. Therefore, to begin with, I, on behalf of the Academy, express gratitude to Comrade Jing Tian for raising these pertinent questions. We shall carefully deliberate the potentiality of this matter and, following our discussions, determine the next steps in our endeavors. Huang Zhong adopted an official tone, his words meticulously crafted. The discussion had already taken place. There was no rush to conclude the meeting, and Jing Tian discerned his intention to conclude the meeting and unhesitatingly dropped a bombshell. This was a topic he had deliberated with Zhang Tai and Wenye during their journey. If the Academy were to dismiss the looming threat of the undead tide, then I must inform you all of the following. In 1 year, a cataclysmic disaster will unfold globally, a geological calamity. Meteorological upheavals will erupt in succession. All flora and fauna will undergo mutations, from colossal creatures to serpents and rodents, posing a grave threat to our existence. Furthermore, the oceans will give rise to a multitude of advanced mutated beasts that will assault coastal regions. The number of aberrations within the undead horde will surge dramatically, potentially culminating in the emergence of a 4th-tier sovereign capable of commanding the legions of the undead. Moreover, awakened beings who perish will, under the influence of this cataclysm, be resurrected as mutated entities, retaining vestiges of their intellect to wage war against humanity. In a corner, Lin An slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying memories of the cataclysm still haunted him to this day. With a global population in the billions, over 100 billion survivors were claimed by the initial wave of the disaster, which originally boasted a figure exceeding 200 billion. In the ensuing 2 years, the population dwindled to less than 100 million. Over 99.9% of humanity perished, giving rise to hundreds of billions of corpses. The overwhelming tide of the undead occupied more than 90% of the landmass. With billions of zombies, colossal mutated beasts of cataclysmic proportions from the oceans, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, a multitude of king-tier mutations, and even the emergence of spatial aberrations in the final year, each adversary epitomized an unending calamity. Had it not been for the emergence of formidable individuals among humanity, who established sanctuaries to safeguard their kind, the struggle for survival would have been insurmountable. Moreover, the inexplicable cessation of the cataclysmic events in the 3rd year, coupled with the deceleration of assaults by various otherworldly entities, has likely spared human civilization from utter annihilation. Upon hearing this news, the crowd, initially poised to disperse, hesitated, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned their gazes toward Jingtian. How could this be possible? Huang Zheng inhaled deeply, his countenance mirroring the gravity of the situation shared by Huang Haitao behind him. While they regarded the recent zombie uprising in Linjiang as a mere trifle, this revelation struck them as utterly despairing. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? How could you possibly know? Who can ascertain whether you are fabricating this information with ulterior motives? No one was willing to accept the reality conveyed by Jingtian. The mere thought of such an occurrence incited visceral resistance among the masses. The atmosphere grew charged with agitation. Principal, do not heed their wild proclamations. He has already caused the deaths of our comrades. What folly is this to intimidate us with fabrications? Do they presume that conjuring tales would instill fear and grant them clemency? In an instant, the tension in the air became palpable, faced with the same inquiries. Jingtian could only offer a wry smile. Indeed, he remained devoid of any means to provide proof. The sole method of validation lay in displaying overwhelming strength. To convey through sheer might, I possess the capability to obliterate you, thus deception is unnecessary. At this juncture, he began to comprehend Lin An's perspective. The act of proving oneself, engaging in futile arguments, and persuading this tumultuous crowd would consume an inordinate amount of time, and even then, their acceptance was not guaranteed proof. Deceiving you? Zhang Tai abruptly rose to his feet, his expression frigid. The proof lies in my ability to kill you. There is no need for deception. Such audacity. From within the group of students, a young man named Tang Chong suddenly stepped forward, his tall, handsome figure commanding attention. I am eager to see if you possess such skill. With a low shout, Tang Chong's hands instantly surged forth with two dark blue energy blades, exuding an impressive and formidable aura. The girls who had been serving tea in the conference room could not help but glance over repeatedly. Senior Tang's abilities are truly remarkable. The girls outside, who had been watching curiously, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. As one of the first awakened individuals in the academy, Tang Chong wielded considerable strength and enjoyed a respectable reputation among the student body prior to the apocalypse. Thus, upon awakening, he had become the spokesperson for the students. Brother Tang, annihilate him, exclaimed a voice from the crowd. Do you think spinning ghost stories will intimidate us? You speak of being a king-level mutant, but I doubt you've even encountered a devourer. The crowd scoffed, and Jing Tian sighed softly, his gaze scanning the remaining onlookers. It appeared that combat was inevitable. Through the team's communication, he urged, Brother Zhang, strive to incapacitate him without taking a life. We have yet to propose our request to merge the entire academy. Another death would surely extinguish any hope we have. Zhang Tai let out a sinister laugh, nodding casually. Damn it, I had hoped to negotiate calmly with these arrogant fools. But each one is more haughty than the last. Lin's words ring true. Such individuals must be subdued. Bear transformation. Frenzied charge. Zhang Tai bellowed, a savage red light flickering ominously around him. In the conference room, two individuals traversed the short distance of merely 10 meters, swiftly arriving before Tang Chong. Be careful, Brother Tang, cautioned the ice element awakened being standing nearby, hastily conjuring an ice spear to hurl towards the black bear, attempting to impede its advance. A jolt of alarm surged through Tang Chong as he glanced at the screaming girl. Upon turning back, he was confronted by the black bear, which had surged towards him in an instant. In a state of panic, he thrust his energy sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Having previously battled only against zombies, he had never faced a mutated creature alone. He was accustomed to engaging in group confrontations alongside others. How could he possibly contend with an awakened being like Zhang Tai, who had emerged from a mountain of corpses? With a shattering sound, the ice spear fragmented, failing to slow the frenzied charge in the slightest. Zhang Tai wore a menacing grin. With his current defensive capabilities, he could effortlessly disregard such trivial damage. His massive paw descended. The wind from his strike howled as he brazenly struck Tang Chong's chest with his blue energy sword. The energy blade pierced the bear's paw, yet it did nothing to impede the force of the blow. With a resounding crash, Tang Chong let out a wretched scream, utterly unable to harness any of his strength. His chest was crushed under the overwhelming force. He was sent hurtling backward, slamming against the wall before losing consciousness. A one-hit kill? The crowd, which had previously been jeering, now stood in stunned silence, as if they were ducks caught by the throat, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The boy who had launched the ice spear was so taken aback by the sudden turn of events that he instinctively recoiled, fearing he might be the next target. Zhang Tai surveyed the surroundings, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat. The second strongest awakened being among the student group had been obliterated in an instant. The untested youths felt a wave of dread wash over them. Who else is left? Damn it, a bunch of cowards. So many people. Yet they were all intimidated by just one individual. The usually composed Principal Huang Zheng directly concealed himself behind his nephew, Huang Haitao. He was merely an ordinary man. If it weren't for some students still clinging to outdated notions, it would be absurd to heed his words. Here I come. Huang Haitao's countenance darkened as he stepped forward. Truly a band of inept individuals, with so many awakened ones. Even if each possessed a unique skill, they could easily obliterate this colossal bear. Damn it. No wonder a single devourer managed to eliminate 4 or 5 people last time. Jinhai, with a low exclamation. His body was instantly enveloped in an armor of emerald green spiritual energy. A mist of water enveloped the room, transforming it as if submerged in the sea. With fine streams of water swirling around him, the crowd felt a jolt of energy, distinctly different from the previous encounter where Zhang Tai had swiftly dispatched an awakened one. Huang Haitao boasted an impressive A-level talent. His water attribute not only served as a means of offense, but also provided an astonishing level of defense. During the last encounter with the Devourer, he had single-handedly absorbed the damage and vanquished it. Brother Huang, allow me to assist you. Shadow kill. Upon witnessing this, Jingtian did not hesitate and transformed into a wisp of black mist, blending into the crowd, ready to strike at any moment. There's no need to assist me. Huang Haitao, brimming with vigor, charged directly towards Zhang Tai. The previous incident where the black bear had swiftly taken down Tang Chong was merely a matter of surprise. Coupled with the fact that Tang Chong was an agile close combat awakened one, it was not surprising for him to be defeated in a single blow. That strike was far inferior to the power of the Devourer. Bang! The clash between man and beast erupted violently, and thanks to Jinhai's formidable defense, Huang Haitao's protective energy shield merely distorted slightly. The awakened warriors, initially eager to assist, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them as they cautiously regarded the vanishing Jingtian. Brother Huang, do away with them. Let them understand what true strength entails. Huang Haitao scoffed, witnessing Zhang Tai's futile attempt to breach his defenses with a single strike. How naive. Do you think ambushing Tang Chong makes you formidable? You can't even breach my defenses. Such needless chatter. Zhang Tai, his face contorted with impatience, roared in frustration. He despised the incessant prattle, akin to a tiresome performance. With determination, he unleashed a powerful blow. His left arm, previously restrained, swelled with might, and his right fist, imbued with a sense of annihilation, surged forward, surpassing the reactions of all present as